Chapter 751 Expert Brick House. He chose a set of Abigail's clothes for Sophia, including underwear, and placed them outside the bathroom. Leon went upstairs and stood on the balcony in a daze. After waiting for more than half an hour, Sophia's voice came out of the building. It was uploaded from the bottom, and Leon knew that it was a shower. After going downstairs, he saw Sophia had put on Abigail's clothes. It was indeed as big as Leon expected, and his sleeves covered half of his palms. "You can take a shower, too." Sophia, who had just finished taking a shower, had still shed hair and her cheeks were quite rosy. I don't know if it was because of the accelerated blood circulation due to the bath with hot water, or whether she was still shy. Yet, Leon had this idea. After all, the body has a limit to the vitality brought by rain. In fact, before Sophia came, he could no longer gain more vitality from these rains. However, the feeling of vitality surrounding him is very comfortable even if it cannot be absorbed. If Sophia hadn't disturbed him, he really planned to stand like this all day, and there was no need now. By the time Leon finished taking a shower, Sophia was already busy in the kitchen. Smelling the smell in the air, Sophia seemed to be cooking milk. "Are you hungry?" Leon asked Sophia in confusion. Although he didn't eat in the morning, the feeling of hunger in his belly was already filled with under the nourishment of the rain of life. Not to mention breakfast, he felt that he didn't need to eat lunch. "I'm just worried about a cold, so I cook some hot milk to drive away the cold," Sophia explained. "Thank you, Sophia." Since Sophia was out of good intentions, Leon was embarrassed to disappoint her. In fact, he was very happy about Sophia's arrival. After all, Sophia didn't know the benefits of this rain before. Judging from the unknown people who didn't know the truth, this strange green raindrop might be dangerous. Even if she was taking risks, Sophia still came. So Leon did not correct Sophia's concerns, but instead responded with sincere thanks. After all, this was Sophia's wish. The cooked milk was also added with sugar, which was quite sweet. To be honest, Leon didn't like this taste very much, but he still drank a large glass of milk. Sophia also drank a glass, and after drinking it, she licked the remaining milk marks on her lips with dissatisfaction. She obviously liked this taste very much. But she only prepared 2 cups of portions, and she didn't want to drink them anymore. After drinking the milk, she took away Leon's empty cup. Sophia diligently helped clean the pot of cooking milk and the cup of holding milk. When everything was done, she ran to the bathroom. When Sophia saw that her clothes had been put into the washing machine and washed, she suddenly turned red and ran out of the bathroom. She stared at Leon blankly for a long time, but she could not speak. When Leon saw this scene, he immediately understood Sophia's thoughts and immediately explained, "I didn't touch it with my hands. I used a mop handle to carry the clothes into the washing machine, and I washed it alone. After washing, take it back. You can take it back by yourself, or hang it in the room you choose to dry. I will definitely not touch it." "Do you dislike me?" Sophia, who was originally shy, couldn't help rolling her eyes and complaining to Leon when she heard this. "This is called a difference between men and women. I respect you," Leon retorted seriously. "Humph." Sophia snorted coldly, then stopped looking at Leon, sat on the sofa, and pressed the remote control to turn on the TV. Leon didn't say anything, but just shrugged his shoulders and sat on the other end of the sofa, looking at the local news that was being broadcast on the TV. The green rain covering the entire Stardew Valley is being reported in the news. In addition to the news reporter, a nature researcher and a meteorologist were also invited in the studio. The topic of discussion is also about the causes and possible impacts of the rain. Is this rain caused by pollution? The reporter happened to raise this question at this moment. Of course not. When the rainwater fell, we noticed this and started collecting and testing. The results showed that the components of these rainwater were pure H2O, that is, water, and there were no impurities or harmful substances in it. Except for the strange color, there was absolutely no danger. Please rest assured. The expert with the meteorologist sign in front of him explained, and added another sentence. I have brought the experimental data, please believe that this is just a natural rainfall without any danger. As for the reason for the occurrence of this rain, we are still investigating. Have those two experts discovered that this phenomenon has occurred in the past Stardew Valley records? No, there has never been any relevant data. The meteorologist replied. No, there was, but that was a record from 60 years ago. The same green rain fell in Stardew Valley. Everyone was panicked at that time, but the rain did not cause any bad images. It was just that after the rain, there were rapid growth of moss on many trees, and interestingly, these mosses only grew on oak, maples and pine trees. Natural researchers who have never spoken have also joined the discussion at this moment and expressed a different view from meteorologists. And according to the investigation in the record, this rain will also allow all outdoor plants to provide a lot of nutrients and speed up their growth rate. This is definitely a gift for all agricultural practitioners, so in the record, this rain is also called the rain of life by my predecessors. The words of nature researchers obviously aroused the reporter's curiosity, and they directly threw all the questions to nature researchers, which made the meteorologists on the side embarrassed. And Sophia saw this. He kept asking Leon, why didn't this natural scientist say that this rain would benefit people? Maybe it was because I didn't find it, or I didn't want too many people to go out to get in the rain, which led to an accident. Leon thought for a moment and gave two possibilities, and believed that the latter was more likely. After all, natural researchers cannot be sure of the benefits of this rain as Leon, and are worried that some people may feel comfortable, while others may have accidents, so they dare not explain the special effects of this rain. Of course, it may also be for the purpose of being more private and dark, but who knows? At least Leon felt that he should be worried about an accident. Although this possibility is not great, the green rain contains pure vitality. This vitality is beneficial to all living things. Perhaps those cancer patients may have negative effects. Tisk Sophia curled her lips disdainfully, feeling that this natural scientist did not know much as Leon. Chapter 752 Come to Live. Leon did not care about Sophia's disdain, but watched the reports taken out by nature researchers on TV and demonstrated the PPT that the rain of life would bring to nature. The most attractive information about Leon is about the value and harvesting of fiber plants attached to the ground and the 3 types of mosses on wild trees that can extract resin. Leon is no stranger to moss. It has appeared in unlocked growth hormones and advanced baits. As one of the raw materials needed for production, Leon has never found a way to obtain this new thing that was unheard of in the game but inexplicably replaced the raw materials in the previous recipe. This made him wonder if there was a problem with the recipe provided by the system, or if the moss was hidden in a specific area. It was not until now that he realized that the way to obtain these mosses came from this rain of life. It was obviously the last time it rained like this 60 years ago. But the system now seems to have expected that it will experience this rain again in the future, which is very interesting. Leon, what are you thinking? Sophia asked curiously when she saw that Leon didn't respond to her words, but was in a daze. But after shouting twice, Leon did not respond to her or came to his senses. Sophia frowned and wanted to step forward to wake up Leon with his old boxing physics, but in the end she gave up this plan and shouted tentatively. Elder brother! Ah! Leon looked at Sophia after hearing the sound and asked blankly, what's wrong? You did it on purpose. Seeing that he didn't respond when he called his name before, he immediately responded after calling him brother. Sophia was both angry and funny. No, I'm thinking about things. Leon shook his head. He really didn't hear it before. After all, the TV was on quite loud. If it weren't for the fact that things were almost done, he wouldn't notice that Sophia was calling him. Although Sophia didn't believe it, since Leon responded, he no longer had to worry about this issue. After all, he had already recognized the legal status of Leon, the brother, and it seemed that there was no problem to call him twice occasionally. I want to ask you, what are your plans today? Do you still have to go outside to get wet in the rain? No, although the rain is good, you can't drink it. The body has a limit to carrying it. It's better to get wet for a while. There's no point in too much. Leon shook his head, then got up and took out his sailor hat. But this rain brought me a lot of surprises, so I plan to go out and find some materials. What are you looking for? Need help? Sophia asked immediately. When she found out that Abigail didn't seem to be at home, she had already planned to be entangled with Leon all day today. After all, this was a good opportunity. If you're fine, you can go together. Leon did not refuse. After all, it was not a private matter that he went out to see the situation of Moss. Then let's go together. Sophia stood up from the sofa and couldn't wait to urge Leon. Well, remember to hold an umbrella. You have to take a shower after getting your clothes wet. After Leon reminded Sophia, he also stood up and planned to go out. He left the room one by one with Sophia. Looking at Leon's empty hands, Sophia was stunned for a moment. He was about to remind Leon that he did not bring an umbrella, but immediately gave up the idea. He happily held the umbrella and planned to move closer to Leon. Leon, I'll hold an umbrella for you. No need, I don't need an umbrella. Leon stood first under the rain curtain. Under the characteristics of the sailor hat, the rainwater that should have fallen above Leon's head was twisted before it reached the top of its head, and automatically floated to both sides, perfectly avoiding Leon's body. It looks like Leon is holding an invisible umbrella on his head. The magic hat is amazing. Leon showed off to Sophia with a proud look on his face. Humph! But Sophia just snorted with a bitter face, then walked into the rain curtain with her umbrella, and turned her head away from looking at Leon. Leon thought Sophia was envious and jealous, so he immediately smiled and comforted, we will go to the coal forest together later. I will take you to meet the merchant who sold me this hat. Maybe you can buy one. I didn't say give it away. After all, Leon really doesn't have much balance now. I spent a lot of money to buy books yesterday. Now, Leon guesses that the number in the card is the most. 4-digit numbers, a sailor hat with 1000 G, this amount of money may not be able to be taken out. Moreover, Sophia is a little rich woman, so let Sophia do it herself. It's not that Leon is stingy, but that the financial strength is really not allowed for the time being. Sophia did not answer, but following Leon along the way could already show her meaning. Leon didn't say much, and took Sophia along the farm trail and heading towards the coal forest to the south. Although the sailor's hat can shelter from the rain, the muddy land on the ground that was soaked by the rain still caused some trouble to Leon, and the mud was a little sticky. Leon was wearing brute force and changed into rain boots. He didn't feel anything. Sophia felt a little struggling when she walked, and her steps became much stiffer. I'll help you go together. Leon stretched out his hand and suggested to Sophia that the land on the farm was covered with exposed soil and no grass was on tiptoe, so the feeling of walking was similar to walking in the swamp. If you leave the farm and enter the coal forest, you will get much better. This proposal made Sophia, who was already a little resentful, immediately felt energetic. She decisively grabbed Lion's arm, leaned over her upper body completely, and most of her body weight was pressing on Lion's body. Feeling the temperature and wonderful touch that was higher than himself, Leon took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and half-dragged Sophia towards the coal forest. After leaving the farm, Leon asked Sophia to let go. Although she was reluctant to leave, Sophia was still obedient, which made Leon feel much more relaxed. It's not that it's too laborious, but because of some special reasons, the separation is now, and this beautiful atmosphere is fading. The coal forest under the green rain curtain gave Leon a different feeling, exuding strong vitality everywhere. In the perception of forest magic, all the plants and trees in front of him were in an extremely active state. The entire forest seemed to be breathing, and while swallowing, the unrestrained vitality was like the whole forest came alive. Lion's forest magic resonated with the changes in these plants and trees at this moment. The vitality that had been absorbed to the limit by the body began to accelerate its integration, and more vitality that was different from the one contained in the rain poured into Lion's body from all directions. Chapter 753 Druid. Leon, there are so many squirrels. Seeing Leon looking around the coal forest, Sophia also turned her gaze around. She did not notice the changes in the grass, but the little squirrels standing on the grass and enjoying the raindrops falling on her body without any warning successfully attracted Sophia's attention. I said that this rain is a gift from nature. Although animals do not have the wisdom of humans, their instinct to seek good and avoid bad luck makes them understand the preciousness and significance of this rain better than humans. Leon also noticed this, not surprisingly. But there was also a smile on the corner of his mouth. This smile was not because of the joy of discovering the squirrel, but because of the special vitality given by the plants and trees just now. Forest magic seemed to have undergone a brand new change at that moment. Leon was not sure what happened, but he knew that forest magic had more extra abilities. For example, now he can keenly feel the emotions of those little squirrels, like mind-reading skills, or an emotional resonance. And in addition to reading, Leon felt that he should also have the ability to transmit. So Leon squatted on the ground and conveyed a feeling of love and kindness to the squirrel that was closest to him. The squirrel, who was still enjoying the rain, immediately turned his eyes to Leon, staring at Leon curiously with big smart eyes, and then he actually trotted over on all fours and jumped onto Lion's arm. Wow! Sophia was so proactive about this little squirrel whose hair was wet, but still couldn't hide her cuteness. Sophia was so surprised that she could hardly catch the umbrella. Now she just wanted to hold the little squirrel in her hand and rumble it around, especially its big tail. But before she could reach out, the squirrel decisively climbed up her shoulders along Lion's arm, hid behind Lion's left head, avoiding Sophia's sight and hands. Leon also read the fear and panic sent by the little squirrel. Obviously, Sophia scared it. However, in this case, the little squirrel did not run away, but chose to trust Leon to protect it and regard it as a support, which made Leon very happy. He finally felt like a magician now, although the identity of this magician was not traditional, but more like a druid. Originally, Leon wanted to persuade Sophia to restrain her movements so as not to scare the little guy to tremble, but seeing Sophia's longing eyes and the palm that was frozen in the air and in a dilemma, she still couldn't bear to break the girl's emotions. So Leon tried to comfort the frightened little squirrel and conveyed to him that Sophia did not threaten him, but was just a message of love. What surprised Leon was that the little squirrel seemed to understand Lion's comfort, no longer trembled, but instead stretched out his little head curiously and looked at Sophia. There was no feeling of panic in his expression of emotions. Seeing that it was effective, Leon continued to encourage the little squirrel. Finally, the little squirrel took the initiative to run to the other side of Sophia's shoulder, and waved his little paws at Sophia. Is it saying hello to me? Seeing the little squirrel who was frightened by him, Sophia looked at Leon in surprise and asked. Yes. As the translator, Leon naturally knew what the little squirrel meant. You can try to touch it now, but remember to move lighter. Yeah. Sophia nodded vigorously, then leaned back towards the little squirrel again, and her movements were very slow and gentle. Finally, under Sophia's uneasiness, her fingers successfully touched the little squirrel's head. Seeing that the little squirrel did not escape, but instead took the initiative to rub his finger with his head, Sophia's confidence increased greatly and spread her palms directly, as if she wanted the little squirrel to jump into her palms. This move made the little squirrel hesitate and turned his head to look at Leon. Seeing Lion's encouraging gaze and the security conveyed, the little squirrel finally jumped to Sophia's palm and scratched Sophia's palm with his little claws. Such an interesting performance, coupled with her cute appearance, almost made Sophia's heart cute, and she took the initiative to start combing the little squirrel's hair that was a bit messy due to the rain. The little squirrel obviously enjoyed Sophia's caress, lying on her back calmly in Sophia's hands, and adjusting her body posture from time to time so that Sophia can help it comb its hair more conveniently. Leon watched the scene with a smile, and took the umbrella from Sophia's hand to support it so that Sophia could use her other hand to interact with the little squirrel better. This loving scene lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before the little squirrel got up again, jumped onto Leon, then grabbed Lion's clothes and slipped to the ground, then shook his paws at Leon and left. Following the little squirrel's movement path, Leon noticed that on the branch of an oak tree, there was a big squirrel watching the two of them. After the little squirrel ran to the big squirrel, it was slapped with its claws, and then followed the big squirrel and disappeared. Leon, is that its mother? Sophia asked Leon reluctantly until the traces of the little squirrel completely disappeared. No, it's its father. Leon explained that besides the little squirrel, he also felt the emotions of the big squirrel. The kind of concerned but disgusting feeling was obviously the feeling of the old father. Of course, it was mainly because Lion's good vision saw the characteristic organs of the big squirrel. So, can I see it in the future? Sophia was not too worried about whether the big squirrel was male or female. What she cared about was whether she could see the cute little squirrel in the future. Yes, after all, they are all residents of the coal forest. Maybe next time you can bring some nuts like pine nuts and chestnuts, which should be able to attract this little thing on its own initiative. Leon comforted Sophia. But it is not entirely comforting. Although animals cannot distinguish between humans, they are very sensitive to the smell. After being in contact with Sophia for so long, the little squirrel should have remembered the unique smell on Sophia, coupled with the kindness expressed by Sophia, and the enjoyment and satisfaction that Leon exuded when Sophia caressed the little squirrel. Leon felt that if Sophia appeared in the coal forest next time with food, as long as the little squirrel was nearby, after smelling the scent of nuts and the smell of Sophia, he would not refuse to show up and get a free gift from a two-legged beast. After all, even if the animals in this world are not sons of the wilderness who can speak, they are just ordinary wild animals with a high level of intelligence, otherwise Leon would not be able to sense such obvious emotional fluctuations. Leon, do you know that you looked like a druid in a fairy tale? I know, it was because of you, that little squirrel, who was willing to contact me. The little squirrel left, and Sophia, who came to her senses, also remembered the main reasons that led to her interaction with the little squirrel. Can you accompany me next time I want to see it? No problem, as long as I have time. Leon did not refuse this request. He actually wanted to feel this experience of reading the animal's emotions again and conveying his own thoughts, because it was really fun. Chapter 754 Sophia's Hat. After saying goodbye to the little squirrel, Leon and Sophia continued to move forward and headed straight to the broken house in the southernmost part of the coal forest. By passing a thick oak tree, the broken house was right in front of me. A big mouse with a hat was lying on the windowsill, with silver-grey hair spotless, and a golden liquid residue on her curly mustache, as if she had just eaten honey. Seeing Lion's appearance, the hat mouse looked at the rainy curtain in a daze and looked at the dazed eyes instantly clear. She waved her fluffy claws and shook her towards Leon, and at the same time she casually glanced at Sophia beside Leon and stopped paying attention. Son of the forest, yours smells better. When Leon walked up to him, the mouse in the hat arched his nose and exclaimed. Maybe the forest magic has evolved. Leon explained, then pulled Sophia, who was hiding behind her but still couldn't hide her curious eyes, to her. This is my sister, Sophia, she is very interested in the magic hat you sell. Maybe you can take out the catalog you have here. The hat mouse looked at Sophia again, nodded at Sophia, then turned around and returned. He got inside the house and handed it to Sophia, but he had no intention of actively communicating throughout the whole process. Sophia was still staring at the hat mouse, her eyes full of caution. After all, this big mouse looked not scary at all. Instead, because of its smooth hair and cute big-faced plate, she was very moved. Seeing that Sophia was only staring at herself and did not take the directory, the hat mouse had a little confusion on her face, while Leon reached out to take the directory, and at the same time, he reminded Sophia in a low voice, Sophia, don't keep staring at others. This is very impolite. Sorry, You are so cute, Mr. Mouse. Sophia realized her rudeness and immediately apologized to the hat mouse. Strange human. The hat mouse tilted his head and looked at Sophia and complained. Leon thought Sophia's behavior was easy to understand. The girl didn't seem to have much resistance to the furry cute creatures. Although the hat mouse is a mouse, it is not the kind of thief with sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. Instead, it looks more like a silver layer with mouse characteristics, especially its claws and white gloves, which undoubtedly looks more cute. But there is a big difference between the son of the wild and the beast. Leon could not use his affinity to fool the hat mouse and willingly let Sophia get started. He had to force the catalog to Sophia and poke Sophia's shoulder with his elbow, indicating that she would focus on the selection of the hat. Sophia also restrained her gaze because of Lion's reminder, took the catalog and began to observe. After seeing that the price of each hat in the catalog was 4 digits, she didn't feel anything, but when she saw that each hat had special abilities, she immediately asked Leon. Are all the contents written in the directory true? Yes. Leon has also consumed it here and still has a say in it. Can I use it too? After all, I'm just an ordinary human. Sophia was still a little worried. After all, the hat may be magical, but if the special abilities contained in the hat require magic to activate it, it would be just an ordinary hat for her. Yes, the hat is very good, it can be used by humans. If there are cases, please feel free to buy it. The hat mouse explained immediately after hearing this. Then I want this. Hearing that Leon and the hat mouse said that ordinary people could use it, Sophia immediately put her finger on a pink cowboy hat and decided. Leon glanced at the catalog and saw the effect of the hat Sophia chose. Cowboy girl's hat. A female cowboy hat with diamonds can improve a certain level of reaction ability when worn and can exert slight deterrence on others. Price, 2000 G. The hat mouse also saw Sophia's choice, but was not in a hurry to take out the cowgirl's hat, but stretched out his white gloves to Sophia. Pay first. Leon helped translate the meaning of the hat mouse. I didn't bring that much money, can I swipe my card? Sophia took out her wallet, took out a black bank card and asked in the hat mouse. Yes. The hat mouse nodded, then took the bank card handed over by Sophia, got into the house and tinkered with it, then came back with the bank card and a cowgirl hat, and handed it to Sophia together. After getting the hat, Sophia immediately put it on top of her head, then pinched the pistol in her left hand and shot at Leon. Leon looked at Sophia with a doting face. If it weren't for the rain, he might have really cooperated with Sophia's actions and reacted to being shot. The effect of the hat was immediately effective. After wearing it, Leon felt a sense of oppression emerging from Sophia's body, which was very weak. In Lion's opinion, it could be completely ignored, but if it was facing some unknown strangers or beasts, it might be able to show a good effect. What a magical hat! After I put it on, I felt that everything around me slowed down a little. Sophia was experiencing the special effect of the cowgirl hat, which is the entry that improves reaction. At this moment, she clearly felt that everything in her vision was different from before. For example, the raindrops that were unable to see clearly before can clearly capture the trajectory of their dripping after wearing the hat. It's the effect of improving the reaction power. Leon explained. It's great, I still have to buy this feeling. After confirming that the hats here can indeed give me some special abilities, Sophia suddenly became interested and picked up the catalogue again and began to read the types of hats on it. I want this, this, and this. He chose 3 hats in a row and handed out his bank card without hesitation. Sophia looked at the hat mouse with anticipation, waiting for it to bring the hat he liked. The hat mouse's attitude towards Sophia is also visible and friendly to the naked eye. Although this human's previous gaze is a bit offensive, he looks really handsome when spending money. This is a high-quality customer. After taking away the bank card, a moment later, the mouse holding 3 hats with unique hats placed the hats on the windowsill in turn, signaling Sophia to inspect the goods. Although it is a hat, 2 of them are more like decorations. One is a big white bow, the name is the white bow. Its special effect is to enhance the favorability of people around you, so that the wearer can gain more attention and a kind attitude. Another decoration that doesn't look like a hat, it is a cat ear mounted on a headband and is equipped with a beard that can be glued to the cheeks, which can provide night vision. The last hat, the traditional princess hat in blue and purple, is decorated with complex lace, with a brim upturned, full of classical style. The effect of this hat is the most simple, it is a hat that can enhance the wearer's charm. As for how much charm it can enhance, Leon doesn't know. However, after Sophia brought her up, Leon felt that the increase was really large, because with the blessing of the princess hat, Leon, who had already become accustomed to Sophia's appearance, felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, which seemed to be a feeling of heartbeat. Chapter 755, The Rat Gentleman. She, for the princess hat, has the highest fit. This is a hat that suits her very well. Sophia under the princess hat not only surprised Leon, but also surprised the mouse in the hat. Fitness? Leon asked curiously as he listened to the hat mouse's statement. Everyone has the most suitable one, a hat, the magic, just like, customize it, usually, such a hat will be found again, suitable for the wearer, and then play, and maximize the effect. The hat mouse explained that obviously the long sentences have tested its proficiency in the common human terms, but it still makes it clear. Then can you help the customer choose the most suitable hat? Leon continued to ask. It was the first time he had heard this statement. If Sophia had not accidentally chosen this hat with a very high degree of fit this time, he would not have known that the hats in Hat Mouse had such hidden settings. The hat mouse shook his head. No, hat, choose the owner, I only sell hats. Do you know Olivande? Leon couldn't help asking when he heard the hat mouse's statement that he had a strong sense of déjà vu. No. The hat mouse looked at Leon in confusion, obviously not understanding why Leon felt that his name was related to him. It's okay, I'll just ask. Leon didn't explain much. Leon, am I very beautiful now? Sophia, who was standing by, kept observing Lion's expression when she put on the princess hat. When she saw that Lion's pupils obviously dilated, she was so proud. It's a pity that this very satisfying scene lasted for only a few seconds, and the guy Leon ran to chat with the hat mouse, which made her very annoyed. It looks pretty, but the clothes don't match. Leon then turned his head and looked at Sophia, nodded sincerely, and gave a small opinion. Do you think I should wear a puffy skirt? Sophia asked back. Leon couldn't help but imagine Sophia wearing a princess hat and a puffy skirt, and her face became strange in an instant. Because in my imagination, Sophia's outfit will not look very elegant and noble, but will look very childlike. From Lion's perspective, Sophia directly turned into the appearance of those little girls in the same outfit, but her face still maintained Sophia's appearance, and her size and figure were completely childlike. It's no wonder that Leon thought so. Although Sophia's face was delicate, her cheeks had some baby fat, her watery big eyes were smart but innocent. In addition, her unremarkable figure really looked a bit like a large loli. Maybe you can try Lolita-style fashion. Shaking his head and shook away these strange scenes, Leon changed his proposal. What is Lolita style? Sophia asked curiously when she heard this. I'll be unable to explain it for a while. I'll explain it next time. Since there is no reference in this world, Leon is hard to describe it, so he could only say perfunctory to Sophia. Actually, puffy skirts are good, but they still have to depend on yourself. The best outfit that suits your style is the best. I also think that compared to this hat, I still like this one more. Sophia nodded in agreement, then took off her princess hat and picked up the cowgirl hat. Obviously, this pink cowgirl hat was her favorite. As for the princess hat, Sophia was originally full of expectations for it, but when she saw that the effect was not as outstanding as she expected, she felt that it was just that. Give me another hat like this. Sophia, who had already bought 4 hats, did not end her consumption. When she saw Lion's chic look without an umbrella, she immediately spoke to the hat mouse. Good. The mouse in the hat had no ink traces and directly took out a sailor hat of the original form, or a rainproof hat, and the big yellow hat with an ugly brim made Sophia frown. Is this really the same hat as you? It's so ugly. Looking at the sailor hat and looking at the hat-shaped hat on Lion's head, Sophia didn't really believe that the 2 hats were the same. You can change the shape. Leon turned his head and thrust his mouth towards the position of the mouse in the hat and explained. The mouse of the hat also nodded in cooperation, then put his hand on the sailor's hat, and immediately transformed the original hat into a hat of the same style as Leon. Sophia's brows stretched out, she happily put the hat on her head and took back the umbrella. Seeing the raindrops really being separated when they were about to land on top of their heads, Sophia nodded with satisfaction. It's so interesting. Just like it. Leon said perfunctorily. I'm planning to buy a few hats. Leon, do you have any recommendations? Holding the brim of the sailor hat, Sophia felt a strong desire to buy again. After all, the magic hats here in the Hat Mouse are so interesting. When Leon heard this, he shook his head and signaled that he had no recommendations. Sophia spent about 1.5 WG to buy these hats, which is not a small amount, but Sophia did not have any changes in expression. Obviously, this money is not a big expense for her. This forced Leon to re-estimate Sophia's deposits, and he also wanted to get out the keg earlier and start the winemaking industry. Not to mention 1.5 WG now, it's hard to say whether 500G can be used. The difference between the rich and the poor of the brother and sister is ridiculous. Although Leon would not object, he would not agree, even though he did not object. You are just one head, and you can't bring all the hats to buy so many. Although these hats are indeed magical, most of them are not universal in scope. You can buy them for a fresh look, but you don't need to buy too many. Yes. Sophia restrained her desire to buy with ease, which made Hat Rat quite regretful. However, her income today was far beyond expectations, so Hat Rat did not look at Leon with an angry look. "Do you need these hats put on? Please trouble you, Mr. Mouse." Sophia thanked the mouse with hat. The hat mouse immediately started to find the exquisite box and packed all the hats Sophia bought. The little paws looked very flexible. In a moment, 4 gift boxes of different sizes but the same style were prepared. Finally, they put them together in a large craft paper shopping bag and handed them to Leon. Leon was speechless when facing the shopping bag handed over by the hat mouse, but he still took it, but he knew in his heart that the hat mouse seemed to have misunderstood something. Sophia was quite satisfied with the choice of hat mouse, and smiled and joked to Leon, "It seems that Mr. Mouse is still a gentleman who knows and understands the lady." Chapter 756 The Trash Guy. Leon, carrying a bag, left, because if he didn't leave, Sophia probably had to use the hat mouse's choice to run herself. For some reason, Sophia seems to have a certain degree of aggressiveness now. Although it has not been officially installed, it has already shown a little bit of signs, which makes Leon feel quite strange. Fortunately, this sign cannot be extinguished, and it should be easy to solve if it is treated coldly. "Where are you going now?" Sophia, who finally caught up with Leon, walked side by side with Leon and asked at the same time. "Go and check out my crab cage." Leon replied that he had slept for too long yesterday. He originally planned to wake up at night and go to see the crab cage, but it was the second day after opening his eyes. However, it is no problem to retrieve the crab cage now. The shrimp, crab, and mussels caught in the crab cage should not die, probably. When I arrived next to the lake and followed my memories of yesterday, Leon quickly found the copper cone with the crab cage fixed. It was still intact in the soil on the shore, and even the land soaked in the rain did not let it relax at all. Pull out the copper cone and pull the first crab cage out of the water with a cable. It was quite relaxing at first, but when the crab cage came out of the water, the crab cage that lost its buoyancy blessing suddenly became much heavier. As the crab cage was gradually pulled up, the small gaps on the 4 walls of the crab cage that were separated from the water began to discharge excess water, and it felt lighter and lighter. When the crab cage was completely lifted to the shore, although it had not been opened, I had heard some friction and fluttering movements coming from inside. The lid of the crab cage was lifted, and the situation inside was clear. 2 crayfish with fangs and claws occupied both sides of the crab cage in a horn-like manner. In the middle, there were several slender spiral corn snails lying quietly in the cage. On the inner wall of the cage, there was a dark green snail lying on it. This plural harvest surprised Leon. He thought that only one captured creature would exist in a cage. Now it seems that the reality is not as rigid as in the game. When Leon was looking at the harvest in the crab cage, Sophia naturally came over to check it out curiously. Because the cage was not big, she had to get close to her if she wanted to see it clearly. After noticing that Leon, who was close to Sophia, looked up and prepared to pull out the next crab cage, but her head hit Sophia's chin that was poking over. "Ouch!" Sophia screamed, then covered her chin and looked at Leon with a grievance. Leon also touched his forehead and calmed down Sophia's scalp that was slightly tingling after the impact of her chin. "Are you okay?" Fortunately, Lion's head was quite hard, and the sting lasted for a while and then faded away. However, thinking about the situation just now, Leon was still worried that Sophia was not paying attention to being hit too hard by herself, and accidentally bit her tongue. "It's okay." Although Sophia was already tearful, she still stubbornly expressed her strength, but now her expression was not convincing at all. "Fortunately, I didn't hurt the vital position. If I want to see it, I will just say it. It's easy to get hurt if I come over quietly." Leon sighed, then he stepped forward and stroked Sophia's cheek, and then signaled her to open her mouth. Seeing that there were no bite marks on her little tongue and no bleeding from her gums, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lion's intimate examination and concerned eyes, Sophia felt that it was not so painful, but considering the unrestrained disaster that she encountered during her recklessness, she still obediently chose to apologize. "I'm sorry, I just want to see what's going on inside the crab cage." "Hey!" Leon lifted the crab cage and tilted the cage to Sophia so that she could see the situation inside better. When she discovered 2 or 3 kittens and 3 puppies inside, Sophia instantly felt that it was obviously unpaid for her to suffer a heavy blow for this. It is a good thing to be curious, but you should also pay attention to protecting yourself. Seeing Sophia's aggrieved look, Leon reminded him with a feeling of distress and amusement. This was something that others had advised him before, but now it was his turn to say it, which was quite interesting. Sophia didn't say anything, but just looked at Leon blankly, feeling like a child was standing in the corner and waiting for his parents to punish him. Seeing Sophia like this, Leon scratched his head, then changed the subject and said, "Do you want to try carrying a crab cage?" "Yeah." Sophia thought Leon would teach her next class, but she didn't expect that Leon would skip this topic and breathe a sigh of relief, and joined the crab cage activity. In fact, there are not many crab cages placed in Leon, and it is obvious that the bait in the crab cage is not very popular, so except for the moment when the water comes out, each crab cage seems to be a little heavy, and when the water inside leaks, the harvest inside is not very rich. I collected the remaining 9 cages with Sophia, and the first one was harvested, and there were only about 20 crayfish. There were quite a lot of corn snails, but these freshwater snails as thick as small fingers did not have much snail meat. There are also many snails, but Leon has no idea how to start with this kind of ingredients, because there is no matching recipe in his menu. Although I have heard of the famous dish of French snails, I remember that the large number of parasites and other elementary school creatures contained in the snails are not right. They should be natural knowledge, and Leon keeps away from it. Fortunately, Lion's original intention was not for these freshwater creatures. What really made Leon care about was the various garbage that was caught in the crab cage due to the water flow in the cage. The tattered twigs, grey garbage, broken glasses frames, plastic beverage bottles, and wine bottles made of glass. It is much richer than the types of garbage in the game, but not all of them can be put into the recycling machine, but it is still an unknown number. "Leon, why are you staring at these garbage in a daze?" Sophia asked in confusion as she looked at the crayfish, corn snails, and snails without looking at them, but instead stared at the pile of garbage that was annoying when she looked at them. "Because I'm considering turning waste into treasure," Leon explained, and then directly put all the garbage into the system backpack. Although it was buried, after entering the system backpack, all types of garbage occupied a storage lattice in an orderly manner, and Leon didn't need to get started directly. Do you want to experience the life of a homeless man? Sophia's expression became very strange when she heard that Leon was really interested in garbage and wanted to explore the value of it. This is called redistribution of waste resources, and don't underestimate the homeless. Some homeless people may have much more terrifying wealth than you and me combined. Leon spoke to Sophia seriously, and it is hard to say whether Sophia believes it or not. Chapter 757 Prejudice. After collecting the garbage, lions did not let go of those freshwater creatures. After all, they were caught in their own crab cages. The price may not be too high, but no matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still meat. Lions, who are short of money, will naturally not let go of any opportunity to make money. After collecting the output of this batch of crab cages, Leon once again put bait in the crab cage. This time the bait did not choose the bait for fishing, but replaced it with another new thing that Leon was reluctant to take back. That is the snail with a hard shell crushed. Although the method is a bit cruel, Leon thinks that the temptation of these snails should be much more reliable than dough. Moreover, Leon really doesn't want snails. It can be regarded as waste to use them as bait. Originally, Leon was worried that Sophia would deny her lack of love because of her own operations, but seeing Sophia just disgusted, she asked Leon to wash his hands several times and wash the mucus left behind the snail corpse on his hands, but she did not stand on the moral high ground to condemn Leon's idea of condemning Leon. It really made Leon breathe a sigh of relief. Sensibility is a woman's innate personality trait. Leon can understand it, but he doesn't respect anyone who used this as an excuse to morally kidnap. Sophia has no such bad habit, which is definitely a good thing for Leon to celebrate. What are you going to do next? Are you going to prepare for lunch? After Leon put the crab cage, Sophia couldn't wait to ask. Don't you go back? Leon looked at Sophia and complained. Since this girl came here in the morning, she seemed to be determined to pester herself. You forgot that my clothes are still at your house. Sophia reminded, or I'll go back now, dry the clothes I've changed before giving them to me. It's not impossible. Leon nodded and echoed. He had already washed and dried Abigail's clothes many times, and Sophia was not much more. No, I think you might do something strange about my clothes. Sophia blushed and crossed her hands on her chest and refused. Haha. Leon sneered and glanced at some of Sophia's characteristic positions, making Sophia jump straight into anger. Leon didn't say anything, but it seemed like he said everything. This was too rude. Although her size is not as exaggerated as Abigail, at least Abigail's underwear will not look loose when worn on her. This is enough to prove that she is still a little capital. Why does it seem so insignificant when she comes to Leon? Fortunately, Leon also knew that the joke needed to be stopped, so he skipped the topic and asked, "Then let's have a meal together at noon. What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat spicy crayfish." Thinking of the crayfish that Leon had just caught, Sophia immediately replied. This is not enough to eat. There are more than 20 crayfish, but they only need to cut off their heads and tails. Not to mention eating enough, they may even feel that there is too little meat between their teeth. It doesn't matter, Gus receives a lot of crayfish every day, so we can ask him to sell it to me a little. Sophia gave a solution. Then do you know the price? This is indeed a solution, but Leon is still very concerned about the price. I don't know, but it shouldn't be more expensive than a hat. I'll buy it. Sophia replied indifferently. No matter how much crayfish cost, she didn't care, she was not short of money. Then I'll leave it to you. Who makes you want to eat? But before that, we have to go back first. Leon agreed to Sophia's decision. As long as he doesn't let himself spend money and become an agent chef, he has no objection at all. He also happens to want to eat some spicy food in this kind of weather to remove the moisture. Perhaps in addition to crayfish, you can also add a hot pot at noon. The beef and tuna in the refrigerator have not been eaten yet. A lot of ordinary mushrooms produced in the cave have been stored. Cut some fresh vegetables, and a hot pot meal is completely enough. Go back? You won't really be thinking about something strange, right? Hearing that Leon wanted to go back so much, and was planning to send himself to buy crayfish, Sophia looked at Leon suspiciously, with a look of disgust, expectation, and a little contempt. You are with me, you are no longer a child, you are not a child, you can handle your own clothes. Leon rolled his eyes and found that since he recognized this fucking sister, Sophia's attitude towards him became more and more casual, and her way of thinking became more and more strange. However, it was a good thing that I never saw Sophia having a sad face on her face, or she was in a daze from time to time, and exuding a sad aura. Oh. Hearing Lion's answer, Sophia nodded in disappointment, and then returned to the farm with Leon. Robin. As soon as he returned to the farm, Leon saw Robin standing in a conservative swimsuit in the rain, waving his hammer to fill the frame of the cattle shed. Leon, you're back. Seeing that Leon and Sophia had no umbrellas, but there were no signs of wet on their bodies, Robin was surprised. Where did you buy the hats that can actually have such a good rain shelter? This is a magic item. But you actually thought of working in the rain in a swimsuit. There is no need to work like this. After all, it is not so bad for this day. Leon did not cover up the magic of the sailor's hat, but instead expressed his confusion about Robin's positive working attitude. Anyone who has worked in the construction site knows that except for the water, electricity, woodworking workers who work indoors, other types of jobs are on vacation by default on rainy days. It is logical that Robin, a versatile talent, shouldn't have worked in a swimsuit in the rain. Not only is it unsafe, but it also makes Leon feel guilty, making him like an evil capitalist who oppresses workers and should be hanged on street lights. Actually, I planned to take a break, but Sophia told Gus that the rain was not harmful, but would bring a lot of benefits. Gus called door to door to inform him about this, and I planned to find an excuse to come out and get wet. Why do you need to make excuses? Leon asked back. Since he knew that rain is safe and getting wet is good, why do he need excuses to go out? Demetrius said the rain was strange. Although the test results showed that there was no harmful substances in the rain, he was very distrustful of the statement that the rain contained vitality. So I don't plan to listen to your opinion and let my family get a drop of rain, but in fact, I secretly tried it and found that after the rain fell on my body, it actually relieved my shoulder pain before. I knew you were right, and of course I had to find an excuse to run out and get wet more rain. After Robin finished speaking, he performed a muscle-showing posture, showing off his tough muscles like a toned athlete and showed off, I don't feel that good now. The fatigue and hidden injuries on his body seemed to have been eliminated. Demetrius really missed a natural miracle. Leon smiled and said nothing, not caring about Demetrius's point of view. Perhaps it is because science and metaphysics are opposed to me, or simply not believing in yourself, but there is no difference in the result. For example, people know whether the effect of rain is as Leon said, Robin is the best prover. As for Demetrius, who missed this rain of life because of prejudice, Noang actually doesn't feel sorry for it. After all, this is his own choice. Chapter 758 I Have Money. Thank you for your hard work, have lunch together. Since Robin is so rewarding on rainy days, Leon naturally wants to invite her to have lunch together. Okay. Robin happily accepted Lion's invitation, then looked at Sophia, and blinked at Leon again, then I'll bother you. Leon ignored Robin's strange eyes. The clear ones are clear. Some things do not need to be explained, and he has a clear conscience. After a brief chat with Robin, Leon and Sophia returned to the house. After returning, Leon took the umbrella that Sophia held when she came over at the door, took the umbrella and came back to Robin with the umbrella, handing over his sailor hat. Rainwater has a limit to the benefits of the body, and getting wet too much will not help you anymore. Wearing this hat can help you shelter from the rain. Thank you. Robin put his hat on his head and noticed that the rain was isolated. He immediately nodded at Leon with a smile and joked, I now understand why you and Dmitri can't get along with each other. You are good at science and the other is good at magic, and you are born to be inconsistent. It's just that my personality is incompatible. Leon shook his head and complained. Not all scientists resist occultism, and occultism users will not ignore the stubborn old antiques of scientific development and application. He and Demetrius are just getting tired of each other. Leave the sailor's hat to Robin. Leon returned to the house with an umbrella, and could not see Sophia's traces, but there could be quite a bit of noise in the bathroom. It seemed that Sophia had already started to pack up the clothes she had changed. Without ink traces, Leon began to prepare. Although the crayfish had not been bought yet, the base of the hot pot and the ingredients of the hot pot can be prepared in advance. While boiling fresh butter, Leon has no time to wash ordinary mushrooms, slice beef rolls, and cut potato slices. 10 minutes later, Sophia came out of the bathroom, and her clothes had changed to the one she wore when she came here in the morning, which made Leon unable to help but ask. Have the clothes dried? Well, I've done it. You have such magical props at home. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Sophia actually didn't expect that she took out the clothes from the washing machine, intending to manually twist it to remove most of the moisture, and then take it out to hang it upstairs, but when she was twisting clothes in the bathroom, she noticed a laundry basket with a quick-drying label. She tried to throw the wet clothes into it. She watched the clothes automatically start to evaporate a lot of moisture in the basket. It only takes a few breaths to make a wet clothes dry and not leave any wrinkles. While drying quickly, it comes with an ironing effect. I don't know if you don't say it. It should be Abigail left behind. Leon was a little confused when he heard this, but he still understood what Sophia said. After all, if it comes to magic props, I don't know about it, so it can only be Abigail. Abigail? Is she a magician? Sophia looked at Leon in surprise and asked back. Well, but their female spellcasters are generally called witches. Leon did not hide it either. After all, Sophia is now considered her own person and has experienced a lot of supernatural situations, so naturally there is no need to worry that she can't accept it. No wonder you can come together. Thinking of Lion's magic and now knowing the special nature hidden by Abigail, Sophia's mood suddenly became depressed. Compared to these two guys who each had magical abilities, she seemed too ordinary. The original fighting spirit was even more crowd-created. After all, fighting with a witch who mastered magic is completely different from fighting with an ordinary town girl who takes the lead. Sophia feels that her winning rate has dropped to the bottom and she can't see any hope at all. It's not because Abigail is a witch that we are together, Leon explained while patting Sophia's head. And even if we are not ordinary people, we will not have any strange views or barriers towards you. After all, you are my sister, and you are not an ordinary person. But I don't know how to magic. Sophia raised her head and looked at Lion's aggrieved answer. Did you forget the star fruit you ate? Leon reminded. You mean I can let grapes ignore seasonal growth and steadily improve grape yield and quality? This is not cool at all, Sophia complained. But it's very useful. Don't you know how powerful this ability is for a farmer? Moreover, the star fruit does not only give you special abilities, but also has a comprehensive improvement in physical fitness. You are not an ordinary person. Not to mention that you only ate one star fruit. If your body does not resist the intake of star fruit, you should be able to continue eating. Perhaps as you eat, you will become a master? Leon comforted Sophia. Really? Sophia was excited when she heard this. Really, but if you find the second star fruit, don't rush to eat it. At least you have to come to see me and let me confirm your condition and then consider using it. Do you understand? Leon reminded Sophia. Although the star fruit can give the eater special abilities and improve the eater's physical fitness, it has its limits. Forced consumption against the bodies will exceed the upper limit of your ability to absorb. The fruits will not be too beautiful, they will explode. Well, then I'll find a way to collect the fruits of the stars in the future. Sophia nodded and decided. Don't worry, you're still young, there are opportunities in the future. Leon continued to stroke Sophia's head and comforted her. There are many star fruits in this world. Leon thinks that with Sophia's financial resources and relationship with the Far Travel Chamber of Commerce, it should not be difficult to get the second or even the third star fruit. The most urgent thing is to prepare lunch now. Do you have a driver's license? If so, you can drive my pickup truck and go to Gus to buy the crayfish back. Pulling the topic back to reality, Leon asked Sophia. Of course, I still have a car, but I just stayed in the suburbs of Grampton. Scarlett's hands, you can feel at ease to hand over the keys to me. Because of Lion's comfort, Sophia returned to her full vitality at this moment, and promised to Leon with a proud look on her face. The key is in the key box at the door. This is my card. Remember to buy more crayfish from Gus. It's more than two of us to have dinner at noon. Leon handed out his gold card and pointed to a small box on the shoe cabinet at the entrance of the door. No, I have money. Sophia ignored the gold card handed over by Leon, ran to the shoe cabinet and took the key to the beast's pickup, and left the house with a sailor's hat. Chapter 759. After Sophia left, Leon was still busy. When Leon was about to prepare, Sophia also came back with a bag. I've spent so long, are you chatting with Gus? Leon asked, looking at Sophia who entered the door. The time to prepare hot pot is quite long. Leon has to deal with too much stuff and has to boil the base, so it took more than an hour. Sophia drove there. Not to mention driving for the past hour, she walked back and forth. Well, I mainly dealt with crayfish with Gus, which can help you reduce a lot of work. Sophia raised the bag in her hand. The crayfish inside were pinched and removed from the tail, and were cleaned very clean, so she could be put into the pot directly. You asked Gus for help. Although I was very happy that I could be lazy, Leon felt a little ashamed when he thought that Gus was pulled out of strength. I guess Gus is definitely not helpful because of Sophia's relationship with him. Although Gus doesn't care, Leon is a little embarrassed. Actually, it was Gus himself who proposed it, and we also need to pay it. Sophia shook her head and explained to Leon, reward is the recipe for spicy crayfish. Gus said you should not refuse this deal. Of course not. Leon instantly understood what Gus meant. What should I say but not, Gus has a good personality and a high emotional intelligence. He uses a recipe that can be obtained without any bargaining chips as an excuse to help. It not only avoids Lion's feeling of causing trouble for him, but also allows him to obtain the special formula that Leon has mastered with peace of mind. Neither side feels that he is in debt, which is a perfect way to deal with it. You put the lobster in the basket first and I'll get something else. After giving Sophia a hand, Leon went to find paper and pen. Then, based on his cooking experience, Leon wrote a piece of the specific ingredients needed for cooking a lobster tail with a kilogram portion of the lobster tail on paper, as well as the specific operating procedures and cooking utensils. In terms of ingredients, it is also measured in the exact number of grams, not the words commonly used by traditional chefs, such as slight, a little, or appropriate amount, which can make people confused. A recipe for spicy crayfish is completed. Although some details are difficult to display in words and data, Leon believes that Gus should be able to solve the problem with his own chef experience. It is really not possible that he will go over and communicate with Gus in person. Is this the recipe for spicy crayfish? The finished recipe was stuffed into Sophia's hands by Leon. Sophia knew that she was a delivery man, but this did not prevent her from having a sneak peek. Well, if you want to make more of the portion of the ingredients, just wait for the proportion to increase the amount of the ingredients. If you want to eat it in the future, you can try it at home. Leon didn't think about this recipe at all. Sophia didn't think about it. Sophia didn't say that it was a recipe. If you want to learn, Leon could even teach it step by step. No, I want to eat it. I can come to you directly with the ingredients, right, brother? Sophia immediately folded the recipe and put it away, and then joked at Leon happily. Of course. Leon smiled and agreed to this idea. There was no way, so who asked Sophia to call him brother? Let's go, set up a fire, prepare to make crayfish. Looking at the crayfish that had been washed by Sophia, Leon went out with a basket. Then Leon took out the large iron pot and rack fire pit that Clint made last time, and placed it under the eaves to start cooking. Even though the rain outside kept falling, it could not hide the spicy taste of the already red crayfish, which directly attracted Robin. It seems like a new dish. I like this stimulating taste so much. Robin, who came under the eaves, sighed. The crayfish made by Leon is super delicious. Sophia praised. I know that I recognize Lion's cooking skills. Robin echoed with great support. A wife and a girl's flattery. It didn't make Leon feel floating, it just felt noisy. The ventilation is not very good on rainy days. The heat in the pot flutters over his face and is mixed with capsaicin. Lion's eyes are a little painful. Now he just wants to fry it quickly and cover it with the lid. Thinking about the humid weather, I added more peppers to remove moisture, but the first victim was actually myself. Sure enough, you should not have the intention to harm others. Fortunately, it was almost done, so I covered the pot and waited to collect the juice. The remaining unburned wood will not be wasted. Put a new pot on it and pour beef bone soup and fried base ingredients into it, so that the base heat of the hot pot can be gathered. It just has to be eaten under the eaves, but it is actually okay. It appreciates the rain and the slightly moist cool breeze, which is in line with the atmosphere of hot pot. Food meals. The work was almost done, the hot pot had been set up, and the crayfish was ready to be put on. Leon brought a small table from the house and called Robin and Sophia to sit down. Sophia has been eating chopsticks for tableware selection many times and has learned how to use chopsticks in real life. Robin himself deals with various tools, and wood is an indispensable part of life. He has a quick grasp of chopsticks, and there is no interesting scene where foreigners can't figure out the hands and feet of chopsticks. You. As soon as he spoke, Robin noticed that Sophia actually put the shrimp tails peeled off the shrimp shells in Lion's bowl, and couldn't help it. If she remembered correctly, Lion's girlfriend was Abigail. Although she had not seen Abigail's trace in the past 2 days, she should have gone on a long journey, but Sophia's performance was obviously not right. Sophia is my sister. Leon certainly understood what Robin was thinking and explained immediately. The reason why he didn't explain before was because it was unnecessary. Now, if he doesn't explain, he is worried that Robin will gossip about his image outside. Is Sophia your sister? Robin was shocked. Although Leon and Sophia were both handsome men and beautiful women, there were obvious differences in facial features, not to mention that their surnames and family backgrounds were completely different. After all, Sophia was also from Pelican's Town before, and Robin also knew her parents. Why didn't she know that Robert had a relationship with Alice and Lion's grandfather? I recognize my sister, no blood relationship. Leon explained again. Oh. Robin suddenly realized, then looked at Leon, then looked at Sophia, silently raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything more. He just looked at the nose, and quietly enjoyed the hot lunch. Not to mention, this beef roll is quite tender. Chapter 760 Transaction Restrictions. After lunch, the three of them basically had a round belly. After wiping the sweat beads from the scorching forehead, Robin stood up and started to clean up the table. Sophia also joined in, saving Leon a lot of work. However, Leon was not idle either. Before finding the built recycling machine, he threw a glass wine bottle in the feed port that Leon was not sure whether the recycling machine could accommodate. This was the same garbage that was not a recycling machine recycling category as before, and fell into the recycling machine along the feed port. With the red light that began to flash, the entire recycling machine began to shake gently, and the sound of gear friction was also heard inside the machine. Originally, Leon thought the process might last for a while and was preparing to watch it again afterwards, but from the time the garbage was put into the recycling machine returned to calm and the green light was on, it took only 10 seconds. It's quite fast. confirm that the recycling machine had completed a job, Leon opened the storage drawer for storage and recycling below the machine, which was placed in it with a glass plate the size of a note paper. I originally thought it was just for the convenience of storage, so when the reduced glass plate in the storage drawer was taken out, it did not become larger. It was still so small. At the same time, the color of the glass also showed a light green, the same color as the glass bottle, but the transparency was higher. There is no systematic prompt when touching, proving that this piece of glass does not belong to a special item or a system-approved material. It is just ordinary glass, the same ingredients as the food purchased by Leon at the Hoja supermarket, and cannot be used in the formula in the system's manufacturing panel. It's not as good as a glass bottle. Leon couldn't help but complain, after all, this glass is too small and not purely transparent. Leon could not imagine its application range. It can be sold as recyclable garbage for secondary use, but this glass may be worth much larger. It's equivalent to recycling a loneliness. However, the recycling was recycled, and Leon could not throw it away. After putting it in his backpack, he took out a plastic beverage bottle and threw it into the recycling machine. The recycling time was shorter than before. The recycling machine took only 5 seconds to light up the green light. When I opened the storage drawer, the materials I had finally found some insight. The plastic beverage bottle is actually a ball of sap. It is the thick yellow mucus-like material harvested by cutting trees. It can be used to make basic materials for formulas such as fertilizers, but it is quite large. Putting this ball of sap into the system backpack should be considered as 5 drops of sap from a standard unit. It can make 2 portions of fertilizer and still have a surplus drop. The result of this recycling is good, at least it is an available item, which makes Lion's recycling there is more expectation and tolerance in the machine. Immediately afterwards, Leon threw a broken glasses frame inward, and the recycling time this time became much. He stood by the recycling machine and waited for more than a minute. Leon did not see the green light on the recycling machine. He waited patiently for another 2 minutes, but he still did not see the recycling machine finishing work. "What are you doing here?" Sophia, who had washed the pots and pans over there, saw Leon squatting in front of a strange machine, came over to ask curiously. "Do you remember the garbage I took away before? This machine can convert this garbage into useful materials." I was idle, and Sophia happened to come over, and Leon started chatting with Sophia. "Can those garbage recycle anything good?" Sophia asked. "I'm not sure yet, there are too few samples. By the way, do you think this piece of glass is of use?" Leon didn't know how to answer when he heard this. The 2 items he chose to recycle were not the main business of the recycling machine, and the results were beyond Lion's expectations. So Leon is not sure about the situation of the recycling machine now. This is just an ordinary piece of glass, but the size and color are very suitable for making crafts, and they should have some value. Sophia took the small piece of glass and looked around. She found that the edges of the glass were smooth and could not be scratched. The overall area was not large, but the thickness was 2 centimeters, which gave a lot of room for operation. When the time comes, throw the cargo box and see the purchase price of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Leon decided. After all, except for this channel, he didn't know how to deal with this piece of glass, so he couldn't lose it. And Leon did not have the ability to make handicrafts as Sophia said. Yet, Sophia did not have the skill to deal with glass products, so she did not intercept the glass. After returning the glass to Leon, she turned to the recycling machine. The green light is on. Does it mean that it is completed? Yeah. Leon nodded, then opened the storage drawer, and a metal ingot that was shining with pink and purple was lying quietly inside, slender and thin. Refined quartz, but the recycling effect is the same as what I remember. The refined quartz in the damaged glasses frame recycling area is a fixed recycling result in the game. Like the damaged CD, there are no fixed items, while pure garbage and driftwood-soaked newspapers are produced with multiple results. However, refined quartz is a good thing. For Leon, the result this time is very good. At least it proves that there is no problem with the recycling machine. It is just that the garbage that is not in the game is a bit unexpected. So beautiful, Leon, what is this? Sophia asked. Refined quartz, the things smelted from quartz in the furnace have a wide range of uses. It was my heart before, so Sophia didn't hear that this time Leon was simply popular science. What is it used to recycle? Sophia recalled the garbage taken away by Leon in the morning, and could not guess which kind of garbage could extract this kind of thing. That broken glasses frame, Leon added. Ah! Sophia was really surprised. After all, the style of the glasses frame is just an ordinary glasses frame, and it lacks a bracket leg, which is completely unequal to the size of this piece of refined quartz. Recycling is a useful part to extract, but I have never seen a case where the recycled items have a larger density and volume than the recycled items. This is unscientific. It's amazing, Leon said with a smile. Then this machine must be very troublesome to make. Sophia's reaction to this unscientific machine is that the result of mystery should be involved. That's not, but this kind of machine has limitations, that is, I can only use it myself. Leon probably guessed Sophia's idea. She was very interested in the recycling machine. Unfortunately, this thing was given to Leon, and Sophia couldn't use it either. Because this playboy is bound to yourself, you can use it yourself if you make it, but it cannot be sold or given away. This is true for most of the system's formulas. Except for common items such as fertilizers, metal ingots, cooking dishes, and other common items, most craftsman creations cannot be sold. This is a special mark in the recipe in the production column, including the crab cages that can be sold in the game, which is also untradeable in reality. Otherwise, Leon would have been able to make a fortune by making crab cages and reselling them. Chapter 761 It is impossible to lie flat. So, magic is really selfish. Sophia complained in disappointment when she heard this. I also thought of the reason why all kinds of things in human society are driven by technology, but I can't see magical objects. Not, it's just that my situation is special. Leon explained that Sophia's words were a bit suspicious of a map gun. For her sake, Leon still needs to make it clear. The reason why ordinary people cannot access magical items is unnecessary. After all, magical creations often have preconditions for use or require some materials that ordinary people cannot access to as driving restrictions. But if you have money and channels, it is not impossible to get it. But for many people, the efforts to buy magic items are not proportional to the rewards. Different systems are used to serve Leon, and only Leon and farms will be considered. After all, the formula and production provided by the system are indeed very good. It is also necessary to have some restrictions, otherwise it will not be the farmer system, but the craftsman system. All the conveniences provided by the system are prepared to help Leon better develop and build farms, and the development of the farm is the core. Otherwise, the system would not receive a letter from my grandfather again, and it would only be activated after officially taking over the farm after coming to Stardew Valley. That's it. Sophia thought of the automatic drying blue clothes she had seen in the bathroom before. The one she had not restricted herself from using, and immediately figured it out. After all, what I said before was a bit too much. If you want to talk about magical items, she actually has them, such as the shipping box placed in her vineyard. Basically, every farm or manor with a large scale will be installed with magic props that can be shipped without leaving home. This is also a proof of the popularization of magical creations, although it is only targeted popularization. Okay, don't think so much. If you really get in touch with magic items, you will find that what you can use is not as useful as technological creations most of the time. Leon is very sure about this. He is also a person he often comes into contact with. Rasmides, the guardian magician, not to mention that Abigail, the person next to him, is a disciple of Rasmides. Leon knows very well that many ordinary people cannot know. The development of this world is limited by actual conditions, resulting in many deviation problems. For example, technology benefits the lives of ordinary people, and magic, the basic scope of application, is related to resisting the threat of monsters. Ordinary people can live safely in cities, towns, and other areas because they have explorers, magicians and other extraordinary people behind them are silently guarding them. If you really want to count it, the use of magical items is actually beneficial to the people. However, compared with the technological creations in life, magic benefits the safety of ordinary people. Magic and technology are each performing their own duties. If you don't talk about these things that make people think of headaches, the general trend is the case. We ordinary people should not consider these things. If you are fine in the afternoon, go back early. Leon took the initiative to end the topic and persuaded Sophia to withdraw. If Sophia had been following her, she might not be able to yawn in the afternoon. Because in the afternoon, Leon was going out to see the moss growing on the trees in the wild, and began to prepare to collect these rain of life. This new material that only appears in special weather, Leon doesn't know how much of the subsequent unlocked formulas account for, so he has to prepare a large amount of moss in advance for strategic reserves. Leon doesn't believe that moss only replaces the formula for growth hormone and advanced bait, and there should be more scope of application. Who knows if the day will be sunny tomorrow? Will these mosses wither quickly in the summer sun, causing Leon to lose this opportunity to have a large amount of reserves? But I don't want to go back. Sophia pouted and retorted, when I go back, I'll watch TV, games, and comics. I'm going out to harvest and collect moss in the afternoon. I have to run around in the rain and step on the mud, Leon explained. It's okay, I can do it too. Sophia promised immediately. No. Leon refused with a straight face, it's not safe, the road is slippery on rainy days, and I may have to go to some more dangerous areas, such as the edge forest and the northern foothills. There are cliffs on the edge of these places. If you slip by a foot, you will lose people. I can't let you take risks. Then you are not in danger. If two people are together, if one of them is accidental, the other person can ask for help. Sophia retorted dissatisfiedly. Can you compare with me? Leon rolled his eyes at Sophia, then showed off his strong muscle mass. As long as you are obedient, go back early to rest, and help me deliver the recipe for spicy crayfish to Gus. Sophia wanted to resist, but when she saw Leon frowning, she finally nodded obediently and refused to resist. Next time the weather is good and the road conditions are good, you will never stop you if you want to follow me. Today's weather is really unsafe. Be good. Go back and lie on the sofa, make a cup of hot tea and prepare some snacks to watch TV and play games, and you are no more comfortable than running around while walking on the mud. When Leon saw Sophia compromise, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him. You can do this too. Sophia felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. After all, the danger to herself is actually the same for Leon. I can't do it. I still have to work. Wealth is not free yet. Leon shook his head and explained. As soon as the words "I can" were said, Sophia paused. She originally wanted to say that she could raise Leon, but it seemed a bit strange to say it, and it could easily destroy the relationship and atmosphere between the two. Sophia was not stupid, but she didn't want to encounter such unnecessary embarrassment. Go back, be careful. Sophia only said half of the words, but Leon guessed the meaning he wanted to express, but Leon just pretended not to hear it. He was not resistant to having a soft meal, but he didn't want to lie down so early. The pace of life is quite good now, and it is very interesting. Run your own farm, improve your skills, and earn a lot of money by relying on your own efforts and struggles. This kind of life is the fulfilling life that Leon wants. It is rare to come to Stardew Valley and own his own industry. If you don't make any achievements, Leon himself cannot forgive himself. This is an attitude towards life and a pursuit of self-worth. At least Leon is still not tired of this busy but fulfilling life. Maybe one day I really lost the urge to struggle and chose to lie flat. Leon would consider making a soft meal, but would not rely on Sophia. After all, I have a more luxurious queen-level partner here, and that's what they really are, rich and powerful. Chapter 762 Special Gift. After saying goodbye to Sophia, Leon sent him out of the farm. Looking at Leon holding an umbrella, Sophia snatched the umbrella from Lion's hand, and then put the sailor hat on the top of his head on Lion's head. Anyway, I won't go out even if I go back. I will leave this magical hat that can shelter from the rain for you. In this way, you don't need to be busy while holding an umbrella, but the hat is only temporarily lent to you, so you must pay it back. Sophia reminded Leon with a smile. Okay. Leon also laughed and accepted Sophia's kindness. Let's go, you must be careful. I don't want to see you in a mess in the hospital. Sophia, holding an umbrella, warned Leon, then gave Leon a big hug, and then left the farm with brisk steps. This girl. Watching Sophia's back disappear into the rain, Leon shrugged his shoulder and sighed, then turned around and returned to the house. Continue to throw the driftwood and garbage in the bag into the recycling machine. After harvesting a piece of wood and a piece of coal, Leon sorted out the things in the backpack, put part of them in the treasure chest for storage, and the other part was taken out and thrown into the delivery box. This batch of goods is basically produced by crab cages. Apart from crayfish, the corn snails and snails are not planned to be kept. He really didn't find the cooking methods of these two creatures, and he was not used to eating these things. After getting everything done, Leon stepped on the mud and headed towards the remote forest. This time, he not only wanted to collect moss, but also planned to meet Linus to see if he could find out some information about the Rain of Life. The mountain roads on rainy days are indeed difficult to walk. As long as you walk in slippery mud and don't pay attention, it will make people stagger. Fortunately, except for the trampled flat path that often walks, the other areas of the remote forest are lush grass. Walking on this is a little wet and there are wet grass on tiptoe, so you can walk much more securely. When passing by the 3 wild trees with the sap collector hanging before, Leon glanced at the inside of the sap collector and found that no matter how heavy the rain was under, there was no rainwater in the sap collector. Some of them were only filled with viscous resin in most containers. On the trunks of the 3 trees where the sap collector were placed, the bark of the maple tree had already changed significantly at this time. The originally smooth bark was clinging to a large area of dark green soft moss, wrapping one of the trunks of the maple tree tightly, as if wrapped in a layer of coat. Touching these moss with your hands will feel soft and the moss is very moisture-filled. A lot of water stains will seep out after a little pressing. Leon tried to pinch the moss and pulled it over. The moss fell off the trunk easily and fell into Lion's hand. Moss, resource, a special plant growing in the dark, with a wide range of uses. Is it only a unit that big? When I put the moss into the system backpack, Leon noticed that the number of moss as big as a palm in the backpack was 1, and he couldn't help but complain. After all, if this volume of moss is only 1 piece, then all the moss on a tree will be picked, at most 5 or 6 pieces. But not every tree grows. At least on the 4 trees in front of Leon, there are only moss attached to the maple tree in front of him. I pulled down all the moss and put it in my backpack. As Leon expected, I harvested a total of 5 pieces. Although there are very few, the feeling of pulling out the moss is quite refreshing. It feels wet and slippery. Not only is it very moist, but it is also very silky, just like playing with a decompression toy. Realizing that the growth of moss was not as exaggerated as he thought, Leon began to seriously search for traces of moss in the remote forest. Although not every tree has moss attached, there are many trees in the remote forest. From the northern exit of the farm to the northern foothills, Leon picked a total of 104 pieces of moss on the way. In addition, Leon also harvests wild vegetable plants exclusively for summer. Fragrant berries, fruit, let the air be filled with fragrant fragrance. Grapes, fruit, a bunch of sweet fruits. The 2 kinds of collectible substances are hung on low shrubs in the forest. The fragrance berries are about the same size as lychees. The skin is orange-yellow to red in color. The overall shape is 4-sealed, and the shape is a bit like garlic. Holding it in your hand and you can smell a clear fragrance from a distance, which looks like the sweetened version of grapefruit. The grapes are serious grapes. Large purple-black grape grains hung on a cane, densely packed with grape grains, and a long bunch of grape grains were squeezed. Each grape also had a light layer of frosting, which was obviously ripe. But the grape does not grow on the vines, but hangs on the shrub. There is only 1 bunch of them on a shrub, which is completely different from the vines, but it can make grapes. It looks strange no matter how you look at it. It seems like it was spliced up artificially. However, this is Stardew Valley. Leon was surprised and didn't think much about it. After all, there are more unscientific places in this world. There are also many trees growing alone on the cliffs at the northern foothills, and there are traces of moss on these trees. As long as the moss that Leon sees, Leon will come over and pull it off. It seems that you are collecting moss. Well, this thing should be of great use, so I plan to reserve more. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Leon put the last piece of moss into his backpack without looking back and replied, "Actually, you can wait for the collection tomorrow, so that the moss will grow more and faster." It was Linus who spoke. Although he did not hold an umbrella at this moment, the rain automatically avoided his side, so that he could keep his clothes dry all the time. "I don't know much about the growth of moss. Isn't this afraid that the mosses will wither as soon as the sun comes out?" Leon explained with his shoulders. "Okay, stop pretending, aren't you just want to ask me a question? Let's go, I'll answer you before going to the tent." Linus rolled his eyes and pointed out Lion's little thoughts directly. Hee. Leon did not refute, followed Linus' footsteps obediently and came to the hillside where Linus settled. There, the fire was lit and the flames were still very strong under the rain curtain, which added a hint of warmth to the edge of the fire. Sitting on both sides of the fire pit, Linus raised his head and looked at the raindrops in the sky, without opening his mouth for the time being. Leon was not in a hurry and waited silently until Linus spoke on his own initiative. "Leon, you have received the same honor as your grandfather. This rain is a gift specially prepared by Mother Nature for you." Chapter 763 The Origin of Red Star Farm. "I prepared it specifically for me?" Leon asked in surprise when he heard this. Yes. Lanes turned his gaze to Leon. "This rain of life, normally, will only appear in the spiritual world and in the Zanimo forest covered by the barrier. The probability that the human area where people are active wants to enjoy this kind of vitality rain is almost zero." "Almost? Then why can't I get such an honor?" Leon continued to ask. "Because you are the son of nature, you are the master of forest magic, and you are also a farmer, and of course, more importantly, you are also Baron's grandson." Linus spoke slowly. "Baron is a farmer who received the blessing of nature and the creator of the miracle that brought the first rain of life to Stardew Valley. The rain of life fell into the area of human activities, which is both a reward for him by nature and a blessing for him. You may not know that before the Red Star Farm was reclaimed by your grandfather, it was actually a cursed land. At that time, there were many monsters that were disliked by life in that area. The polluted natural plants transformed into plant monsters after plant monsters, wandering on the land that naturally could not be accessed, attacking every living creature with vitality. Your grandfather and Rasmides cleaned the land together and used a lot of methods to dispel the shadows that covered the land, but the curse disappeared, but the land could not be restored and was still barren. But this achievement cannot be ignored. This land has returned to the mastery of nature. As a reward, Mother Nature has brought the rain of life to Stardew Valley. Under the nourishment of the rain, this land has regained its vitality and has become more fertile than any land in Stardew Valley. It has also become the most important cornerstone of your grandfather's construction of the Red Star Farm. No wonder. Compared with other areas in Stardew Valley, the land fertility of Red Star Farm is definitely the best, and even a half-baked farmer, Leon, can detect this. Previously, Leon thought that it was because the land of Red Star Farm was always like this. Grandpa discovered this in advance and chose this as the foundation of Red Star Farm, but he didn't expect that there was such a story of cultivation and struggle. Then why is it raining again now? I have obviously not done anything that has helped nature a lot. Leon continued to ask. Because the farm had been abandoned for a long time before you arrived, and the land had begun to degenerate towards the previous curse land, but with the protection of the barrier, the speed of degradation was not that exaggerated. Your arrival not only reawakens the protective effect of the barrier, but also guides the natural gaze back to this land because of your own farming behavior on the land and the forest magic you possess. And this rain is a guarantee and gift. On the one hand, it is to curb this decline and restore the vitality of the land. On the other hand, it is to thank you for your efforts. Then you will find that all the land on Red Star Farm will become more fertile, and not only will the yield probability of high-quality crops increase, but the crops will also mature faster. Linus smiled and complained, so sometimes I still envy you two. Both of them are holders of forest magic, but you two can always get the unconcealed preference of Mother Nature. I feel that I don't have much to do with me, so I should still benefit from my grandfather's fortune. Leon didn't think he was special. Although he had a system, the system only played an auxiliary role and had no extraordinary effect. Naturally, he could give this rain of life blessing, which should be more important for the sake of being grandfather's grandson. There is this part of the relationship, but more of it is the potential you show to be in harmony with nature. You may not realize that you have done a lot of things that help nature a lot. Linus shook his head and retorted to Leon. For example, the remains of the gods hidden in the eastern mine and the one in the mine are all handled by you. This is not a small matter. Although the power of nature is great, it cannot offset the impact of these potential threats. After all, the two are not at the same level. Without your interference, these two remains may destroy the entire Stardew Valley. That's the case, that's good luck. After all, if I don't care, I don't think Rasmades will not sit idly by. Leon scratched his head when he heard this, a little embarrassed. After all, in his opinion, this is not something worthy of praise. After all, it was a coincidence that he took away these two remains, especially the one in the eastern mine. He would not have been involved without Mr. Chi's entrustment. You underestimate the remains of God too much. Rasmades can indeed deal with it, but it will not be as straightforward as you do. Instead, it will seal it with various precious materials and finally send it to an area that is rarely visited to bury it. It only diverts the threat, not erasing it. Linus said to Leon with a serious expression. So, Leon, you are special. You are invasive and can still use it for yourself with the power of a mortal body. If someone tells me before you, I will think he is crazy. Maybe. Leon was thinking when he heard this. He was not afraid of the influence of the remains of God, and he could still absorb it. Is it because of his own reasons or the help of the system? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I think you will get the answer in your future journey. Let's talk about this rain. Linus did not continue this topic. This rain of life is just the beginning, and there will still be such blessings in the future, but it will not be the scale today, and the rain will no longer be green, and the vitality contained in it will also be reduced. But the advantage is that every rain in the future will have a weak life blessing effect. Stardew Valley will become more prosperous under the nourishment of these rains, which is a great thing for everyone on this land. So you don't need to be so anxious to collect and find moss, because in the future, whenever it rains, these mosses will grow again. The mosses that have absorbed a large amount of vitality are, as you said, with a wide range of uses and can be regarded as providing a specialty for Stardew Valley. Besides moss, there should be something else. Leon asked. After all, he didn't believe that this kind of rain containing vitality only nourished the new plant, moss. Of course. Linus smiled and nodded, then stood up and invited to Leon. I'll take you to see another interesting phenomenon born under this blessing, which may add some new surprises to your farmer's life. Chapter 764 Railway. Linus walked ahead and led the way, and Leon followed closely behind. He was very interested in the surprise Linus said. Under the leadership of Linus, Leon headed north along the walls of the northern foothills, bypassed a bush, passed through a canyon, and finally followed the steps to a valley. In addition to the entrance to the southern part of Leon, there are steep cliffs around the valley, but there are a wide and tall tunnel on the east and west sides of the valley. The traces of manual excavation are obvious, located at the center of the valley. These two tunnels were not built in vain. The land between the tunnels was paved with gravel and sleepers, and these were all for the stability of a railway track. This is actually a railway. Leon was really surprised. He originally thought that the road leading to the railway would have to wait for an earthquake to collapse and the buried entrance. Who would have thought that it would have been available here for a long time, but because the location was too remote, Leon was not found. Although Stardew Valley is an imperial border, it is also a strategic location, so it is naturally inseparable from railway transportation lines covering the whole country. It is normal to have railways, but there is no railway station. Linus was speechless about Lion's surprise, but he still explained patiently. Is there only railways here? I was sure that this was the railway area behind the northern foothills. The first thing that came to Leon was the hot spring in this area. However, Lion's eyes did not see any other buildings. Some of them were all kinds of weed fibers and wild trees of the same type as the plants in the Stardew Valley, and more were stones scattered on the ground, of varying sizes, and seemed to have all rolled down from the mountain. The railway was also deserted, not the small booth that Leon remembered. The only thing that could see the atmosphere of civilization was that railway. Everything was very different from the railway area in Lion's memory. No, there is also a natural hot spring. Linus replied with a smile, then led Leon to the west of the valley, and passed through a small wood, and Leon saw an open-air pool. Even if it was raining, it was still steaming in the pool, and the air around it was still filled with a faint smell of sulfur. This is a pure natural hot spring without any artificial decoration. The area is not too large, about 50 square meters. I discovered a hot spring here a long time ago, so I expanded it to its current scale so that in winter, I could enjoy the snow scenery while soaking in hot springs. Except for me, there are basically no one in Zingd Valley that has hot springs here. It seems to be sharing, but it seems to be showing off. Linus' tone was very proud. The old man will enjoy it. Looking at the hot spring in front of him, Leon felt quite strange. After all, he didn't expect that the hot spring had not been discovered yet and was still in a purely natural state. I don't know if he came early or the railway area in reality is like this. Maybe you can bring other people here to enjoy this beautiful natural gift in the future, but it's best to remember to wear a swimsuit and come back. Although I won't be peeping, there are some other existences in this valley besides me. You may find that you don't want to look naked, Linus teased at Leon. There are other existences. Leon immediately thought of the sealed statue monster guarding the teleportation array leading to the witch swamp. It was a weird thing with an obelisk but with slender limbs. Well, the dwarf elves and goblins are occasionally active in this area, because the trains passing here often roll down due to the difference in the rails, and the trains passing here are basically transporting materials, all kinds of coal, stone, metal ore, and wood will appear. So some weak existences who have not explored mines but need these things will come and try their luck, because their personality is dark, they don't like sunshine very much, and they are too timid and dare not appear in front of humans. In addition, the harm is not great, so neither Rasmides nor me drove them away. Linus explained. I really want to see it. Leon nodded and said. He was very interested in these two special creatures. After all, he had actually seen goblins and goblins. If it is not necessary, you should not contact them, because in human aesthetics, they are not good looking. Even if you see them, don't kill them as monsters. The dwarfs and goblins that appear in this area are basically under the command of an old friend of mine. I don't want you to have conflicts with her because of this. Linus added. Your old friend? Leon thought of a witch who had been green when he heard this. Yet. Linus confirmed, his eyes full of sighs. Seeing Linus' expression, Leon confirmed that he was not wrong. However, he doesn't want to talk about this topic for the time being. On the one hand, he is worried about being targeted by the slim Rasmides, and on the other hand, he is also unwilling to contact the witch. After all, the person who caused all this was Abigail's grandmother, and Abigail was his partner, so there was too much embarrassment here. By the way, old man, is the surprise you are talking about? Is it this hot spring? No, you just asked if it's just a railway, so I'll take you to see this hot spring. What you really want to show you is on the other side. As Linus said, he took Leon to the opposite direction where the hot spring was. The situation on the other side was even more primitive. The road was basically full of weeds, fibers, and gravel. Linus could walk like flying in these lush weeds, but Leon was stumbling. In the end, Leon did not try to practice in the flowers and did not touch his body. He took out one of the tools in his backpack, the sickle, and cut off all the weeds and fibers that were hindering him. A large amount of material fibers appear in the disappearing weeds, and occasionally a few mixed seeds can be seen. In addition, there are also pieces of complete moss. I didn't expect that weeding can collect moss. Leon happily took all these materials into his pocket. He found that he seemed a little narrow-minded. He only focused on the moss growing on the trees, but did not notice that the weeds on the ground were also the growth area of moss. Linus stood on the other side and watched Leon clean up the weeds, sighed silently, but in the end he didn't say anything. Although he and Leon are both holders of forest magic, their attitudes towards natural plants are different due to different situations. Leon will never hurt ordinary plants without destroying them. As a farmer, Leon logs and mows to collect some materials, which is not incomprehensible. Chapter 765 Mushroom Stump. When Leon walked to Linus, he noticed something very conspicuous. That is, in a neat forest that is obviously artificially planted, there is a wooden pier with a very strange shape and 3 legs in the center of each 2 trees. On the wooden pier, several mushrooms have been formed, in the fruiting stage, only the size of a finger, but Leon believes that it only takes enough time, and these small mushrooms can definitely grow into fat and delicious adults. Mushroom stumps, a method of growing mushrooms that I have studied myself. The specific manufacturing method is a bit complicated. You couldn't easily replicate it before, so I haven't taught you, but now it's different. With the moss grown by the rain of life, you have the most suitable breeding ground material for cultivating mycelium. Using the characteristics of moss, the production steps will be much simpler. However, you can study it yourself first to see if you can see something special. It can be regarded as a test for you. Let's see your current mastery of agricultural knowledge. If you can learn to make mushroom stumps based on observation, I will also prepare a special gift for you as a reward. Leon pulled Leon to the mushroom stump and squatted down, signaling Leon to observe the mushroom stump carefully features. When Leon heard this, he felt embarrassed that he could be randomly checked and memorized the text by the teacher. In fact, he had no talent in plant research. It was obviously a bit embarrassing to let him learn and comprehend the manufacturing of mushroom stumps through observation. However, Leon would not be too worried about being disliked by Linus because of the failure of the test, or missed the production of mushroom stumps. After all, Linus only said that he would observe special places. Leon felt that he could deduct some details as a reminder to answer. At worst, he would not want the gift. He would deal with the assessment first. Just as Leon was planning to see if there was anything to say about the mushroom stump, the system prompt came. A special formula mushroom stump reference was detected. Is it authorized to scan and record? Yes. Leon, who had no idea of showing his saints in front of him, was almost floating when he heard that the system could help him get it in one step. The system, which had no sense of existence, finally showed its professionalism and provided the greatest support when Leon needed it. Of course, it is also possible that the system responds because mushroom stumps belong to the agricultural category, but no matter what, the system prompts tell Leon that this is safe. With Lion's permission, there was no movement on the system. Leon was not in a hurry. He pretended to be observing the mushroom stump and waited patiently for the system's feedback. Without letting Leon wait for a long time, the system prompt sounded again. The mushroom stump has been scanned and the recipe is unlocked. Mushroom stump, mushrooms will grow by chance. The more wild trees nearby, the better the effect. Required for making, hardwood 10, moss 10. The recipe unlocked, and the requirements for making mushroom stumps are also displayed on Lion's production panel. Looking at the icons on the panel are no different from the mushroom stump in front of you, Leon couldn't help but smile and spoke to Linus. Old man, I seem to have learned to make mushroom stumps. Huh? So fast? Linus was obviously frightened by Lion's report. After all, it only took Leon a minute to squat down to observe the mushroom stump. In such a short time, Linus felt that Leon could read the mushroom stump from beginning to end. Who would have thought that this guy had learned it directly? You are not fooling me, you want to get rewards from me, right? Linus looked at Leon suspiciously and complained. I really know. If I don't believe it, I can show you it. But I don't have the materials on hand. Should I wait 2 days? I'll get some hardwood back. Leon replied confidently. It was beyond my expectation to know that the construction of tree stumps requires hardwood. It seems that you have seen a lot of things. It's not bad, you are indeed a natural farmer. Listening to Lion's answer, Linus nodded with satisfaction and affirmed. If there is hardwood, I have it in my tent, I'll get it for you. Although you know you need to use hardwood, I still have to verify whether you have really learned it. After Linus said that, he pulled Leon toward the northern mountain road. When he went back, he was much faster than when he came. Leon felt that his steps were much lighter, and the impact of gravity on it seemed that it had been weakened several times. It was very exaggerated to take one step and jump out of a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Leon also knew that this should be a state of blessing Linus gave him. Obviously, Mr. Linus is more anxious than himself now. With this buff as light as a swallow, Leon can basically be regarded as a kite carrying a string. Under the pull of Linus, it can almost be said to be dragged back. When he arrived at Linus's tent, Leon felt the effect of gravity and the sense of peace brought by the land under his feet again. I had an inexplicable experience of the life of the astronaut, but it didn't feel wonderful. Leon was a little dizzy now. But Linus didn't care about so much, threw Leon next to the tent, and got into the tent himself. After a moment, he walked out of the tent with a pile of reddish-brown wood. Hardwood, resource, a special wood with higher strength and ornamentality. When Linus stuffed the pile of wood into Lion's hands, Lion's system also promptly gave the identification results. Only then did Leon come to his senses and observe the hardwood in his hand. The size of hardwood is not as thin as ordinary wood, but it is a thicker type, but the center of the wood is empty, but this does not reduce the weight of the hardwood. Instead, a piece of hardwood gives Leon the feeling that it is much heavier than 3 or 4 pieces of the same size. After a rough count, the hardwood provided by Linus was exactly 10, just enough to create a mushroom stump. Okay, I have provided you with the materials. If you want moss, you should have collected a lot of them yourself. Let's take them back together. Tomorrow, as long as you bring a mushroom stump, I will give you the promised gift. Linus stroked his grey beard and patted Lion's shoulder and spoke. It doesn't take so long. Leon shook his head and directly put the 10 hardwoods that had been given to him by Linus into the system backpack, and then clicked on the mushroom stump in the production panel. 10 hardwoods and 10 mosses were consumed, and a mushroom stump appeared in Lion's backpack. Leon then took it out directly and placed it on the ground to show Linus his achievements. It is difficult not to let Leon realize the special features of Leon with such a quick and easy production, but Leon believes that Leon cannot guess it is a system, and Leon itself does not have the invisibility of Leon. It is necessary to hide it. After all, Linus can be said to be the closest and most trustworthy family member he is in Stardew Valley now. Chapter 766. So that's it. So fast. Linus obviously didn't expect that Leon could make a mushroom stump in the blink of an eye. One secret recipe. Leon smiled mysteriously, looking very frightened. Tisk, the blessing gifts of the god of forging, your grandfather will do this. It seems that he has passed on the special ability of this blessing to you. Linus looked at Lion's smug look and rolled his eyes speechlessly and complained. Although Linus seemed to have misunderstood something, Linus' understanding and statements gave Leon new information. That is, Grandpa seems to have the ability to quickly produce formulas that he has mastered. Does Grandpa actually have a system? With doubt, Leon asked, "Are you sure?" Of course, God's blessings, I have them too. Linus replied with a smile. I also have the blessings of Mother Nature, but it is not forest magic, but several blessings given to wild harvests. After I collect them, all the wild plants growing in the forest have the probability of getting an additional copy, and all the wild plants I have collected by myself can achieve the highest quality. According to the registration statement used by those reviewers to measure quality, it seems to be called iridium quality. You may have never heard of it. This is a higher quality level than Venus of high-quality crops. Those reviewers use the rarity and strength of the four metals of copper, iron, gold, and iridium as the reference. Leon knew this statement, but it was not known in the same channel as Linus, but was reflected in the game, although it was different from what Linus said, but it was understandable. The bronze star is probably the most ordinary quality. The iron star should correspond to the silver star. The color of the iron ingot is silver gray, and Venus is Venus, let alone iridium. Moreover, Leon also looked familiar with the blessings from Linus. Isn't this the collector's profession characteristics selected after the upgrade of the wild picking skills and the botanist's profession characteristics after the advancement? Co-author is a profession in the system, and in the eyes of others, it is God's blessing. This also gave Leon a new question: does the gods in this world like to bless ordinary people? Well, after all, the birth of these gods is to make the world a better place. For those who have contributed to the world and have reached a higher level in a certain field, gods will not be stingy with their appreciation and rewards, which is also by Ba's will. Linus nodded, and most importantly, except for those primitive gods who awaken themselves after Yuba's creation, such as Mother Nature and the spirit of the ocean, god of forging, god of war, god of death, etc., they were all promoted by the first group of humans guided by Ba after receiving part of Yuba's authority, so they seemed particularly favored for the race of human beings. What about these gods? Leon asked. Mother Nature and the spirit of the ocean were born on land and sea, and had no entity, so they stayed in this world. Their gods basically left Yuba after leaving this world, but they also left part of their authority in the world and continued to maintain the stability of this world. Linus explained patiently. That's it. Leon couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It seemed that the world was much more exciting than he had imagined. So God's blessing is not an overly rare ability. Even if your grandfather does not pass on it for you, in fact, when you make achievements in the field of craftsmanship, you can directly receive the blessings of the forged god, including the field of mining. High-level workers in various fields hold more or less one or even several blessings. Linus added another sentence, as if worried that Lion's ability to make craftsman's products was expanded because he knew that he had instantly made his craftsman's products because he felt that he was a unique existence. So that's it. Leon nodded. He now mastered the profession characteristics of 5 basic skills, or the blessings of God. He still has a strong sense of identity with this. Originally, he thought that all this came from the game's settings and the replica of the system. Now it seems that it was the rules of the world. No wonder when he upgraded before, he always saw some descriptions of the gods in the system's prompts. The combination is not description, but realistic. After learning about these special information, Leon felt that there might be a lot of things to dig deep into in his system. Linus looked at the unexpectedly calm expression on Lion's face, and his eyes were clear and speechless. Leon was not as inflated as he was worried, and he didn't even have an excited and surprised expression. He just returned to his normal mind when he was surprised at first, and his calm mentality was not as good as a young man at all. Okay, the chat is over. This mushroom stump is yours. Take it back and put it in your oak forest. Wait patiently and you can get a little more mushroom production. Now you can continue to do your thing. Linus, who felt quite depressed, waved his hand and wanted to see him off. "Old man, don't worry, let's talk about it." Leon didn't want to leave very much. After all, every time he chatted with Linus, he felt that the old man was like a library that recorded secrets. "I don't want to chat anymore. I'm going to take a bath. Do you want to go together?" Linus asked back with his eyes rolled. Then it seemed that Leon was worried that he would really answer. After answering, he added, "Soak your butt without a single shot." "Then go, I won't bother you anymore. I'll play with you next time." Leon shook his head when he heard this. It was not that he was afraid of meeting Linus honestly, but that he simply didn't have the interest to take a bath. Although it rained and the temperature dropped, it was not that cold made people tremble. Now, going to a hot spring is no different from a sauna. Leon doesn't want to let himself get heat stroke. The one who got what he wanted could be separated from Leon. Linus immediately smiled happily, with his hands behind his back, and walked towards the valley where the railway was. Leon walked down the hillside in the opposite direction, preparing to walk around the mine lake to collect more moss, and visit Malone and Jill. After all, Leon is also a member of the Explorer Guild. He has not shown up for a long time. Leon is worried that one day when he was pushed to the president of the Stardew Valley branch of the Explorer Guild by Malone, a situation he didn't know about would happen. It's not that Leon thinks beautifully, but that there is a great possibility. Malone has expressed this idea in front of Leon. Obviously, he does not want to retire in a quiet place in Stardew Valley. He also wants to return to the more dangerous, competitive, and opportunity city of Elements to continue to make a lot of money. Chapter 767 The Dwarf's Commission. The lakes in the mining area are quite lively on rainy days, and the sound of frogs in my ears continues. When Leon passes by the lake, occasionally you can see the frogs frightened by the sound of footsteps jumping out of the water and running away. There are not many fibers and weeds to harvest by the lake, and the distribution of trees is not dense, and the trunks that grow moss are even scarce. Fortunately, Leon mainly has to go to the Explorers Guild, which is not a waste of time. Dong 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 dong. He knocked on the door first and conveyed a signal that someone was coming. Only then did Leon push open the union door that was not locked. He saw Jill and Malone carrying a small table, with a goblet in front of each other, as if drinking at the same time. "I want to report to Roche that you are drunk during working hours." Leon quickly walked over and complained. "Report whatever you want." Malong leaned on the chair with a comfortable look on his face, picked up the goblet, shaking the dark red wine in the cup, and gently sniffing the fragrance of grapes coming from the tip of his nose. "I'm half retired anyway. If your report can help me retire faster, I will definitely thank you very much." Jill looked at Leon happily, with an extremely sincere attitude. It seems that Stardew Valley is very safe recently. Leon no longer continued to intimidate the two empty-nest elderly people, and found a small stool to sit down at the table and sighed. "Is it safe?" Jill asked back. "Of course, it would be better if I kept doing this." Leon nodded and echoed. "After all, there is Pelican Town below the northern foothills. Most of the town are ordinary people, so the calmer the mine is, the better." "No, after all, the safety is now because you have reached the 120th floor, clearing out most of the monsters roaming in the mine, and intimidating some of the incorruptible shadow people. However, if you only need to spend a while, you will forget your threat, start wandering in the mine again, and even start moving towards the surface." Ma Long added. I feel relieved to see you so energetic. Let's go. Next time I come here to bring you some homemade wine produced by the farm to taste. After staying in the guild for a while, Leon offered to say goodbye. He came here just to make a fool of himself. There was no news that surprised him during the chat, so he planned to leave. After all, if you don't leave, Ma Long's eyes will be about to ejaculate himself. Both of them were drinking there, and Leon was sitting alone. Out of politeness, Malone should have poured a glass of Leon, but Malone couldn't bear to bear it. After all, Blue Moon wine is temporarily suspended, and the wine they are drinking is still given to Leon. The days when I drank open before have disappeared. Now the situation is that I have to pour a cup and have to savor it for a long time. I can't afford to even out the reserves I don't have to share with Leon. Then I'll wait for you to come to the door with expectations. Jill quipped at Leon with a smile. When you taste it, I hope Mr. Jill can show mercy. Leon responded with a smile, then got up and prepared to leave. Leon, do you have anything important today? As soon as he stood up, Ma Long suddenly spoke. No, what's wrong? Leon thought for a while, and found that there was no important matter arrangement, so he immediately asked. I have a commission. I originally planned to do it at night, but since you are here, I will assign it to you. I don't know if you are willing to accept it. Ma Long put it down and got up, came to the board next to the counter, took a list of commissions from it and handed it to Leon. I'll take a look first. Leon did not refuse at all. He was quite interested in the commission from the Explorer Guild. Trust mission, Ghost Haunted. Certificate, Dwarf. Entrustment level, B+. The commission content, the number of ghosts in the mine began to increase drastically, and the voice of the deceased with grievances made people unable to work and rest safely. An explorer needs to enter the mine to kill 20 ghosts to keep this group of bad monsters quiet. The explorer who is commissioned can come to me. I will provide you with a special prop that can attract ghosts to ensure that you can complete the task quickly, but this kind of help is also extremely dangerous. Please make sure that you have enough to deal with the ghost. The power behind the siege of the spirit. Commission target, Ghost 0/20. Entrusted remuneration, 2000 G. Entrustment time limit, 3 days. I'll ask, is this mine in our Stardew Valley? Leon was quite satisfied with this mission, because the target of the removal was ghosts. He happened to have a mission called the Reaper, which required 66 ghosts to be eliminated. The current progress has reached 46, and just 20 are missing to complete the mission. But if the place entrusted is not from Stardew Valley, but from other adjacent areas, Leon will not plan to pick it up. After all, if you are not familiar with the place, it will be a big trouble if you fail. It is the mine in Zinged Valley. The client is also a local dwarf. You should have seen it. After all, I went to see the mine before and it has been broken by you. Ma Long said sure. Oh, it's it, then I understand, then I'll take it. Hearing that there was no need to go to other places, Leon took the commission. Remember to find that dwarf, it will take out something that can attract ghosts, and then you can go directly to the 45th floor to explore. After confirming that Leon would accept the commission, Malone actually handed over the commission list to Leon, and also provided some information that could help Leon. No problem. Leon nodded, then left the Explorer Guild and headed to the mine. After entering the mine, Leon went straight to the cave where the dwarf was and walked to the end along the narrow tunnel. In the cave where the dwarf was resting, the dwarf sat on a chair as always, not knowing whether he was in a daze or resting. Leon, you're here, do you need to buy something? Aware of the movement of someone coming, the dwarf raised his head and immediately asked enthusiastically after seeing Leon. This time I'm not here to buy things, I'm here to make a commission. Leon handed the commission list to the dwarf and explained. Oh, it turns out that you accepted the commission. The dwarf suddenly realized, then jumped off the stool and circled around Leon. You are sure to accept this task. Those ghosts are not only noisy, but also dangerous, especially after I give you the ghost crystals that will attract their attention, they will become even more crazy. Angzan, I know the danger, so is Malone, but since he dares to give this commission to me, it proves that I have enough ability to deal with all this, and I have encountered many ghosts in the mine cave, and I have a lot of experience in dealing with them. Leon comforted the dwarf with a smile. Okay, I hope you can protect you. The dwarf didn't persuade him anymore and took out a blue-gray irregular transparent crystal from his arms. This is a ghost crystal, a special mineral that will greatly tempt the ghosts and attract their attention. You just need to wear it on your body to take effect. Ghost crystal, mine. There is a cold halo near this crystal. Leon took the ghost crystal and saw the system's prompt, but in the system's identification, there was no mention of the attractive effect of the ghost, but Leon still believed the dwarf's rhetoric. I understand, wait for my good news. Chapter 768 The Misty. Leaving the dwarf's cave, Leon went back because he didn't get the equipment. The 45th layer is a frozen soil layer, and the temperature is not high. Now that Leon is afraid that he can't bear it if he is wearing thin clothes. After quickly traveling back and forth between the mine and the farm, Leon was dressed neatly and entered the elevator. Leon in the elevator held the ghost crystal in his hand, feeling the coldness emitted by the ghost crystal itself, and seemed to hear a slight cry from the crystal. When the elevator arrived at the 45th floor, Leon got out of the elevator and began to explore. In the eyes, there was no trace of the ghost, but instead, it was a coal elves bounced under a piece of crystal blocks. These black autumn spherical creatures are covered with thick fluff as thick as tentacles. There are also pairs of eyes flashing green fluorescent on the sphere, which has nothing to do with cuteness. They don't look big, but they are extremely fierce. When Leon discovered this group of coal elves, they also noticed the appearance of Leon and bumped towards Leon, directly smashing the fragile crystal blocks, and pounced towards Leon one after another. Leon did not be polite to them, and directly took out his weapons to cut all the coal elves. The galaxy weapons were really not under any pressure to deal with these monsters that were not allowed to be on the table. After the broken coal elves weathered, what was left was the size of a fist. Leon was not polite and put all into the system backpack. Looking around again, without seeing the trace of the monster, Leon took back his weapon, put the ghost crystal in his pocket, and took out the super bomb. It's not that Leon has expanded, but that it's all mines that have been blown up now, but that the pickaxe is still upgrading from Clint. Without bombs, Leon is unable to move in the mine. Today's luck seemed to be on Lion's side. After the first super bomb exploded, there were stones and iron ore all over the ground, and it also revealed the stair pit leading to the next floor. Climbing down the 46th floor along the stairs, Leon heard a harsh roar. When his feet stepped on the frozen hard land, Leon frowned. There was actually fog in the mine cave, and the fog covered the entire mine cave. It was not too rich, and you could see the range of 4 or 5 meters nearby, but the fog itself had problems. Common fogs are usually white, but now there are fogs in mines with a light green color, and the air is still filled with the smell of corruption is the most uncomfortable thing. When breathing the mist, Leon could feel his physical strength being extracted. Although his efficiency was not high, he did not stop for a moment. At the same time, in the fog, Leon felt a sense of blockage in his actions. The fog adhered to his body as if it had sunk into water. Every move had to take more effort, and that sense of blockage made Leon very uncomfortable. Leon did not hesitate and directly took out the Milky Way watermelon knife. The abnormal phenomenon of fog represents danger. In addition to the mutation that was opened in the mine that accepted Mr. Chi's challenge mission, the mine itself actually has dangerous mutation scenarios. The fog represents the invasion of flying monsters, and this attack will not stop before the fog is dispersed or when it is found to lead to the next mine. The 46th floor is located in the frozen soil layer. There are only 2 types of flying monsters on this floor, the deep blue frozen bats, and the target of Lion's attack, the ghost. The scream that I heard before landing is the positioning ultrasound wave that the frozen bats roared. Die! Leon, who was standing in place with a knife, heard the sound of wings flaming from the right rear, immediately slashed the knife. The slender blade that had been extended and wrapped cut through the air and mist, accurately slashing the fat body of the frozen bat that was flying towards him, and cut it in half. The frozen bat split into 2 has lost its vitality, and its body has continued to rush forward for a moment due to inertia. It has weathered and disappeared before it landed, leaving only a piece of bat wings that proved it's once alive. After solving the frozen bat, Leon did not relax. This was just the beginning. He didn't feel that there was only such a frozen bat in the fog. Sure enough, before Leon could pick up the bat wings, he heard a wail again. The sound came from the rock wall behind him. Leon turned around and slashed with a knife, and the blade easily cut through a ghost's frontal flickering green fluorescent. Under this exaggerated wound, there was no bleeding, nor did the organs in his body were exposed, and there was only a pure darkness. This attack did not plunder the entire life of the ghost. After being damaged, the ghost disappeared directly in front of Lion's eyes and disappeared. Has it been strengthened? Leon frowned again without a single blow. He had not cut the ghost before. If it were other ghosts of this level, they would have been weathered and disappeared long ago. But now this ghost still has the strength to flash and widen the distance and wait for an opportunity to launch a second attack. It is obvious that there is a problem. The root of this problem is obviously this fog. This damn mist not only weakened Leon, but also enhanced the ghost, which made Leon quite annoyed and depressed. Just as he cut out 2 swords, Leon felt a little tired. Just have garlic oil. Leon couldn't help but think that garlic oil has a dispelling buff that can offset the erosion effect of this fog. Continue to wait for the rabbit. Although it is safe, the mist that is constantly extracting Lion's physical strength will also become a chronic poison. In the end, Leon will be dragged to death in this fog and will be forced to hand over one blood. Leon didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he took out 3 super bombs and ignited them. Regardless of whether it would be wasted or not, he threw them in 3 different directions. Because of the safe blasting effect, Leon could see the explosion range of the super bomb. So after throwing the bomb, he immediately saw that the position he was standing at is within the explosion range of the 2 super bombs, and immediately took several steps back. Bang! 3 consecutive explosions resounded throughout the mine. The flames and shock waves brought by the explosion directly tore the fog that had been shrouded in the mine. Leon instantly felt a sense of relief, and the influence of the fog temporarily disappeared. The torn fog could no longer hinder Lion's gaze. He clearly saw the whole picture of this mine. This was a square mine space, with all the stones and ore left by the broken rocks and veins. In addition, a large group of ghosts floating not far away were also exposed to Lion's vision. Leon took a breath of cold air, and with just one glance, he roughly counted the number of ghosts, at least 10. Leon is unprecedented in this size of ghosts, and should have been attracted by the ghost crystal. No wonder the dwarf said that carrying the ghost crystal may bring huge danger to Leon. This effect of luring enemies is indeed too outstanding. Chapter 769, Scared. However, Leon was not in a hurry to go to the staircase hole that had been blown out to escape this area, but instead held the galaxy watermelon knife in his hand and headed straight for the group of ghosts. After all, the fog has been temporarily dispelled. Without the negative buff of the disgusting person's physical extraction and slowing down movements, Leon did not feel that these ghosts would pose much threat to him. I don't know if Leon can complete the commission. Inside the mine, the dwarf seemed a little anxious at this moment. He didn't even sit on a chair and paced back and forth in the cave. It has been 2 hours since Leon entered the mine. This is not the first time that the dwarf has submitted a commission to hunt monsters to the Stardew Valley branch of the Explorer Guild. The one who received orders before was the elderly human named Ma Long. He completed the commission very quickly every time. This time, when it was replaced by Leon, the efficiency was much slower. But the dwarf did not care about the time to complete the task, but was worried about Lion's safety. After all, it has not communicated with humans for a long time, and Leon is not just his own. The big client is also the only human in Stardew Valley who can communicate with it in the dwarf language and show an extremely rare attitude of friendship and equality. It really doesn't want to see Lion's life in danger because of his commission. The dwarf clan basically lives in the mine cave and deals with various ores and monsters. The dwarfs know the most about the attraction of ghost crystals to ghosts. A ghost may not be very threatening, but a group of ghosts will not simply double the threat and difficulty. The more I waited, the more anxious the dwarf felt. After hesitating for a moment, the dwarf couldn't help but take out a machine with a strange shape, intending to contact Ma Long and issue another commission to ask Ma Long to go to the mine to see Leon. If possible, it would be best to bring Leon back safely. As a result, just as he planned to use this machine to contact Ma Long, the dwarf heard footsteps from far to near. Leon. The dwarf ran directly towards the entrance of the cave, looking at the tunnel leading to it, and indeed saw a familiar figure, but unlike when we met before, Leon no longer exuded a calm and friendly aura. The current Leon gives the dwarf the feeling like a dangerous beast. After looking carefully, the dwarf was surprised to find that Lion's original deep black eyes turned red at this moment, and there was a blurry black figure in his eyes. It could barely be seen as a humanoid creature wearing a cloak, but his whole body was shrouded under the cloak. The only conspicuous feature was a huge sickle hanging behind him. Looking straight at the reflection, the dwarf felt trembling all over. This feeling was like standing on a steel rope at a height of 10,000 meters, with a blank space below. The feeling of suffocating dying made the dwarf pause even his breathing. What's wrong with you?" Seeing the dwarf trembling when he saw him, Leon asked in confusion. "Your eyes." Hearing Lion's voice, the dwarf came to his senses, but he didn't dare to look at Lion's eyes again, lowered his head and reminded him in a trembling voice. "Eyes? Oh, sorry, I forgot to close it." Leon reacted after hearing this. With a thought, the red pupils on his eyes faded instantly, covered by the original black pupils, and his temperament instantly returned to a state that made the dwarf feel at ease. "I encountered a lot of trouble in the mine before, so I have been using special skills." Leon apologized to the dwarf with apologies. He really didn't expect that because of the Eye of Death, the dwarf would be scared like this. Eye of Death, special ability. Your eyes reflect the figure of death, and the target you are watching will also be watched by death. After the Eye of Death is opened, you can see the fatal weaknesses of all living beings. Attacking weaknesses will definitely hit critically, and there is a very small probability that it will trigger the death effect. This is the reward that Leon received after completing the reward mission of Death in the Mine, and the system introduction of the Eye of Death. The content on the introduction only has a weakness insight and a special effect of instant killing. If it weren't for the dwarf's frightened appearance, Leon wouldn't know that Eye of Death actually had additional effects. This reminded Leon of the sentence that the target you are watching in the description will also be watched by the God of Death. He originally thought it was just to improve his style of background introduction, but who would have thought that there was such a meaning? No wonder when it was turned on, the locked ghosts turned around and ran away. They were scared away by the reflection of the God of Death in their eyes, rather than the morale of killing them collapsed because they killed too many ghosts. Have you completed the commission? Leon returned to his friendly state, and the dwarf breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed, and no longer stuttered when speaking. Well, this is the commission list. Leon nodded and handed the commission list to the dwarf. The commission target originally shown above, Ghost 0/20 has changed by 20/20. Obviously, this commission list is not ordinary. It should be magically applied and can record the task completion degree in real time. Leon, you are so awesome! Seeing the numbers on the list, the dwarf exclaimed sincerely, then took out 2000 G and handed it to Leon. This is the commission fee. Okay. Although I am very familiar with the dwarf, I can only get one code and one code. Leon will not have any concerns when I pick up this money. After all, it is my hard-earned money. If it weren't for the super bomb, Leon, which was trapped in a strange mist, might have really failed. It's not easy to earn this 2000 G. By the way, I'll give you this. After collecting the money, Leon took out the ghost crystal from his pocket and planned to return the item to the original owner. I'm giving you a gift, so I'll leave a souvenir. The dwarf shook his head and explained to Leon. Okay, then I'll take it to the museum. If possible, I'll ask Gunther to leave your name on the donor. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Leon was not polite, but he didn't plan to really count this thing as his own. No need, I don't like to appear in human society, even if it's a name. According to the Treaty of Peaceful Coexistence, we cannot interfere with human society. The dwarf declined. Okay. Leon could understand the dwarf's idea. After all, non-human intelligent races seem to intentionally avoid the areas where humans live. Even the extraordinary among humans, the same is true. Just look at Rasmides. In the high tower of the coal forest cliffs far away from Pelican Town, explorers like Malone chose locations in the eastern corner near the mine, all of which were rarely visited. Although it is not ruled out for convenience and secrecy, Leon feels that these are more special than ordinary people, and they are deliberately avoiding the lives of ordinary people. Please, Leon, go back and rest first. The dwarf nodded and then reminded Leon that although Leon seemed to be injured, his condition seemed a little tired. Okay, there is still a commission next time, remember to find me. Leon smiled and said goodbye to the dwarf, then left the mine. After all, it is 2,000 G for one trip, and the difficulty is not too exaggerated. The efficiency of making money is not low. This 2,000 G can be regarded as a solution to Lion's current embarrassment of cash shortage. If there is still such an opportunity to make extra money, Leon does not intend to let it go. Chapter 770 I played a fake game. Leaving the mine, Leon did not rush back, but turned to the Pelican Town branch of the Explorer Guild. Leon, is it done? Seeing Lion's appearance, the tasting party had ended. Malone, who was oiling his armor behind the counter, immediately asked. It's over, I'll ask if the union wants to take commissions for the commission. This is the purpose of Leon coming to the Explorer Guild. No need here in Zingla Valley. After all, there is no extra expense, front desk service and intelligence support and other personnel expenses. You can get as much as you entrust it. Although Ma Long loves money, his hard-earned money will not cause any greed. After all, explorers always hang their heads on their belts to make a living. If you have to eat such money, you can get a snap. That's not a thing. I understand, then I'll go back first. Leon nodded, said goodbye to Jill and Malone, and left the Union Hall. The rain was still falling, the sky was getting much darker, and it was already evening. Although Leon, under the sailor's hat, had been dry, his shoes were already wet, including socks. But Leon still endured the discomfort under his feet and went to Linus's tent. Why are you here again? Seeing Lion's appearance, Linus, who was cooking fish by the fire pit, looked disgusted. I want to show you something. Leon ignored Linus' resentful eyes and opened the Eye of Death. Under the eyes of the God of Death, there were two places on Linus' body in Lion's vision, one was located on the right side of the ribs, and the other was located on the left side of the thigh. These two areas are the fatal weaknesses of Linus marked by the analysis of the Eye of Death. Leon can understand the former, but Leon doesn't think that the side of the latter's thigh does not fit the word fatal. Leon was observing Linus' weaknesses, and Linus also noticed the changes in Lion's eyes, especially the rather eye-catching reflection of death, which made Linus clench his fists subconsciously. But it was only a moment. Although Lion's eyes now brought Linus a lot of oppression, combined with Lion's own strength, it seemed to be strong on the outside and fucked on the inside, so Linus relaxed and joked in an instant. Hi, I didn't expect that. I just finished talking to you about God's blessings in the morning, and you showed me the gift of death to me in the evening. Good luck, is the old man scared by my eyes? Leon sat down with red eyes and asked expectantly. Somewhat, after all, it's the reflection of the god of death. As long as it's a living, no one will be intimidated. Linus admitted it simply, but his expression was quite plain, which made Leon a little embarrassed. Linus' subtext means that the god of death brings fear, and it has nothing to do with Leon. In a sense, Linus' sincere answer is quite ridiculous. Fortunately, Leon also knew the difference in strength between him and Linus, and did not feel lost or humiliated, but added happily. Old man, these eyes can not only scare people, but also see through the target's fatal weaknesses. There are two things on you. You must pay attention when fighting with people in the future. Leon said, and stepped forward and pointed to the position marked by the Eye of Death on Linus. Then what are you watching now? Linus stood up and asked back after hearing this. After Linus' posture changed, Leon noticed that the weakness on his thigh disappeared, and the weakness under his ribs was also the red dot representing the fatal weakness appeared in the heart and neck. In such places, even without the mark of the Eye of Death, it is a fatal weakness that cannot be ignored. There has been a change, right? Linus said with a smile when he saw Lion's eyes focus on his chest and neck. Well, it's turned into a heart and throat. Leon replied truthfully. It's one thing to see, but whether you can attack it is another thing. Linus sat down again, took out a spoon and stirred it in the pot, reminding Leon. Don't rely too much on this mark. This gift only has one auxiliary function. If you really want to achieve the desired effect, you must have enough strength to break through the opponent's defense. I know this. My main purpose is to try it out for you to see if it can cause mental oppression to enemies of your level. Leon explained, after all, fighting requires full dedication. If the reflection of the god of death can shock the opponent at a critical moment, let the other party was lost for a moment, which was a good opportunity for me. It's a good idea to have a very active mind, and I can guarantee that as long as you don't reach the person of God, or a puppet without wisdom and thinking, you will basically be affected when you see the reflection of the god of death in your eyes, so you can show these eyes at critical moments in the future. Linus looked at Leon with a look of approval and replied. Okay. Leon got the answer he wanted and immediately felt confident. It's time to show off. Go back and rest. Don't think about getting supper from me, a poor homeless man. I only make my own share of food. Linus saw Leon sitting by the fire pit after talking about the Eye of Death, and took the initiative to remind him. Let's have a meal. I provide the ingredients. I just caught a fish king before. After eating it, it seems that there are some special effects. I am not sure about making the right dishes myself, so I want to ask you, Master, to help me. Leon said to Linus with his face. What about Fish King? That's true, but I don't recommend you eat it now. If it weren't for your problem, I wouldn't have helped make the mutant carp from last time. Now you don't need this level of ingredients to nourish it. You can first consider building a fish pond, keeping the Fish King inside, and carefully cultivating and harvesting some fish roe for consumption. The effect is also quite good, and this is a long-term effective benefit, which is not as effective as you eat the Fish King now. Linus suggested. Can the Fish King be kept in the fish pond? Leon was shocked by this news. He suspected that he had played a fake game, and the Fish King was thrown into the fish pond in the game, which would prompt the legendary fish that would not be happy there. If he wanted to keep it, he could only put it in the fish tank as an ornamental fish. Why can't it? No matter how special it is, it's just a fish, just a different life in the water. Linus looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. So that's it. Then I'll ask Robin to build 2 fish ponds for me later. Leon was overjoyed when he heard this, and asked at the same time, can the Fish King be raised in the fish pond? Can it reproduce? No, the birth of the Fish King is different from that of ordinary creatures, so don't think about this. Linus denied. That's a pity. Leon felt a little regretful when he heard this. After all, he thought he could rely on breeding to achieve the freedom of the Fish King. It's already very good to be able to produce fish roe, so don't be too greedy. Go back and prepare your fish pond. I'm going to have a meal. Linus issued a banishment order again. Okay, then I'll leave first. When the fish pond is brought out, raise the Fish King and produce fish roe. I'm the first to be filial to you. Leon didn't plan to stay. Before getting up and preparing to leave, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Linus. Save it and store more. This is a rare tonic. There are more places to use. I don't care about these things. You can prepare them for your future partner and child. Linus waved his hand and declined Lion's kindness. Although the Fish King's fish roe is good, it is just a rare food for him. It has no other benefits except satisfying his appetite, so there is no need to waste it on himself. It depends on the output. If the output is high, it is good to use it occasionally to open the meat. Leon thought what Linus said made sense, but that was also something that happened later. God knows how much fish roe the Fish King can produce before he has a child. Fish King breeding was updated on 1.6.9. I call following current affairs. Chapter 771 Plans cannot keep up with changes. In the end, Leon left the northern foothills and returned to the farm. Robin has already gotten off work, but the sailor hat he had lent to Robin before was left on the windowsill of the house by Robin, and he pressed it with a small stone to prevent the hat from being blown away by the wind. He put away the hat and brought it back to the house with the sailor hat belonging to Sophia on his head. Leon stuffed his hat into the treasure chest, and Sophia's hat was hung on the clothes hanger at the door. Abigail hadn't come back yet, and Leon thought there were no customers at night, so he made some food and took a bite. Then he had enough food and took a shower, then made a cup of green tea, sat on the balcony on the second floor, and enjoyed the rain outside the house. Without the help of modern technology such as mobile phones, computers, games, and TVs, rural life is actually quite boring. Although some people think that this kind of life is close to nature, Leon is not among them. However, it is also a good relaxation process to look at the scenery in your spare time, so Leon is still enjoying it at this moment. But after sitting for a long time, the comfort was gradually exhausted. After getting up and returning to the room, Leon finally chose to go to bed early to spend the long night of this person. When Leon opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already bright, and the birds screaming on the treetops in the morning were the best alarm clock, awakening Lion's brain. After getting up from the bed, I changed into clothes, washed up, and then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Leon turned on the TV to check his fortune today. The elves are very happy today. You are going to have good luck, Leon. Listening to Wervik's words, Leon turned off the TV with satisfaction and went out. Outside the door is the field where crops are planted. After a rain of life, the crops in the field are growing gratifyingly. After just one day, the growth effect of these crops seems to have escaped for more than a week. Many crops are showing their appearance of maturity, and most of them are hung with fruits. If not, they are not seen. The green fluorescence that represents the ripeness of the crop, Leon couldn't help but go forward to pick it. But there are also immature crops. For example, ancient fruits that seem very sparse than other crops have already grown fruits on the top. Although there is only one on each plant, it shines like a gem on the crown. The bright blue peel reflects luster in the sun like a ball of light. The touch is quite hard when you get it, and the fruit feels heavy, like a craft. Fortunately, the green leaves on the fruit stalk prove that it is indeed a plant. Ancient fruit that has hibernated for millions of years. I'm finally familiar. Looking at the ancient fruit in his hand, Leon sighed a little. After all, the seedlings have not grown for a long time, and Leon even suspected that the fruit would not be able to bear it. After taking away other ancient fruits, Leon took them back to the treasure chest for storage. Although I was very curious about the taste of ancient fruits, unfortunately these were all left to be kept, so Leon could only keep his eyes out of sight. After coming out of the house again, Robin happened to drive into the farm. "Good morning, Leon, today is over, your cattle shed is ready, and you need to prepare the swimming pool. Do you have any decoration style requirements?" "Well, can the construction of the swimming pool be cancelled? I want to change it to 2 fish ponds." Leon immediately asked when he heard this. Although the swimming pool is good, it is just an entertainment equipment. If possible, it is better to build a fish pond first. Although you can place an order together, Leon has no money at hand. Of course there is no problem, but in terms of materials, you have to make up for it. Robin reminded Leon with a smile, building a fish pond requires laying corresponding oxygen supply plants at the bottom of the pond. Freshwater fish ponds require 10 portions of green algae, and seawater fish ponds require 10 portions of seaweed. No problem, do you need to make up for the cost? Leon was not surprised when he heard this. After all, he knew that it would take algae to make a fish pond, but he was just worried that it would not be enough to use the money from building a swimming pool to change the fish pond. All of this is so familiar, so there is no need to make up for the spread. Robin waved his hand and directly ignored this issue. Now you only need to prepare fresh green algae and seaweed for me, and I will start construction of the fish pond for you tomorrow. I owe you a favor, I will prepare these materials. Leon said to Robin seriously. Robin was generous, but he couldn't take it for granted. Robin didn't answer the conversation, but just looked at Leon with a smile. After parking the car, he went to work at the chicken coop. Leon continued to patrol the fields and found that there were no other mature crops, so he took rice grains to feed the chickens. At the same time, I didn't forget to go to the cave to collect mushrooms in the cultivation trough, and grapes left on the ground by fruit bats. Finally, I went to the oak forest on the farm and looked at the situation of the sap collector. The resin in each collection barrel is already full, and I guess it will be possible to harvest a large amount of oak resin in 2 or 3 days. Before leaving, Leon took out the mushroom stump made of hardwood that had just learned yesterday and had freed from Mr. Linus, and placed it in the gap between the 2 oak trees. Although the mushroom stump was not small, it still left aisles on both sides that could be passed by one person. At this moment, Leon was extremely glad that he had reserved enough space when he planted oak. At first, it was just to facilitate the oak to have enough space to grow. Now it seems that it also facilitates him to place mushroom stumps in the gap in the future. After getting all this, Leon took out his bicycle and rode towards Pelican's town. This time, he wanted to go to the beach first and find Willy. He has seaweed, and occasionally he can hang some of it when fishing, but he has not reserved the green algae in fresh water. Leon thinks Willy should have a solution. Moreover, Willy should have rainbow trout on hand, so he had to take it and stuff it into the bait manufacturing machine to process it into a special bait for rainbow trout to make strategic reserves for subsequent trout competitions. Then, go to the blacksmith shop to get back the almost upgraded gold pickaxe, and donate it to the museum as exhibits. There were so many things to complete as soon as I woke up. Leon felt that the boredom I felt when I was watching the rain last night was really a whine. That was why nothing could be done? That was because I had never thought about doing things, and I really had to get busy. There were too many problems that I needed to deal with by myself. But planning is planning, but reality will not go as smooth as Lion's plan, because when he first entered Pelican Town, before Leon could go to the beach to find Willy, he was stopped by Louis at the entrance of the hospital. "Leon, are you busy now? I need some things to help you, the kind that is very anxious." Chapter 772 The Thief. "If you have something to do, but don't worry, you can talk first." Leon was completely confused about what Louis said, but he still chose to stop and listen. Louis immediately explained when he heard this. "That's right. Next weekend is Hawaiian Banquet Day in Stardew Valley. This is a traditional festival in Pelican Town. Everyone in the town will attend this banquet, and the governor is also extremely enthusiastic about it. At the banquet, everyone will sing and dance and enjoy the food. The most important thing is the core project at the Hawaiian banquet. Everyone contributes the ingredients and cooks a pot of bale soup that combines everyone's wishes and blessings. So, what's wrong?" Leon suddenly realized, he knew about this festival and had participated in it many times. In his impression, Louis really valued this festival. After all, it was a festival that could entertain the governor, and Louis wanted to make progress too much. So since Louis mentioned this, it should be a problem in some preparation link. There is indeed a problem. The bale soup base that I asked Marnie to prepare in advance is a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation by the mayor of Pelican Town. If you want to integrate various foods, you can avoid taste conflicts. This is a test of the skill and selection of materials. The trouble we are facing now is that the frozen soup cubes that have been prepared in advance are gone," Louis said to Leon in a low voice. "It's too late to boil now. After all, it takes 4 days to boil. You have to freeze it for another week to completely solidify the soup, but it's only 8 days before the banquet begins. It's a bit inappropriate to find me. I'm a farmer, not a detective." Although Leon felt that the situation was serious when he heard this, he couldn't help. After all, his professionalism was not right. "I didn't plan to find you at first, but then Marnie and I discovered that the thief didn't seem to be a Stardew Valley native, or rather, it was not a human." Speaking of this, Louis's face looked a little ugly. We saw a light footprint in front of Marnie's refrigerator. The footprints were obviously not human feet, nor did they look like animals. Leon frowned when he heard this. It was neither an animal nor a human, so it was very particular. Are the footprints still retained? Leon asked. Keep it, but it's more convenient to see the photos. Louis hurriedly took out a photo from his shirt pocket, which was taken of the wooden floor in front of Marnie's refrigerator. The most conspicuous one was a light mud footprint. It is not complete, but the general outline can be seen. The soles of the feet are not big, the shapes of the front and back feet are very different. The forefoot is clustered, but the soles of the back feet are inverted triangles. The look of the two completely different shapes being intersected and pieced together is extremely strange. Have you found the Explorers Union? Leon continued to ask. Not yet, the Explorers Guild will open until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This matter is very urgent. The sooner you find the thief, the better. And you are also an explorer. I believe you, Leon. Louis shook his head and explained. Then I'll ask you for inquiries. Leon agreed to the entrustment. When it comes to this inhuman creature, it is no wonder that Louis looks for himself. It seems that there are some things that can be put down for the time being today. Please. Louis handed the photo to Leon. If you need it, you can go to Marnie's house to investigate. If you find the soup, not only will Pelican Town owe you a favor, I will personally make up for a reward. It's better to prepare for both hands. If the soup is stolen by the thief and used, it doesn't make any sense to find the thief. Now I'll make another pot. As for the freezing process, maybe I can find a way to speed up. Although he took over this commission, Leon still didn't say too much. Yet, Louis also felt that what Leon said made sense, and immediately headed towards Marnie's ranch. Leon, on the other hand, brought the photos and headed straight to the northern foothills. Why are you here again? Seeing Lion's appearance, Linus, who was sitting on the grass meditating, opened his eyes and complained helplessly. I have an urgent matter and I want you to help you. Leon sat opposite Linus, handed the photo to Linus, and explained the meaning of the photo and the commission he had accepted. Has the Bale soup base stolen? After hearing Lion's words, Linus frowned, then his expression became serious. He took the photo and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he gave the answer. The thief is a goblin. Although the footprints are incomplete, I can't think of a second possibility with such a special footprint shape. If you go to the scene, you should still smell a foul smell that cannot be dissipated. Goblin. Leon immediately thought of the one in the witch swamp when he heard this and confirmed to Linus. Is it the goblins that are active on the railway? Well, the goblins originated in the northeastern forest on the other side of Mount Brumaire. They have green skin and bright red eyes, and their appearance is terrible to ordinary people, but in fact, the goblins have similar wisdom and emotions to humans, and there is no obstacle to learning our customs and languages. To some extent, they can even be regarded as friendly neutral races. However, due to its appearance and the foul smell that lingers all over the body due to its living habits, the goblins were not accepted by humans and were mistaken for an evil monster. Therefore, the goblins who had basically left Mount Brumaire could only choose to defect to wizards, warlocks, necromancers and other evil people to serve. But because of the existence of the Peaceful Coexistence Treaty, goblins will not enter into areas where humans live, and their food is very special. Most of the traditional goblin food is composed of maggot meat. For humans, delicious food is very despised in their eyes, so it is impossible to satisfy their appetite. But this one entered Stardew Valley and went to steal the soup base in someone else's refrigerator, which was obviously forced to issue an order. Linus continued to popularize the goblin situation and characteristics with Leon Koch, while his eyes were full of helplessness. So, I think this matter may have something to do with an old friend I know. Rasmati's ex-wife. Leon tentatively. It must be Miranda after all. She is the only goblin servant in Stardew Valley and is keen to cause some trouble for everyone. Linus looked at Leon in surprise, but he didn't expect that Leon would know such a secret. Just cause trouble. Leon thought about something more when he heard this, rather than wanting to use this to attract Rasmati's attention and let him see her. Well, this shouldn't be the case. After all, after that incident, Rasmati's dared not see Miranda again, and Miranda also intends to hide from Rasmati's. Linus shook his head, but was not sure whether what Leon was thinking was right or wrong. Chapter 773 Task Entrustment Toinun. Well, let's not talk about these things for now. Since we have found the main owner, can we still have a way to get this soup base back? Leon scratched his head and asked unstably. After all, this involves a prank by a witch, and this witch, who is Rasmati's ex-wife, things suddenly become complicated. It's not that it can be done, it must be brought back. After all, since Miranda has set her sights on the Hawaiian banquet, she will not give up. Even if Marnie prepares another soup base, it will still be stolen, so this problem must be solved from the root cause. Linus confirmed. What should we do? Just call us directly, or find a way to contact Rasmati's and let him deal with it? Leon asked after hearing Linus' speculation. It's not convenient for me to see her. After all, after that incident, I was on the sidelines of Rasmati's, and she hated me, so you have to do this alone. Linus replied with an embarrassing look on his face. What if I don't go back? Lion's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If he was communicating with a friendly witch, he wouldn't be afraid. But when facing a witch with a somewhat disorganized witch, he was really unsure, not to mention that he had a good relationship with Rasmati's, and he was the boyfriend of the woman who had turned green on her granddaughter, and his buffs were full of buffs. That's not. After all, although Miranda likes to cause trouble for people, she never hurts the people in Stardew Valley. She is just crazy, not degenerate. Besides, you are carrying forest magic and are still the grandson of Old Baron. For Old Baron's sake, she won't make things too difficult for you. Linus analyzed to Leon seriously, so all you have to do is go to the witch swamp and see if you can meet Miranda. Find a way to convince her to give up this prank for the time being and get the soup back. It is actually not too difficult to do. The affinity shown by your forest magic should allow her to wake up temporarily and communicate with you normally. How to go to the witch swamp? Leon thought that he would go to the witch swamp one day. After all, there was a mission about Rasmati's, and he needed to get magic potions there, but he did not expect that his first mission to the witch swamp was not released by Rasmati's, but Lewis. The railway valley I took you to yesterday has a secret passage located in the northeast corner of the cliff. There is a teleportation array leading to the witch swamp, but the entrance is sealed. How to open it? You have to ask Rasmati's, and I will contact you now. Because he couldn't go by himself, Linus basically gave Leon strong support in terms of intelligence support. After saying these words, Linus took Leon to the edge of the fire pit outside the tent and lit the bonfire. After the flames ignited and rose, they began to twist, and then the fireworks began to condense into Razmatiz's face. Linus, what happened to Stardew Valley? When the face completely condensed and formed, Razmatiz's voice came out of the flames. Linus retold what Leon said to Razmatiz, and added the subsequent speculation and the identity of the thief. After saying all this, Leon noticed that the Razmatiz face condensed by the flames showed an expression of embarrassment and helplessness. After a moment of silence, Razmatiz finally spoke, "If you want to unseal the seal, you have to look for the dark amulet and hold it to open the curse steel blocked outside the teleportation cave. The dark amulet was borrowed from Korobus. Leon, you can go to Korobus to ask for it and unseal the seal steel I arranged at the entrance." "Okay, I'll go later, but I have a question. Linus told me that Miranda will not hurt the residents of Stardew Valley. Why do you still have to seal the passage?" Leon listened to the side for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking. He has experienced this plot. In the game, Razmatiz sealed the portal to the Witch Swamp, saying that he was worried that the villagers would be plundered by Miranda's black magic, which was inconsistent with the reality, so Leon wanted to know the reason. "She will not attack ordinary people, but she will curse all non-human existences that she can see, such as animals and plants. The consequences caused by this will still affect the lives of ordinary people. After all, cursed animals and plants will not follow the Treaty of Peaceful Coexistence," Razmatiz explained. "So that's it. What should I pay attention to when I meet Miranda?" It's rare to find Razmatiz. Leon wants to learn more about Miranda and avoid being trapped during communication. You probably won't meet. She is not in Stardew Valley now." Razmatiz hesitated for a moment and spoke. "What do you mean?" Linus was a little surprised when he heard this. If Miranda was not in Stardew Valley, who instructed the goblin to steal the bale soup base? "I saw her at a secret meeting today, although she took herself wrapped in a robe, but her magic fluctuations are the only ones. I will not admit my mistake," Razmatiz explained. "Well, okay, then take care of yourself." Linus immediately prayed for Razmatiz in his heart when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, Razmatiz went to a secret meeting. Not only did he take Abigail to see the world, he also needed to go on stage to deliver a speech. If Miranda was there, it might cause a big mess. "Razmatiz, Abigail asks you to protect it." Linus was concerned about Razmatiz's situation, while Leon was worried about Abigail. After all, Abigail and Razmatiz were also Razmatiz's granddaughter. If Miranda discovered this, it would not be good. With Abigail's current strength, he would probably not be able to beat this former wife with Razmatiz. "I know, I have asked Abigail to stay at one of my witch friends for a while. Her safety is absolutely guaranteed, but Leon, please be safe." Razmatiz comforted, and added, "You have passed this trip. If you can enter Miranda's hut, it's best to help me get a bottle of magic ink that she took away when we parted. That thing is very important to me. With it, I can restart the secret of miracle. This has many benefits for you, but don't force it, just do your best. Ensuring your own safety is the first priority." "Okay, I'll pay attention then." Leon nodded and replied. "But I couldn't help asking more. You are sure that the ownership of magic ink belongs to you? It's not the property that the couple divided during divorce. I am an honest person who abides by the law and cannot commit illegal theft." But Razmatiz did not answer Lion's doubts. The old face on the flame turned a very obvious roll of his eyes, and then the face belonging to Razmedes collapsed and turned into a rising flame again. The attitude of finding someone to help with the business is tisk. Razmedes disappeared, and then Leon started to complain. So you can slaughter him hard after getting the magic ink. I absolutely support you and provide you with protection and support. Linus reminded Leon with a wicked smile. You old man, don't you cheat me, right? Leon's heart trembled and he asked with some trepidation. I'm serious. How much trouble does this bastard's romantic debt bring to us? You can't afford this old bastard. Linus said this, his teeth were about to clench a little. Chapter 774 Dark Amulet. Leon did not agree with Linus's answer, because Linus said that there was no problem, and what he said was a bit beyond the reach of it. So Leon immediately pulled the topic back to the main line and spoke. With Miranda's absence, I'll get the dark amulet first, and get the work done early. Go. Linus nodded, then picked a green leaf from the shrub beside him and handed it to Leon. If you encounter danger, just tear the leaf apart. I will come to save you at that time, although it is likely that I won't be able to use it. I hope so. Leon took the blade, put it in his pocket, and then walked towards Pelican Town along the way down the mountain. The news of the stolen soup base was blocked by Lewis very well. At least in Pelican Town, everyone still maintains the ease of daily life. Leon, who had crossed the square, saw no trace of Lewis, and he did not know whether he had returned from Marnie's house. Originally, Leon planned to reveal some information to him after seeing Lewis to calm his emotions. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It is not too late to tell Lewis about this good news after getting the Bale soup base. The information obtained from Linus was most likely not destroyed or consumed. Leon still felt that Miranda asked Goblin to steal the beanie to let Razmedes come to the door in person. Although Linus said the probability was not high, Leon felt this way. After walking through the square and walking along the river, Leon came to the sewer manhole cover surrounded by a fence, took out the rusty key, opened the large lock on the cover, opened the manhole cover, and the smell of the sewer alone rushed straight to his forehead. Fortunately, Leon was used to this smell and climbed down the stairs. As soon as he landed, he heard the voice of Colobus. Leon, do you want to buy something? Korobs, long time no see. I'm not here to buy things, I'm here to get you the dark amulet. Leon landed and patted the dust on his hands, then turned to look at the big black winter root hidden in the shadow and spoke. Dark talisman? Why? Colobus asked Leon in confusion. We need to untie a seal that was deployed with the dark amulet. Razmedes told me to come to you to get the amulet. Leon explained. It turns out that it is the Guardian's request, so I'll leave it to you, but I hope you don't touch this thing for a long time. Although its name is a talisman, for humans, the dark power contained on it is too dangerous and may bring unnecessary pollution to your body. When Korobus heard Razmedes's name and seal, he understood that Leon was not on a whim. I understand. I will bring it back to you after using it. Leon nodded seriously. Korobus, it's definitely not that I want to intimidate myself. The dark amulet should be really dangerous. Leon is the man who listens to his advice. Actually, it's okay if you don't have to. I can make this thing myself. You can keep it as a souvenir. I can dispel the shadow elements on it for you, so that it will be an ordinary obsidian carved talisman. Korobus replied. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't win over what he loves, just use it. Leon stepped forward and patted Korobus's body, probably on his shoulder, and refused. Then you get it. Korobus was a little embarrassed by Lion's patting, and hurriedly took out a decoration with curved demon horns from his body, shining with a gradient luster of blue and deep purple, and a pair of weird amulets with bright purple gloss eyes at the center were handed to Leon. Dark Amulet, a magic prop containing rich shadow power, condensed it as if condensed into an abyss. When you start with the amulet, Lion's first feeling was a bit heavy, and then there was a slight tingling sensation from the skin of the hand that touched the amulet. As Korobus said, it is really dangerous for humans to touch this thing. Subconsciously trying to put it in the system backpack, Leon found that he had actually taken it in. This means that the ownership of this dark amulet belongs to him in the systematic judgment, which also means that Korobus really gave this thing to him. I'll come to find you again when I'm finished. Now I'm in a hurry. Lamenting at Korobus's sincerity, Leon couldn't talk to Korobus more. After all, no one knows how long it will take for Miranda to come back this secret meeting. Leon has to hurry up when she is not in the witch swamp. However, before leaving, Leon still thought of a link and immediately asked Korobus, "By the way, Korobus, do you have a ready-made void mayonnaise? I want to buy one." "Yes, I'll give it to you now." Korobus immediately turned around and ran towards the altar where he set up his stall. After a while, he held a bottle sealed in a glass jar, which contained a ball of black and sticky paste. On this ball of bad paste, there were some red spots, and these spots would expand and contract, like a beating heart. Void mayonnaise, craftsman's product, sticky, paste-like, smells like burnt hair, and doesn't seem to be edible. "Thank you, how much is it?" Leon received the void mayonnaise, then took out the task commission paid by the dwarf before, and prepared to pay the bill. 500 G. Although I really want to say I gave it to Leon, the rules are rules, so Korobus still truthfully quoted his price for void mayonnaise. Leon took out 500 G and handed it to Korobus. "Okay, then I'll take a step first. When I'm done with my work, I'll come to find you." "Okay." Korobus accepted the money and waved his short arms towards Leon. Saying goodbye to Korobus, Leon climbed back to the surface along the stairs and headed directly to the northern foothills. "Get it?" Linus, who had been standing on the hillside, greeted immediately when he saw Leon coming back. "Get it?" Leon nodded and walked uphill to Linus' side. "Do you want to send me a ride?" "Let's go. Although I don't want to meet Miranda, the railway area can still be accessed casually for Linus, as long as I don't enter the witch swamp." Moreover, for efficiency, Linus once again demonstrated his ability to accelerate and exerted it on Leon, allowing Leon to experience the free and easy feeling of being as light as a swallow and free from the influence of gravity. Chapter 775, Make a Friend. Under the leadership of Linus, the two arrived at a hidden back slope in the northeast corner of the railway area. Leon saw a long pentagonal green stone tablet, embedded on the mountain wall, and there was no gap behind him. "It's here, take out your dark amulet and put it on." Looking at the stele, Linus pointed to the only groove on the steel and reminded Leon. Leon took out the dark amulet from his backpack, endured the stinging sensation, and embedded it in the groove on the stone tablet. The size of the groove was far from that of the dark amulet, but when the dark amulet was fitted with the stone tablet began to shrink rapidly and become smaller. After the size of the groove on the stone tablet that was shrinking in proportion perfectly matched the dark amulet, the stone tablet began to turn from green to black, and then began to melt, and was finally completely absorbed by the dark amulet. Without the support of the stone tablet, the dark amulet began to land under the influence of gravity. Leon picked it up and stuffed it directly into the system backpack. The stone tablet disappeared, and the entrance to the cave that it had blocked before was exposed to Leon and Linus' eyes. The cave was pitch black and there was no sign of depth. Get in. There is a teleportation array leading to the witch swamp inside. It's not convenient for me to accompany you. The next road will depend on you alone. Linus took out a burning torch from somewhere and handed it to Leon and spoke. Can you save me? Leon took the torch, took out the leaves given by Linus and said confidently. Yes, but I don't think you can use it. Linus repeated his previous answer. Then you give it back. Leon looked at Leon speechlessly and complained. Aren't you worried that you are too nervous? I'll give you some insurance. Linus explained with a smile. Okay, then I'll leave. After joking with Linus, Leon put away the leaves and entered the cave with a torch. With the light of the torch, you can see clearly the situation in the cave. The width of the cave is enough for 2 people to walk side by side, and the height is over 2 meters, so you don't feel depressed when walking. The rock walls on both sides of the cave are as smooth as mirrors. I don't know if it has been repaired or because of the magic effect, so I don't have to worry about being hit by a raised rock wall somewhere. Keeping moving forward, Leon found that the depth of the cave was quite exaggerated, and he maintained a normal walking speed. After walking for more than 3 minutes, he still didn't see his head, which made Leon feel a little unconfident. After all, this is the road to the Witch Swamp teleportation array. In order to prevent ordinary people from entering, it is not known whether Rasmades has set up magic similar to the Muggle Dispel spell to create a situation where ghosts hit the walls or hindering passers-by A, B, and C entering here. After walking for more than a minute, it suddenly became clear in front of me. Leon saw a standard square space under the fire. There were no decorations around it, only the floor was paved with a pieced together by stone bricks. In the center, there was a magic circle placed on the ground, shining with a light blue luster. Taking a deep breath, Leon walked towards the magic circle. As soon as he stepped onto the range within the magic circle, the next second, he found that the scene in front of him had changed into another style. In front of me was a path with the color of the soil being no different from the outside land. On both sides of the road, the deep-colored lake water completely wrapped the path. In the lake, unknown trees with unique shapes grew vigorously. I wonder if it was an illusion, but Leon always felt that something seemed to be peeking at him in the canopy on the tops of these trees. Looking back, there is also a lake behind it, which is already one of the ends of the road. Fortunately, Leon can still see the magic circle, so he is not worried that he will be trapped here and cannot escape. Although it's a swamp, the road conditions are unexpectedly good. The swamp in Lion's impression is that there is no dry and compact road surface, but it is different here. Although the trail under your feet is narrow, it feels very stable when you step on it, so Leon doesn't need to worry about being caught in the quagmire without paying attention. Without hesitation, I continued to walk forward for more than a minute. In the direction facing Leon, I saw an island connecting the path, and a huge wooden house stood in the center of the island. The green leaves covered the roof tightly. The wall facing Leon is carved with curly vine-shaped reliefs. There is a gap on the mahogany door, but the situation inside cannot be seen from the gap, and only the darkness that cannot be dispelled is seen. There were two skeleton-shaped lanterns hanging on the walls on both sides of the door. Leon looked carefully and found that the skeleton was carved from stone, with fire flashing in his empty eye sockets, which was not the human skull he imagined. Although strange, it seems less evil at least. Continue to move forward. Before you even reach the island, the door of the cottage was suddenly opened and a humanoid creature walked out of the house. A fat body, green skin, sharp teeth, a long nose like Pinocchio, a protruding red eyeball, and an iron helmet with a horn on his head, looking very capable. No wonder humans are afraid and misunderstood goblins. No one believes that this look is a good person. Leon silently complained in his heart, but there was a kind smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Goblin, I'm here to find Ms. Miranda. Is she at home?" "Human, are you looking for my master?" "Sorry, she is not at home." Goblin responded politely to Leon when he heard this, while looking at Leon for a moment. "If there is nothing else, you can go back first. The hostess doesn't like outsiders to disturb her life." "Don't worry, let's talk." Leon was not convinced by Goblin's words, but walked forward and spoke. This move immediately made Goblin alert. Compared with his obese body, Goblin's pair of thin and dirty hands stretched out became much thinner, but his fingernails were slender and sharp, looking like a polished dagger. "Don't get closer, human, or I'll have to fulfill my duty to protect here." The goblin roared and threatened Leon, but he instinctively took a small step back, showing the essence of this guy being strong on the outside and doing it. "I really have no malicious intentions, make friends." Leon spread his hands and said that he had no idea to do it. "I only serve the hostess." Goblin shouted. "Meeting is fate, I'm giving it to you." Seeing that the goblin was still on guard, Leon sighed, then took out the void mayonnaise he had just bought from his backpack and threw it towards the goblin from the air. Seeing this, Goblin thought Leon had thrown out some deadly weapon, so he directly avoided the thrown void mayonnaise, rolled on the ground in a very embarrassed manner, and squatted in defense. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't hear any explosion or smell any toxic gas. Then I realized that the things Leon threw out were not threatening. I immediately looked at the thing that landed, wanting to see what it was. Chapter 776, First Ritual and then Sergeant. Ah! Void mayonnaise. The glass jar thrown by Leon is still tough and has not broken when it lands. After seeing the unique red spots of the paste contained in the bottle, Goblin immediately realized what was contained in it. Amazement afterwards, the Goblin rushed over with a vicious dog, picked up the void mayonnaise on the ground, and then sat on the ground regardless of his image, unscrewed the bottle cap with his trembling hands, and carefully used his slender nails to pick out a small ball of black void mayonnaise from it. Then it stuffed it directly into the mouth. Woo! The goblin's throat made a moan of unknown significance, and the satisfied and twisted facial expression was like an addict who had been imprisoned for a long time and discovered something he had dreamed of. Then the goblin seemed to react, and hurriedly tightened the bottle cap and stuffed the void mayonnaise into his robe. He looked at Leon with a vigilant look on his face, protecting his chest with one hand, as if he was guarding Leon for retaking the void mayonnaise. "Do you like this gift?" Leon stood there and spread his hands, saying that he had no malice, and said to Goblin, "If you like it, maybe I can give you one." When Goblin heard this, his big eyes became even more prominent. He couldn't wait to get up and asked Leon, "Do you still have void mayonnaise?" "Of course, but it's not for you now. I have 2 questions I want to ask you." Leon immediately smiled when he saw the goblin taking the bait. "The first question is, did you go to Pelican's Town last night to steal a piece of soup hidden in the refrigerator?" "I didn't steal, I just followed the hostess' request and went to get it." Goblin hesitated for a moment, but still answered Lion's doubts. "Then where is the soup you took away now?" Leon answered speechlessly, but he did not expose it and continued to ask. "In the house." Goblin replied truthfully. "Are you here to find that thing? Then I can't help you, even if there is too much void mayonnaise, it's because the hostess specifically emphasized that I had hidden it. If you take it away, my life will be gone." "No need to discuss." Leon frowned, feeling that his 500G was wasted. "No, and I advise you to leave here early. The hostess doesn't like outsiders to disturb her." Goblin also felt that it was a bit inappropriate for him to take things away, but although void mayonnaise is precious, it is still not important. All he could do was to remind the human in front of him to leave here early so as not to fall into danger. This would not be a waste of his own things. "Then I'm going to have a waste of time? Why don't we make a deal?" Leon was not worried about this. "The information I got yesterday was that Miranda was not at home and I don't know when she would come back, but it shouldn't be too fast. There is a lot of time to use to operate it." "What deal?" Goblin asked curiously. "There are 2 ways of trading. The first is that I exchange void mayonnaise with you, but I can guarantee that you will not be blamed by your hostess. This requires you to pay a little bit of money, such as adding some injuries to the back of your head, which is called a bitter meat plan." Leon took the lead in telling the first method he thought of. "You can explain to your hostess at that time, and just say I rushed in and knocked you out and snatched the soup base, so that at least I won't make your situation so embarrassing." "What about the other one?" Goblin thought this proposal was pretty good, but he also wanted to listen to the second trading method. "The second type is that I bring a soup with similar color, but it is not frozen. You replace the frozen soup with this one and quickly explain to your hostess that the soup is about to thaw and melt. She should not care about these details. I will still give you a portion of void mayonnaise, but the premise of this transaction is that the soup is not placed in the refrigerator." Leon continued to report the second option. "The second type is not possible. The hostess used magic to freeze the unpleasant soup, which would not melt. And if I replaced it, I couldn't arrange a magic circle of the same type on it." Goblin immediately rejected the proposal when he heard this. "Then you can only have the first type, what do you think?" Leon was not surprised and asked Goblin. "Can you give me a few bottles of void mayonnaise?" Goblin asked back. "You offer the offer." 5. No, 10 bottles. Goblin immediately reported a number, but felt that it was not enough, so he changed his words and doubled. Greed is not a good quality. Hearing the goblin's request, Leon smiled. A bottle of void mayonnaise 500 g, and 10 bottles are 5000 g. Although the soup is important, it is not impossible to get a new one. After paying 500 g, Leon felt that he was a little lost and didn't want to be a sucker. If you don't agree, the deal will not be reached. Go back. Goblin was a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he still had no intention of letting go. Is there any righteousness in the business that cannot be achieved? Don't you think about it? Leon said sure. Go back, human, don't force me to drive you out. Goblin couldn't understand what Leon said, but he didn't want to be stalemate with Leon anymore. If the hostess came back at this time and saw that she left the hut and communicated with a human here, without fulfilling her duties of protecting the place, then he would be in trouble. Oh! Leon sighed. It seemed that the civilized people's way of doing things could not be understood, so they could only be courtesy first and then soldiers. What are you up to? The goblin also noticed Lion's attitude change, especially when he saw a purple luster flashing out of thin air in Lion's hand. There were weapons decorated with starlight on the blade and shouted at the top of my throat. I want to follow the first transaction link, but I don't want to pay for void mayonnaise. What do you think? Leon held the hilt of the knife, and the blade instantly extended to the growth knife, pointing directly at the goblin's ugly face. I didn't do anything before because I was worried that Miranda had arranged some surveillance measures here, but since I communicated with the goblin, I have not seen any traces of Miranda appearing. Leon felt that he was worried too much. Since that's the case, don't be polite. As long as the goblin is not cut to death, it will be almost done. Anyway, I brought the life potion in my bag this time. At worst, I could cut over the goblin and take away the things, and then pour it a bottle of potion to save its life. Even if Miranda was angry, she would be able to remain rational without a murder. This would not be considered a death-making grudge. I think the deal can continue to be discussed. I only need 2 bottles of void mayonnaise. The goblin had a good vision. It could be seen that the weapon Leon took out was a galaxy weapon. The holders of this weapon were basically powerful warriors with skillful combat skills, and they were not sure to deal with this level of existence. It's too late, I'm sorry, Mr. Goblin, I have to let you lie down for a while. Leon didn't plan to pay attention to Goblin anymore. The more he dragged, the more dangerous he was, so he might as well fight and decide quickly. Chapter 777 Fatal Problem. Facing Leon, who was carrying a knife, Goblin roared and ran towards the cottage with his head in his arms. It is impossible to fight. You will never fight in this life. You have sharp claws but can't beat the galaxy weapons. It's better to hide and find a way to notify the hostess to come back. The most suitable solution is to find a way to notify the hostess to come back. But the goblin was not running fast. Its fat body dragged down its pace and was approached by Leon in an instant. Feeling the movement coming from behind, the goblin found sadly that he seemed to be suffering. Yai! But the next moment, an extremely harsh laughter reached Goblin's ears, making him feel at ease. Miss, save me. But before Goblin saw his mistress teach the human lesson with magic, he felt a strange purple lightning flash appear in front of him, and then, there was no more. On Lion's side, a flip opened the distance and looked at a black-robed witch walking out of the room with a serious look. The mage robe with the same style as Rasmati's, but its skin is weirdly green and has a very similar face to the goblin, but its nose is collapsed, which is quite similar to the witch's shape in fairy tales. "Young man, you broke into my swamp, what are you looking for?" Unlike the harsh sounds before, the witch's original voice seemed low and heavy. Although her appearance was terrifying, her expression was very calm, not as crazy as Leon imagined. "Come and find the soup taken away by Ms. Miranda for the Hawaiian banquet," Leon explained, while still maintaining a fighting posture, holding the galaxy sword in his hand tightly, and thinking about whether to crush the leaves in his pocket. "You have opened the seal at the door of the teleportation array in Stardew Valley." Miranda did not continue the topic, but instead asked Leon. "Opened." Leon nodded, then glanced at the location of the goblin before. When the witch appeared, he did not attack him, but instead hit the magic at the goblin. At this moment, Leon didn't know whether it was dead or alive, and the person was gone anyway. "Then I should thank you. In this way, I don't need to take a long way to get to Stardew Valley." Miranda raised her lips when she heard this, and then looked at Leon carefully for a moment. "You have forest magic and the smell of Linus. It seems that you are the grandson of Baron who they call Baron." "Yes," Leon replied truthfully. No matter what, the witch did not directly attack him, proving that at least he was safe now, so Leon did not mean to perfunctorily. After all, he is Rasmati's ex-wife. In terms of strength, it should be an existence that Leon cannot match now. Being honest, he is worried that he will pay the first blood. And judging from the other party's attitude, it seems that there is still something to talk about. Although it seems a little crazy, Miranda still remembers a lot of things. "Come in and sit down. I want to ask you something." Miranda nodded, then stood at the door of the cottage and greeted Leon. "Well, why don't I go back first? This time I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I'll go back and prepare. Come again later," Leon suggested while scratching his nose when he heard this. Miranda stared at Leon, and Leon immediately put away his weapons from his heart and trotted to Miranda's side. "Don't worry, child, I don't want to hurt you, I just want to ask you a few questions." Seeing Leon as being so good, Miranda nodded in satisfaction and comforted Leon. Leon smiled and didn't say anything. Under Miranda's leadership, he entered the house. Unlike the layout of the cottage I saw in the game, the real witch cottage was filled with various cabinets and tables. A large crucible with the same style as Rasmati's was emitting green smoke, and the air was filled with all kinds of strange smells, which was a little pungent and smelled a little dizzy. The shelves and cabinets are also filled with various herbs and some of the body tissues of various creatures soaked in the jars. Various thick books are placed randomly on the ground, which looks quite messy. The 3 altars I remember were not seen in the house, but Leon noticed that there was a hatch in the corner of the house, which should have in the basement, and beside the hatch door, there is a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. "Sit." With a wave of his hand, a chair filled with books was pulled out of thin air to Leon. Leon did not sit down in a hurry, but smiled and said, "Ms. Miranda, please sit down. I am still young, and it's not hard to speak when I stand." "You mean I'm old?" Miranda glanced at Leon and asked back when she heard this. No, it's just that you are my elder, I'm embarrassed to watch you stand. Leon immediately shook his head and denied it, and began to build relationships. This is true. Miranda is Rasmati's generation. It's no wonder so many people like you. Listening to Lion's words, Miranda teased Leon with a smile, then pulled a chair from somewhere to sit down, and then set her eyes on Leon. Leon stopped resisting this time and sat honestly on the chair that was sent to him at the beginning. What should I drink? After Leon sat down, another small coffee table flew over and placed it between the two of them, and Miranda asked at the same time. I'm not thirsty, you're busy with yours. Leon declined politely. If you don't choose, then I'll choose it for you, lizard eyeball soup? Or mouse tea? Miranda said to Leon with her eyes narrowed. Well, just ordinary water is fine. Faced with this threat, Leon could only change his words. It's boring. Miranda waved her hand in disappointment, and then a glass of pure water appeared in front of Leon, with ice cubes added. What do you want to ask me? Holding the cup without rushing to drink water, Leon shifted the topic to Miranda's purpose of entertaining himself. There are many problems, you should have enough time and patience. Miranda asked. Of course, and I promise to speak out. Leon promised. It's pretty good. I hope you're telling the truth. Miranda showed a strange smile and then asked. Do you think I'm beautiful? Such an outrageous and fatal question was stunned by Lion's question. He had thought about the question Miranda would ask, but he didn't expect this sentence. Don't answer. Miranda's voice became louder. No, I'm just thinking about whether to lie. Leon quickly explained. I said, I hope you tell the truth. Miranda emphasized. Okay, then my answer is beautiful. Leon added immediately. Lie. Miranda's face turned cold, and then Leon saw Miranda's thin green fingers lifting up, igniting an ice-blue flame. What I mean by beauty is not your appearance, but your temperament. Leon explained without changing his face. After all, appearance is just the outside, and what is important is the inside. Haha. Miranda looked at Leon with a sneer, but the flames at her fingertips had dissipated. Chapter 778 Want to leave? Leon breathed a sigh of relief at this. But before he could calm down, Miranda spoke again. Who do you think I and your little girlfriend are beautiful? Such a sudden problem revealed a lot of information, which made Leon couldn't help but look at Miranda more. His green skin and slightly weird appearance could not see any emotional changes, but those eyes were staring at him, obviously observing his expression. You mean Helena? Without spitting out Abigail's name directly, Leon chose to use Helena to replace the name of this little girlfriend. Ha, man! Hearing this name, Miranda looked at Leon with contempt, then showed a very proud smile, and the distorted corners of her mouth seemed like a beast that had been chosen to eat. That little girl named Abigail, do you know you have another partner? I know. Since Miranda has shown up, Leon can no longer pretend that he doesn't know Abigail. At the same time, he is also thinking about what Miranda plans to know about this matter. Hey hee hee, it's worthy of being the blood of that woman. Even the choices in this aspect are so similar. Miranda let out that iconic evil laugh, with contempt and resentment in her tone being beyond words. This matter belongs to my private matter, Ms. Miranda. I know you had a dispute with Rasmides, and I regret it, but I hope that such a thing will not involve the younger generation. After all, the lady who has a grudge against you has passed away. Leon couldn't help frowning at Miranda's attitude. Her view of Abigail was not very good. It seemed to bring the hatred brought to Abigail's grandmother to Abigail, but Leon still patiently persuaded him. Then do I have to trouble that girl? Miranda asked Leon with a cold face. Then there is nothing to talk about. I will try my best to ensure her safety and use all means to erase the threat. Leon looked at Miranda seriously. Although he did not make any violent moves, Leon could hear that Miranda was serious. Then I can't let you go back. My servant is gone. You can become my new servant. I will use magic to distort your will and appearance and turn you into a goblin. I don't know if I can accept you at that time, ha he he he. After Miranda said that, she disappeared directly in front of Leon, while the strange laughter echoed in the room. Leon did not respond to Miranda and directly crushed his pocket. The leaves inside took out the galaxy watermelon knife and opened the Eye of Death. Since we can't be good, we can only fight hard. Although we are not sure, Leon doesn't want to sit still and wait for death. I'll give you another chance to join my team and bring that girl over and use her to replace the pain you will endure next, and I'll let you go. There was still no trace of Miranda, but her crazy voice fell into Leon's ears without losing sight. Leon still did not respond, but proved his attitude with his actions. One super bomb after another was released from the system backpack by Leon and was neatly piled up beside Leon. As long as the fire was ignited, these super bombs would explode around Leon as the center. After a long stalemate, Miranda suddenly appeared in front of Leon, but did not make any attacks, and was not even wary, just like a noble lady who went out of the door and returned home to rest. She sat on the stool with an elegant manner in a lady's sitting position, and what surprised Leon was that Miranda's appearance, which should have been distorted due to jealousy, had actually returned to the human form. Although she looked a little old, she still couldn't hide her facial features and her beauty when she was young. Put these toys from you, kid. Miranda looked at Leon's red pupils that reflected the god of death with interest, and then comforted Leon with a very gentle smile on her face. Miranda's voice now was different from before, more peaceful and elegant. Are you testing me? Seeing Miranda, who was completely different from before, Leon also reacted and was quite speechless. Just want to see your attitude. Miranda nodded and then sighed, although you are also a fickle carrot, you are at least like a man than Ras Modis. This was hard to answer, but Leon really took back all the bombs and weapons, and closed the Eye of Death and sat down honestly. Maintaining these things is just a peace of mind. If you really use them for an old witch, the threats these things add up are probably not enough to make Miranda look at them, so it is meaningless to continue to maintain this posture. Of course, the most important thing is that Leon did not feel the malice in Miranda, which shows that Miranda is not deceiving himself to let go of his guard against a sneak attack. This is intuition and perceived feedback from desire control, and Leon still believes in their judgment. There is another guest coming. I thought Linus would never dare to come to see me in his life. After Leon sat down, Miranda suddenly spoke. Then the door of the cottage was opened and Linus stood outside the door. Ahem, Miranda, long time no see. Linus, outside the house, glanced at the situation inside the house, looked at Leon, who was sitting safely, and breathed a sigh of relief, and greeted Miranda with an awkward expression. Come in and sit, old friend. Miranda glanced at Linus, and another chair flew out and landed beside Leon. Linus was not polite, and walked in and sat down, looked at Miranda's current face and sighed, it seems that you have untied your knot over the years. Since that woman died, I was so stupid that I was angry and jealous of Razmedes. When that woman passed away, I found that this guy, like a mouse, didn't even have the courage to attend the funeral. He only dared to hide in the corner and peep, and I had already figured it out. Miranda's tone was plain, but she could see the disgust in her eyes clearly. He is the guardian and cannot have too much contact with ordinary people, Linus explained to his old friend. Haha. Miranda sneered, obviously very disdainful of Linus' statement. Linus also felt inappropriate, so he scratched his head and changed the topic. I don't want to care about your affairs. I am a homeless man living in Stardew Valley now. The purpose of my visit is to take Leon back. After all, Baron entrusted me to take care of him, so you won't be angry with a junior, right? If I wanted to, he would have died long ago. Miranda looked at Leon again and asked, do you really want to leave now? Thank you Brother Kun-H for the reward of 10,000 points of starting coins. The boss is generous and I love you. Chapter 779 Conditions. Seeing that the topic was brought to her, Leon replied without hesitation, I want to leave, but before leaving, I still want to ask Ms. Miranda to help me. Do you want to get back the bale soup base for Hawaiian banquets? Miranda asked back. Yes. Leon nodded and admitted. Although Miranda disliked Razmedes, she was quite friendly to herself. Although she had tried before, she did not cause any actual harm to Leon, so Leon still wanted to work hard, otherwise this trip would not be in vain. And Linus is right next to him, and there is really a conflict. 2 against 1, he should be able to escape unscathed. Linus also echoed when he heard this, by the way, this matter needs to be done, Miranda, you know that this is a traditional banquet in Stardew Valley, and it doesn't make sense for you to keep the soup base. You can leave it to you, but there is a condition. Miranda said, looking at the old and young people in front of her. You said. Linus promised immediately, if I can do it, I will definitely help you. It has nothing to do with you, Linus. Miranda shook her head and then pointed. He walked out the door, you go out first, I want to chat with this child alone. This Linus hesitated when he heard this, but Leon poked Linus's back with his finger and signaled that he didn't have to worry about himself. Linus then got up and left the hut. Tell me, Ms. Miranda, I'm listening. When Linus left, Leon sat up straight and looked at Miranda seriously and spoke. Don't worry, child, I won't make things difficult for you. This condition is very simple. As long as you agree, I will not only return the soup base to you, but also give you that bottle of magic ink. I believe Razmedes will tell you how to unseal the seal, and he also entrusts you to take the opportunity to take this thing, right? Miranda asked Leon with a smile. yet. Leon nodded and admitted. Okay, my conditions are very simple. You want to invite 2 people to attend this Hawaiian banquet. Are you willing? Miranda said, and her smile on her face became even brighter. Who? Leon asked. Camilla and Helena. Miranda gave 2 names. Not to mention why Miranda asked herself to call Camilla, the appearance of the name Helena alone made Leon feel a little restless. This is going to make trouble, and it is a big deal. After all, Helena will not restrain herself. She will never cover up when she appears at a Hawaiian banquet. She must stick to Lion's steps. At that time, the scene will probably be a serious hell drawing for Leon. Is this your condition? Leon confirmed, the implication was to struggle and see if he could change it. Of course, and if you agree, we will establish a verbal contract. If you can't complete it, you will find that the delicious bale soup will turn into a terrible pot of poison, but it won't hurt life. But you will definitely see everyone turning into frogs and jumping around the beach. I think that must be very interesting. Miranda described to Leon with a playful face. Why don't you agree? Leon asked back. Then you can go back with Linus, and it's better not to get close to the witch swamp next, otherwise you will become a goblin once you appear here, Miranda added. Okay, I agree, but I have to confirm that I invited these 2 people, Ms. Miranda. You can't impose any magic on Balatang. Leon sighed and compromised. Of course. Miranda nodded with a smile, and then a soup pot flew out from somewhere and fell into Lion's arms. The soup pot was still emitting cold air. Obviously, the soup base inside was still in a frozen state. Oh, by the way, there's this. After delivering the soup base, Miranda took out a purple crystal bottle from her robe, with a magical ink of blue feathers inserted on it. After taking the magic ink, Leon did not receive a systematic identification, but was willing to believe that what Miranda gave was a real thing, and immediately said to Miranda, "Thank you for your generosity. Don't forget the conditions you promised me," Miranda reminded. Okay, but Camilla and I are not familiar with each other, and I don't know if she can receive the letter she wrote. Leon explained in advance. After writing the letter, I will put it in the email. I will ask my devil to help you deliver it. As for Helena, you have to find a way. As long as both of them can appear at the Hawaiian banquet, I can guarantee that the banquet will be safe and sound. Miranda promised. Okay. Leon stood up with the thing, then I will say goodbye first. I wish you a happy day. Thank you, kid, you can come to me as a guest when you have time. There are some interesting things in my basement that can help you at some point in the future, but I still hope you'll better not use them. Miranda said goodbye to Leon with a smile, and then she disappeared before Lion's eyes and disappeared. Leon did not stay in the house for much, so he walked out quickly and saw Linus standing at the door. If you get the things, leave. This is not a place to chat. Seeing the extra soup pot and a bottle of unique ink in Lion's hand, Linus knew that Leon had completed the task and immediately urged Leon to speed up and leave. The 2 of them walked forward together, walked along the path to the magic circle, stepped on it, and the next moment they appeared in the cave on the other side of the magic circle. Under the acceleration buff of Linus, it took only half a minute for the 2 of them to come out of the hole. Looking at the scorching sun above their heads and smelling the fragrance of earthy flowers and plants at the tip of their noses, Leon suddenly felt much more relaxed. Let's go ahead. Without letting Leon breathe more fresh air, Linus continued to urge Leon. After the two left the railway and came to Linus' tent, Linus lifted the acceleration state and instructed Leon. Leave the ink to me, and I'll ask for compensation from that bastard Rasmides. You should take the soup base to Louis and the others first, and come here later. I have some things to ask you. Yet. Leon handed over the magic ink to Linus, and he started rushing to Pelican Town with the soup pot. Lion's pace was fast because he noticed that the frozen soup in the soup pot had begun to melt in the summer heat. Running at full speed, Leon quickly entered Pelican Town, and his speed did not decrease. He headed straight for Gus' Star Fruit Bar. As soon as he entered the door, Leon called out. Guess, where is your refrigerator? What's wrong in the kitchen? Gus, who was keeping accounts, looked at Leon holding the soup pot and asked Bing where was the cabinet? After subconsciously answering, he couldn't help asking. Save something, by the way, see if you can contact Louis and let him come over. After Leon finished speaking, he entered the kitchen with the soup pot, found the freezer, and stuffed the soup pot in. Chapter 780 Lottery. As a result, as soon as Leon had stored the soup pot, Louis entered the kitchen, and Gus walked in together. Have the soup powder been brought back? Louis asked in front of the freezer in front of Leon. Leon nodded and then opened the freezer. When he saw the familiar soup pot, Louis breathed a sigh of relief. After lifting the lid of the pot, he finally smiled on his face when he saw the frozen soup intact. Just take it back, thank you. After giving Leon a hug, Louis added, I think you must have experienced a wonderful story. Do you mind sharing it? It happens to be a chat topic for lunch. There are a lot of things involved, which is inconvenient to say, but I can guarantee that this soup base will not be stolen again. Leon politely declined Louis' proposal. Miranda's existence is still not suitable for discussion. Okay, then. Louis did not force it when he heard this, and instead called Leon back to the front desk and sat down, ordering a sumptuous lunch for Leon. During the meal, Leon asked Louis if he could invite two friends to attend at the Hawaii banquet. Received Louis' affirmative answer. Of course, after all, it was a lively holiday party. Of course, the more people, the better. If I weren't worried that the governor would meet some fanatical fans or guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation, I even wanted to invite tourists to join this banquet. To be honest, Leon was a little disappointed when he got this answer. If Louis said that this was just a celebration in the town and it was not convenient to invite people outside the town, Leon was planning to take advantage of the loophole. After all, Miranda only mentioned the invitation, and did not say that the two of them had to join the banquet. Now there is no excuse to shirk it, so I can only take one step at a time. After lunch, when Gus was packing his tableware, Louis suddenly said, Leon, can you please bring that soup base back to save? Can. The easy things can't hinder my daily life, so Leon naturally won't give Louis a face. Leon could understand Louis's thoughts. Although he had already said that there would be no more crisis of soup base stolen, Louis, who had encountered it once, was still a little worried. Thank you, Leon, just keep it in the refrigerator and I will come to pick it up in person on the day of the Hawaiian banquet. Louis patted Leon's shoulder and expressed his gratitude again, and at the same time, he handed Leon 3 more prize tickets in private. Leon took the lottery ticket and found that it was a lottery ticket that could draw on Louis's machine. "Don't worry, you deserve it. This is your best neighbor this month," Louis explained to Leon with a smile. "Then I'll accept it." Leon was not polite either. With these 3 prize tickets and the 2 saved before, he now has 5 coupons, and maybe it's time to draw a prize. "Then when are you going to redeem your reward?" Louis asked. "After I send the soup pot back," Leon confirmed. "I had been waiting for a lucky day to try my luck, but I forgot this one. Now I have a new lottery ticket, and Leon doesn't plan to wait any longer." "Then I'll wait for you at home." After Louis said that, he said goodbye to Leon, and then paid the money to leave the restaurant. Leon went to the kitchen to get the frozen soup base, returned to the farm, stuffed it into his refrigerator, found the prize ticket in the treasure chest, and rode his bicycle back towards Pelican Town. The workers are still renovating the dirt road leading to Pelican Town on the farm. Judging from the good progress, they have been repaired for a short period of time. The road surface on the isolated side has been replaced with a flat and clean asphalt road. After entering Pelican Town, Leon headed straight for Louis's home. When he arrived at the door was open. Obviously, Louis had already kept the door when he knew he was coming. Leon, who entered the door, noticed Louis standing in the living room. After seeing Leon arrive, Louis immediately came up and took Leon to the lottery plane in the compartment. "Try your luck, Leon." With Louis' encouragement, Leon stuffed a lottery ticket into the machine and watched the prize display icon flash by quickly, finally staying on a tree seedling. The prizes drawn were determined, and the lottery machine spit out the corresponding reward. Leon picked it up and saw its category. Orange seedlings, seeds fruit tree seedlings that can produce fresh oranges in summer after ripening. It takes 1/4 of growth and can be repeated after ripening. Up to 30 fruits are retained on the fruit tree. Remember to pick them in time. Fruit seedlings. Leon was actually quite happy about this reward. If he hadn't been to the City of Elements, he would probably not be able to find a way to obtain fruit tree seedlings. Although it was a little late to get this reward now and an orange tree had been planted on the farm, who would have despised a variety of fruit trees? "It seems that your farm has another cash crop," Louis encouraged. "Good luck, keep going, see what else is good." Leon nodded and stuffed a lottery ticket into it. The icon he drew this time was a bag of seed bags with various flowers printed on it. Mixed flower seeds *30, seed. It contains seeds of various flowers. Plant them and see what will grow. The mixed seed flower version is something I haven't seen in the game before, but from the description, Leon can still guess the approximate purpose of this thing and the type of flowers it grows. It is nothing more than seasonal flowers, but now the farm has the effect of a mini golden bell, and the seasons in the farm are twisted and fixed to the full season state. I don't know if the flowers planted by these seeds are available in spring, summer, and autumn. The reward is not very good, but it is not bad. After all, it is a free gift, so how could Leon dislike it? After receiving the seeds, Leon handed out the third lottery ticket. The icon he drew this time was very conspicuous. The icon showed a blue box with a yellow question mark printed on it. It was Mr. Chi who was scattered all over the Stardew Valley, looking forward to Lion's search for the mystery box. The lottery machine spit out 3 puzzle boxes at one time. These boxes were light and fluttering in their hands, and they didn't feel that they were worth it, but Leon himself didn't know what was stored in them. But now is not the time to open the box. Leon put it in the backpack and continued to invest in the 4th prize ticket. This time the icon is a teacup filled with purple liquid. Starfruit tea, a special tea made from starfruit. Although it does not have the characteristics of starfruit giving special abilities, it retains the special taste of starfruit. As a gift, it is definitely the most suitable choice. Chapter 781 Ritter Man. Looking at the starfruit tea in his hand and smelling the tempting smell emitted by the tea, Leon had the urge to drink it all. But in the end I resisted this desire and did not want to waste this cup of special tea with very luxurious ingredients. This is not the first time that starfruit tea Leon has met. Razmedes took out a cup and fed it to Abigail. Leon has watched it. But I was just watching. Now this cup is the first cup of starfruit tea that Leon has received. I have heard of the magic of this cup of tea for a long time, and Leon is really reluctant to drink it directly. Starfruit tea, this is a good thing. Louis, who was watching on the side, looked at the starfruit tea in Lion's hand, his eyes full of memories. Have you ever drunk Louis? When Leon saw Louis's appearance, he knew that Louis had also tasted the taste of starfruit tea. Well, when my friend came over to put the lottery machine, he invited me to taste it. I never thought that one day I would be amazed by a cup of fruit tea. How should I describe the taste of this cup of tea? Louis was seriously thinking about what words he should use to describe the specialness of starfruit tea, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not find the most suitable praise, so he could only answer in the end. It's like a key that reveals the best memories in your heart. Indeed. Louis's answer was not as expected by Leon. Although Leon had never tasted starfruit tea, Leon had eaten 2 starfruits. He also had a say in the taste of starfruit. That is indeed a direct replica of the deepest and most beautiful taste you have ever tasted in your memory. Unless you have never had such an experience, it is difficult for you not to be amazed by the fruit of the star. If Leon, you don't plan to keep this cup of tea, I can sell it for you and it will definitely be sold at a good price. Looking at the teacup in Lion's hand, Louis suddenly suggested. No, you can earn money at any time, but I don't know when I can get the second cup of tea. I still plan to keep it. Leon rejected the proposal. His temporary shortage of money does not mean that he will be short of money in the future. If a cup of starfruit tea that everyone likes is definitely the most suitable. If used in a suitable occasion, it may bring you good surprises. This potential is definitely not something that money can measure. And Louis said this, Leon felt that it is highly likely that Louis wanted this cup of tea. Although Louis should not be perfunctory to himself in terms of money, Leon did not want to make this money, so he refused without hesitation. It's not that I can't bear to bear it, but I'm worried that Louis will embezzle public funds. After all, Leon remembers the Easter eggs of the golden statue with a criminal record. Okay. Louis sighed with regret, then urged Leon. Look at what good things can be drawn with the last prize. Leon didn't have any ink and stuffed the last lottery ticket. This time the icon is a bit special, it is an image of a double bed. Originally, Leon thought the machine would spit out the corresponding thing, but the machine did not spit out the double bed that Leon imagined was much bigger than it, but instead spit out a purple gift certificate. Gift redemption voucher, blue and white striped double bed. Put it in the shipping box and you will get the corresponding goods for the redemption voucher, which will be transported by the UNC Chamber of Commerce without paying any postage. A bed. Leon is actually a little regretful about this reward. After all, furniture may also have the effect of decorating rooms in the game, but in reality, it seems a bit useless. After all, if you want any furniture, Leon can directly create it with Robin, and there is no limitation of the shape. You can DIY any style you want. An ordinary double bed is a bit useless as a prize. But it is also possible that this bed has some special effects. Maybe, after all, it was the price prepared by Mr. Chi. But the specific situation is only known when the bed is delivered. I'll finish the draw. It seems that the rewards are pretty good. There should be a lot of good things in it. Leon, you have to work hard in the future. I still have a lot of lottery tickets here. If you want more chances of lottery, come on. Seeing that Lion's expression was something wrong after drawing the double bed reward, Louis comforted Leon with a smile. Okay, then I'll leave first, Louis. I have to plant the fruit trees and flower seeds I just got. Leon didn't explain much, and said goodbye to Louis with a smile, and left Louis' villa. After riding his bike back to the farm, Leon put the star fruit tea he drew this time into the treasure chest, and the 3 mystery boxes were taken out directly. After tearing it all apart, Leon fell into deep thought as he looked at the items that fell from the mystery box. Blind box hat. A high hat with a huge question mark seems to be made of a mystery box. It may bring you some mysterious aura. Mystery top. An ordinary top with a huge question mark printed on it. If you wear it on your body, it may bring you some mysterious aura. Miscellaneous trousers. An ordinary bottom, with question marks printed on the pants. If you wear them on your body, it may bring you some mysterious aura. 3 boxes and 3 clothes are combined into a suit. The fabric looks a bit tough, with blue as the background and yellow question marks almost the only decoration on the clothes, which looks so weird. After getting a complete set of mystery box style clothing, Leon didn't know whether his luck was good or bad, but Leon was a little resistant to whether to wear it on his body. Because this outfit looks so ugly no matter how you look at it, and this style of outfit inexplicably reminds Leon of a pervert who is playing intellectual betting with Batman in Gotham. After hesitating for a long time, Leon finally had no intention of putting it on and placed it casually on the table. Afterwards, Leon went out with his orange saplings and mixed flower seeds. Let's plant fruit trees first. The fruit trees planted before have grown a lot, but they are quite long since they are mature. However, the value of these fruit trees is destined to be the value of them without watering every day. It does not require self-reliance crops, but it is so fragrant. In this way, Leon just needs to find an open space near the fruit forest, dig a hole to plant trees and bury them into soil, and then they will run away. Then I went to the field with mixed flower seeds. Looking at the full crops, Leon temporarily gave up the idea of reclaiming new land and planting these flower seeds. Because the current land is basically within the irrigation range of sprinklers, if you want to reclaim new land, Leon, you have to water it every morning. Leon was not too lazy to water himself, but just to destroy the current farmland pattern for 30 seeds. He always felt a little inconsistent. Moreover, some crops are almost ripe under the nourishment of the rain of life. Leon plans to plant these seeds after picking and harvesting a batch of mature crops. The original version has no pants, but I have obsessive-compulsive disorder and I feel that I still have to add pairs of pants in the game. I can't be happy with my book yet. Chapter 782 The Trial of Restart. The seeds cannot be planted for the time being, but it does not mean that Leon has nothing to do. When the rain of life fell yesterday, it was accompanied by the thunder and lightning weather in summer rainy days. After a day of absorption and a night of precipitation, the lightning rod has calmed down at this moment, but at the base, there is still an arc freezing in it. The energy of thunder absorbed, and the electricity gathered together was stored in a battery the size of a can of beer. The battery was hidden in the base before, and now it was fully charged and was pushed to the front of the stage by the small mechanism in the base. Battery pack, resourceful of precious energy. The battery pack I bought also carried a faint current, which brought a small stimulation to Leon, but the residual current lasted only a few seconds before completely dissipating. Looking at the battery in his hand with a blue background and a yellow ring-shaped pattern, Leon was thinking that this thing looks special. How could he withstand the violent huge amount of energy of thunder and lightning? Interestingly, there are obviously 6 lightning rods placed here, but only 4 batteries are produced. Is it because of the release of the 2, causing each other to compete for current, so there is insufficient charging? Leon thought so. However, the profits of the 4 battery packs are pretty good. Leon does not have a recipe for using too many batteries at hand. The only function of the current battery may be used in Mr. Chi's special tasks. Thinking of this, Leon rode his bicycle out of the farm, passed through the open space in front of the station, and rode along the west side of the road. On the way 1 kilometer, I finally saw a tunnel that crossed the mountain road where the remote forest was located. Although there are lights in the tunnel, the light is weak and the lighting is not high. Unlike in the game, the tunnel here does not stop the player from continuing to the west. It is actually not difficult for Leon to find a battery storage box, because after walking about 100 meters into the tunnel, you can notice that there is an area that is not covered by lights. In such a special area, Leon would naturally focus on observation, and then he saw an electric box that fits the wall and has a red warning light on the indicator light. Leon touched the electric box with his hands behind his back and his fingernails, and did not feel the current. He made sure that the electric box was safe. Then he opened it. Looking at the dense lines inside, there was only a conspicuous empty groove in the middle, and the shape of the groove was completely in line with the battery pack. Leon knew that he had found the right place. After taking out the battery pack and inlaying it, Leon immediately felt the change. The lights were also lit up in this area without lights, and the wattage of the lighting in other tunnels increased a lot. The tunnel changed its previous dimness and increased its wattage. Under the lights that shone out with a large number of shadows in the tunnel were dispersed, and the lights were as bright as the pedestrian street in the downtown city at night. Is there such a lot of energy? Leon was quite surprised by such a sudden change. He didn't know whether this change was caused by the function of this battery pack embedded in it or for some other reasons. However, there is one thing that Leon can be sure of, that is, this is indeed one of Mr. Chi's trial sites. Just like in the game, if you continue to follow the steps, you can get the key to open the locked box, and you can get the membership card to go to the club on the second floor of the Oasis store. Because on the edge of the electric box and because of the increase in visibility, Leon saw a line of greetings left on the wall. Leon. I am glad you found the secret hidden in the tunnel and selflessly contributed a battery to connect the lighting facilities here, improving the performance of the lighting. Now the drivers passing by will no longer be troubled by the faint lighting before. Perhaps they will thank you after discovering the difference here? Of course, the trial is not over yet, and this time you are on the designed path, so I can give you a tip. I need a rainbow shell, find it, and put it in a box on the side of the railway. Together. I've got a prompt this time. After reading this message, Leon smiled and complained. Last time, I directly held the Last Supper of the Dragon on the last link, but Mr. Chi did not leave any prompts. Now, according to the link designed by Mr. Chi, I have given the next step. But strictly counting it, it is a transcendence now. Because if players who know nothing about this process want to activate this trial, they actually need to get a magnifying glass and then find the secret note that tells you to come here to install the battery pack, so that this complete trial line will be opened. It's a pity that most players learned about this task chain and various strategy information in advance and skipped the step of finding secret notes. Leon was once one of them. If it weren't for the secret note that there was a clue to the beginning of this mission in the later stage, Leon would have thought it was something that a player tried out in boredom. After the mission here, Leon naturally would not stay for too long. He rode his bicycle and returned to the farm. He has the rainbow shell, and he reserved one before, and he just happened to use it for a task now. I just don't know where there is no station on the railway now. The box that should have been lying quietly in the station now exists. Taking the rainbow shells, Leon went straight to the northern foothills, and while following the trail into the railway area, he looked for Linus. He did not forget what Linus had told Lewis about the news of the soup base recovering, and came over to talk to him. I finally came, I thought you had forgotten. Leon, leaning under a big tree to enjoy the cool air, saw Leon appear and teased. I haven't forgotten, but there are some things that haven't been completed. I'll be busy with something else. Anyway, you have nothing to do. When will you come to find you? You should be free. Leon sat beside Linus and complained. After all, I'm a homeless man and I don't have a serious job. Linus continued his role-playing routine and echoed. Then I'll give you a job and come to Hongsing Farm to work. I'll pay you 5,000 G a month. Leon joked after hearing this. Forget it, if you can't do heavy physical labor, you won't accept this job. Linus waved his hand and turned his eyes to Leon. Okay, I won't be kidding anymore, I really have something to do with you. What's the matter? Leon asked back. From my understanding of Miranda, she won't hand over the soup base to you so easily, but you got the soup base and took away Rasmati's magic ink. How did you do it? Linus's face suddenly became serious and asked Leon. Chapter 783 The Non-Existent Box. You said this. Leon immediately understood Linus's thoughts when he heard this. The old man was worried that he would be cheated by Miranda, so he had to find out what kind of compensation or help he could make. Leon was quite moved by this, so he gave Linus a break. Actually, it's not a very troublesome condition. She asked me to invite 2 people to the Hawaiian banquet. That's all. Linus looked at Leon suspiciously when he heard this. Are you sure? I'm sure, there's only this requirement. Leon nodded. Who did she ask you to invite? It's not Razmidis and herself. Looking at Lion's sincere eyes, Linus couldn't help asking. No, it's Camilla and Helena. Leon added. Camilla, that castle village the witch? Linus raised his eyebrows when he heard these 2 names. I can understand the invitation to Helena. After all, that's your problem. She probably wants to see the encounter between Helena and Abigail, but what's wrong with Camilla? Do you still have something to do with the witch in this castle village? If you want to talk about relationships, no, it can only be considered acquaintance. Although we share hardships, it is actually quite ordinary when it comes to friendship, and she probably doesn't want to see me again. Leon actually cared about this. After all, inviting Helena can be understood as Miranda to watch the fun of Shura, but Camilla, he believes that he doesn't have much friendship with Camilla. The 2 of them only met 3 times in total. The first 2 times were both together. They only spent a little longer together for the 3rd time, but the scene was very awkward. In fact, when they escaped together, Leon had already communicated with Camilla, sealing up everything that happened in the underground room between the 2, revealing only the agreement that can be revealed. A big man from Leon was embarrassed to shake out in this matter. The witch Camilla should be the same. It is considered a secret and dark history of the 2 people. But it was strange that Miranda wanted to get these 2 people who were not planning to meet each other again. Is it strange that Miranda knew about this? It doesn't matter, but I still asked you to invite the witch from the castle village. Are you sure? Listening to Lion's answer, Linus didn't believe it. He knew Leon and Miranda better. He didn't believe that Miranda simply called the witch's name to make up the numbers. Who knows? Leon replied helplessly, maybe he thinks that a witch attends a Hawaiian banquet may cause some troubles that she is happy to see. You boy, you must have something to hide from me. Linus looked at Leon with a suspicion, and intuition told him that Leon must have an ulterior motive with the witch named Camilla. By the way, old man, you asked me to come to you just to listen to gossip. Leon changed the topic directly. I'm not worried about being plotted by you, Miranda, because she is not the kind of spellcaster who follows the rules. Linus complained. Then old man, can you help me think of a way to avoid this invitation? Leon asked Linus when he heard this. If possible, he really didn't want Helena and Camilla to appear. It was not that he disliked them, but that he was afraid of the various accidents that might be caused by the 2. No. Linus smiled gloatingly and shook his head at Leon. Anyway, this condition is not dangerous, at least for other people at the Hawaiian banquet. As for you, I can only say that this is all a problem caused by you. Is it really not possible? Then ask Razmidis for help. Leon thought of the consequences of breach of contract, which seemed to be a kind of curse. If this curse could be dispelled, perhaps there would be no need to worry. He won't help you, and Miranda has not harmed ordinary people. At least it is like this before you breach the contract. And in Miranda's relationship with him, do you think he will take action? He wishes to hide away. Linus directly dispelled Lion's idea. Forget it, let's take a look. Regarding this answer, Leon was silent. He knew that Linus was telling the truth. Resistance seemed to be unable to resist. That's it. Then I can only wish you good luck. Go back and rest. By the way, I think of a way to make myself spend the subsequent Hawaiian banquet safely. Linus waved his hand and issued a direct order to expel the guest. Wait, old man, I still have something to ask you. Linus has found his own affairs and found out, but Leon still needs to consult Linus. Have you seen a box in the valley on the other side of the railway? It should be more conspicuous just by the railway. Box. Linus thought for a moment after hearing this. I don't remember any box there. Most of the trains passing by this area do drop some scattered cargo for transportation, but these falling things basically don't take long to be picked up by the dwarf elves and goblins. Why are you thinking about finding a box? This involves a task given to me by Mr. Chi. Leon summarized. Mr. Chi's entrustment? Then you can go and look for it yourself. I can't help. Go and find your box. Hearing Mr. Chi's name, Linus immediately closed his eyes and waved his hand in disgust and told Leon to get out quickly. Okay. Seeing Linus' attitude, Leon knew that he could not ask him for help, so he could only get up and walk towards the railway. After Leon left, Linus opened his eyes and murmured to himself, does this kid also want to get the club membership card? No, didn't the old guy leave his card for him? Thinking of this, Linus stood up, returned to his tent, took out a satellite phone from under his sleeping bag, and dialed a number that he had not contacted for a long time. After answering the phone and having a simple communication, Linus understood everything. The old guy used to do this, and you really don't have any effort for your grandson. On the other side, Leon didn't know about Linus's situation. At this moment, he was walking out of the snake-shaped track along both sides of the railway connecting the two tunnels, looking for the box used by Mr. Chi to store rainbow shells in the message. Except for the area paved by the railway tracks, this section of the railway is basically covered with weeds. When I talked about the box, I couldn't even see the branch of Leon. Walking from one end of the tunnel to the other, Leon didn't see a thing like a box. After walking back and forth for several laps, I got nothing, which confused Leon. Could it be that what Mr. Chi calls a box is actually not the box he remembers, but the code name of something? Chapter 784, A Kick in the End. Leon, who was unwilling to give up, was still wandering near the railway tracks. It was not until the roar of the train whistle came from the tunnel to the east that he saw a pair of gradually bright lights appearing in the endless dark tunnel. The train is here. Leon immediately left the rails. This kind of industrial beast is not something that humans can compete with, at least for ordinary people, and Leon himself is an ordinary person. When the sound of the whistle became louder and louder, and as the train wheels pressed against the tracks, the locomotive rushed out of the tunnel, and white smoke was rolling from the all-black front, running past Leon. The speed of the train is not fast. If Leon wants to, he can run up and grab the prominent position of the train to take a ride. However, Leon did not have this idea, but was looking at a series of train cargo boxes hanging on the locomotive. These cars are filled with goods, and the top is not sealed. If you carefully distinguish the accumulated tips, you can see what goods are loading. Most of the carriages are filled with stones, while a small part of the carriages are filled with ore and coal. Interestingly, these cars also have their own unique colors to highlight the type of cargo contained in the car. For example, the carriages for transporting stones are painted in red bricks, the carriages for carrying copper ore are painted with copper ore, and the carriages for iron ore are silver-gray carriages, etc. Moreover, the train carriages driving on the railway tracks will also roll down the cargo. Some stones that exceed the carrying area of the train carriage, copper ore, iron ore, etc., are directly thrown out under the influence of inertia and gravity and land on both sides of the railway tracks. The number is not large, but the carriage cannot be held long, so the total drop is still considerable. But Leon was not in a hurry to pick up these gifts from nature, but instead focused his eyes on the last carriage of the train. Unlike the cargo box in front, the last car is a passenger car with glass, a reddish-brown roof, a light brown box wall, and a wooden door at the rear of the car. Through the glass, Leon noticed that there were no passengers inside, but he could see the decoration style in the car. Purple is the main color, but the inner box wall is covered with huge Q letters. In Lion's view, the letter Q represents Mr. Chi. Thinking of this, Leon took out the rainbow shells directly, and then waited until the carriage came to him and threw out the rainbow shells directly. When the rainbow shell was about to hit the glass window of the car, the window was suddenly opened, and a blue palm stretched out from the window, firmly grasped the rainbow shell, took it back, and then stretched out again. In the open palm, a letter fell from its hand, and with the help of the wind, it floated to Leon. After picking the letter from the air, Leon looked at the passenger car that was about to enter the tunnel and saw the hands swaying towards it, as if he was saying hello, and as if he was saying goodbye. Mr. Chi. The blue palm has revealed the other party's identity. With such a special skin color, only Mr. Chi is like this in Lion's impression. But Leon was even more surprised that Mr. Chi would actually come to pick up the rainbow shells in person, as well as Mr. Chi's grasp of time and his determination to appear here. However, Leon did not find it terrible. Instead, he was more convinced of Mr. Chi's ability. This was definitely the most mysterious and powerful boss in this world, except those gods. Even Mr. Chi himself might be the god of this world. After the train completely penetrated into the tunnel and disappeared, Leon came to his senses and opened the letter in his hand. Leon. I'm glad you brought me the rainbow shells that only exist in Stardew Valley, which is a work of art from nature, and I love this gift very much. I revisited the old place, although I was just a quick glance, but I still felt that Stardew Valley was rejuvenated with a different vitality, which is definitely a good thing to celebrate. Child, you have brought new vitality to this land, just like your grandpa. I am very happy, but I hope this is just the beginning. You have special potential, and you can do much more than that. But I believe you have a reason to plan and strive, and I look forward to your performance. As a thank you, I will make someone transform the valley where you are now. In addition to the railway tracks, I think it lacks a station and a public bathroom that can wash away travelers' fatigue. Of course, there is an exclusive gift for you. Perhaps in the future, you will be able to find it. The third trial is completed, followed by the last commission, bringing 10 beetroots into Louis' refrigerator, and you will get the key to open the box, which contains your exclusive identity certificate, which can allow you to enter the club through the guard's block. I think it won't be too long to look forward to the day I meet you. Together. Are you still Beetroot? After reading the letter, Leon folded it away, recalled the content in the letter, and found that the next task was exactly the same as in the game. But the same is true for other tasks, only the rainbow shell is a little special. Looking at the wasteland around the railway tracks, Wu thought of the only fish house on the beach, and could not see the small wooden house of Elliot. Leon smiled. It seemed that he had indeed come early. It's not that there are no public bathrooms and stations here, but that there is no time to build them. Now Mr. Chi has mentioned it in the letter, believing that the railway area should become familiar to him in the near future. Before leaving, Leon took away the goods that had fallen from the train. There was also Lion's moral integrity, but he didn't know where the train's terminus was. On the premise that it was difficult to find the owner, Leon naturally had to take away the lost materials and wait for the day to find the owner. As for whether the owner cares about the ownership of these materials after finding them, that is another question. At least until then, Leon will not allow these materials to be picked up by the dwarfs and goblins here. Not to mention, after collecting all the supplies, Leon found that the quantity of these things was no less than the harvest of going to the mine. If every train had such a drop rate, Neun felt that he had another road to become rich. No wonder those dwarfs and goblins often appear here to pick up trash, the benefits are really high. After picking up the things, Leon didn't plan to stay here and left the railway area directly. He originally planned to talk to Lena's, but found that he was not seeing the old man outside the tent, and the tent was also zipped. Leon was embarrassed to open it and see if Lena's was in the tent, so he could only skip here and go to Pelican Town. Chapter 785 Credit. Pelican Town. It was still that peaceful atmosphere. The sun has begun to hang to the west, but the air is still filled with a hot atmosphere. There are no figures in the open spaces and squares in the town. However, under some big trees used for greening, you can still see some free situations to cool off. Leon did not rush back to the farm, but went around to the right side of the river in the east and went to the library first. Leon, have you gained again? Leon, who was pushing the door open, heard Gunther's inquiry, nodded and took out the ghost crystal given by the dwarf. Ghost crystal, this is a very interesting mineral. Some people say it is a substance similar to quartz, while others say it is a crystal left by those who cannot sleep after their death. People with open minds will only feel cold when holding it, while people with dark hearts will hold it, but those with dark hearts will have nightmares. Gunther took the ghost crystal and said, "Was this mineral or crystallization in Mr. Gunther?" Leon asked back. "Who knows? I just read it according to the book. After all, I am a librarian and folk collector. I only have a slight understanding of those mysterious things." Gunther replied with a smile, wrapping the ghost crystal in a handkerchief. "The thing is good, it is well preserved, and has a high transparency. It is also a rare product among the ghost crystals I have seen. If you have no objection, I will put it in the showroom for display." "I brought it here for this, just on the donor list, please write the donor a friendly dwarf," Leon added. "No problem." Gunther glanced at Leon in surprise, it seems that you have obtained the dwarf language tutorial and are very proficient in a new language. You are talented. Leon replied with a smile, then said goodbye to Gunther and left the library. The next stop is Clint's blacksmith's shop. His pickaxe must have been upgraded long ago, but because of his own reasons, he has never come to pick it up. Now he has rare time, so Leon naturally has to get it back. Beetroot has been planted on the farm, and the suitable planting season for this crop is in autumn, but Leon, which has a mini golden bell, does not need to wait until autumn arrives, and naturally the time to complete the last round of tasks is close. After getting the key and opening the locked box, Leon can go to Mr. Cheese Club. This place on the second floor of the Oasis store is located in the Calico Desert, and the skeleton mines are also there. I have gone there. If I don't go to the skeleton mine to experience it, Leon always feels a little regretful. If I go to the skeleton mine, how can I lose the pickaxe? Hi, Leon, good afternoon. I thought you forgot that your pickaxe was still here with me. After knocking on the door, Clint, who opened the door, saw Leon and immediately joked at Leon happily. I've been a little busy lately. Leon explained with an apology smile. I know, if you don't come, I plan to send it to you in person. Come in and sit there. The sun outside is not gentle. Clint gave up and signaled Leon to enter the room. When Leon entered the blacksmith shop, Clint immediately brought a bottle of juice that emitted cold air. Thanks. Leon was not polite either. He took the juice and unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured it into his stomach. The cold juice slid down the esophagus into his stomach, giving Leon an extremely strong coldness, which made him tremble. Although the cold drink method of this cow drink is not very healthy, it is really fun. Look, this is your gold pickaxe. Not only has the strength and sharpness been improved, but it is also very durable. Now even iridium ore is no longer indestructible under this sharp pickaxe. Gramlint took out a golden pickaxe from under the counter and handed it to Leon. When buying a pickaxe, Leon felt that the weight of the pickaxe was lighter, but it was still very useful. The pickaxe handle was wrapped in a layer of gold foil. If it was not considered, it would be more like a piece of art made of gold, revealing the temperament of a nouveau riche everywhere. But Leon believes that this pickaxe is not a silver-shaped gun tip. Although it looks gorgeous, its strength will definitely be higher than the previous steel pickaxe. Clint, your skills should be the best in Pelican's Town. Next time you have a tool upgrade, I have to ask you. Leon praised Clint for putting the golden pickaxe into his backpack. Of course, you can definitely believe me. When you get enough iridium ore and melt it into iridium ingots, and then upgrade the pickaxe to iridium, there will be no minerals in this world that you cannot shake. Clint answered confidently. Yes, there will be more than one pickaxe to upgrade at that time. Leon echoed. Then I think you should upgrade the axe first, so it will be much more convenient when cutting wood. The upgraded copper axe can clean up those difficult tree stumps, while the further steel axe can cut off large-rooted dead hardwood. The hardwood is widely used and has amazing strength, so you can reserve more. Clint suggested. Well, I think so too. Leon actually has ideas about hardwood. Although it is not available for the time being, the level will be upgraded to unlock more craftsman drawings. Hardwood is also a basic material that cannot be avoided. Although you can buy it from Robin, the price is not cheap. If you can cut it yourself, why spend this money in vain? Have you brought the axe? Leave it to me directly. It just so happened that I have time recently. I will help you upgrade to a steel axe. Clint suddenly spoke. I brought it, but I don't have enough money now, and I haven't brought copper ingots and iron ingots. Next time. Leon shook his head and explained. Leon, you don't treat me as a friend. Please upgrade first. I will help you pay the money and materials. Even if you keep the accounts, you will have enough money next time. Just bring the money and metal ingots to me. Clint complained. Aren't you afraid that I will be a deadbeat? Leon teased after hearing this. I believe you are not such a person, and you have such a big farm. Clint replied with a smile. Besides, if you really don't plan to pay, I can actually accept it. I have made a lot of money recently. Then let's go on credit first. I will bring money and materials later. You shouldn't be busy lately. After the joke, Leon was really excited about Clint's proposal. He is not short of wood for the time being, so the axe is not very useful in his hand, and it is just right for upgrading. And although Leon is short of money now, it is only temporary. He has too many opportunities to make money in the future. Tool upgrades are a matter of time. Upgrading early can also enjoy the convenience of advanced tools earlier. It was because I had nothing to do recently that I remembered that I would come to me to upgrade the tools. Clint explained. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, the price has not changed. Leon took out his axe and handed it to Clint. Of course, the price of ore and coal may increase, but the manual costs will definitely not increase. Leave it to me. At most, you can get your steel axe in 4 days. Clint replied with a smile. Then please, go to Gus to have a drink together tonight. Leon suggested. No, I won't plan to go to the Starfruit in a short time. Clint's face dimmed when he heard this, and his voice became weaker. Chapter 786. So that's it. Clint is a homestay, Leon knows it. Apart from the blacksmith shop, the only place where he appears the most is the Starfruit bar. And it was not because of greed and alcoholism. The only reason was because Emily worked there. Now Clint suddenly said that he didn't want to go in a short period of time, that would be a big problem. Did you confess to Emily? This is the most suitable reason why Leon can think of Clint doesn't want to go to the Starfruit. No, I don't. Clint quickly shook his head and denied it, his face flushed, looking like a cat being stepped on to his tail. Why is that? The answer was not what I thought, and Leon was completely confused. I can't tell you. Clint pondered for a moment, but in the end he didn't reveal the reason. However, looking at his embarrassed look, Leon felt that Clint was probably dead. This made Lyon's gossip fire burn instantly and he quickly began to attack indirectly, but Clint was very alert to this. No matter how Leon tried, he did not reveal any useful information. Finally, Clint, who was anxiously asked by Leon, pushed Leon out of the blacksmith shop and closed the door tightly. Leon turned around and left with some regret. I had planned to go to Starfruit for dinner at night, but now I have another reason to have to go, so Leon immediately headed towards Starfruit. Although it has not yet arrived, it is actually late at night based on time. The summer daytime is quite long. In Stardew Valley, the sun will not set until after 7 o'clock. Now it is 6:30, most people have bid farewell to the busy day, either return home or go to the streets to enjoy this leisure time of their own. Starfruit Bar has become the first choice for many people after get off work. When you push the door and enter the bar, the air is filled with the most obvious thing in the taste is the taste of wheat juice, followed by various laughter and laughter. Hi, Leon, good evening. Sitting in front of the bar, Emily, who was preparing drinks, noticed Lion's appearance immediately and immediately greeted Leon with a smile. Good evening, Emily, let's have a glass of iced juice first. Leon nodded, then ordered a drink, then looked up at today's menu, ready to find something to eat first. On the menu, in addition to the common dishes such as pasta, pizza, omelette, fish fried bars, etc. in Gus Bar, today's special recommendation, Leon actually saw a large number of barbecue choices. Grilled pomfret, grilled eggplant, grilled mushrooms, grilled potatoes. Vegetarian barbecue occupies the big part of the choice, and meat is not lacking. Most of them are fish options. Even for barbecue, Gus still maintains the cooking concept of only making white meat. Leon didn't care much about this, after all, the grilled fish actually tasted good, so I ordered a grilled pomfret and a grilled eel. I added some vegetarian dishes such as roasted mushrooms, and finally added a pasta to serve as dinner tonight. Emily, who was standing aside, wrote down Lion's choice and handed it to the windowsill of the kitchen. She brought a glass of orange juice with ice and delivered it to Leon. I rarely see you appear in the bar recently. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver juice, Emily started chatting with Leon. I spend most of my time on the farm, so I cook my own meals. Leon explained. Yes, after all, your cooking skills are great, Emily agreed, and then continued to ask, are you free tomorrow? I don't know, is there anything? Leon asked subconsciously after hearing this. The atmosphere of dinner together last time was very good. I also wanted to organize it and invite everyone to come to my house for a party. Emily replied, it doesn't matter if you are busy. Just come here to have a meal together at noon. Who did you invite? Leon asked casually. Except for not finding Abigail, the staff is the same as last time, Emily added. Then I will show up then. If there is time, I will help cook. If there is too late, there is nothing I can do. Leon nodded and agreed to the invitation. After all, he would not be polite if there is a dinner party. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Emily got Lion's reply and couldn't help laughing. She smiled sweetly, as if she was in a good mood. Taking advantage of Emily's here, Leon asked, by the way, do you know what Clint is doing recently? He doesn't seem to be happy to come to the bar to drink. You said Clint? Emily was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then she seemed to think of something, her expression was a little strange. Well, how do you say it? His experience here was not very good last time. It's probably because of this. Can you disclose it easily? Leon knew there was a melon when he heard this, so he immediately asked. There is nothing to say, after all, so many people have seen it. Emily did not hesitate and began to describe Clint's situation. The cause was the rain of life that day. Because the raindrops were green, everyone was worried that the rain might bring some unpredictable and terrible problems. At the invitation of Gus, most people in the town came to the bar to take refuge. Clint is one of them, and he is the first one to come. Although there were many people in the bar, Clint's social terror attribute made him not very good at such occasions, and no one took the initiative to talk to him, so he drank alone to spend his boring time. But as he drank more and more, Clint got drunk. At this time, Olivia, who was good at socializing, noticed the blacksmith who had provided great help to his new project, so he stepped forward to communicate with Clint. Even after drinking, Clint is still an honest person. When facing Olivia, Clint is so shy. Olivia is quite interested in such a rare honest person. So Olivia continued to talk to Clint, and was teasing Clint intentionally or unintentionally, with Emily as the core of the topic. After all, Olivia, who is good at observing, has long seen that Clint has an idea about Emily. But Olivia obviously underestimated Emily's position in Clint's heart and the terrible consequences of an honest man being forced into anger. I wonder if it was because of Clint's pain point. Clint was furious. But honest people are honest people. Even if they are angry, they don't take action. They just look at Olivia with anger, and do not do anything extreme, and they don't even have verbal resistance, which makes Olivia feel quite disappointed. At this time, he noticed Clint's embarrassment. Emily, who was also present, came to help the honest blacksmith to rescue the siege. Seeing this, Clint didn't even dare to raise his head. He was afraid that his current appearance would give Emily a bad impression, so he planned to leave. As a result, due to the influence of alcohol, Clint, who had just stepped out of his legs, did not stand firm and fell directly. In a hurry, he was at a loss and grabbed objects that could support him, but there was no such thing around him. The one who relied on Clint was Olivia. Then an extremely bloody scene appeared. Olivia's skirt was caught by Clint, and then nothing happened. Anyway, the scene was extremely chaotic, and even though Olivia was well informed, she was at a loss by this situation. Fortunately, there were no other remote places in Clint. No one was seen by Olivia, whose skirt was torn to pieces, and too many people saw her embarrassed appearance. When everyone realized that Emily had blocked Olivia with her body in advance, which was to help Olivia temporarily rescue the situation. Realizing that he had created such an embarrassing scene, Clint ran away at a loss and didn't even apologize. Fortunately, with Emily's help and everyone's tacit understanding of not going to see this place, Olivia did not encounter too much social death scene, and this matter was just over. Chapter 787 The Girl in the Cemetery. After hearing the whole story of the incident, Leon also made up for the scene at that time and immediately understood why Clint dared not come over. What about Olivia's attitude at that time? Leon asked a very important question. After all, this matter is not big or small. Olivia is a newcomer to Pelican Town. Her first impression is that she is an independent and full of aura urban strong woman. If she is very angry, then this matter will become her reason for attacking Clint and venting her anger. Leon thinks that Clint, an honest man, should be unable to bear it. I wasn't angry, but she was a little embarrassed. After all, it was Clint who was teasing, and Olivia knew that all this was obviously an accident, Emily explained. Did Clint apologize afterwards? Leon continued to ask. It seems that Clint apologized in a letter and also proposed compensation and a series of reparations, but they were rejected by Olivia. Emily seemed to know much about this matter. Then do you think Olivia is planning to make things difficult for Clint because of this? Leon asked. No, she actually didn't care about these things. Instead, she was worried that Clint would be in trouble because of this. Unfortunately, both sides felt that it was their own problem, which led to the two of them feeling guilty towards each other, and they had never been able to communicate in person. Emily explained. So I have always been taking on the task of communication between the two sides. After all, they are both my friends. So that's it. Leon nodded, but he didn't expect that Olivia was quite generous, and then continued to ask. What about the current situation? I tried to ask Clint out and prepared to have them chat face to face in the private room in the tavern, but Clint has been very resistant to going out, so he was in a deadlock. Emily's expression was quite helpless at this moment. Obviously, she still wanted to help with this matter. Unfortunately, Clint was too socially terrified, and because of this matter, he was embarrassed to face Olivia. Did you say Olivia is here too, so he dare not come out? Leon asked. Of course, otherwise how can I resolve this misunderstanding? Emily asked back in confusion. Can you cheat it out? After cheating it out, he feels embarrassed to run away when he sees Olivia. Leon suggested, after all, you just need to get the two sides together. With Olivia's social skills, I guess he can handle this. Crack it out? This is a bit inappropriate. Emily felt quite immoral about Lion's proposal. This is not bullying honest people. Then you can't let Olivia block the door, right? Leon complained. It's really not suitable. Emily nodded and admitted. I remember you have a good relationship with Clint. Leon, can you help me too? If I help, I'll cheat Clint out. If you ask Olivia out, it's better to make an appointment in a closed environment, so that we can't escape the two doors, and then we'll see them chatting on their own. Leon still insisted on his own ideas. After all, this is the only way to treat Clint's personality. Although Clint may be complained about in the future, Leon believes that with Clint's good character, he will not be jealous of it. It seems that this is the only way. Emily thought for a moment and found that there was indeed no better way. Then you contact Olivia, take some time, and find an indoor location, and I'll do it here with Clint. Leon decided. Yeah. Emily nodded and agreed to Lion's decision. After that, the two continued to talk about this topic for a while, and when Gus delivered Lion's dinner, Leon did not forget to help Emily advise on the details of the plan. In the end, Emily decided to place the meeting place in the library. I'll do it here in the library. Remember to meet Olivia. Leon directly took on the preparation of the venue. With his relationship with Gunther, he temporarily borrowed a reading room in the library. There should be no problem. Good. After paying for the meal, Leon left the Star Bar. But I was not in a hurry to go back, but packed a dinner of pumpkin pie and wasabi salad and took it away, preparing it as a gift to give it to Korobus, and returned the dark amulet belonging to Korobus. Walking south to the Star Fruit Bar is the cemetery, and on the west side of the cemetery is the entrance to the sewer. The purpose of the night is very quiet, without the lights, but it does not appear gloomy. Leon himself is extremely brave and did not deliberately bypass this area. Just halfway through, Leon noticed movement in the cemetery, and could hear sobs faintly, making it even more terrifying in the cemetery environment. Lion's first reaction was that something was wrong inside. After all, the remains of the miner he brought back from the mine last time were also buried here. Although the remains of the gods had been taken out, who knew whether these skeletons were polluted by evil forces and turned into monsters or ghosts like those skeleton warriors in the mine. But after Leon walked into the cemetery quietly with the Milky Way watermelon knife, he realized that the sob came from a pink-haired girl with her back facing her. Who else can be such a unique hair color besides Sophia? Leon also has the impression of the tombstone where Sophia is located. It is the graveyard of Robert and Alice, and it is also Sophia's parents. In the middle of the night, Sophia appeared here to mourn her parents and cried. This was not good news. Leon originally thought that under his interference and influence, Sophia should have temporarily escaped from this sad memory and began to welcome a new life with a smile. Walking forward silently, looking at the red forget-me-note brought by Sophia in front of the tombstone, Leon didn't say anything, but just looked at Sophia quietly. The girl, who was full of vitality in the past, was kneeling in front of the tombstone. Her face was covered with tears, and her body was covered with broken grass and fallen leaves. Sophia looked so pitiful under the moonlight. I don't know how long Sophia has been here, and her sobs are a little hoarse. Sophia. In the end, Leon couldn't help but squat down and put his hand on Sophia's shoulder and reminded softly. Leon. The sudden sound scared Sophia, but feeling the broad, powerful, and warm big hand on her shoulders and the familiar voice, Sophia immediately calmed down, turned her head to look at Lion's face, and instantly cried louder, and at the same time she threw herself into Lion's arms. Mom and Dad, I'm missing. I used the resurrection stone to dream, but I didn't see them coming to find me. In the past, every time I used the resurrection stone to enter my dream, they would always come to me as soon as possible. Chapter 788 Make a Friend. Don't worry first. He gently patted Sophia's back and comforted Sophia, who was still trembling. How long has this situation happened? Just tonight. Sophia, I was still talking to them about how many brewing barrels should be prepared in the manor yesterday, but I can't find them tonight. Speaking of this, Sophia's tears began to burst out again. Is there no sign? Leon continued to ask softly. No. Sophia's voice was trembling. At this moment, countless complicated guesses surged in her heart, but the result of each guess was something she didn't want to accept. This. Leon also felt a little at a loss about this. He knew nothing about the world of the deceased and could not help Sophia analyze why his parents' souls disappeared. Sophia's condition also made him very worried. After all, the precious experience of losing and regaining disappeared, and the impact brought by Sophia was comparable to the scene when she first learned about the tragedy. The same experience has experienced twice, and no one can stand it, let alone Sophia. If he ignores it, God knows whether Sophia will choose to go to extremes and go to another world to find the answer in person. Don't worry, maybe it's because they have other things to be busy with. Suddenly, be patient, maybe they will reappear in their dream tomorrow night. He first comforted Sophia, and Leon helped Sophia up. Will they really be fine? Sophia looked at Leon and confirmed. Of course, you have to believe me. Leon replied firmly, then pulled Sophia to the Blue Moon Vineyard. Go back and rest first, and I'll find someone to ask for the situation tomorrow. I don't want to go back. Sophia didn't want to take a step. At this moment, her mind was in chaos and she was also very scared. If she goes home, she must have to pass the corridor on the second floor to see the direction to her parents' room blocked by various boxes, which will make her unable to help but think of them who have disappeared again. Then go to my side. Didn't I prepare a room for you? You can rest there for a night, Leon suggested. Can I go? Sophia asked timidly. Of course, you are my family now, how could you not let you go? Leon reminded, rubbing Sophia's head. Yet. Sophia nodded vigorously, remembering that Leon had such a relationship with him, and she felt much more relaxed. Although her parents were missing for the time being, her brother was still there and she was no longer alone. Seeing that Sophia was much better, Leon breathed a sigh of relief, then took Sophia away from the cemetery. Although he was a little reluctant, Sophia still obediently held Leon's hand and followed Leon. Well, it's too early to go back now. Why don't I take you to see a special friend? Thinking of the food he prepared for Korobus, Leon suggested to Sophia. And Kobras is also special. Maybe you can ask it for information about the world of the dead and give Sophia a shot of heart first. Special friend. Sophia looked at Leon in confusion, not understanding why the friend Leon mentioned should be described as special. A very kind shadow man. Leon revealed to Sophia in advance that if Sophia is afraid, that I can postpone the visit to Korobus. Is Shadowman a monster with a black body? Although she has no knowledge of fighting, the information about monsters is considered public information in this world, not to mention that there are many villains in entertainment works created by humans based on real monsters as the prototype, so she still has a certain understanding of Shadowman. Yes, but Korobus is special. It is friendly, communicative, and knowledgeable, and may be able to answer your concerns and confusions. Leon explained. Okay, I'll go with you. Sophia was immediately moved when she heard this explanation. Then you have to remember to cover your nose. The place it lives is not very beautiful. Leon reminded Sophia again. Then he took Sophia through the cemetery, walked along the river for a while, and came to the manhole cover of the sewer. A shadowman living in the sewer in Pelican Town. Seeing this large manhole cover leading to the sewer, Sophia understood what Leon was talking about, and her expression was a bit strange. Yes, it has been living here for a long time, but you probably haven't heard of or seen any riots in the town, which is enough to prove that it is indeed very peaceful. Leon thought Sophia was worried that a monster that was officially promoted would actually live under the town, so he immediately gave an example. Sophia shook her head and explained, No, I just think the sewer environment is too harsh, and it should have a better choice. It doesn't care about these, and Shadowman hates sunlight like dwarves. The sewer, a place where sunlight cannot be exposed, is the best environment for it, and it is not sensitive to the smell of sewage. Lion Cop said. Leon, you know so much. Sophia looked at Leon with admiration. It's okay, mainly because I have a lot of contact. Leon replied with a smile. He is actually a novice, and even in some common sense knowledge, he may not even be as good as Jas and Vincent. Contact? Have you ever seen a dwarf? Sophia asked curiously. Of course, I have a dwarf friend. If you have the chance, I can also take you to know you. If you have any gems or ore you want to buy, it is the most suitable one. However, they don't speak human language. If you want to communicate, you have to learn the exclusive language of dwarf civilization. It is a good thing that Sophia is interested, and Leon will naturally not disappoint. If you can use these to divert Sophia's attention, it should make her forget the pain for the time being. Yeah. Sophia nodded excitedly, then looked at the sewer manhole cover with a big lock. Then how should we go down? I have the key. Leon took out the rusty key, opened the lock, and then opened the manhole cover of the sewer. I'll go down first, you go down. If you can't catch it, you can jump down directly, and I can follow you. From the surface to the sewer, the height is more than 3 meters. If you jump down at this distance, with Lion's physical fitness, it would be better to pick up Sophia with your hand. Okay. Sophia also believed in Leon. When Leon went down the stairs to the sewer, he raised his head and shouted Sophia. Sophia did not climb down the stairs, but jumped down neatly. Leon directly stretched out his hands to hug Sophia horizontally before landing, then hugged Sophia on the spot and turned a short circle to remove the impact before he put Sophia down safely. Chapter 789 Grandpa, I'll cover it. There is actually lighting here. After landing, Sophia immediately turned her attention to the surroundings and checked the environment of the sewer. Unlike the sewer I imagined, there are braziers after braziers on both sides of the sewer to provide light, and the walls do not appear damp. Even the smell I worry about the most is not obvious. It can only be said to be a bit salty and fishy, but not smelly. I didn't before. Later, after I met Korobus and I met him, it prepared it for my convenience, so I said that it was a kind shadow man. By the way, Korobus is its name. Leon explained with a smile. It's really gentle. Sophia nodded in agreement. After all, she never thought that a shadow man would consider humans. Leon, I didn't expect you to come here at this point in time. As the protagonist of the topic, Korobus came over when he heard the news from here. After seeing Leon, he was quite happy, but when he noticed that there was a girl next to Leon, Korobus's first reaction was to run away. Fortunately, Leon spoke in time. Korobs, I said I would take you to meet new friends, this is the first one. Is she the girl named Abigail you mentioned? Korobus asked curiously when he heard that the girl was brought to make friends by Leon. Well, no, her name is Sophia, she is my sister. Leon explained. Hello, Korobus, I am Sophia and a resident of Pelican Town. I'm very happy to see you. While Korobus was looking at Sophia, Sophia was also looking at Korobus and found that although it was also a shadowman image, it looked quite different from the shadowman in TV and games. At least, the round figure and slightly dull facial features could not tell any deterrent power, but instead seemed very honest. This made Sophia even more convinced that the shadow man in front of her was friendly, so she greeted Korobus enthusiastically. Hello, Sophia. Korobus was still a little coy. I was shy and my voice was much smaller, but I didn't lose my etiquette. By the way, this is for you. I know you like pumpkins and wild wasabi, but I'm not sure if you like the foods made with them. When he saw Korobus, Leon took out the packed pumpkin pie and wasabi salad from his backpack and handed it to Korobus and said, "Thank you, Leon, I like it very much." When Korobus saw that Leon actually brought him a gift, his eyes and mouth were immediately turned into curves, and he looked even more honest and funny. "By the way, there's this." After taking out the gift, Leon naturally did not forget the dark talisman. This thing is not suitable for human possession, and Leon has no idea about it, so after using it, he naturally wants to return it to the original owner. Korobus took the dark talisman, felt the energy intensity on it increased a lot, and said, "It seems that you have opened the seal. The matter is done? I heard from the guardian that behind that seal, there is a dangerous witch." "It's okay. Although I encountered some accidents, I was generally safe," Leon explained. "That's good." Korobus was relieved when he heard this, then looked at Leon, then looked at Sophia, and said with apology, "Sorry, I don't have anything to entertain you here, and there is not even a chair that you can sit down." "It's okay, let's stay for a while, no need to sit down. This time, in addition to returning the dark amulet and meeting new friends, I have some questions to ask you for advice." Leon comforted Korobus, and then raised another topic. "You ask, if I know, I will answer it for you," Korobus promised. "Do you understand the world of the dead? It's where the souls of human beings are after death," Leon said straight to the point. When Sophia heard Leon talk about this topic, she also cheered up. After all, it was her most concerned issue. "You mean the spiritual world?" Korobus replied immediately. "The spiritual world still accepts the souls of ordinary people? I think only those who hold forest magic will enter the spiritual world after death." Leon thought of the spiritual world knowledge that Korobus once popularized. "Well, but the souls of ordinary people are just passers-by in the spiritual world. It is a connection point between life and death. The dead will go to the spiritual world first, waiting for rebirth," Korobus added. Rebirth. When Leon heard this word, he immediately thought of many things. Well, the soul of the deceased will stay in the spiritual world for a while, walk through the dream forest under the guidance of the fairies, get rid of all the memories of life in the forest, and finally cross the long river of life and death with the purest soul, and then return to the material world to create a new life. Korobus explained the concept of rebirth. "Do you have to be reborn? Can't you stay in the spiritual world?" Leon asked. "If this is the case, then the sudden loss of contact between Robert and Alice will be completely determined." "No, because except for the holders of forest magic, ordinary souls who stay in the spiritual world for a long time will be assimilated by the magic power of the spiritual world. There are only two kinds of results. Either the soul completely collapses, or it will be transformed into fairies and elves," Korobus added. Leon felt something was wrong when he heard this. After all, Robert and Alice had passed away for many years due to accidents. Sophia had grown from a little girl to a graceful girl, but she could still see Robert and Alice through the resurrection stone. Could it be that the resurrection stone makes the Robert and Alice seen by Sophia just a phantom constructed by Sophia's memories and obsessions? However, the system's description of the resurrection stone is to see the soul, not fantasy, and Leon still believes in the professionalism of the system. Could it be that Robert and Alice have been transformed into fairies and elves? But Sophia and Leon shared that the images of Robert and Alice they saw in their dreams were nothing different from those they had before they died. What was the situation? The more I thought about it, the more confused Leon shook his head, and continued to ask, there are only two options for the souls of ordinary people who stay in the spiritual world? Is there no way to maintain the integrity of the soul without being influenced by the spiritual world? It's not all. If other existences help, the souls of ordinary people can stay in the spiritual world safely, but this situation is rare. After all, this existence that requires help has a certain authority in the spiritual world to provide shelter. Korobus thought for a moment and gave another answer. Grandfather. With this explanation, Leon immediately figured out everything. If the system identification was correct, what Sophia saw was indeed the souls of Robert and Alice. The only thing that could maintain the existence of the two in the spiritual world was that it could be her grandfather. Although my memories of going to the spiritual world last time was erased by my grandfather, Leon still knew that my grandfather could be said to be a big boss in the spiritual world. If it was the protection provided by my grandfather, it would be easy to explain. Robert and Alice are also from the Pelicans town. After all, Grandpa has been in the Pelicans for so many years, so he should know this young couple. It is understandable to help him. But if he had Grandpa's protection, why did Robert and Alice disappear silently and ignore Sophia? Is there something wrong in the spiritual world? Chapter 790 Sleep with Me. Thinking of this, Leon faced Korobus asked, Korobus, have you been to the spiritual world recently? Or have you learned about the recent situation in the spiritual world elsewhere? Korobus is a bridge piercer, which is a unique talent that allows it to travel through different planes. Korobus also said that he can go to the spiritual world, so if you want to know if there have been any major events in the spiritual world recently, Korobus is definitely the best intelligence provider that Leon can find. No, but if you want to know, I can go there now. Korobus saw Leon's urgency and immediately suggested. Please, my business trip expenses. Leon immediately confirmed. Before, I just wanted to investigate Robert and Alice, but now I have to include my grandfather. After all, if something big happens in the spiritual world, then my grandfather may not be out of the spiritual world. This is not a transaction, so there is no need to follow the rules, and we are friends, right? Give me some time and come here again tomorrow morning. I will bring you spiritual intelligence. Korobus said to Leon seriously, then his body began to twist and finally disappeared. Has it gone to the spiritual world? Sophia, who had been watching, couldn't help asking. Well, now all we can do is wait patiently. Leon nodded, then signaled Sophia to follow and climbed out of the sewer along the stairs. You can rest on my side tonight, and we will come together tomorrow morning. Close the manhole cover of the sewer, Leon suggested. Yet. Sophia responded, then looked at Leon with a bad face, hugged him from behind and said softly, Thank you, Leon, but you don't need to worry too much about me, I'm not that scared now. Leon didn't say anything, but just sighed silently. He took Sophia back to the farm, and Leon took her to the guest room she had prepared for her last time. He planned to leave directly, but before he could take a step, he grabbed Sophia's arm. I can't sleep now, "Leon, can you chat with me for a while?" Sophia looked at Leon with an eager look and asked. "Okay." Leon also cared about Sophia's current situation. Since Sophia had this demand, he would naturally not be perfunctory. So Leon sat by the bed, chatted side by side with Sophia. Most of the topics were led by Sophia. She seemed to have a lot to say tonight. She first shared her childhood story, and then talked about her days when she went to the suburbs of Tangdelin, Grampton after her parents passed away with the help of her friends and her parents. Leon has been listening, occasionally asking questions about small things, guiding Sophia to tell the beautiful moments that made her remember deeply, which made Sophia's mood even louder. But the emotional excitement still could not resist physical fatigue. The busy day and the previous panic made Sophia quite tired. Finally, at the end, Sophia spoke less and less. In the end, she did not realize that she could not open her eyes at all, so she naturally leaned on Lion's shoulder and fell asleep. Well. Leon, who sighed, looked at the sleeping Sophia, stroked her hair that had fallen on her forehead to her ears, and planned to gently put her on the bed so that she could rest well. But as soon as Leon took action, he found that his arm was already tightly held by Sophia. He wanted to push it away, but he noticed that Sophia frowned and her eyelids twitched, as if she was about to be awakened. "Dad, Mom, don't leave me." The murmuring dreams came out of Sophia's mouth. The trembling and praying in the voice made Leon feel quite unbearable, so he could only stop the movement of breaking free and let Sophia treat himself as a pillow. Although this posture is not very comfortable, Leon can persist. Since he can't break free, he closed his eyes and prepared to close his eyes in this posture to rest for a while. After all, tomorrow you have to understand the situation in the spiritual world from Korobs, and then choose to ask for help based on the situation. It is definitely a busy day. If you don't sleep for a while now, you will be troublesome tomorrow if you are not energetic. Just a few hours after both of them fell asleep, a ray of light suddenly appeared in Sophia's pocket, and the resurrection stone carried by Sophia was suddenly activated at this moment. As the light of the resurrection stone became brighter and brighter, it wrapped Leon and Sophia all around. Leon suddenly realized that he seemed to be dreaming. And it's a lucid dream. Because now, his mind and thoughts are very clear, so he can carefully observe the situation around him and make corresponding judgments and thoughts. This is an endless grassland, but tall and colorful mushrooms grow unreasonably. If you look closely, you can also see that there are some unique style cottages on the mushroom umbrellas of these mushrooms, as well as some fairies playing on the mushrooms with translucent butterfly wings. Of course, the most important thing is that Leon saw Sophia standing beside him at this moment. Is this the spiritual world? Looking at Sophia's excited expression, Leon immediately understood where the two were at this moment. Well, it should be that my parents and I met here before. We were sent by the resurrection stone. Does this mean that my parents have no problems and can meet us? Sophia happily clapped her hands and asked Leon. It should be. By the way, Leon, why are you here too? While excited, Sophia noticed that Leon actually appeared here, and this is but I have never seen it before. Maybe because we leaned together, I was also affected by the resurrection stone. Leon speculated. Ah! Let's lean together? You! Sophia thought of something when she heard this, her face turned red, and she turned her head and didn't dare to look at Leon. I was so unable to leave the room because I was held by you and didn't let go. Leon knew the subtext hidden in Sophia's words and complained angrily. That's it, sorry. Sophia realized that she had misunderstood, but she still didn't dare to look at Lion's face. After all, even so, the two of them slept together. In this way, is it developing too fast? Just as Sophia was brainstorming, Leon noticed two young couples who appeared in front of them at some time. The man looked complicated and the woman was smiling. Both of them are considered to be the standard Western handsome men and beautiful women, among which the women have a 80% similarity to Sophia, and they also have pink hair colors. Some Sophia's shadow can be seen on the man's face. Of course, this description may be a bit contrary to Tian Gang. If Leon is right, these two should be Robert and Alice. Chapter 791. That year, I was beaten into a mugwort. You should be Leon. What a handsome young man, much more handsome than Robert back then. While Leon was looking at Robert and Alice, they were naturally looking at Leon, and Alice was the first to speak. The two should be Sophia's parents, Mr. Robert and Ms. Alice. Hello, I'm glad to see you. Leon also greeted the two with a smile. Just call the name, you don't need to be so distant. Alice corrected. Yeah. Leon nodded, then pushed Sophia, who was dazed, aside, and signaled him to come and help relieve the situation. After all, Alice's gaze made Leon feel awkward, and Robert's eyes, who had never spoken, were also very oppressive, which Leon couldn't bear. Sophia was pushed and didn't react, but when she found out about Robert and Alice, she immediately shouted in surprise, "Mom and Dad!" Then he rushed over and got into Alice's arms. At this moment, Robert's stern face finally melted, and Alice also stroked Sophia's head with a doting look on her face and joked, "It's so big, and she still likes to act coquettishly. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Sophia's eyes were rosy at the moment, but her face was no longer sad. She only had grievances and a happy smile that was lost and lost. "We have some things to deal with, so we didn't come to pick you up. Sorry, I'm worried." Robert, who was standing beside him, looked at Sophia with a distressed impression when he heard this. "Okay, please clean up your demeanor. Leon is here to watch you." Alice held Sophia's cheek with one hand and helped wipe the tears on Sophia's cheek with the other hand. Ah! Sophia then remembered that Leon was still there, and he immediately buried his head in Alice's chest, wanting to be an ostrich. "It's good that you two are fine. Let Sophia enjoy her mother's arms. I'll go shopping nearby first." Seeing this scene, Leon took the initiative to say goodbye. Sophia, who is beside Robert and Alice, is happy. Such happiness is hard-won. Leon doesn't want to disturb him, so he will keep this family-friendly scene. Robert wanted to say something, but Alice shook her head obscurely. Robert did not speak, but just nodded to Leon. After getting Robert's approval, Leon turned around and walked towards a red mushroom not far away. After all, he had to look around, and it was rare to come to the spiritual world. He was also very curious about what the situation was in this world. Lion's departure made Sophia finally willing to leave Alice's arms. She just looked at Lion's lonely back and said in confusion, if Leon came here because of the resurrection stone, then why can't he see his relatives? That's not necessarily true. Alice replied with a smile and rubbed Sophia's cheek. On the other side, Leon, after walking for a few steps, he found that the surrounding environment suddenly changed tremendously. The originally endless grassland disappeared, replaced by endless forests. The sky above his head was not visible because it was all covered by dense tree canopies. But the surroundings did not appear dim. The light shining in from nowhere illuminated everything under the tree canopy like daytime, and all the eyes were thick trees that neither of them could hold together. But apart from the trees, there are no traces of animals here, and there are no sounds of birds, insects, and cicadas in their ears. There are only the rustling sounds of leaves above the head being blown by the wind. Did you take it off? A sudden sound rang in Lion's ears. Leon subconsciously turned around and saw an old man with a light blue body appearing behind him. He was bearded, Christmas hat, and a thick cotton jacket, exactly the same as the image of his grandfather's soul in the game. But compared to the kind-hearted image in the game, the old man's face was full of anger at this moment. Grandpa? Leon asked tentatively. But what greeted him was a powerful chestnut. Leon didn't know whether he was a soul or a projection of consciousness now, but no matter what, it was really painful, it hurts so much. The pain of the soul. Even though Leon was strong in his will, he could not withstand such a punch. He hugged his head and squatted in defense, enduring the pain and exhaling. But this also made him sure that the old man in front of him was indeed Grandpa. I don't recognize you as a bastard boy. Grandpa shouted at Leon angrily, I have already confirmed my relationship with the granddaughter of Rasmides, and I am entangled with Helena. Now I have provoked that little girl named Sophia. What do you think? Do you believe me if I say I can't help it? Leon was actually quite wronged about Grandpa's question. After all, he was the victim. That's your problem, too. Grandpa glared at Leon and complained. How did you know the news? Leon, who had a quick pain, stood up again, looked at his grandfather and asked curiously. I have more channels for news. Do you think I am a fool? Grandpa still said slutty about Leon, but his expression was not as angry as before. Tell me, what are you planning? I don't have any plans, just take a step by step. Leon replied helplessly when he heard this. After all, he had not had time to think about so much. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the pain that had just lost came again, and Leon held his head and squatted down to defend himself. I don't care what you think, you must handle this matter well, otherwise I won't let you go. Grandpa shouted angrily. Then I will leave Pelican Town and hide away. The pain disappeared, and Leon stood up and asked tentatively. But seeing Grandpa's fist raised high again, Leon quickly changed his words and said, just kidding, then I'll marry them all. Grandpa immediately put down his fists when he heard this, and a kind smile appeared on his face, that's right. Seeing such an obvious change in attitude and the answer Grandpa wanted so outrageously, Leon was silent for a moment. But Grandpa, bigamy is illegal. It took Leon a long time to think about the wording. The legal provisions of this world were the first to know when Leon started reading. After all, this is the information that he should know most when he came to a new world and the civilized world. None of them should know. This is not a problem. The church should have started preparing for the summer carnival. Are melons planted in Red Star Farm now? Grandpa asked back. I planted it, and there are quite a few. Leon nodded, but didn't quite understand what it had to do with the summer carnival. When you go back and continue planting, remember to sow fertilizer before planting, and be sure to use the top fertilizer. Just throw all the planted melons into the shipping box. I will ask someone to help you in the future. Grandpa said. Is it for the recognition and support of that church and the badge of God's favor? Leon asked when he thought of the information from Django before. These are just the first steps, and the next one is the key point. I have arranged it for you, and you will know everything at that time. Grandpa said to Leon with a mysterious look on his face. Ah! Leon became even more confused, but before he could ask more, he found that he had been thrown into the grassland again. Chapter 792 Long Talk. Leon was kicked away before he could say a few words. In fact, he felt quite regretful. Although I was picked up by my grandfather, I was grateful for raising me. But it would be fine if my grandfather didn't leave my grandfather's memory in my memory, but my grandfather also left him so many good things, connections, help and other support. Leon actually wanted to have a good chat with his grandfather, but his grandfather didn't give him a chance at all, as if he was deliberately hiding from himself. Leon, where have you been? Just as Leon sighed, Sophia's voice woke Leon from his melancholy. Leon, who was sent back to the grassland, found that he had returned to Sophia's family of 3. I just went out for a walk. Leon did not reveal that he had gone to see his grandfather and explained casually. Oh, it's fine. Mom and Dad said there are many hidden areas that are not suitable for going to. If you go there, you may cause unnecessary trouble. Sophia reminded Leon. Yet. Leon nodded, then looked at Sophia sitting on the grass and Robert and Alice sitting opposite her. How are you talking? It's pretty good, it's just a topic about someone, there's a little more. Alice said, then blinking at Leon. Although she didn't directly point out who this person was, the hint was already obvious enough. And Leon naturally understood, smiled awkwardly, and didn't say anything. Mom. Sophia also blushed with shame by Alice's behavior of revealing her true feelings. Sorry, Sophia, you go and pick some flowers next to me first, can you make a flower crown? Alice said to Sophia without sincerity. Ah? Me? Sophia wanted to say something, but Alice didn't give her a chance to speak. Go, please. Okay. Helplessly, Sophia had to get up and leave, and after Sophia left, Alice and Robert focused on Leon. Leon, right? Robert said, staring at Leon. Yes. Leon immediately stood up straight and replied. Thank you for your care for Sophia. Although his expression was not very friendly, is it Robert who expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart? It should be, after all, they are all fellow villagers, and Sophia and I are quite in love with each other. Leon explained. You have a girlfriend, right? Robert continued to ask, his expression very badly. Yeah. Leon admitted frankly. Then I heard Sophia say that you treat her as your sister, are you serious? Robert asked back. Of course, so I always treat her as a family member. Leon replied very seriously. But you are not related by blood. At least I don't remember that I have a son. Alice joked. This has nothing to do with whether you have a blood relationship. You just want to have a suitable identity to take care of Sophia so that she can accept my kindness. Because Sophia is not here, Lion's statement became much more blunt. Good boy, thank you, we owe her too much. Hearing this, Alice's expression was a little sad. After all, when Sophia was young, the couple passed away and missed many moments of Sophia's growth. Can you tell us about Sophia's situation? She always avoids the important things and talks about happy things, but never talks about the troubles she encounters in life. Robert suggested. Well, I actually haven't known Sophia for a long time. After all, she has lived in the suburbs of Tangdelin in Grampton before, and has only recently returned to Stardew Valley. Leon nodded, but there is actually not much to say. But there is one thing he needs to be confirmed with Robert and Alice. By the way, do you two know that Sophia has depression? Ah! Robert and Alice exclaimed at the same time. Judging from this reaction, the two had no idea about it. Leon sighed, then explained carefully the issue with the two of them, and explained that he had an intersection with Sophia, mainly because of this reason, rather than deliberately coaxing Sophia to achieve some dirty tricks. After all, parents, seeing that their daughter only has a man of the same age in their eyes, and the boy has a girlfriend, it is already considered civilized and rational enough to not directly practice all martial arts. But don't worry, her mood has stabilized a lot now, and this is not a terminal illness. As long as you continue to remain optimistic, you will definitely recover. This is what I have been doing. Thank you, Leon, really, sorry, I've always had some misunderstandings about you before this. Even Robert, who had always had a stern face, was moved at this moment. It was obvious that he had complained about Leon before, which was completely in line with Lion's speculation. I have known about depression as well. Sophia is a good girl, and I can't bear to watch her go to extremes because of this. Leon added. What a gentle and kind child. Alice has always had a good attitude towards Leon, but her eyes when she looked at Leon became more enthusiastic. Then Sophia will ask you from now on. Well, I will take good care of her. Although Alice's statement was a bit strange, Leon still made a promise. After receiving Lion's promise, Robert and Alice looked at each other tacitly. After years of getting along, they easily understood what each other was thinking at the moment. Robert was still a little hesitant, but Alice obviously decided on something. After some eye contact, Robert finally lost and nodded slightly, as a compromise. Only then did Alice raise an eyebrow at Robert proudly, and then asked Leon. By the way, Leon, how are you and Abigail getting along now? If I remember correctly, she is the girl from the Caroline family. The relationship is pretty good. The topic is quite leaps, but Leon can still keep up with the pace. Do you have any idea of getting married? Alice asked. Something is, it's just not now. Leon admitted. That's it. Alice subconsciously frowned when she heard this and stopped talking. Robert's expression after listening to the side was not very good. After the topic ended, the atmosphere at the scene solidified directly. Fortunately, Sophia came back at this time, breaking the atmosphere and putting a garland of yellow as the bass tone in her hand on her mother's head. In addition, she also prepared 2 additional garlands, a wreath of unknown blue wildflowers on top of Robert's head, and a garland of various flowers was given to Leon. And there is also a wreath of pink flowers above her own head. After a closer look, the garland above Lion's head may be the most beautiful one. This made Alice and Robert, who noticed this, look at each other sideways, and their hearts were mixed with emotion. Chapter 793 The Plan Afterwards. After Sophia's appearance, the atmosphere was always pretty good. The 4 of them chatted together, until Alice and Robert reminded them that they had about the same time, and they woke up in the real world. As soon as he woke up, Leon opened his eyes and noticed that he seemed to be pressed by something, feeling a little breathless. When I looked closely, it turned out that Sophia was lying on her. At some point, Leon did not sit and fell on the bed. Sophia, who was sleeping against Leon, naturally fell down with Leon, but the direction was Lion's body. Because they woke up together, Sophia also opened her eyes, but when she saw the current situation, she closed her eyes and pretended to be still sleeping because she didn't know how to deal with such a situation. Noodle. Although Leon noticed that Sophia was pretending to be asleep, he did not wake up Sophia's thoughts at this moment. Gently lifted Sophia up and placed it aside. Leon stood up and left the room. After going downstairs, Leon went to wash up first, left the bathroom, and saw Sophia rubbing her eyes downstairs. The toiletries and towels you used last time are still kept, go and clean them up. Leon looked at Sophia and instructed. Okay. Sophia nodded, but turned her head, not daring to look at Leon. What do you want to eat in the morning? Leon continued to ask. Everything is okay. Sophia said perfunctorily. Well, then I'll make some food casually, you go and wash. Leon went to the kitchen without asking, and started working. When it comes to summer breakfast, there are actually quite a lot of options, but due to the temperature, things that are too hot will be a little hard to swallow, so Leon plans to make cold noodles. As for the cooking method of cold noodles, Leon chose the most convenient noodles with scallion oil, and there are many green onions in the box. This kind of onion, which is not much different from ordinary scallions, is used to make scallion oil noodles, which is not abrupt. After Sophia finished washing up, she came outside the kitchen with a familiarity. Looking at Lion's busy figure in the kitchen, she couldn't help but smile. She felt that this scene looked like a plot in a girl's comic. You go to the living room to watch TV first. Leon said without looking back when he noticed Sophia's gaze. Yet. Sophia hurriedly covered her mouth and fled from the kitchen, like a panicked little rabbit. When Leon went out with the plate, he saw Sophia sitting honestly at the dining table. Try it, it may be a bit greasy, and there are too few ingredients on hand, so I can't use the cucumber and other debris to relieve the greasy vegetables. It's okay, I like to eat everything you make. Sophia comforted Leon with a smile, then picked up the chopsticks that she had gradually mastered and started whisking noodles. Be careful about some oil stains. Looking at Sophia's heroic way of eating noodles, Leon couldn't help reminding. It's okay, I have to take a shower when I go back. Sophia replied carelessly, her movements still rude. But it doesn't seem vulgar, but it has a kind of straightforward and energetic spirit. After taking the first place to eat his own portion, Sophia stroked her bloated belly with satisfaction. Leon, your cooking skills are really great. If you like it, just come and eat when you want to eat. This is also your home. Leon complained with a smile. Hee. Sophia smiled and held her face to look at Leon. By the way, the cable car I asked for was already done. Now I don't need to circle around Pelican Town to reach Red Star Farm. And the workers and uncles also helped me dig a mountain road. In the event of a power outage, you can directly follow the steps down the mountain to enter the coal forest. It will be more convenient for me to come here after that. That's pretty good, but in rainy or strong windy weather, don't take the cable car. Leon reminded. Well, are we going to find Korobs later? Sophia nodded and continued to ask. Of course, although we already know the situation in the spiritual world, we can't let Korobus go in vain. This time we not only have to thank it, but we should also bring some gifts. Leon confirmed. What does it like? Sophia asked. Don't worry, I'm ready for that gift. Leon comforted Sophia, you don't need to worry, just remember to say thank you. Oh. Sophia was a little disappointed when she heard this. After all, she had a good impression of Korobus, and she planned to find out about Korobus' preferences and prepare the best gift for it. If you want to communicate more with it, you can find it yourself. It's actually quite boring to be alone in the sewer. Leon reminded him to see Sophia's thoughts. Then put the key that can open the sewer here. Sophia stretched out her hand and asked, if you want to use it next time, come and ask me to get it. No, the outlet of the sewer is in the coal forest. There is a gap I opened before, so you can directly drill into the sewer. Leon explained, we will go in from there later. I will take you there and you will know. Then you finish eating quickly. I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, I didn't see it in the spiritual world yesterday, otherwise I could introduce it to my parents to meet it. Sophia couldn't wait to urge Leon. I still have to wash the dishes. Leon reminded Sophia in anger. I'll do it, you'll just go and pay attention to your farm. Sophia took the initiative to take on the task of packing tableware. Okay. Leon did not refuse. After eating, he watched Sophia start to clean up the mess, first went to the treasure chest to pick up a pearl as a thank you gift, and then left the house. The fields outside the door are growing well, and the land under all the crops is moist, and the sprinkler has done his job well. At first glance, most of the crops have already had fruit, and it is estimated that Leon will usher in a bumper harvest soon. Leon still remembers the proposal of Grandpa to make him multiple melons, but now he doesn't have enough melon seeds, and it takes a lot of time to cultivate, plant, water and fertilize. What's more important is that he still lacks high-grade fertilizer. Although Pierre has no need to sell these, you can contact Django to help bring some of them. I just don't know what the price is. Is the more than 5,000 G you have on hand now enough? When you see Korobus, send Sophia back, and then consider these things. At worst, you can borrow money. Thinking of the excess consumption function of the cashier card, Leon no longer hesitated about the problem of insufficient money. He took a big handful of rice grains and went to the chicken coop to feed the chickens. Chapter 794, Is There an Ambush? Korobs, are you back? After feeding the chickens, Leon, who had picked mushrooms, took Sophia into the sewer outlet from the coal forest. As soon as he came in, Leon called out Korobus, wanting to see if it was back. In the shadow, Korob's figure condensed from it, and eventually turned into the black winter root that was common in Leon, and appeared in front of the two. Good morning, Leon, Sophia. The first time he appeared, Korobs greeted the two politely. Good morning, Mr. Korobus. Sophia greeted Korobus enthusiastically, making Korobus shy. I went to the spiritual world once, and nothing went wrong there. Feeling that I couldn't handle Sophia, Korobs could only look at Leon and tell the information he had inquired. I know, but thank you for traveling like this. Leon nodded, took out the pearls that had been prepared long ago and stuffed them to Korobus. Seeing the round and pearly treasure shining under the torches on both sides, Korobus originally refused, but Leon forced it into his hand. Looking like he could not refuse, Korobus had to accept it. But this thank you gift is quite worthy of it to Korobus. Sorry, I didn't help. No, Mr. Korobs has helped a lot. Sophia comforted Korobs. Yes, no matter what, it is already a very righteous act if you are willing to go for this trip. Korobus was still a little embarrassed, but then Leon and Sophia took the initiative to chat with Korobus. Although the casual chat like a meeting between friends was not nutritious, it still made Korobus very happy. When Leon and Sophia left the sewer, there was a gadget in their hands. Leon, what is this? Walking on the newly dug mountain road, Sophia looked at the emerald green mushroom in her hand and asked Leon with a curious look. The specialty of the spiritual world, placed on the head of the bed, can make you sleep sweeter, Leon explained. You know so much. Sophia didn't expect that Leon could actually give her an answer. Leon smiled and did not explain much. After all, he actually had a slight disdain for this mushroom, but he had a system. Ningxian mushroom, collected product, a special mushroom cultivated by fairies in the spiritual world. It is one of the types of mushrooms that build mushroom rings that can resist evil forces. The fragrance of Ningxian mushroom can calm people down. When I take a shower, can you wait for me? Seeing that I was about to reach Blue Moon Vineyard after walking for a while, Sophia suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Leon asked in confusion when he heard this. I plan to take a shower and ask you to accompany me to Zuzu City. I want to buy something. Sophia explained. No, I have to go back to plow the fields next time. And don't you want to go to Emily's house for lunch? Didn't she invite you? Leon was a little confused when he heard Sophia's request. After all, when Emily invited her, she also said that she invited others. Sophia was also one of the members of the last shrimp fishing team. It is logical that she should also be among the invited ones. Ah? No. Sophia replied with confusion at Leon. No. Leon was stunned. Yes, and if Emily really wants to treat her, Haley should know it too, but she made an appointment with me the day before yesterday to go to Zuzu City together today. Sophia replied. Forward. Hearing this, Leon was a little confused. Emily said she wanted to have a dinner at home, and said she had invited many people, but Sophia, who should have been invited, did not receive a notice. Her sister Haley, who lived with Emily, didn't know about her sister's dinner, but instead invited Sophia to go shopping. Who did Emily invite? What's wrong? Sophia also noticed something was wrong. Who knows? Leon spread his hands, and he also noticed something was wrong. What are you planning? Sophia asked, staring at Leon. Me? I'll call her later. Leon didn't think about it, but it's always right to ask first. Then are you still going? Sophia asked. I don't know. Leon shook his head and replied. Then call now and ask clearly. If she lied to you and invited you alone, there must be a problem. In this way, you can't be fooled. Let's go to Zuzu City with us. I plan to buy a lot of things, you can help. I'll treat you to lunch, and we can also go to the movies in the afternoon. The latest movie of the King of Prairie Adventure. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Sophia immediately said to Leon Amway. Are you and Haley? Leon did not agree immediately, and instead asked Sophia's shopping team. And Scarlett, my best friend, we made an appointment to meet at the station in Zuzu City. Sophia added. Suffice. It's all girls, so you go by yourself. I still have to farm at home. Hearing this, Leon refused the proposal to go to Zuzu City together. On the one hand, they are all girls, and he is not easy to get involved. On the other hand, he is anxious to plant melons, and Grandpa is anxious about it. Leon doesn't know when the summer carnival held by the church will start, so the melons have to be planted early to avoid the melons being not yet ripe before the festival begins. Okay. Sophia was quite disappointed when she heard Leon say this, but Leon also had his own things to do, and Sophia was embarrassed to cause trouble for him. However, although Leon did not agree to go shopping, Sophia was not very willing to be tricked by Emily to have dinner. She immediately reminded, then you have to pay attention to Emily's invitation. I feel like she is planning something bad. I'm not a bad person, so it's not as dangerous as you said. I'll just call and ask clearly. Leon angrily tapped Sophia's head and complained. Anyway, I feel there is something wrong. You can't do anything randomly, otherwise I will report you with Abigail. Sophia muttered immediately when she saw that Leon didn't care about this. What are you reporting me? You guy, you actually want to report it? Leon looked at Sophia helplessly and asked. I don't care. You can't go anyway, otherwise I really have to send a text message to Abigail. Sophia pouted and threatened Leon. Go and go shopping on your street, be careful. Seeing that he had already walked to the Blue Moon Vineyard, Leon pushed Sophia into the house and told him. Chapter 795 Stay. Even though Sophia was reluctant, she finally compromised and entered the house. But before entering the house, Sophia warned Leon in various ways not to go to Emily's house for dinner. In the end, Sophia couldn't stand it anymore. In addition, he felt something was wrong, so he agreed that Sophia would stay on the farm at noon and not go anywhere. This made Sophia calm down a lot. Looking at Lion's departure back, Sophia was still a little worried. But Scarlett, who had already made an appointment to go shopping, and lived in the suburbs of Grampton Tangdelin, should have already boarded the bus to Zuzu City in advance. Sophia couldn't cancel the date and stared at Leon. Sophia had no choice but to believe that Leon would keep her promise. On the other side, after Leon sent Sophia back, he walked along the cliff road towards Pelican Town. On the way, he called Emily first. "Hey, Leon, are you going to come here early?" Emily on the other end of the phone seemed very happy, and asked Leon as soon as she answered the phone. "No, I just want to ask, did you really invite others to have a dinner together?" Leon asked tentatively. "Of course." Emily replied affirmatively. "Who?" Leon asked. "Haley, Sophia, and Leah." Emily reported a few familiar names without hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that he had just gotten through Sophia, Leon would have believed it. When he saw Emily saying this, Leon could not guess that there was any problem here, then he would be a fool. "Well, I'm quite busy today. Why don't you have a dinner by yourself and I won't go?" However, some things are quite unsuccessful when they are told, so Leon takes the initiative to avoid them. "Ah, don't you have time to have a meal at noon? You've obviously made an appointment." When Emily, who was preparing to put the special small cake in the oven, suddenly froze. "Sorry, there is really nothing I can do this time. I'm too busy. Next time I'll invite you to come over and I'll cook, just treat it as compensation." If I didn't know that I might be the only one who was invited this time, Leon might feel guilty when he heard Emily's disappointed tone. Emily was silent, without answering for a long time, and finally hung up the phone. "Oh, a headache." After complaining helplessly, Leon picked up the phone again and dialed Django's number. "Good morning, Mr. Leon, I wonder what I can help with." Django's enthusiastic voice came from the receiver the moment the phone was connected. "I want to order a batch of high-end fertilizers, the faster the better. When will it be delivered at the earliest?" Leon said straight to the point. An hour later. Django replied decisively. "That's good. First, 300 packs will be taken out of the card. If you don't have money, I will borrow money temporarily," Leon explained. "Of course there is no problem. See you at Hong Sing Farm. By the way, I have prepared almost the firearms you entrusted last time for you, including your gun license and hunting license, I will send them together." "Yes, but if you don't have money on hand, you still have to keep your account." Leon was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he has no money on hand now, and the debt seems to have been added. Mr. Leon was joking, the extra balance of that gold card was enough to pay for these. "Okay, then see you on the farm." "Okay, see you on the farm." After hanging up the phone, Leon had already walked to the stone bridge connecting the beach and Pelican Town. He took out his bicycle and Leon went straight to Pierre's grocery store. Although there are still some melon seeds left at home, it is still not enough and we still have to replenish new sources of goods. Enter Pierre's grocery store, because it was morning and the store was quite lively. For example, Leah is choosing salad dressing on the shelves. Hi, Leon. Seeing Leon appear, Leah greeted him with a smile. Hi, Leah. Leon responded with a smile, then added. By the way, do you have any arrangements today? Ah? No, what's wrong? Are you going to have an appointment with me? Leah was stunned when she heard this, then blinked her eyes and teased at Leon. No, just ask casually. Leon shook his head and explained. At this moment, he was even more sure that Emily was lying to herself. That's a pity. I thought I wouldn't have to cook at noon. Seeing that Leon was not panicked or embarrassed at all, Leah knew that Leon was really just chatting, and she complained in disappointment. Then you still have to cook today, but I will invite you to the farm in a while. Leon added with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for you to notify you. Leah smiled immediately after hearing this. She was quite greedy for Lion's cooking style that was completely different from Gus's. It was not only full of characteristics, but also had great taste. I'll make an appointment later. Saying goodbye to Leah, Leon came to the counter and spoke to Pierre. I need to add some melon seeds. No problem, you can always imagine the quality seeds of Pierre's family. Pierre boasted about Lion's own products in formulaic manner, and then asked, how much does it take this time? Back to 20 packs, just like last time, I want the best seeds. Then please help me see the store. I'll go to the warehouse to get it for you, and I'll make sure to get the best batch of seeds for you. Pierre nodded, then walked out of the counter and went to the small warehouse. Leon stood behind the counter and temporarily replaced Pierre's position. When did Pierre's grocery store change the boss? Do you need to call Leon grocery store now? Leon just stood for a while. Gus walked over, looked at Leon standing behind the counter and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and joked. Not now, but the future may not be the case. Looking at Gus, Leon replied in cooperation. Yes, after all, you and Abigail are now a couple. Gus thought of this and immediately slapped his forehead. So you are learning how to manage the store in advance? No, I'm here to buy things too. Pierre went to the warehouse to get the goods. I'll help take the shift. Leon explained. It's a pity, that's a pity. I originally planned to see if I could talk to you about discounts. After all, Leon, you shouldn't be as stingy as Pierre, who doesn't offer discounts. Gus teased. Gus, I've heard it all. I've given you the biggest discount. After all, your goods are all fresh vegetables purchased from nearby farms. It just so happened that Pierre came back with the seeds in his arms, and he was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. Just kidding, I've been working together for so many years, don't I know this? Gus explained to Pierre with a ha-ha. Pierre looked at Gus speechlessly, then defended to Leon, don't get me wrong, I'm not that stingy. Of course I don't believe it. Leon shrugged his shoulders and comforted Pierre, after all, this is his future father-in-law. Although his family status is not high, his identity is still worthy of his face. Well, when I retire in the future, you and Abigail mastered the store and you will know that what I said is true. Pierre then breathed a sigh of relief and sighed to Leon. I still have a farm to run, Leon reminded. It doesn't matter, I can hold on for a long time. At that time, I'm afraid your children will all grow up. I think you can ask for a few more. It would be great if you inherit the farm and a store that inherited me. Pierre imagined. Leon smiled and didn't say anything, but judging from Pierre's attitude, his affairs with Abigail should be stable. Pierre has already begun to consider leaving the store for his future grandson without bargaining. It is obvious that he has agreed to the future marriage of Leon and Abigail. And Pierre has already agreed, let alone Caroline, who has always supported and kindly expressed in this matter. Leon knew that he was now stable. Chapter 796 New Toys. Leon still has the money to buy seeds, so after paying, he returned to the farm with the seeds smoothly. This time was not enough for an hour, so Django did not arrive at the farm. Leon didn't plan to wait, so he took out his hoe and reclaimed new land on the periphery of the already prepared fields. Mr. Leon, here. Then come in. After a brief telephone exchange, Django drove a small truck into the farm. It should be said that this businessman representative from the long-distance Chamber of Commerce is just a rule. Even if he is already an acquaintance with Leon, he always follows the principle of invitation system and never comes without telling him. Compared with a girl he used to be, that is too particular. Please trouble you. In the past, Django always came with the supporting staff every time he came with goods. This time there was only Django. Leon knew that this guy really came here after he prepared the things. It was obvious that he was really concerned about Lion's affairs. It's okay, it's a cooperative relationship, and Mr. Leon is purchasing agricultural products. This priority is the highest level of our Chamber of Commerce. Django got off from the main driver's seat and shook hands with Leon and explained. Then he saw that the well-planned fields were expanded again, and he understood the purpose of Lion's purchase of high-end fertilizers. He asked casually, I wonder what crops are going to grow in Red Star Farm this time. Melon. Leon did not hide it. The melon is good, the melon is good. Django was happy when he heard this. He knew that these melons were prepared by Leon for the special orders of the Chamber of Commerce, so he made Lion's active cooperation attitude. His efforts to recruit high-end fertilizers from the next door were not in vain. Come on, inspect the goods. After opening the door lock of the car, Django showed everything in the car in front of Leon. Although Leon believed in the reputation of the UNC Chamber of Commerce, Django said so. He could only take off a box of encapsulated boxes from the car, and after taking them apart, he saw the neatly packed high-end fertilizer inside. The packaging is more refined than ordinary fertilizers. Each pack is about the same size as bags of edible salt. It is heavy and can feel a very clear grainy feeling. Advanced fertilizer. Fertilizer greatly improves the fertilized land, increases the chance of growing high-quality crops, and is used in plowed land. Of course, the most important judgment depends on the system, and the identification given by the system is enough to show that the quality of this batch of fertilizers meets the system standards. No problem. Leon affirmed with a thumbs up at Django. If you are satisfied, just be fine. Each pack of fertilizers is 15 G. Although the price is high, it is definitely based on the market price. After all, the consumption of high-quality fertilizers in manufacturing high-quality fertilizers requires fish as the main material. Compared with those inferior high-quality fertilizers made of snails, cockles, etc., the UN Chamber of Commerce basically uses genuine fresh carp. The fertilizers produced in this way are easier to absorb in the land, achieving the effect of rapid and fertile land. I was very satisfied to see Leon, and Django added to Leon. Of course I believe in the quality control of the UN Chamber of Commerce. Leon cooperated to flatter him and breathed a sigh of relief. The price of 15G high-end fertilizer is much lower than what Leon expected. The 300 pack is only 4500G, and it seems that there is no need to keep a book. Thank you Mr. Leon for your trust in the long-distance Chamber of Commerce. Django smiled and nodded to Leon to express his gratitude, then went into the cab and searched around, then got out of the car with a big box, and said to Leon mysteriously, "This is the firearm you commissioned. Although it is not from the production line of the Long Travel Chamber of Commerce, it is definitely a quality and quantity guaranteed. Let me take a look." Leon immediately dropped the fertilizer and came to Django. Unlike the carton box that packs fertilizer, this box that should contain firearms is a wooden structure, sealed very tightly, and the seal is filled with waterproof rubber pads. Seeing Leon wanting to see, Django immediately took out a knife from his body, inserted it along the seal, cut it around, and then lifted the lid of the box. There is a layer of hay in the box. The most eye-catching thing is the 3 different types of guns in the box. A silver revolver, a grey-brown wooden gun handle, a single-barrel shotgun with a rough long barrel, and a classic bolt rifle. This thing has been registered for you and has been assembled and maintained once. You can fire it by filling in the bullet and opening the insurance, but you still have to remind you not to bring it into public. Django lowered his voice and reminded Leon. Understand, where is the bullet? Leon asked impatiently, rubbing his hands. No man can refuse such a good thing. Leon had only played in the club before, but they were all pistols and ammunition was extremely expensive. After all, they were calculated by money and had chains, so they could only hit fixed targets. Now that they had their own firearms and were all large caliber, how could Leon not want to try it? The box is more than one layer below, 100 revolver bullets of 0.45 APC, 50 deer bullets of number 10, and 107.92 caliber rifle bullets. This is already the largest value that I can reserve. Mr. Leon can play first, and ask me to make up after using it. By the way, your gun license and hunting license are also placed with the bullets. Remember to carry these 2 documents when you leave your private land with these guns, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Django explained with a smile. Thank you. Leon couldn't help but raise his lips when he heard this. I wish you a happy time, but remember, don't point the gun at ordinary people, and turn on the insurance when not in use, and remove the bullet. Django couldn't help reminding Leon again. Of course. Leon nodded seriously, then reluctantly moved his eyes away from these new toys, and together with Django, he unloaded all the fertilizer on the car. After unloading the goods, Django left. After all, he had other work to do. Leon did not wait to try his new toys after Django left, but brought the entire box into the house, then unpacked boxes one by one, put the high-end fertilizer into the system backpack, and then continued to reclaim land suitable for planting. You can play anytime, but you must not lose your ambition. Now Lion's main task is to plant melons. Turn the ground, sprinkle fertilizer, plant melon seeds, water it, and finish it in one go. When the sun was high and the sky was in the sky, Leon had barely planted 200 melon seeds. But at this point, Leon didn't plan to continue. In a few days, the crops planted in the field will mature. The remaining fertilizer and seeds will be kept under the coverage of the sprinkler, which will save a lot of trouble. Moreover, the current scale of the fields is already huge enough. No matter how many it is, it will not meet Lion's plan for the farm. Of course, it is also possible that Leon is lazy. After all, the current planting scale, if there is no sprinkler, Leon feels that he has more than half of his day, and he will probably have to spend watering. Chapter 797, Thinking Too Much? Stop the work. Straighten his waist and stretched his sore spine for a while. Leon looked at the expanded field again and felt great pressure. The more land is plowing, it almost takes up 1/4 of the farm. As it continues to expand like this, Leon feels that the right side is probably going to be summarized into a planting area, but Leon is preparing to reserve a building hut and install wine barrels in the industrial area. Leon immediately decided to end the area of farming in the fields, because no matter how much it is really unbearable. But planting the land does not mean that it is okay. Leon has to create a few more scarecrows to shock those damn crows, otherwise these melon seeds planted with great effort will definitely become the food for these bastards. Just as the scarecrow was planted in Leon, I heard someone calling me again. Leon. Hi. Turning back, Leon saw Emily standing in front of the house, holding a basket in her hand. Emily. Leon didn't expect Emily's appearance and immediately met him. What's wrong? I heard you are very busy today, so I thought you must not have time to prepare lunch, so I came here to deliver food to you. Emily looked at the large area of cultivated land in front of her and the seeds she had just planted, and knew that Leon was not perfunctory to him, but that he was really busy today, and immediately explained with relief. Thank you, then you came here, what should I do with the party? Leon asked, pretending to be unaware. Cancel it. Haley and the others went to Zuzu City to shop. You don't come. If I am the only one, how can you hold a party? Emily sighed helplessly. It's such a pity. Leon said with a dry smile as he heard Emily's answer. Red Star Farm is so beautiful now. I still remember how wilderness it was when I passed by. Emily smiled and praised as she looked at Leon. Beautiful is not considered a matter of being beautiful, after all, I haven't decorated it much. Leon shrugged his shoulders and replied. Although the farm has begun to take shape, it has nothing to do with beauty. Leon is a pragmatist, and has not even paved the stone roads connecting various areas, and basically maintains the most primitive style. This is natural beauty. Emily said affirmatively, then lifted the basket. Eat some, the agave cake I made was intended as a dessert after meals. If you don't eat it early, it will easily deteriorate in this weather. Well, okay, come into the house, the sun is too strong outside. When he heard this name, Leon became a little timid. At most, the average alcohol-containing cake was added a little to increase the flavor. However, Thinking of Emily's insincereness, Leon felt that the alcohol content in this small cake was probably much higher than that in flour. But Emily came to the door and said this to Leon with a smile. Leon was embarrassed to let someone take the things back. Emily immediately stood outside the door, waiting for Leon to enter the house first. After entering the room, Leon signaled Emily to sit first, and he went to the bathroom to wash his face, washed away the soil stained on his hands, and when he walked out of the bathroom, he found Emily had already arranged tableware and the oval cake as the staple food on the sofa. "Let's have something first," Emily immediately greeted when she saw Leon coming. Leon didn't say anything, sat in front of the sofa, picked up a small cake, sniffed it first, and only smelled the faint smell of wine, which was not very strong, so he dared to sip. The first thing I felt was the sweetness of the agave coat mixed with maple syrup, which had a unique agave fragrance and was a little spicy, but it highlighted the sweetness of maple syrup. After that, there was a soft bread, mixed with the sweet and sour jam, which also had the aroma of wine. Overall, the taste is excellent and it doesn't taste as high as expected. The taste is very good. After a small cake was eaten, Leon didn't feel any discomfort or a special feeling that shouldn't have happened. Leon then secretly breathed a sigh of relief and praised Emily. "I learned it on the Cooking Queen program. The first time I tried it, you'd love it." Emily got Leon's approval and seemed very happy. She took another small cake and handed it to Leon. She also thoughtfully went to the refrigerator in the kitchen and got Leon a bottle of cold beer. "There is alcohol in it. I'm afraid I'll get drunk if I drink beer. If you want to change to someone else, I think ice milk is good." Seeing the drink Emily brought, Leon reminded tactfully. "Okay." Emily didn't insist and actually brought a bottle of iced milk. The iced milk prepared by my home has not been opened yet, so Leon naturally drinks it without any pressure. "Have you eaten?" "I've eaten it." Emily looked at Leon with a smile. "These are all prepared for you." "Thanks." After another small cake, Leon still didn't feel anything and was no longer careful. To be fair, this small cake tastes really great, and it doesn't feel too sweet like an ordinary small cake. There are many things that won't get tired of. The perfect aroma of wine and jam, combined with maple syrup, provides a rich taste stimulation, which unexpectedly meets Leon's appetite. After eating two more, I felt that I was still quite awake, so Leon simply let go and ate. Emily didn't say anything, but just silently admired Leon's appearance of eating, with a satisfied smile on her face. When Leon was full, he noticed Emily's expression. He immediately moved his butt quietly, and opened a short distance from Emily again. "The small cake is delicious. Thank you. I still need work in the afternoon. I'll take you back first. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm not busy next time." "Okay." Emily agreed to Leon's proposal very decisively and said considerately, "Just send me outside the farm. I will leave myself later and go directly to Gus to prepare for work." When Leon saw that Emily had no intention of staying, he was actually quite surprised and wondered if he had misunderstood Emily. But he didn't reveal it either, so he immediately got up and took Emily out of the house and sent him outside the farm. Seeing Emily really walking towards Pelican Town without stopping at all, Leon scratched his head. It seems that I'm thinking too much. I'm really not too narcissistic. With a self-deprecating smile, Leon turned around and returned to the farm to continue his work. Although the fields had been sorted and melons had been planted, the crops they had planted before still needed to loosen the soil and continue to fertilize. Leon did not forget the tips for improving the quality of crops that Linus taught Leon. When Leon was busy on the farm, Emily, who had already walked out for hundreds of meters, suddenly turned around, but was not in a hurry to enter the farm, but enjoyed the protection of the shade under a big tree outside the farm, as if she was waiting for something. Chapter 798 Leon is dangerous. Zuzu City, in Hoja's fast food restaurant. 3 girls with their own characteristics gathered at a dining table, tasting the Hoja family's special fast food. At the feet of the 3, there were also many shopping bags. It was obvious that they had just finished their shopping in the mall. Hoja's burgers are all the same taste, which is far worse than those of Leon. The cute girl with pink hair complained in dissatisfaction. Sophia, you have mentioned that boy named Leon many times. I'm jealous if you do this again. The girl with brown skin and refreshing short hair couldn't help but tease when she heard this. But if you don't eat this, you have to queue up to go to the restaurant, which is a waste of time. Although it is indeed very different from what that guy Leon made, it is not that bad either. The blonde fashion girl comforted. This trio is Sophia, Haley, Scarlett, who came to Zuzu City to go shopping. Scarlett, go back to Stardew Valley with me in the afternoon. I'll take you to try Lion's cooking skills for 2 days. You will know that I'm not lying to you, and why are you jealous of him? He is my brother. Sophia leaned on Scarlett's shoulder and acted coquettishly. Okay, it just so happens that the family hasn't been busy lately, and we haven't slept together for a long time. Scarlett agreed with Sophia's face. Haley rolled her eyes from the side. She always felt that the relationship between the 2 girls in front of her was a bit too good, and she felt like the orange-like smell. However, Haley was quite happy about Scarlett, a new friend she made through Sophia, because the other party was really a good girl, and she was particularly likable. Scarlett, don't go to see that bastard Leon with Sophia, you will be disappointed. Go to my house to eat in the evening. My sister bought a lot of ingredients yesterday and could organize a girls' night tonight. Hearing Haley's words, Sophia immediately remembered the information she received in Leon in the morning, and immediately complained to Haley, "Do you think those are prepared for us? She is prepared for Leon. When you go back, they probably have finished all the things." "No, I remember when I left, my sister made some tequila cakes without preparing anything." Haley was confused about the news. Emily wanted to invite Leon to have a meal at home? She didn't know at all. Tequila cake? Is it the special dessert taught before the Cuisine Queens program? Scarlett was very interested in the tequila cake and immediately joined the topic. "I remember this small cake is called a salad bar by the Cuisine Queen. Although it looks delicious, it seems that more than 2 are not recommended, otherwise the alcohol will definitely be drunk when it is digested and evaporated." From this introduction, Sophia keenly captured something wrong and immediately asked Haley, "Emily was making this little cake in the morning? How much did she make?" "It seems that there are more than a dozen people in a plate. She won't eat too much, so she will fall drunk at home," Haley replied, then said to herself with some concern, "What's wrong?" Sophia, who suddenly became panicked, hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Leon's number, but no one answered it for a long time. It's over. Leon is dangerous. The same result was also the second dial. Sophia felt that her guess might have come true, so she immediately stood up and ran out. Although I don't know why Sophia was so anxious, she didn't even bring the things she bought and had to leave after taking a few bites of the food she had just ordered. Haley and Scarlett still decisively brought Sophia's things and chased after Sophia. Once you go out, two people saw that Sophia had stopped a taxi and was about to get on. Sophia, where are you going? Scarlett shouted. Go back to Stardew Valley. If you don't go back, Leon will be finished. Sophia was so anxious that she was almost jumping. On the other side, in the Red Star farm in Stardew Valley, Leon was sweating profusely under the scorching sun. The farmer's hat, which could obviously be shaded and cooled, has been forgotten by Leon. Loosen the soil, apply fertilization, and occasionally water some already dry soil. Faced with the maintenance of large areas of land, Leon has no time to think too much now. Hi, why do you feel a little dizzy? Leon straightened his waist and breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head and muttered. Then Leon walked out of the field and came to the eaves to enjoy the cool air, preparing to take a little rest to avoid heat stroke. But when Leon sat on the steps, the dizziness became even stronger. Not only was the stomach turbulent, but every breath was filled with the smell of alcohol. Hi, it's so powerful. Feeling the state shown by his current body, Leon was sure that he was not suffering from heat stroke, but was drunk, so he immediately held his head and entered the house. Gudong poured a large cup of cold white, and Leon felt even more uncomfortable in his stomach, so he could only temporarily walk to the sofa and sit down, leaning his head on the sofa, trying to calm his body and alleviate this situation. With the increasing smell of alcohol produced by each breath, Leon felt his consciousness becoming more and more confused, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. But Leon had no intention of resisting. After all, this was not outside, but at home. Since he was drunk, he would just sleep for a while. He believed that with his current physical fitness, if he slept for a few hours, the alcohol in his body would be almost evaporated. Fortunately, Emily has gone back. It turns out that she is waiting here. The boy really has to protect himself outside. This was the last thought before Leon fell asleep. It's almost time. Outside the Red Star farm, Emily under the shade of the trees raised her head and looked at the sky, estimating the time, and making sure she had been waiting here for a long time, so she stopped waiting and walked towards the farm in Leon. But this time was different from noon. After Emily approached the farm secretly, she did not rush in. Instead, she squatted beside the shrubs outside the farm and looked into the farm. Seeing that there was no Leon in the field, there was no sign of Leon in the chicken coop and animal shed in the distance, she felt relieved and walked into the farm with a swagger. All the way to the big house in Leon, the smile on Emily's face became even stronger when she saw the hidden door. He pushed open the door and entered it. Before he could see Lion's figure, Emily smelled the faint smell of alcohol in the air. Then Emily noticed Leon lying on the sofa. At this moment, Leon was sleeping soundly, his face flushed, but he didn't snore and his sleeping appearance was quite quiet, which made Emily even more happy. After all, men who can't speak up really have extra points, especially when they are resting together. Chapter 799 The Increasingly Chaotic Situation. As sure as Gus said, Leon was quiet after drinking, like a child, and he didn't make any noise at all. Walking to the sofa and looking at Leon at this moment, Emily secretly praised in her heart. She has worked in Gus' tavern for more than a year. During this period, she has seen many people drinking too much in the tavern, and has summarized a lot of experience from it. Alcohol is like an emotional amplifier, which can easily disintegrate the mask of the sober moment and reveal its own personality traits. Some people have fun after drinking, some people talk a lot after drinking, and some are like Leon, who just lie down and fall asleep after drinking too much. Often, in Emily's summary, they are all good people who are consistent in their appearance. For example, Gus and Clint are both the type who will fall asleep after drinking too much, and now there is a Leon. Thinking of this, Emily was even more satisfied with Leon. While Leon was sleeping, Emily hurriedly took out her cell phone and took several photos of Leon who was sleeping. After all, it is so strange to see Lion's sleeping face and blushing, even if the blushing is due to the effect of alcohol. After taking the photos and leaving memorials, Emily did not make any more extreme moves. Instead, he ran to the bathroom and brought back a wet towel, wiped the sweat beads of Lion's body that had not yet dried, and then found a thin magazine ordered by Abigail, held it in his hand and swayed it, fanning out a wave of artificial breeze, bringing a hint of coolness to Leon in his sleep. It's like a gentle wife taking care of her drunk husband. Haha, I didn't expect it, I didn't plan to write that at all. If you think too much, go face the wall. This is Emily's plan. Let Leon get drunk first and then take care of him. Although it is very peaceful, Emily believes that Leon will definitely remember this kind of tenderness. After all, the initiative is not in his own hands. If he wants to compete with Abigail, Emily has to use gentle means to show her goodness to Leon and leave her own traces in her heart. Love is a long-term race. Temporary gains and losses cannot represent the final victory or defeat, but the beauty that flows through water is like ice cubes under the sun, which will eventually be melted by that warmth. Just as Emily was admiring Lion's sleeping face while taking care of Leon, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open brutally, and a loud bang voice. Leon! Where are you? The one who rushed into the door was Sophia, who had just rushed back from Zuzu City. You will cause trouble if you break into other people's farms and homes like this. Scarlett, who was breathless after Sophia, complaining to Sophia with a big bag and a small bag. But Sophia obviously doesn't care about this. After all, she even got the spare key to the house. There is also a room on the second floor of her own, so Sophia is not afraid at all. Within a few seconds, Sophia, who was looking around, noticed the situation on the sofa in the living room and rushed over. Seeing Leon sleeping in a neatly dressed position on the sofa and sitting aside to fan the air, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief, then came directly to the sofa, squatted on the edge of Leon, and looked at Leon at the moment. Emily, why are you here? Confirm that there were no kiss marks on Lion's face. Sophia completely relaxed, then looked at Emily expressionlessly and asked. He was very busy today and had no time to cook, so I brought some small cakes for his lunch, but the small cakes used tequila, so this guy was drunk, so I stayed to take care of him. Emily was also quite surprised by Sophia's appearance, but this did not mess up her. After all, she did not do anything out of order, so she was very calm. "Thank you for your previous care, let me leave it to you next." Looking at the towel in Emily's hand, Sophia directly reached out and asked for it. "Are you sure you can take good care of him?" Emily frowned when she heard this. She finally created such an opportunity. Now someone came over to pick peaches halfway. Even Emily's good temper was a little angry. "Of course, after all, this is my brother, so it's not natural for me to take care of him? And who knows if he will sleep until night? You still have to work in the tavern at night." Sophia replied with confidence. "I have asked Gus for leave." Emily replied with a smile, "I'll do it when taking care of his job. After all, I've worked in a tavern for so long and have become familiar with the dangers that drunk guests may encounter, and have more experience in dealing with them." "Have you asked for leave?" "Haha, it seems that someone has prepared very well." Sophia complained angrily. "I also need a rest, right? I just happened to encounter this." Emily faced Sophia's hint with a smile and calmly, without the idea of moving her position, and she was nailed to the sofa. "The atmosphere is not right." Scarlett, who was standing not far away, said quietly to Haley, who was also standing here. "I really don't know where this guy is good, so that Emily and Sophia can care about him so much." Haley complained indignantly. "So, your sister Emily also likes this boy named Leon?" Hearing Haley's words, Scarlett immediately analyzed a lot of information from it. "Or?" Haley looked at Scarlett in confusion. Scarlett smiled embarrassedly without explanation. After all, Scarlett could naturally notice the problem of her good sister's tendency revealed in text messages and chats, and the enthusiasm she showed when discussing someone with her from time to time. But she would not share this kind of thing with Haley. After all, although she had a good sense of this fashionable and generous girl during the morning's contact, she was far from meeting her. Scarlett and Haley were in a stalemate on the chat, and Emily and Sophia were also staring at each other, not giving in to each other, and the atmosphere was so weird for a while. And at this moment, another person joined the battlefield. "Leon, I'm back, you." Abigail, who had just returned from the Mage Tower in the Coal Forest, wanted to enter and give Leon a big hug and warm kiss to comfort himself and Lion's lovesickness during this period, saw two girls standing at the door of the house and fell silent. One of them was familiar with Haley, but the other one was unimpressed. Then Abigail noticed the situation on the sofa again. Seeing Emily and Sophia competing against each other, Leon, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the sofa, frowned. She didn't understand what this bastard Leon did during the few days she was not at home. Chapter 800. All are planning. "What's the situation?" Scarlett asked Haley in a low voice when she saw Abigail standing proudly with her chest and looking down on the audience. "That bastard's girlfriend is back." Haley glanced at Abigail. For some reason, she felt very unhappy when she saw her eyes. Did he have a girlfriend? Still living together? Scarlett was stunned. Why did Sophia never mention such important news to herself? When did it happen? A few months ago. Haley was not very clear, but she guessed that it should be a long time. After all, at the Flower Dance Festival, the two of them acted very intimately, not like they were together just now. Scarlett took a breath. She remembered that Sophia was still talking to herself in the morning about how to capture the favorable impression of a man. Sophia on the other side was not surprised when she saw Abigail coming back, but she was a little regretful. She might not be able to get along with Leon alone in the future. But this is not bad news. At least Emily will be in trouble with Abigail present. Compared to her own identity as a sister, Emily is completely an invader, she explained immediately. Abigail, you're back, Leon is drunk. Drunk? Are you having lunch? Hearing this, Abigail immediately thought of Leon holding a party at home when he was not at home. No, I'm eating too much small cake with high alcohol content. Emily made it for him. Sophia explained to Leon. Yes. In an instant, Abigail understood everything and quickly walked to the sofa. He looked at Leon, who was sleeping soundly, and found that there seemed to be no sign of taking advantage of it. While breathing a sigh of relief, he looked at Emily again. That's really interesting, Emily, do you have anything to say? I learned to make some small cakes with the TV show. I happened to know that Leon was very busy today, so I gave him some. Are there any problems? Although Emily was unwilling, there was no change in expression on her face, and she still kept smiling. Of course it's okay. Abigail smiled angrily when he heard this, and stood directly between Emily and Leon, blocking Emily's vision. Then the task of taking care of this greedy guy next is to me as a girlfriend. Emily, you can go back first. When I have time, I will take Leon to thank you. Okay, remember to prepare some water for him to avoid thirst when waking up. If Sophia said this before, Emily had many reasons to stay, but when Abigail came back and emphasized his girlfriend's identity, Emily had no choice. If you don't retreat at this moment, the situation ahead may be very troublesome. Even if you are dissatisfied, Emily can't hold on to the unreasonable things. As Emily said that she stood up and planned to leave, Abigail was suddenly feeling much happier. At this moment, she looked at Emily, who was defeated like a winner, with her face full of pride. But just as Emily was about to leave, she passed by Leon lying beside the sofa. Emily squatted down directly with lightning speed, then kissed Leon's cheek lightly, then stood up and ran to Haley at the entrance, took Haley's hand and ran away. Emily. Faced with Emily's sudden move, Abigail was almost furious. He was doing something in front of him and did not treat himself as heir at all. This was a naked provocation. But Emily was not afraid at all. She left Haley without a trace, making Abigail unable to catch anyone if she wanted to find him. It is even more impossible for her to intercept Emily with magic and give her a profound lesson, because the constraints of the caster were placed there, which made Abigail even more angry. So bold. Haley was dragged away, but Scarlett stayed there. Naturally, he saw Emily's little movements before leaving, and immediately exclaimed Emily's boldness. Emily is too much. Not only Abigail was so angry that she was not the only one who was so angry that she had no chance to post with Leon. At this moment, she actually watched Emily take the lead with her own eyes, which was so envious and jealous. Sophia, what happened in the few days I was away? The criminal has fled the scene of the crime, and Abigail can only inquire about the news with Sophia. Nothing happened, but an accident happened today, and it seems that Emily had planned this incident long ago. Sophia immediately explained to Abigail when she heard this. This includes the fact that Emily invited Leon alone in the name of a dinner party, and was exposed while chatting with her. After that, Leon did not go to the appointment, but Emily came to her. He also emphasized that he had given up his shopping plan when he learned that the food made by Emily was very high, and he quickly returned to stop Emily's conspiracy. Using this to seek credit, I told Abigail that she was also in her camp and was opposite to Emily to gain Abigail's trust. Sure enough, when Abigail was feeling much better and was grateful to Sophia when she heard that Emily had been living alone with the sleeping Leon, she was struggling to stay in a stalemate. After all, if Sophia hadn't disrupted the situation, God knew what Emily would do when she was with Leon before she came back. She dared to kiss Leon in front of her. If there were no outsiders, she wouldn't have eaten Leon. Thank you, Sophia. When I am not at home in the future, Leon will have to ask you. Thinking that his subsequent study plan would lead to his occasional traveling far away to practice, Abigail couldn't wait to find a caretaker to keep Leon from peeping from some people. Sophia is definitely the best choice. On the one hand, it is because of Sophia's sibling relationship with Leon, and on the other hand, it is also out of trust in Sophia. At least when he was chatting with Leon, Leon basically expressed his feelings towards Sophia, and he really treated Sophia as his sister. So Sophia's threat is much lower than Emily, and even more reliable than Haley. Of course, he is my brother too, after all. Sophia patted her chest and promised, her eyes full of smiles. She knew that her disguise had been successful. As an insider, Scarlett turned his head and didn't dare to look here, for fear that Abigail would see the one on his face unstoppable helplessness and disgust. Who is that girl? Only after seeing Emily off here did Abigail have time to pay attention to Scarlett standing in the entrance hall. My good friend, when I left Zingla Valley, I lived at her home. Today we made an appointment to go shopping, and then I invited her to Zingla Valley for 2 days. Sophia explained. That's it, then you take your friends back to visit Pelican Town first. She should be very cramped here. When Leon wakes up in the evening, you can come and visit together. I'll let Leon make you delicious food. Abigail reminded Sophia with a smile when he heard this. Yeah. Sophia immediately nodded and stood up, took Scarlett's arm, and left calmly. Abigail didn't care much, but just looked at Lion's face, thinking about whether to find a brush, and brushed Emily's skin that she had kissed before more than a dozen times. Chapter 801 I Fight Violently. So, the man you don't want to name is this guy named Leon. After leaving Red Star Farm with Sophia, Scarlett finally couldn't help it. Yeah. Sophia admitted generously and asked Scarlett happily, how is it? Are you very handsome? You're crazy, he has a girlfriend. Scarlett didn't know where to complain about Sophia's optimism and confidence. Anyway, I'm not married, so I still have a chance. Sophia didn't care about this. You faced with Sophia's idea, Scarlett felt that his best friend was really crazy. I have a sense of ease, don't worry, prepare your stomach and try Lion's craftsmanship at night, which will definitely open your eyes. Sophia also knew what Scarlett wanted to say, but she didn't plan to listen. After all, she wouldn't understand what happened to her and Leon even if she told Scarlett to listen to. Anyway, she had made up her mind to join the dispute, but unlike a reckless man like Emily who attacked head only, she felt that she should be an assassin in the shadow, waiting for the right opportunity to kill with one blow. Scarlet sighed and noticed that Sophia did not intend to talk to her about this matter, so she could only let it go temporarily. However, if Sophia really persisted, she would stand by Sophia's side without hesitation. After all, she knew about Sophia's situation, but since she returned to Stardew Valley, Scarlet discovered that Sophia was much more cheerful. Obviously, there was no influence caused by the guy named Leon. Perhaps Leon was the best potion to heal Sophia's mind. On the other side, Leon had woken up at this moment. As soon as he woke up, he felt his cheeks burning and painful. "Hiss, when did you come back?" He opened his eyes and saw Abigail holding a towel and staring at him fiercely. When Leon was confused, he did not forget to say hello to Abigail. "Half an hour ago, if I didn't come back, God knows if you would make any big news." Looking at Leon with anger, Abigail thought of Emily's previous actions and couldn't help but pick up the towel and cover it on Leon's face again, rubbing it repeatedly. "You want to kill me?" Leon angrily pushed Abigail's arm away, understanding why his cheeks hurt so much, and it was wiped out by Abigail's towel. "What's the situation? Are you going to peel me?" "It's not that, it's just that there are dirty things stuck to your face. I'll wipe it clean for you." After Abigail explained, he picked up the towel again and looked eager to try. "Wait, it's really a pity. I'm drunk too much and vomiting on my face." Leon hurriedly stopped Abigail's movements, then turned over and walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room to look at his situation. The clothes were the same as in the morning, and there was no dirty thing on it. On the face, the left half of the face was red like a monkey's butt. It was obviously caused by Abigail's violent wipe, which caused congestion. Apart from that, I saw nothing strange. I still have some headaches. Leon was speechless while rubbing his temples. "So, have you learned your lesson this time?" Abigail walked to Leon and hugged Leon from behind and asked. "What lesson?" Leon asked in confusion. "You can't eat strangers' things," Abigail complained. "Are you talking about Emily's tequila cake? Not to mention whether Emily is a stranger. Who knows that the cake has such a strong momentum after eating it, and there is no feeling when eating it. As a result, the alcohol begins to evaporate when digesting it," Leon explained helplessly. "Haha, you still haven't learned your lesson. Come on, I'll give you a deeper impression." Abigail raised his hand angrily when he heard this, and planned to continue rubbing Leon's cheek with a towel. "Stop making trouble. I'm not drinking too much, and your rough movements really hurt." Leon hurriedly clamped Abigail's hand with his arm, so that he could not perform torture. "By the way, do you have the magic to relieve alcohol? Let me know, I feel very uncomfortable now." "You'd better endure it yourself. Magic does not have so many strange uses," Abigail complained angrily. "Oh, okay, then you help me rub my head, I'm very dizzy now." Leon was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he still did not plan to let Abigail go. "Pull her to the sofa, press Abigail to sit down on the sofa, and then lie down directly after Abigail's legs." He began to wait for Abigail's service. Seeing Leon's shameless appearance, Abigail rolled his eyes angrily, but he still stretched out his hand to give Leon a head massage. I enjoyed Abigail's little hand pressing, and I don't know if it was a psychological effect or it was really effective. Anyway, Leon felt much more comfortable. I don't plan to go out far again when I come back this time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leon started chatting. Well, you don't need to go out for the time being, and I'm not at ease with you alone at home, Abigail explained. Stop making trouble, I am abiding by men's ethics. I have been busy with various things recently, but I have not done anything randomly. Leon complained to Abigail speechlessly. Haha. Abigail sneered, but did not inform Leon about what happened after he fell asleep drunk because it was too disgusting. And this guy Leon slept so hard that he obviously didn't know what happened at that time. If I hadn't used the purification magic to dispel the alcohol in his body, this guy might have been sleeping soundly now. What's wrong with you? Are you wronged outside? Leon also noticed that Abigail was not very kind and immediately started to inquire. Yes, I encountered a shameless guy and actually launched a sneak attack. Abigail complained angrily. Then you are not injured, are you? Leon immediately sat up and pressed his hands on Abigail's shoulders, and looked at them carefully. No, I'm just angry. Abigail felt much better when he saw Leon's anxious reaction. Can you find that guy? Take me and I will cut him for you. Leon suggested to Abigail seriously. Forget it, I don't want to see you go to jail, and this time I'm careless, she won't have that good luck next time. Abigail rolled his eyes and complained. She? Woman. Leon had a headache when he heard this. After all, she was not very willing to hit a woman, but in the case of hostility, it would be fine to kill her directly. Anyway, it was just a knife. Just looking at Abigail's expression, it seems that it is not a mortal hatred. What's wrong? I can't do it. Abigail smiled angry when he saw this. No, it's just that if you don't have a big revenge, it's hard to kill you. Leon replied truthfully. When Abigail heard this, his eyes widened, he held Leon's cheek and looked at it for a long time before finally complaining, sure enough, just like what the teacher said, you soldiers are all reckless men. Professional discrimination is not allowed. Leon reminded Abigail helplessly. What's wrong? Isn't it? You don't see what you're talking about. Abigail retorted. Then I will let you see what a reckless man is. Leon was happy and immediately used armor-breaking, charge and violent 3 consecutive times on Abigail, which made Abigail beg for mercy. Chapter 802 The gap between the enemy and us is too big. Where to go? After barely opening his eyes, Abigail asked weakly at Leon, who was dressed in his clothes and was about to go out. Practice land. Leon replied. After all, the land at home has been plowed, but only half of the land outside has been plowed. Then remember to buy some vegetables after plowing the land. I promised Sophia and her friends to invite them to dinner tonight. Abigail reminded. Do you promise to let me prepare? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained. If you weren't a bastard, how could I not get up? Abigail complained angrily. Okay. Leon spread his hands and took on this job. Although Abigail's current state was actually her own fault, after all, although Abigail didn't say anything about the afternoon, she still felt resentful. It's a pity that she is indeed not a match for Leon in this close combat, and is a standard type of food and playful. Seeing Leon leave, Abigail closed his eyes and secretly complained that Leon was such a beast and didn't know how tired he was. On the other side, Leon went downstairs and carried a hoe out. There was still half of the land left in the fields outside without loosening the soil, and there were a lot of things to do. Leon took a farmer's hat to the ground this time. After working hard, the sky had already entered dusk. When the work in the field was finished, Leon returned to the house to wash his hands, found the car keys, and drove out to buy groceries. The types of vegetables grown at home are single, and it is less meaningful when used for dinner, and the seasonings are not enough, so Lion's first stop chose Pierre's grocery store. Pierre was actually quite surprised when he saw Lion's arrival. Buy seeds. Buy some seasonings and vegetables, Leon explained. Oh, this is the first time I have seen you buy groceries here, Pierre exclaimed. Leon smiled, without saying a word, picked some specialty vegetables, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings to check out, and received some private gifts from Pierre. These are vegetables I specially kept. I picked them from a friend's farm greenhouse in the morning. I originally planned to keep them for myself, but there are still some left in the refrigerator. You can use them first. Thank you. Looking at the various vegetables placed in bags that were heavier than the vegetables I bought, Leon sincerely thanked him. My family, just come to me for whatever you want to eat in the future. I'll buy it for you. Pierre photographed Leon's shoulder explained. Saying goodbye to Pierre, Leon went to John's butcher shop again and bought some pork, beef ribs, and chicken. Only then did the purchase be considered complete. However, after buying the vegetables, Leon did not rush back, but took out his cell phone and called Sophia. After all, she came here in a car, and Sophia would come to have dinner at night, so she would take her to the farm so that she would not have to go there anymore. Learning that Sophia was taking her friends to play arcades in Gus Tavern leisure area, Leon drove the car outside the Starfruit gate. Just at this moment, Sophia pulled a brown-skinned girl out. After seeing Lion's familiar beast pickup, Sophia immediately walked over and opened the passenger's door. Leon, this is my best friend, Scarlett. Scarlett, this is Leon. Although we had already met in the afternoon, Leon had no consciousness at all, so this time, Sophia acted as an intermediary to introduce each other to each other. Hello. Hello. The two nodded and said hello, but Leon didn't pay much attention to Scarlett. After all, it was just the first time we met. When Scarlett got in the car and sat in the back row, Leon started the engine and drove the two back to Red Star Farm. Leon, when did you wake up? As soon as it started, Sophia couldn't help but chat with Leon. It's past 1 afternoon. Leon replied. That's why we just left not long ago, Sophia said, recalling the time she left in the afternoon. Yes, I don't know either. Anyway, I saw Abigail when I woke up. Leon knew nothing about it. Then do you know how you get drunk? Sophia asked. I know, Emily's little cake, who knows that she didn't feel anything when she was eating it, but after eating it, she got busy outside for a while, Leon complained. So, you can't do this so random next time. If I hadn't noticed it quickly, you would have caused a lot of trouble. Sophia reminded. Ah! I remember I didn't make a fuss when I drank. Leon was confused when he heard this. After all, his wine taste was not bad. It's not your problem, but it has a lot to do with you. Anyway, you have to stay away from Emily in the future. She has a lot of thoughts about you. Sophia was embarrassed to say anything more, so she could only remind Leon in a tactful way. Well, why do you speak like Abigail now? When Leon heard this, he could not understand Sophia's subtext. After all, I promised Abigail to watch you when she is away. Sophia replied with confidence. You, take good care of yourself. Leon complained helplessly to Sophia, after all, he was not a mess. Humph. Listening to Leon's indifferent attitude, Sophia snorted coldly, turned her head angrily and turned her eyes out the window. Leon continued to drive the car and did not continue chatting with Sophia. This exchange was seen by Scarlett in the back row. Scarlett can only say that Sophia's performance is a mess, but now is not the time to analyze it for Sophia, so she plans to teach Sophia well while the two are spending time together in private. When they arrived at Red Star Farm, Leon parked the car and got off the car first. Sophia followed and entered the house with Scarlett, while Leon was still carrying the ingredients he bought. Inside the house, Abigail had already gotten up, and she was cleaning at home after changing clothes. After hearing the movement from the door, Abigail immediately stopped the broom controlled by magic and converted it into artificial mode. When Sophia and Scarlett saw Abigail, they could only see her sweeping the floor seriously in the living room. Abigail, we are here, thank you for your invitation. Sophia let go of Scarlett and enthusiastically stepped forward and took away the broom from Abigail's hand. I'll help you. No need, sit and watch TV and rest, and I will be over soon. Faced with Sophia's attentiveness, Abigail was very happy, but he still did not want Sophia to help. After all, Sophia is a guest now. But he couldn't resist Sophia's involvement, so Abigail had to find her a small watering can and asked her to help water other plants in the house except for the tea trees. Compared to Sophia's integration, Scarlett stood there awkwardly, at a loss. But Abigail was no longer the reckless girl he used to. Seeing Scarlett's helpless behavior, he immediately went up to chat with Scarlett, and took her to the sofa to sit down. His kind attitude and comfortable greed made Scarlett's eyes unable to help but float to Sophia running around in the house. After a little comparison, Scarlett's confidence in Sophia suddenly plummeted. It's over, such an excellent girlfriend, Sophia is probably in big trouble. Chapter 803 Preparing for the Future. Leon didn't know what was going on with the girl, and he didn't have time to participate in the work. At this moment, he had already put on an apron and started his work as a home cook. The dinner for 4 people is actually very easy to deal with. 4 dishes and 1 soup is done. 2 meat and 2 vegetables are added, and the portion is larger. Finally, I will rub a meatball soup and I will never lose face. Leon, I'll help you. As soon as the food was washed here, Sophia came over. Don't you go with your friend? Leon complained angrily. After all, Scarlett is a new friend. She only recognizes Sophia alone for the time being, but she throws her into the sand. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to send it over there. It's okay, she and Abigail were having a very happy chat. Sophia explained with some taste. Leon looked at the sofa when he heard this and found that Scarlett was actually talking and laughing with Abigail. He was immediately surprised. After all, he didn't know that Abigail had such strong social skills. Okay, come and help me cut vegetables, cut eggplant into strips, and cut mushrooms in half. Seeing that Scarlett was taken care of, Leon didn't stop Sophia. After assigning the task to her, he started chopping the meat filling himself. The kitchen is busy, and Scarlett is also working hard for her good sisters. She was not simply chatting with Abigail, but with purpose, and her purpose was very simple, to inquire about Abigail's situation and his attitude towards Leon, in order to find opportunities for Sophia. But after a conversation, Scarlett clearly understood how strong Abigail was in satisfaction and love for Leon. As he talked, Abigail, who regarded Scarlett as the best listener, began to talk to Scarlett about marriage preparation. This made Scarlett feel worried about Sophia, because if Sophia still insisted on, the chance of successfully winning Leon was basically equal to none. And during the chat, Scarlett had to admit that Abigail was really a very charming woman. The mature charm and strong confidence emitted in her every move, and there was a mystery that could not be ignored. Scarlett felt amazed. Comparing her with Sophia again, Scarlett discovered in despair that the only thing Sophia could compete with Abigail was probably her wealth. But Leon is also a farmer, and I heard from Sophia that it is still an excellent farmer who can steadily cultivate high-quality crops. In terms of wealth, it does not seem to be a plus, and this advantage is directly erased. Just as Scarlett felt hope for Sophia's future, she ran over for Sophia, who was worried about by Scarlett, and called on the two to sit down for dinner. When Scarlett was pulled to the dining table by Sophia, she was surprised to see the dishes placed on the dining table. Unlike her common cooking methods, these steaming and attractive dishes are full of unique charm in Scarlett's eyes. Moreover, the food fragrance in the air is also a novel taste that Scarlett has never experienced before. Before she tastes it, just smelling it makes people feel salivated. After sitting down, looking at the familiar knife and fork, the tableware was a pair of small wooden sticks, which made Scarlett even more confused because this was an area she had not yet entered. Seeing Scarlett's embarrassment, Leon immediately brought a spoon and a fork and handed it to Scarlett. After all, chopsticks are indeed quite out of line for people who have never been in contact with them. Thank you. Scarlett sincerely thanked Leon for his rescue. Try it, Lion's cooking skills are super good, and it's even better than the star-rated restaurants we've ever eaten. After officially sitting down, Sophia proudly showed off to Scarlett. Abigail also stood up and helped Scarlett serve a bowl of meatball soup, indicating that he could try some light ones first. After all, the dishes Leon made tonight are basically heavy-duty, with 4 dishes and 3 dishes with chili. Not sure Scarlett could accept it. I think of the meatball soup that looks refreshing than other dishes, which is much more peaceful. When Scarlett picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup and put it into his mouth, then scooped up the tender meatballs and took a bite, his eyes widened. Sophia didn't brag because Lion's cooking skills were really great. The tender meatballs couldn't taste the fishy smell of pork at all. Not only was the texture smooth and delicate when bitten, but the rich meaty aroma was even more lying on the tip of the tongue, without chewing too much. It slipped into the belly with the soup, which made people quite satisfied. After drinking a bowl of soup, I ate all the meatballs. Scarlett, who had the best experience for the first time, was even more looking forward to other dishes. The soft, juicy beef brisket and potatoes, spicy but not lacking in flavor, sour, crispy and spicy shredded potatoes, and chewy and mellow chicken. Each dish made Scarlett feel a strong impact. This flavor that has never been experienced before made Scarlett feel the strong personal style contained in it. After tasting it myself, Scarlett understood why Sophia admired Lion's craftsmanship so much, because she was really a powerful person. Scarlett, who had already had no hope for Sophia, was now energetic because the dishes made by Leon were so delicious. If she can help Sophia win Leon and wait for the two to live together, then as Sophia's best friend, she will have the opportunity and reason to come over for free in the future. With this expectation, Scarlett decided that even if this is a headwind, she would bring Sophia back in desperate situations. Leon, who had no idea that Scarlett was completely tied to Sophia's team, took advantage of the meal and asked Scarlett, "Scarlett, how long are you going to stay in Stardew Valley?" "Just stay for a few days." Scarlett, who was thinking about how to support Sophia, came to his senses and replied in an instant when facing Lion's sudden inquiry. "Will you attend the Hawaiian banquet in Pelican Town after that?" Leon asked. "It should be, after all, it is the most important summer festival in Pelican Town, so of course I have to join in the fun," Scarlett replied. "Well, it will be very lively, and you will never be disappointed if you come." Leon nodded and agreed. "You are quite enthusiastic." Abigail heard Lion's intentional or unintentional hint that Scarlett was coming to attend the Hawaiian banquet, and complained to Leon in anger. At the same time, Leon was not let go under the table, and kicked Lion's thigh. Although it was not heavy, the warning was very obvious. "I'm thinking about making the Hawaiian banquet more lively, and everyone is friends." Leon was having trouble at this moment. After all, he was asked to invite Helena and Camilla. It's not certain whether Camilla comes or not, but Helena will definitely appear as long as he gets the invitation. By then, Leon will be under great pressure. After all, Helena doesn't care about human social precautions and will definitely stick to herself. Abigail may explode at that time. If Scarlett comes, she can still ask her and Sophia to help stop her. Because Sophia alone, Leon was afraid that she would not be able to stop him. But Abigail obviously misunderstood. He thought Leon was ill-intentioned about Scarlett's plot, and immediately threatened Leon with his eyes to convey his will when no one was going to teach him a lesson, which made Leon look confused. Chapter 804 Confession. After dinner, Scarlett and Sophia were planning to help clean up. But they were all shunned by Abigail and asked Leon to drive the two back and take on the housework himself. Scarlett is even more optimistic about Sophia in this regard. After Leon returned the two of them to the Blue Moon Vineyard, he returned to the farm. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Abigail bringing a chair and sitting at the front door, with his hands on his waist and crossing his legs. "Are you Ca's guardian?" Seeing Abigail's appearance, Leon quipped with a smile. But just as he was about to enter the house, Abigail spoke with a stern face, "Stand." Such an unceremonious attitude made Leon realize instantly that Abigail was having something to do tell me, what have you done if I'm not here in these few days? Sure enough, the next second, Abigail began to inquire about what Leon had done recently. I'm busy on the farm, and occasionally go out to cut some trees, fish, go down to mines, and so on. Leon answered honestly, without hiding anything, because this is indeed what he has been doing recently. What about interpersonal communication? Abigail asked with a point out the topic. Oh, check the camp, right. Leon sighed, then spread his hands and explained, you may not believe it when you say it. During this period, the one I contacted the most was Sophia, who helped her a few favors. In addition, I had basically had no contact with other girls in the town. Even if Emily invited me to visit, I refused, otherwise she wouldn't have come here to deliver food by herself at noon today. Of course I believe it. Abigail's attitude eased at this moment, and his smile fell on his face again. Through emotional perception magic, she was sure that Leon was telling the truth just now, which was undoubtedly good news. So, where did you hear the rumor that came out like this? Leon looked at Abigail speechlessly and complained. It's just a routine inquiry. Every time I come back from home, I will do this. Abigail replied seriously, and then felt that this might make him feel too controlled. He changed his words and said, okay, it won't be too frequent, but if I hear someone else's reports, I will definitely not let you go. Then there is no problem now, no problem, let's take a break, after all, the night is long. Leon smiled, not caring about it. After all, he adhered to his husband's principles, and his main focus was to be a straight body and not afraid of shadows. Seeing Abigail ended this hasty interrogation, he stepped forward and grabbed Abigail's hand and prepared to take her to the bathroom to wash water. Wait, I still have some problems. Abigail stuck to the chair like a weight, unwilling to be pulled away. At the same time, he slapped Leon in the butt with anger, trying to stop this anxious bastard. Then just ask. Leon agreed indifferently. Why did you take the initiative to propose Scarlett to attend the Hawaiian banquet? Abigail asked immediately. Forward. Faced with this problem, Leon was silent because he didn't know what to say. But in Abigail's view, Lion's silence seemed to be a problematic sign, and immediately frowned and stared at Leon. Do you have any little thoughts about this girl who has only met once? Did you twitch your head? Which of the girls in Pelican Town is not better than her? When did you make small moves to other girls after I was taken down? When he heard this, Leon was happy and knocked Abigail on the forehead and complained. Abigail was quite happy to hear Leon say this, but he still didn't let Leon go and asked, then why did you invite her? Okay, you will know sooner or later, so I'll tell you. I asked her to attend the Hawaiian banquet to ask her to help stop you at that time. Leon didn't hesitate and directly expressed his thoughts. At the same time, he explained all the matters of the stolen basin soup base, the fact that he went to find Miranda, and the conditions proposed by Miranda. There is actually a witch in Stardew Valley. Abigail was shocked when he heard this news. She doesn't live in Stardew Valley, at least not now, but in Stardew Valley, there is a teleportation array leading to her stronghold. Leon corrected. Then aren't you threatened? Let's go and find the teacher, he will definitely lift the curse. Abigail suggested immediately. Leon smiled and looked at Abigail and complained, "No, Rasmides must not dare to come forward." "Why?" Abigail asked in confusion. "I can't say it, but you can ask yourself. As for whether he will answer, it's not clear." Leon spread his hands and did not explain it. After all, there were too many things involved in this matter. He would cause big trouble when he said it. Abigail really wanted to know, so he could only ask himself. After all, she was also a related person in this matter. Seeing Lion's confident but unwilling attitude, although Abigail was puzzled, he also saw that there were many things in it and could not come up with any advice for a while. After all, this seems to involve the teacher's personal issues, and it is not a good thing. Abigail can still tell this. Then Abigail changed the topic. "Then why did that witch ask you to invite Camilla?" Helena. Abigail can understand the invitation proposed by the witch, but Camilla, who was proposed with Helena, cannot understand. When did Leon have any connection with the witch in the castle village? Abigail knew that he could know Camilla Leon. After all, Abigail had been to the castle village many times and was a witch. Rasmides probably also allowed Abigail to learn a lot of magic and unique witch talent with Camilla. "How could I know? When you contacted Camilla, didn't you talk about me? What was her attitude towards this?" Leon asked back. "I did talk about it, but she was not interested in this topic. Instead, she advised me to just pursue the mystery of magic. Love and marriage are cages and other statements." Abigail also felt that Leon had nothing to do with Camilla, and he was also confused. "Forget it, I'll know then. She may not come to the Hawaii banquet." When he saw Abigail, he looked confused. Leon changed the topic. "Now I understand why I invited Scarlett. I really want her to help me stop you. After all, I have a grace to have a meal. In addition, she seems to be able to chat with you, so it should be helpful. There are so many people in that day, Helena should pay attention to the influence." Abigail also focused on Helena, and was a little uncertain about the scene that Leon was worried about. No, she must not care. After all, the mermaid's way of thinking is quite different from that of ordinary people. Leon replied confidently. After all, if Helena had a human way of thinking, then when she first met in the City of Elements, she would not have been forced to reverse the situation by Helena. She is really unscrupulous and clear in her work, and she doesn't care about the eyes of others. This strong woman who is strong but full of execution is really not something that can be persuaded in just a few words. Chapter 805 Grandpa's Surprise. Abigail also had a headache about this. In fact, she had mixed feelings about Helena. After all, this mermaid queen who is not virtuous can be the first in Leon. But afterwards, Leon encountered danger, and Helena made great efforts to organize the rescue at a high cost, not to mention that the teacher talked about the impact and significance behind the relationship between Leon and Helena. Even though he felt dissatisfied, Abigail finally agreed. Moreover, the two had had a frank communication before, and finally came up with a result that both sides were satisfied with. Abigail turned a blind eye to Helena's existence. But if you can accept it yourself, it may not be certain for others, especially your own parents. Thinking of the scene where a beautiful lady with a beautiful lady holding Leon in the venue at the Hawaiian banquet, Abigail could think that the discussion at that time would be very exaggerated. Why do you think so much? Take one step at a time. At that time, I will find a way to persuade Helena to restrain herself, and this matter cannot be avoided. After all, if Razmedes doesn't come forward, no one in Stardew Valley can lift the curse after the breach of contract. You don't want to see everyone in Pelican Town, including the mayor, turn into frogs and jump on the beach. When Leon saw Abigail's appearance, he felt a little distressed, so he took him into his arms and spoke softly. Listening to Lion's words and thinking of the bad scene, Abigail couldn't help but cover his face, sighed, and agreed to this matter. By the way, I haven't written a letter yet. Speaking of this, Leon also remembered that he had not informed Helena and Camilla about attending the Hawaiian banquet so far, so he immediately pulled Abigail and found paper and pen. By the way, I probably can't stop Helena. Please help me persuade her not to come to the banquet. After putting down 2 pieces of letter paper, Leon suggested to Abigail. Well, you also advise Helena. At worst, you can promise her some conditions and tell her not to come. Abigail also reminded the two. If the verbal contract that Leon said was indeed like this, the witch just asked Leon to ask for an invitation, and the two of them had to be present without invitation. There was still room for operation here, which was quite large. Well, I'll give it a try. Leon thought so the two of them began to write invitation letters to persuade the invited person not to accept the invitation. After the 2 letters were finished, Abigail picked it up immediately after reading the invitation letter written by Leon for Helena. She frowned when she saw Lion's statement and the conditions proposed above. But thinking about the result of Helena's appearance at the Hawaiian banquet, Leon took time to accompany her for a few days, which was not unacceptable, so she recognized Lion's idea. Leon also looked at the invitation letter written by Abigail. Seeing that Abigail explained the ins and outs of the matter, he also clearly stated that Camilla could ignore the invitation in the letter, and was relieved. By the way, the messenger of Stardew Valley can deliver these 2 letters to the recipient. After sealing the letter and filling in the recipient's information, Leon suddenly asked. No problem. Abigail nodded and confirmed. Then the two of them put the letters into the mailbox outside the door. Abigail also put 2 10 yuan denomination coins in the mailbox. This is postage. Although it may be higher than the asking price, they will be responsible for making changes. Abigail told Leon Cop. No wonder you don't need stamps. Leon sighed. Yuba is on the way, I hope they can listen to their advice. After closing the fuel tank door, Abigail prayed. Do your best. Leon pulled Abigail and comforted him, then returned to the house with Abigail. Next is the night entertainment activities that I like. With the blessing of the newlyweds, even though I had been taught a lesson by Leon in the afternoon, Abigail was still full of fighting spirit at night. It's a pity that the mage's hand-to-hand combat is indeed not the warrior's opponent. In the end, Abigail fell down with hatred, making Leon the only winner again. When the sun shone into the house the next day, Leon opened his eyes immediately, pulled Abigail, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, put on his clothes and went downstairs. When breakfast was ready, Abigail also dressed neatly and went downstairs, drinking porridge with Leon and eating the crispy fried dough sticks that had just been out of the pot. I don't need to go to class today. I can stay with you all day. Should we go on a date? Okay. Leon agreed with the proposal with a smile. After all, he had no arrangements today. When I water the newly cultivated melon field and feed the chickens, we will set off together. If you are tired of Stardew Valley, we can go shopping and watch movies in Zuzu City. Well, I'll help you. After all, if you are together in the future, I will start to get familiar with the farm work. Abigail said to Leon with a smile. Good. Leon agreed, and after the two of them finished washing the tableware, they went out together. When they saw the situation in the field after going out, Leon and Abigail were stunned, and at the same time they had the same idea about today's date, that is, they should be cancelled. Because at this moment, all the crops in the fields have matured, even the melons that just planted yesterday have transformed from seeds into green vines overnight, and have produced round and full melons as big as football. What's even more outrageous is that in the field, there are 2 giant melon conspicuous bags grown from a combination of several melons, which show off their might in the field, not to mention how eye-catching it is. Did you use magic fertilizer? When he came back yesterday, Abigail noticed that Leon had reclaimed new fields and planted a lot of seeds. Unexpectedly, they were all mature now, which had a great impact on Abigail. After all, everyone knows that crop growth takes time, and it's not short, but the growth rate is too terrifying now. No, but I know what's going on. Leon was actually quite surprised to think that the reason why the crops can mature overnight is because of the blessings of the fairy. After all, fairy blessing only chooses a small area rather than a whole field. All Leon can think of is the possibility that the grandfather in the spiritual world takes action. No wonder the grandfather at that time urged Leon to plant melons early. It turned out that he had prepared such a big gift and waited for Leon. It is hard to imagine how many fairies were sowing the blessings of rapid growth over the fields of the farm last night when he fell asleep holding Abigail. Thanks to the shy soft girl for controlling the boss's 15,000 coins reward. The boss is generous, the boss is healthy, and the boss is awesome. His strength is so strong that I almost get wet when I see it. Chapter 806 Busy Season. It seems that the date can be cancelled. Looking at the mature crop in front of him, Abigail was also a little regretful. Leon kissed Abigail's cheek and said, "Who said it? The purpose of the date is to create beautiful memories. Who stipulates that you must go to the cinema and restaurant when you are dating?" After saying that, Leon walked to the edge of the field and reached out to Abigail. "Do you want to go together?" "Hear you." Abigail walked over with a smile and entered the field with Leon. The maturity of the whole crop means that all the plants in the 3 seasons planted in Leon are in a harvestable state, so the harvesting methods of various crops are naturally different when gathering together. In order to make Abigail better, Leon asked him to pay attention to sustainable growth crops such as blueberry, corn, strawberry, and eggplant. He just needs to pick it up and there is no need for too much operation. And Leon, it starts with crops such as carrots, potatoes, beets, etc. buried deep in the soil. But the soft land will not cause trouble for Leon. He grabbed the stems and leaves exposed on the land, and used a little force, and the carrots and potatoes with the soil were pulled out, revealing their full figure. Occasionally, he could encounter a pit that brought 2 double happiness, which made Leon exclaimed. Potatoes are the type with the largest number of goods. Under the effect of cooling under the grass, basically 2 big round potatoes are nestled together under each potato seedling. Leon, who has enough experience with potatoes, noticed that basically the quality of each potato is very good. The lowest ones are high-quality categories, that is, silver star level. There are more than 200 species of rhizome plants alone. If they are not placed in the system backpack, they may be able to form a small hill if they are piled up on the ground. But this is just a corner of the field, and there are other crops waiting for Leon to pick. Leon, try it, these blueberries are delicious. On the other side, Abigail trotted to Leon with a small pile of blueberries, took out a blueberry the size of a glass bead, and sent it directly to Lion's mouth. The dark blue blueberry skin is covered with a layer of white frost, but it is not a pesticide residue or dust, but a pectin layer secreted by the blueberry itself. It is a natural barrier for self-protection of water loss. It is not only harmless, but will make the taste of blueberries sweeter. There are similar protective layers on grapes. Because it was grown by oneself, Leon didn't care about the safety of this blueberry at all, so he bit the blueberry in one bite. The sweet and sour juice burst into Lion's mouth after the epidermis ruptured. The flesh tasted soft and the juice was sweet and had a unique fruit-sour taste. The refreshing taste not only accelerated the secretion of saliva, but also cleared the heat brought by the summer sun. It's great, but you have to stop at it. After a blueberry was eaten, Leon praised Abigail with anticipational gaze, but he did not forget to remind Abigail not to be greedy. It's not that Leon is reluctant to let it go, but that there are too many things to eat when picked in the field. If you just try blueberries, Abigail may miss a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. Hee, of course I know, I'm going to pick strawberries. Abigail handed the blueberries in his hand to Leon and signaled him to put them into the system backpack. After Leon took the blueberries away, he immediately jumped to the strawberry area and squatted down, and began to search for those beautiful ruby fruits under the dense strawberry vines. Leon rushed to the next area, where the crops planted here climbed between the land, and the vines and leaves intertwined, and the land below was completely invisible. But there is no need to look for the fruits they bear, because the huge orange fruit is so eye-catching. This is the most representative crop in Stardew Valley in autumn, and it is also Abigail's favorite fruit and pumpkin. One round big guy after another stood quietly between the vines and leaves, waiting to be harvested. Under the characteristic image of edges and grooves, it is solid weight. It feels heavy when held in the hand. You can hear a dull boom sound when patted. The thick stem joint is also an indispensable part of the pumpkin. If used to carve the pumpkin lantern needed for Halloween, then this stem joint is the best carry handle. Pumpkin. I want to help, too. The pumpkin field is not far from the strawberry field, and Abigail has been paying attention to Leon unconsciously, because Leon, who is busy in the field, is really different from his usual feeling, especially after picking ripe fruits and vegetables. His heartfelt smile, even if he just watches, he can feel the satisfaction and happiness of Leon. After seeing the pumpkin in Lion's hand, Abigail immediately saw the hunting heart. He threw down half of the strawberries, and ran to Leon with a basket that seemed to be built with magic, intending to join in. Okay, but be careful with your feet and don't stomp the pumpkin. Leon smiled and looked at Abigail teased. How could I hit such an obvious pumpkin? Abigail complained to Leon in anger. After saying that, he snatched the pumpkin in Lion's backpack before he had time to put it in. He held it in his arms and giggled and laughed foolishly, not knowing what he was having fun. Leon smiled and looked at Abigail's silly appearance at the moment. He didn't know what this guy was having fun. But since Abigail was so happy, he didn't bother her. He continued to squat down along the pumpkin vine and began to unscrew one pumpkin after another and put it into the system backpack. But as he touched, Leon touched a new thing that was completely different from pumpkin. Wearing green clothes, watery belly, many children, and all of them are black-faced. It is the puzzle of this thing, and the answer is the essential summer heat-relieving product, watermelon. Although it is not a seed sold by Pierre, Leon still has a good impression of the origin of these watermelons, because it was a gift from the mermaid clan handed over to him by Rasmades. When I first got it, the system was also sloppy with Leon. The details were not disclosed during the identification. Because the seeds were wrapped in the soil, Leon could not tell them very well, but after the seeds germinated, Leon recognized the true face of this guy. At this moment, seeing its familiar appearance after it was completely mature, Leon felt mixed emotions. He and Zigwa seemed to have a different fate. After all, the initial image of the galaxy weapon he got was she-melon knife. Although this knife was used to cut monsters before, facing the oval watermelon in green and black clothes, Leon felt that perhaps the galaxy watermelon knife had finally found the target that best suits its image. Chapter 807 Busy, so busy. Wow, it's a watermelon. Just as Leon was holding the watermelon and thinking diverged, Abigail also noticed the big guy in Lion's hand, and immediately widened his eyes and came over and shouted. Do you know? Leon was stunned for a moment when he heard Abigail's words. Of course, although I didn't see much, I've eaten it once, okay. Abigail's eyes rolled Leon and complained angrily. Because Lion's problem is very rude. Although watermelon is not a plant in the Fengire Republic, the development of science and technology has long reached the interoperability of global commodities. Although this characteristic fruit, which only grows on Paradise Island in the Sea of Gems, is very rare and expensive, it also appears in the Fengire Republic. Abigail once saw the watermelon at the school anniversary banquet. Although there were only a few, Abigail still took one piece with his luck. Abigail still remembers the unique sweet taste of this novel fruit. At this moment, Abigail was not only surprised, but more proud when he saw this rare fruit that was hard to find. Because of the rare and expensive watermelons, many agricultural scholars have tried every means to study how to introduce them to the Fengire Republic to plant, but all failed without exception. Either the seeds do not germinate, or the watermelons grown are only the size of fists and are completely inedible. But now, this kind of fruit that has caused many people a headache has been planted in Lion's hands. How could Abigail, who has long regarded Leon as his future husband, not be proud of it? Leon, if you publish your experience in growing watermelons into a paper, it will definitely shock the entire agricultural academic community. Thinking of this, Abigail couldn't help reminding Leon. Is watermelon difficult to grow? Leon recalled his watermelon planting process, as if he was digging a hole to bury some soil, and counting ones, twos, threes, fives, watering every day, and never took care of it. Isn't it difficult? Abigail looked at Leon in confusion and asked. Leon shook his head, then asked Abigail about the watermelon information about this world. After getting Abigail's explanation, he thought for a moment and came up with an answer. Perhaps watermelons are indeed not suitable for the climate of the Fengire Republic, and being able to grow them and mature and bear fruit smoothly must be related to the soil that was sent with the seeds. But Leon was actually blinded by the origin of that soil. Forget the paper, it has nothing to do with me that I can grow watermelons. It should be because of the soil I sent with the watermelons. I really asked me to plant it. The result may be similar to those agriculturalists. After that, the watermelons are eaten and left with seeds. I will try it. Thinking of this, Leon was not sure whether he could grow watermelons without soil, so he immediately explained to Abigail. That's true, that's a pity. Abigail was a little regretful when he heard this, but quickly cheered up, but I believe you will succeed. You will always be the best farmer in my heart. Well, come on, I'll do it in order to achieve watermelon freedom in the future. Leon smiled and nodded and agreed. If he could, he wouldn't plan to just plant such a crop of watermelons. After all, this thing used to be used as a meal in summer, but now it's really costing a lot of money to buy it. There is still no market price, which is outrageous. And if it is really successful, the commercial value and benefits contained in it are probably no less than high-quality crops, which is definitely a project that can make a lot of money. So the vines of watermelons look like this. After encouraging Leon, Abigail squatted down and looked at the appearance of the watermelon vine. After all, it was the first time to see him, mainly to find something new. Let's help, let's pick all the watermelons and then send them to everyone in the town. After all, this is a good thing, so everyone can try it. Leon put away the watermelon in his hand and knocked it on Abigail's head and reminded him. Are you really willing to bear it? This watermelon is not cheap. Abigail looked at Leon in surprise and reminded. So what? You can plant it later. You will naturally have to share the good things, but you have to tell them, remember to keep the seeds and let me see if I can grow another batch of seedlings. Leon complained helplessly to Abigail. Then he couldn't help but tease, you started to think about your family before you got married. That's great. Humph. Abigail turned his head proudly and snorted, but the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Afterwards, Leon and Abigail began to pick watermelons. At that time, I got 80 portions of seeds in Lion's hand, and there were not many or few that picked watermelons. Each one is the same size and appearance, and no obvious difference is seen, but the gains of this quantity have shocked Abigail. If you sell all these watermelons, you may get rich, Leon. Although the watermelon was loaded into the system backpack by Leon, Abigail knew that the gains were great this time, and he couldn't help but remind Leon. Small money, those melons are the big ones. Leon waved his hand and pointed to the largest number in the field. The largest melon planted. Not to mention those mature melons, the value of 2 giant melons alone will definitely not disappoint. The last time a giant cauliflower was auctioned for 18,000 G, which is simply outrageous compared to the price of 20 G of ordinary cauliflower per. It is conceivable how popular giant plants are in this world. Although they may not taste higher than high-quality cauliflower, due to their particularity and rarity, even if they are bought as ornaments, it is extremely attractive. Yes, you have planted so many melons. Abigail remembered that there were still a large number of melons that had not been harvested. Moreover, according to her observation, the color and size of these melons in Lyon fields are much better than the melons bought in their own stores that are visible to the naked eye. At least they are guaranteed high quality, and even high quality crops should be many, and there are even possible melons with perfect quality. If this is the case, the benefits brought by these melons will definitely not be much worse than watermelons. Stop looking, harvest other crops first. Your strawberries and blueberries have not been picked. There are still half of the pumpkins that have not been harvested, not to mention the peppers, corn, eggplant, artichokes, grapes, star fruits, and sunflowers over there. We have too much to be busy with. Seeing Abigail staring at the melons and thinking, Lyon reminded Abigail helplessly. There are too many types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers planted in the fields, including plants in spring, summer, and autumn. Although most crops are not large in scale, the total number of them is also extremely large. These are already mature and need to be picked and harvested. Moreover, after harvesting, you have to return the ground and sow the seeds to avoid wasting. Only 1/4 of the mini golden bell effect can be used. Lyon also has to replant a large number of high-priced crops. While saving money, you can use the farming experience value to obtain the small keg unlocked by level 8 farming early and start the winemaking plan. Originally, Lyon planned to sacrifice part of his harvest experience to make Abigail happy, but now it seems that this guy is a bit inefficient. He has been busy until now and has already harvested several crops. This guy has not even picked blueberries and strawberries. If this continues, whether he can return the plantings today is a big problem. Chapter 808 All Our Experiences. Perhaps it was Lyon who was following, or perhaps he felt that if he continued to play like this, it would be Lyon who would suffer. Abigail's gains this time were much faster. And Lyon was not idle either. One by one, and one by one, like Christmas stars dotted on a Christmas tree, fell into Lyon's hands intact with a light hand. It is called star fruit. The star fruit in this world actually looks similar to the 5-pointed star biscuit, and is in a standard flat shape, which is quite different from the familiar cylindrical shape of Lyon, but it is called this name. After a bite, the taste is also very different from the star fruit that Lyon has eaten. If you really want to choose the difference between the two, it may be that this 5-pointed flat poplar has a stronger taste, slightly sweet and rich sour, but it is not as exaggerated as lemon. Instead, it is more like the sour and sweet taste of bayberry, which makes the sweeter the chew. I want it, too. Seeing Lyon eating star fruit, Abigail, who had just started working, couldn't help but come over to look at the star fruit with one corner of Lyon's hand and asked for advice. I'll give it to you. Lyon handed the star fruit that had only eaten one bite to Abigail. He watched her sucking the juice happily, but did not bite her. He shook his head speechlessly and continued to pick other star fruits. Long-term farming gives you a deeper understanding of how to grow crops, and the cultivation level is increased by one level. To maintain the moisturization of the soil and avoid repeated work, you have come up with better moisturizing tips, and the advanced moisturizing soil formula has been unlocked. At the same time, you have not forgotten to think about the animal husbandry when developing the farming industry. For all kinds of collected animal fluffs, you have learned the skills of processing them into fabrics. The loom formula has been unlocked. Advanced soil moisturizing, fertilizer, *2, after this special soil is added to the land, it has a high probability of locking out the loss of moisture, which can greatly reduce the work of watering crops. Making materials, stone *3, Clay *1. Loom, craftsman's products convert animal hair into beautiful fabric. Making materials, wood *60, fiber *30, pine tar *1. After picking a star fruit, the system immediately reminded Leon of the tips for improving the cultivation level and unlocked the production options for 2 new recipes. Seeing that the cultivation level was only 1 level away from, it was about to reach level 8. To unlock the prerequisites for the recipe of the small barrel, Leon looked at the fruits and vegetables in the fields and was even more motivated. Abigail, I'll do it in the field. Can you go and prepare lunch? I don't know if I can reach level 8 after all harvesting, but how can I know if I don't try it? So Leon plans to let Abigail leave the field first and go to another place to work, and prepare to fully accept the farming experience provided by the harvest. But there are so many, are you busy? Abigail couldn't help but remind him as he saw that most of the crops were still waiting to be harvested. Of course, and the sun is getting bigger, I don't want to watch you tanning. And if I'm so busy, I can't just eat something to replenish my energy, so I'll rely on you to fill my stomach. Leon smiled at Abigail, comforted. Well, I'll make it for you what you want to eat. When Abigail heard this, he thought Leon was feeling sorry for him, so he immediately asked Leon in emotion. You can do anything, I like everything you do. Leon immediately flattered. I'm increasingly suspicious that you used to be a playboy. Although Abigail was satisfied with Lion's answer, he always felt that Lion's words seemed to be not very honest, so he complained in anger. I'm answering from the bottom of my heart. Leon stepped forward and kissed Abigail on the forehead, then pushed him out of the field and sent him into the house. After Abigail entered the house, Leon returned to the field and continued his work. The star fruit is harvested, and the next ones are the grapes from adjacent areas. The vines climbing on the grape trail prepared by Leon are not tall and dense, but they do not prevent them from producing beautiful bunches. The grapes on each vine are not the only seedlings. There are 3 bunches in the few and 5 or 6 bunches in the most. Among the many plants grown in Leon, they can be regarded as high-yield crops. Pick one from a whole bunch of grapes and stuff it into your mouth. It has a familiar grape flavor, and it is moderately sweet and sour, and the flesh is quite elastic. Although it has a core, it is very small and you don't need to pay special attention. You can swallow it along the chewed pulp and your throat will not feel any discomfort. The edible experience is very good. It is just that the whole bunch of grapes is missing, which destroys the overall integrity and beauty. Just take a look and you can notice that the incongruence of these grapes is quite obvious, and it is obviously not suitable to be thrown into the shipping box as a commodity. Keep busy, the cornfield will be in the end of the grape harvest. Each plant is more than 2 meters tall, and each corn has already emerged from the corn leaves. The corn whiskers at the top are dense like hair, reddish-brown, and the exposed corn kernels are full and beautiful, and the golden luster is quite dazzling in the sun. But the yield is not outstanding. Each corn rod has only 2 corn on it, one on the left and right, and is staggered into 2 layers. However, as long as the corn stalk is not cut off, before winter comes, all corn will be repeatedly planted into new corn cobs after picking, which is a compensation for low yields. Leon does not feel much lost. And the feeling of breaking off the corn cob is really missed by Leon. When he was a child, he felt hot, tired, and thorny when he helped his family do this, and there was also the danger of being cut through the skin by sharp corn leaves. But now, Leon has another feeling about breaking corn. Cook some corn at noon and try it, take out some to dry it and make popcorn. While breaking the corn, Leon couldn't help but think about corn. After all, the taste of corn, as well as its rich nutrients, have made it one of the world-recognized choices for cash crops and staple foods, and the cooking methods are diverse and delicious no matter how you make it. And if you don't eat the corn you grow yourself, otherwise it would not be a joke for those who are covered with silkworms or silkworms. Leon will never admit that he is greedy. After breaking the corn, I bypassed the lush cornfield. What Leon has to face next is the area mixed with eggplant and peppers. These two crops are also sustainable crops and have the same plant height. When Leon first brought these two crops together, it was out of habit and the teachings of his parents when he was a child. They were a talk of experience, and Leon later learned about the benefits of planting the two together. Because both are solanaceae, and the demand for ambient temperature and sunshine is very similar, and the co-planting of eggplant and peppers will also have the effect of mutual influence and promotion, although there is also a risk of common diseases and leading to a crisis of mutual infection. But to now, the biggest threat in the fields of Leon is crows, and diseases and pests have never appeared. Then this shortcoming can be ignored, and the rest are all the benefits. Thinking of this, Leon had to lament the preciousness of the farming experience passed down by his ancestors over the past thousands of years. At that time, there were not so many professional agricultural researchers and instruments that could trace the root of the roots, but through observation and attempt, they still found various connections and symbiotic characteristics between plants. Chapter 809, There is a difference between closeness and alienation. It's time to have a meal, Leon. Let's have a rest. Abigail, who was standing at the door, put his hands in front of his mouth and shouted to Leon in a trumpet shape. The sun is already hanging in the sky, and it is noon now, which is the hottest time of the day, and it is also time for lunch. During the busy morning, Leon used his hands and sickles to complete most of the crop harvest. Except for the unfamiliar crop, artichokes, which were a little awkward, the harvest of other crops did not cause any trouble to Leon. Here, I'll be back after I finish cutting this crop of amaranth. Leon shouted at Abigail from the air, then accelerated his movements, squatted down and raised his sickle, cut off all the green leaf amaranth in front of him, and put it into the system backpack. Amaranth, which looks like purple grass in the game, is actually the kind of amaranth that is common in the vegetable market. At first glance, this name is quite unfamiliar, but when you see it being fried and the purple juice flowing out, you will suddenly sigh with an enlightenment and sighing. The amaranth in front of melon is already the last type of crop except melon. Although there is only one person, Leon has completed it in the morning. This seems like a huge job. It is much easier to harvest than sow. Moreover, under the special rules of this world, there is no need to deal with crop rhizomes that cannot be repeated. In addition to corn, eggplant, peppers, crops harvested at one time pick their ripe fruits and will naturally wither and weather, and return to the earth that provides them with nutrients and soil. Standing up, Leon moved his limbs and did some stretching exercises to relax his spine and waist, and then he walked towards the house with big steps. As soon as he entered the door, Abigail came over to wipe Leon's cheeks, mud and sweat on his arms and thighs. Thanks for your hard work. Abigail, who helped Leon clean up, did not forget to express his distress. It's hard to meet, it must be the world. What path do you do on the beauties? Leon smiled and pulled the thigh of hair from Abigail's forehead behind his ears and joked. Say some strange things. Abigail complained in anger. She was already immune to Lion's occasional neuroticism at this moment and would only roll her eyes to respond to Lion's nonsense. It smells so good. Have you made fried chicken and pizza? Leon didn't dislike Abigail's eyes, and took a bite on his cheek, then sniffed the aroma of fried chicken in the air, glanced at the cut pizza on the table and inquired. Well, after all, you are so busy today, you must be very hungry, so I made high-calorie food to make up for your body's consumption. Abigail looked at Leon proudly, ready to welcome Lion's praise. You are so considerate. Leon replied with a smile, but his heart was full of complaints. Although these things can indeed replenish energy quickly, this is summer. But speaking up will definitely disappoint Abigail. What can Leon do? My girlfriend spoils herself. And at least Abigail can cook and is willing to cook. It's better to be more comfortable when I go home on a busy day and find that the kitchen is deserted and I see only my wife or girlfriend holding my phone and staring at the live broadcast room and waiting for the anchor to shout 123 connections. It feels much more comfortable to sit silently in the corner and search for the takeaway store. Let's have a rest after lunch and wait for 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to go out to work, otherwise it will be troublesome to heat stroke. After helping Leon wipe away the sweat stains and mud, Abigail pulled Leon and sat on the dining table, handed Leon 2 fried chicken legs wrapped in breadcrumbs and sprinkled with pepper, and dissuaded. It's okay, have you forgotten that I still have a magic hat to escape the summer heat? Leon comforted Abigail with a smile. Then you can't stop resting. Abigail complained to Leon in anger, do you really treat yourself as Nigo? Wow, you are racist, but I like it, and don't worry, I have a clear idea. Don't you know my physical fitness? Leon looked at Abigail in surprise and sighed, then blinked at Abigail and added. Okay then, but you have to ask me to help you. Abigail glared at Leon with a red face and annoyed, but finally gave in. No, you have more important tasks. Leon shook his head and declined. What mission? Abigail looked at Leon in confusion and asked. I promised to send watermelon in the morning, did you forget? Leon reminded. Summer is a good time to eat watermelon. We should give back to the community. In this way, when we get married in the future, everyone will remember our good things. They will come to the wedding and receive a lot of gifts and gifts. Even if you don't give it away, everyone will participate. Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't forget to make any profit when he got married, but he didn't disappoint when he thought that Leon had already considered this. Then I'll go and give it to you. Everyone has it, or should I choose to give it to you? Of course I'm choosing to give it to you. After all, there are so many people in Pelican Town, and 80 watermelons are not enough to deliver them from house to house. Leon reminded Abigail helplessly. After all, reality is not a game, and Pelican Town is not only the only one with names and names. There are many other residents living in Pelican Town. After all, it is still a town at least, how could there be only a dozen families? Give me a list. Abigail also felt that his problem was a little stupid, and immediately handed over the decision to Leon. Just those familiar to you, your family, Robin's family, Louis's family, Penny's family, Emily's family, George's family, Willie and Gus's family, and Clint's family. By the way, John can also give one, and the newly moved Olivia will also give one, and don't forget Sophia. Leon replied. What about Mr. Linus? Abigail added. I personally give it to my old man, and so is Rasmides. I still have some questions to talk to them. After Leon explained, he thought of something and added something. By the way, I'll give Harvey one too. After all, I'm the only doctor in the town. Although I've never been sick, who knows if I will encounter health problems in the future. The doctor-patient relationship should be well done. Okay, leave it to me. Abigail nodded, approving Lion's list. As for those who were missed, Abigail didn't care at all. After all, just as Leon said, giving gifts is different. Remember to tell them to leave seeds. I will study whether I can be on the stars in the next time. What about growing watermelon in the Dew Valley? Leon reminded again. I understand. Abigail nodded, and then did not give Leon a chance to speak again, so he asked him to finish the food in front of him, otherwise it would be not delicious when the pizza and fried chicken became cold. Chapter 810 We're Rich. After dinner, Abigail used magic to clean up the tabletop and tableware, and he completed the headache-inducing dishwashing process after meals. In this regard, Leon can only say that magic is quite useful. What are you doing? Just after dinner, Abigail, who was holding a glass of soda and sucking the cracks in his stomach with a straw, saw Leon start to pick up watermelons and immediately asked. The watermelon for you to give to someone. Leon continued to take out the watermelon, and he had to pat every time he took out one. Although it was already ripe, this habit was difficult to change. Please, I just finished my meal. Abigail looked at Leon speechlessly, and she was planning to take a break. I just take it out first, Leon explained. So are you going to drive later, or take it to Pelican Town with that storage bag? I want to use your bicycle, just drive it, I can't pass many places. Abigail replied. Okay, that's it. You have to rest for a while, I still have to work. Leon signaled Abigail to lie on the sofa for a while to digest food, and he took out the farmer's hat from the box and put it on his head, and went out. Seeing that Leon was so busy, Abigail got up and planned to chase him out to help, but was stopped by Leon at the door and tried every means to persuade him. Then he reluctantly returned to the house and stared at the watermelon piled on the ground in a daze. Leon returned to the field and started picking melons. Pink round fruits were lying quietly on the ground, each of which was not small and could not be grasped with one hand. The rhizome, which was responsible for conveying nutrients to the melon, broke directly and let Leon hold it up. The melon skin is very hard and it feels very solid when you buy it. The pink melon skin is a bit rough, but it is not uneven. There is also a layer of short fluff on the surface of the melon skin, which is a bit like a peach, but it is not prickly. Because I ate it greasy at noon and didn't drink much water, Leon directly punched the melon, broke it in half, and planned to try it out. The cracked melon and melon meat is light pink and has milky white melon seeds, but not much. The two halves of melon meat can be seen with the naked eye, which is only the amount of one hand. At the same time, the moment the melon meat was torn apart, juice flowed out. The smell was a little fresh and sweet. The smell was a bit like cantaloupe and the flavor was also very pleasant. I picked up half of it and ate it. The melon meat was very crisp, plump, and juicy. The taste is very straightforward and sweet. The melon meat is also filled with a cool stimulation, just like it is taken out in the refrigerator, which brings coolness and refreshing. Although the sugar content of melon is not high, it is very refreshing. After chewing and swallowing the melon meat, the unique mixed fragrance of melon remains in the mouth. It's delicious. Leon affirmed the taste of melon. No wonder melon has become a classic fruit in summer in this world, because under the premise that watermelon is not popular, melon is really the perfect substitute for watermelon. After eating a whole melon, Leon was a little overwhelmed. At noon, I was 9% full, and the size of a melon was an ordinary person who could eat nothing even if he had nothing to eat and had an empty stomach. Another one was picked. Leon took it back to the house and gave it to Abigail so that she could taste it, and she returned to the field. Melons were picked and sent into the system backpack. If it weren't for the previous delivery of a wave of lions that I didn't plan to reserve, the system backpack would have been full long ago, and now 3 grids were specially made to prepare for the melon. But after picking more than 20, Leon found that the newly picked melon in his hand could not be stuffed into the system backpack. Looking at the melon that had occupied 3 empty spaces in the system backpack, and looking at the one in his hand, Leon realized the extraordinariness of this melon. Holding it in his hand and looking carefully, Leon found that the size and color of the one in his hand were not much different from the previous melon. He took out a high-quality melon from his backpack and placed it together to compare it. Leon finally realized the difference between the two. That is this special melon, which is actually a perfect circle, without any extra curves, and the touch is no longer rough, but smooth like a metal ball. Is this the perfect quality of the iridium level? Looking carefully at the melon that could not be included in the system backpack, Leon murmured to himself that this seemed to be the first time he had seen a crop of this quality. In the morning, so many crops were basically done in 3 grids. The melon in his hand is the only one who needs to occupy the 4th system backpack storage grid. Holding this melon, Leon came to the shipping box and threw all the high-quality blueberries that were originally reserved for snacks in the backpack. After a lattice was empty, he successfully put the iridium quality melon into the backpack of the system. Although you can't see the star mark in the lower left corner of the same model in the game, the 4 grids and 4 types of melons have proved the particularity of this melon. Leon was excited to find out this time, and hurried back to the field and continued to pick melons. After all the melons except the 2 giant melons were all put into the system backpack by Leon. Leon immediately opened the system backpack and checked. The numbers displayed in the system backpack of the 4 qualities are clearly marked. Interestingly, the number of melons with the most ordinary quality is only 14, ranking second to last, while the number of melons with perfect quality at iridium level is 11. The most numerous ones should be excellent quality melons of silver star level, with a total of 227 and 178 Venus quality. I don't know whether it is due to fertilizer or the impact of the improvement of cultivation level, but there is one thing that Leon can be sure that Leon will make a lot of money with these melons alone. Not to mention that there are other series of mature crops that are still lying in the system backpack. If all of them are sold, the small vault that is now scarce in Leon will definitely be abundant again. Why are you giggling there? After a while, Abigail, who felt that the time was about to finish, had already packed the watermelon and was about to go out to give gifts. As soon as he went out, he saw Leon standing in the sun and grinning and laughing, and couldn't help but complain. Today's great harvest, we're rich. Leon immediately ran to Abigail and hugged him tightly and said loudly. Oh! Hearing this, Abigail also understood why Leon was so happy and immediately smiled. Leon, you're awesome! Chapter 811 Big Customer. Although Abigail didn't know how much Leon earned this time, if Leon was happy, she would be happy. She didn't care if it was not money. We will come back early after delivering things. Tonight, we will use the fruits and vegetables produced on the farm to cook, and we will use high-quality crops to cook. Regarding this harvest, Leon has expanded. There are high-quality fruits and vegetables in the market, and there is a shortage of demand, but he is not short of it now. This rare harvest feast, so he naturally has to take out the best things to reward himself. Isn't it a waste? Hearing this, Abigail couldn't help but dissuade Leon. After all, people in this world, even if they are not farmers, know the rareness of high-quality crops and their special edible benefits. Many ordinary families may never have the chance to try food from high-quality crops in their entire lives. After all, most high-quality crops are circulated in the upper market and are basically unavailable in the ordinary market. The best quality that can be bought is just the silver star level high-quality vegetables, fruits, and melons, but not many people are willing to buy it. After all, the price is there. Although high-quality fruits and vegetables do taste better, it is not as good as eating. At most, I buy it occasionally to try it out, or someone at home is unwell and needs to consider replenishing the body. Otherwise, the dishes placed on most people's dining tables are made of ordinary quality crops mass-produced by high-efficiency industrial farms or cheap fruits and vegetables with worse quality than ordinary quality by Hoja homes. Now Leon actually plans to choose high-quality crops for all the dishes in the evening as ingredients. In Abigail's view, they are already a model of extravagance and waste. It doesn't matter, we have more high-quality crops, and this is not an isolated case, believe me. Leon assured Abigail seriously. The improvement of farming levels, the fertile soil of Red Star Farm and the blessing of fertilizers, combined with these elements, the probability of high-quality crop output is considered common for Leon. Although the probability of output of high-quality crops in this harvest is indeed a bit exaggerated, and may have been obtained by Grandpa's help, this does not mean that without Grandpa's small stove, Leon could not grow high-quality crops by himself, and at most the probability of output will be lower. Therefore, it is not a big problem to incorporate high quality into daily food consumption. Moreover, the effect of high-quality crops is better than that of Leon with forest magic, but it should be very effective for Abigail. And this is just the beginning. Leon believes that the output of high-quality crops in the future will definitely increase steadily, and at that time, the benefits of high-quality crops can be radiated to relatives and friends around you. Although it may not be able to make everyone enjoy the nourishment of high-quality crops, Leon can still be taken care of by the people around you. Just decide. Abigail replied with a smile at Leon. By the way, remember to invite Pierre and Caroline to join us in the evening and call Sophia too, Leon added. Okay. Hearing Leon's decision, Abigail nodded immediately. She naturally understood the benefits of high-quality crops. If her parents could enjoy them, then there would definitely be many benefits for them. Go, I have to keep working hard. Leon pushed the bicycle in front of Abigail and said. Yeah. Abigail nodded, then rode his bike towards Pelican Town. Leon stayed at the farm, took out his cell phone, and called Django. Hi, Leon, is there anything wrong with the firearms I sent to you before? Django answered the phone immediately and asked Leon. I haven't had time to experience those things yet, so I'm looking for you. Leon remembered that the guns he bought had not had time to play with, but these are not the key points, after all, there is time in the future. Oh? Do you need to purchase something? Django immediately got into work. No, I have cultivated 2 giant melons here, and you need someone to deal with it. Leon explained. Giant crop? Or melon? Oh my god, Leon, this is such a surprise, I'll come right away. Django exclaimed directly when he heard this. Waiting for you, by the way, do you have high-quality seeds on your side? Get some for me. It's okay for spring, summer, and autumn. Thinking that I would turn the ground and replant it later, but the seeds were not stored much, Leon mentioned it by the way. Of course, although the price is more expensive, I guarantee that these seeds are all from high-quality seeds selected by farmers who are as good as Red Star Farm. I will bring them all over here later. Do you choose them yourself? Django suggested. Well, wait for you. Leon responded, then hung up the phone. Before Django came, Leon began to take out his hoe and began to turn over the ground. In addition to those crops that can be harvested multiple times, the crops harvested in a single time were harvested, but a large area of the current fields were vacant. These fields were reclaimed and new seeds could be planted. 2 hours later, the sound of a car horn came outside the farm. Leon immediately left the field and came outside the farm. He saw a truck parked in front of the entrance of the farm. In the passenger seat, Django was sitting there and waved to Leon. Come in directly. Leon certainly knew what Django meant. This guy was quite abide by the rules and did not get his own permission in person. Even if he had already notified him in advance, he would not enter the farm directly. After obtaining Lion's authorization, Django asked the driver to drive the car into the farm. Leon found that in addition to this box truck, there was actually a sedan behind it. Through the front windshield, Leon found that the people in it were not the porters who were fully equipped with professional equipment I saw last time, but the guy in robes, who looked like religious people. Hi Leon, you can always surprise me. After parking the car, Django immediately came over and shook hands with Leon, sighing. Those people, are you? Leon asked, staring at the religious person in the car that had entered the farm. Well, the church people, they are picking melons in the nearby Chamber of Commerce warehouses. When they hear giant melons appearing on your side, they come and take a look. After explaining, Django whispered in Lion's ear, these are big customers. If they think these 2 giant melons are suitable for summer carnival, they will directly acquire them and give a generous price far exceeding the market. Cathing is it? That's really a big customer. Chapter 812 Bishop Irving. The people in the church also noticed Lion's gaze, and after getting off the car, they walked over with a kind smile. You are the new farmer of Red Star Farm, Mr. Leon, right? I'm glad to meet you. We are clergy from the church. One of the uncles who looked very kind came forward and greeted Leon on his own initiative. I am also very happy to see you. May you ba protect us. Leon responded politely, and accompanied by a greeting for the believers of Palestinians. This knowledge was learned by Leon from the book. May I protect us. The uncle in the church was even happier when he heard this, because basically the ones who could say this greeting were his own people. He suddenly became more enthusiastic about Leon. After the exchange, the uncle of the church looked at the 2 huge melons on the farm fields, his eyes full of joy. Mr. Leon, can I observe these 2 melons up close? Of course, please. Leon said there was no problem. Django immediately let the workers who were preparing to move out so that the church people could appreciate these 2 giant melons. The uncle from the church immediately came forward, first wandering around the 2 melons for a few times, then stretched out his hand and closed his eyes on the peel of the giant melon. After a moment, the uncle walked to Leon with a brighter smile and said, I can feel the rich vitality contained in it and the potential of these 2 giant melons. The church's summer carnival happened to be missing 2 giant melons as sacrifices. Do you know that Mr. Leon has plans to sell it? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have found the Chamber of Commerce in the long journey. Leon nodded, then looked at Django, and found that Django didn't care about the church's interception, but laughed very happily. Thank you for your generosity. The church will definitely give you a price that matches these 2 giant melons. The uncle reached out and patted Leon on the shoulder with gratitude, and then asked. I saw that the large area of land here is free. I guess Mr. Leon had just completed the harvest today. I wonder if you have high-quality melons in your hands now. Some. After Leon finished speaking, a high-quality melon appeared in his hand. The uncle of the church was not surprised by Lion's hand, but instead took the melon in Lion's hand and looked at it carefully. It is indeed a high-quality melon, and it is better than the quality of the high-quality melons I have seen on other farms. Although Mr. Leon is young, he is so excellent in the cultivation of crops. The church uncle who had observed the melon gave his own judgment and was very happy about the melon in his hand. After all, the quality of these melons is already in line with the procurement standards of the summer carnival. If the quantity is sufficient, then the collection targets of your own side will be much easier. How many such high-quality melons are there for sale in Mr. Lion's hands? About 150. Without giving all the reserve numbers, Leon took an integer. The rest of them were planned to keep them for food. 150. Hearing this number, the uncle of the church widened his eyes, and then he held Lion's right hand enthusiastically. Please be sure to sell it to the church. The church will acquire it at a price of 50% over the market, and I will win you an invitation letter and the honor of the best supplier selection possible. Leon smiled and nodded. Of course, it is also a good thing for me to be able to provide the church with tribute to Yuba. We can just follow the original price. Leon does care a lot about money, but his main purpose, or the purpose of his grandfather helping him make so many melons, is for the church's reward. This is the key point, and he cannot lose his roots and ends. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Leon, but this is the requirement of the church. It is already overwhelming that our behavior of invading a large number of high-quality melons is impossible to affect the farmer's income and reputation for the activities of the church. This additional price expenditure is also to make up for this. The church uncle explained to Leon seriously. Listen to the church's arrangements. When Leon heard the other party's attitude of not being short of money, he didn't advise him much. After all, he would naturally not be polite if he could make more money. In this way, my indicators have been completed by half. This is really good news. No wonder I felt that something good will happen this morning. It turned out that I was guiding me to the surrounding area of Stardew Valley and I saw this opportunity. It was confirmed that Leon had agreed to his acquisition plan, and the uncle was so happy that he had never dissipated. At this time, Django, who was standing beside him, also came over and spoke. "Congratulations to Bishop Irving, Mr. Leon is one of the best farmers in our Stardew Valley. It is really a memorable thing to see you cooperate." Thanks to Mr. Django for his recommendation. "Mr. Leon, before we pay the payment, can I verify the quality of these 150 melons again? Although it is a bit presumptuous, it is also to avoid subsequent troubles. I hope you can understand." The church uncle, or Bishop Irving, first politely argued with Django, and then suggested to Leon. "No problem." Leon was not vague and took out the high-quality melons in his backpack. 150 high-quality melons appeared directly on the ground out of thin air, stacked into 3 hills more than 2 meters high, each made of 50 melons, and the last one was missing. The melon that was missing was the one in Bishop Irving's hand. Bishop Irving did not express any opinions or felt troubles about this accumulation method. He just walked silently to these melons, opened his hands and closed his eyes, and used some special means to test whether the quality of these melons meets the standards. It took Bishop Irving to open his eyes after a long time. "It's true that they are all high-quality melons, no problem. I bought them at a price of 400 G each, totaling 6 WG. I wonder if Mr. Leon, do you need cash or choose to transfer money directly?" There was no problem with confirming the quality. Bishop Irving immediately planned to pay and finalize the procurement project. Transfer money. The UNC Chamber of Commerce is responsible for this money, just treat it as a donation for the summer carnival. Django added. "Thank you for your generosity in the UNC Chamber of Commerce." Bishop Irving was not surprised by this, but he still expressed his gratitude to Django. Django also had a calm expression, obviously he didn't care about the 60,000 expenditure. As for Leon, he just smiled and kept smiling. "It doesn't matter who pays it, anyway, it's okay to get the money." Chapter 813, The Crime of Possessing a Treasure. The giant melon church will also acquire it, and each 3 WG price is worth 3 WG. I wonder what Mr. Leon thinks. After talking about the high-quality melon, Bishop Irving naturally did not let go of the giant melon that he had seen before. "No problem." Another income of 6 WG was added up. Although Lion's face was relaxed, his heart was already full of joy. "I was worried about having no money at hand before, but now I have sold melons and got 12 WG. This generous reward, even Leon, thinks that the benefits of farming may be much higher than other projects." "The money is still under the responsibility of UNC Chamber of Commerce," Django said again. Hearing this, Leon looked at Django in surprise, but when he saw Django blinking at him, looking satisfied with making a fortune, he didn't plan to say anything. The long-distance chamber will have money, so they will be happy. As for why they are so attentive to curry favor with the church, perhaps to expand their influence. Bishop Irving once again expressed his gratitude to the Chamber of Commerce, and also proposed to give Django a personal carnival invitation letter as a gift. This surprise made Django so happy that he couldn't stop talking. After one acquisition, all three of them were quite satisfied with the final result. But just as Django was directing the porters who came with the car to transport giant melons and high-quality melons, Bishop Irving came to Leon and asked softly, "I think Mr. Leon should have higher quality melons in his hands." "It does, but how did Bishop Irving know?" Leon looked at Bishop Irving in surprise and asked. "Even your farm can cultivate 150 precious high-quality melons. Naturally, I don't believe that this is Mr. Lion's limit, let alone Red Star Farm." Bishop Irving looked at the farmland in front of him, his eyes full of memories. This place was once a cursed land, but it was transformed into a farm. I could feel the tremendous vitality contained in this land. This is a land favored and paid attention to by nature. Moreover, Mr. Leon also has vitality that is comparable to the son of the wilderness. I guess he should be the son of nature who holds forest magic. Bishop Irving focused his attention on Leon and explained seriously, "With these blessings and blessings, it is not difficult to get this answer." "That's right, it's just that compared to the number of high-quality crops, there are much fewer perfect quality melons," Leon said, and a perfect quality melon of iridium level appeared in his hand. Bishop Irving was attracted by the first time the melon appeared. "It is indeed a perfect quality melon. Such a complete life structure is amazing." After staring at the iridium melon with admiration for a long time, Bishop Irving immediately asked Leon impatiently, "I don't know how many such a perfect melon Mr. Leon has in his hands? Do you have any plans to sell it?" "Not many, 11 pieces, there are indeed plans to sell them." Leon gave all the inventory figures. After all, even if Bishop Irving doesn't take the initiative to mention it, Leon will reveal this information, because with the high-quality melon alone, Leon is not sure whether he can get the commendation from the church. There are so many crops, only the melon has the perfect quality of the iridium level. If you say that there is no grandfather involved, Leon will not believe it. Therefore, these 11 perfect melons are the trump card that Leon won the church award. 11. Bishop Irving shuddered after hearing this number. Originally, he thought that it was the limit to Leon being able to cultivate 3 or 4, but who would have thought that Leon could actually produce 11 of this amazing number? "Please be sure to hand it over to the church. I will acquire it at a price of 5,000 G each, and can guarantee you that you will become the only candidate for the church commenders for this summer carnival." Although Bishop Irving was shocked, his business ability was not affected. He sincerely put forward his purchasing needs and expressed his promises he could make without hesitation. "Isn't it a bit too exaggerated?" Leon was a little disbelief after hearing that he could have made a commendation so early. Mr. Leon was joking. "This is a perfectly quality melon. You must know that the melon used as the main sacrificial melon is used to worship this quality before the statue of Yuba. The amount of sacrifices is 12. You took out 11 this time. If this cannot guarantee that you can win the reward, then I will launch the holy prison to eliminate those bastards who are obsessed with interests and secretly operated." Bishop Irving explained very seriously. "So that's it." Leon felt at ease when he heard this. After all, Bishop Irving said so he would basically win this church award. "Ha ha ha, today is really favored by BA. I can actually find such an excellent farmer in Stardew Valley. Mr. Leon, we meet on the summer carnival. Please prepare your speech. After all, as the best melon supplier and farmer for this summer carnival, you need to speak on stage. Bishop Irving's favorability for Leon was now full. After all, he didn't expect that he had achieved such an exaggerated goal just by visiting Stardew Valley. Originally, the church was still worried about whether he could gather 12 perfectly quality melons before the summer carnival, but who would have thought that it was only one away from the goal now? No need to speak, I'm just an ordinary farmer. After hearing this, the Leon Society may have an attack. Although I don't know how big the summer carnival is, at least those who can participate in this event are definitely big bosses from all sides. Letting themselves show their faces is a lot of pressure. Just say a few words, or even don't say anything, but this is a rare event. Those attending at that time will have high-quality potential connections. Leaving an impression in front of these people is definitely a good thing for you. Bishop Irving explained. The church actually doesn't care about these people. Inviting them to come is to witness that their donations to the church over the years are not for personal gain. After all, the church is independent of the power institutions and social rules of ordinary human beings. What we are concerned about is the protection of the Palestinian faith, the isolation of dangers outside the world for people and the resistance to evil forces radiating to the material world. But you are different, Mr. Leon, your future is ultimately free from these circles. With the protection of the church, it will reduce you a lot of trouble. After all, it is not uncommon for a farmer who can cultivate high-quality crops, but a farmer who can cultivate perfect quality crops is like a walking treasure house. Although most people will be kind and respectful, some scum will be malicious. Bishop Irving reminded Leon earnestly that these words were all from the bottom of his heart. After all, an excellent farmer is also an unavailable force for the world. The effect of high-quality crops is not only healthy and prolonged life, but also an extremely important strategic reserve. Thanks Owen Bishop's reminder, I will work hard. Hearing this, Leon also felt that Bishop Irving's words made sense. After all, every man is guilty of possessing a treasure, and Leon is now the one with a treasure. It would be strange if he is not targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Chapter 814 The Protection of the Church. Don't worry, although the church will not interfere with the society of ordinary people, it will not forget your dedication. At least we can guarantee that the extraordinary will not pose any threat to you. Bishop Irving comforted. Yet. Leon nodded with a smile, then silently took out a watermelon and handed it to Bishop Irving. Thanks to Bishop Irving's church, I've come here. I want to invite you to taste the local specialties of Red Star Farm. Watermelon? This is a rare fruit. I didn't expect that your farm could grow this kind of fruit. Seeing the big watermelon in Leon's hand, Bishop Irving didn't know how many times he was surprised today. This has nothing to do with me, I just happened to get some soil with watermelon local area to plant it, Leon explained. I have accepted the things, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Leon. Bishop Irving was not polite, took the watermelon and said thanks to Leon, and then the watermelon disappeared in his hands. It should be that he also has the ability to store types or some kind of storage device. No wonder he is not surprised that Leon can take things out of thin air. Afterwards, after all the high-quality melons and giant melons were loaded there, Leon also took out all the perfect quality melons and sent them into the car. Bishop Irving took the people with him and left first. After all, he had to go back and hand over the melons and escort them back to the church himself. However, before Irving got in the car and left, Leon noticed that he was standing next to the fence at the entrance of the farm and took out a golden ship symbol mark and embedded it on the fence. After doing all this, I got in the car and left. As the car drove the road, the cargo truck followed him away. The originally lively Red Star farm once again returned to peace. Leon was about to go and see what the mark left by Mr. Irving was going to see what was going on. Django's voice suddenly appeared and scared him. "Leon, your farm is now sheltered by the church, congratulations. You haven't left." Looking back at Django, Leon thought this guy got in the truck and left. "We haven't checked out yet." Django looked at Leon helplessly and explained, while also muttering in his heart whether his presence is so low. He had been standing by the field waiting for Leon to finish chatting with Bishop Irving, but Leon didn't notice his figure. "Oh, sorry, Django, my attention was attracted by that mark before." Leon pointed awkwardly at the ship-shaped symbol mark reflecting a golden luster on the fence at the distant entrance, remembering that it represents Yuba's totem. "It's okay." Django expressed his understanding. After all, if he had encountered such a good thing, he would be so happy that he would not be able to find North. But the next second, he was stunned because Leon actually asked the church's protection what it was. After breathing a long sigh, Django suppressed the speechlessness in his heart and explained patiently. "As we all know, the most important responsibility of the church is to maintain people's belief in Yuba and to appease the relationship between non-human races and humans, is to protect the stability of most areas of the world, maintain the stability of the protective barriers given by Yuba to this world, and isolate the invasion of those evil monsters. The mark that represents Yuba is the medium used by the church to communicate these protective barriers. The church left this mark made of characteristic metal in an area, which means that this area has been included in the node of the protective barrier, so that the protective barrier near this node will be more stable and powerful. At the same time, having this mark is also announcing to everyone outsiders that this is a territory favored by Yuba. Without a suitable reason or permission from the landholder, any intruder will be warned or even directly excluded, which is also a security measure. With this mark again, you don't need to worry about some illegal elements raiding your farm at night, because the barrier will reject them and expel them. Oh, so that's it. Leon suddenly realized when he heard this. It sounds like a very tall person, but to sum it up, it is a fully automatic security system, which is indeed a very useful thing. This is just one of the benefits. The deeper meaning is that with this mark, everyone will know your relationship with the church. Whether it is an authority or a royal noble, they will treat you with courtesy. This is also a kind of recognition of identity. The conditions for obtaining this special blessing are extremely harsh, but now you have obtained it. It seems that your melon supply this time has won the award for this summer carnival in advance. Django continued to explain, and his eyes were full of envy. After all, if Leon has the protection and recognition of the church, if he gives up the farm operation at this time and turns to politics, he will at least start as a governor, and may even enter the parliament, and receive the title granted by the royal family, and directly reach the sky. I'm lucky. Leon waved his hand humbly, then pulled Django to the eaves, avoiding the scorching sun in the sky. Do you eat watermelon? All of them have come, and Leon has always paid great attention to maintaining his relationship with Django. After all, Django sometimes helps, and he has always been friendly to himself. The two of them are friends. Although this trip was because of work, Leon could not just talk about work with him. watermelon? You are willing to buy this luxurious fruit? Django looked at the watermelon in Lion's hand, a little surprised. It's okay to grow it at home. Leon looked at Django speechlessly and explained that he had to buy high-end fertilizers on credit, so where did he get the money to buy watermelon? Can Red Star Farm grow watermelons? Django was shocked when he heard this and immediately confirmed to Leon. Yes, but these seeds are a bit special. I'm not sure whether they can be planted in the future. Leon told the truth. This time the watermelon production should be related to the special soil where the seeds come together. Oh, that's it. Django was a little disappointed when he heard this. If Red Star Farm can really supply watermelons stably, then you will be rich in Leon. I'll try it later. Leon replied, then took out the Galaxy watermelon knife, first wiped the blade on his clothes, then cut the watermelon neatly, took out a piece and handed it to the lower level. Looking at the bright red flesh under the green skin and the black melon seeds on the flesh, Django smiled and took a bite. The plump juice and rustling taste instantly dispelled the heat that Django had in his body under the scorching sun. Your watermelon is sweeter than I have eaten before. Gently spitting the seeds in your hand, Django exclaimed sincerely, Leon, you are very powerful. Growing watermelons in the territory of the Fengire Republic can further make its taste even further. I believe you will definitely become the first farmer to grow watermelons in this country. Who knows? It depends on the actual situation later. Leon also spit out the watermelon seeds carefully, and they were spitting them in his hands, because these melon seeds need to be used to germinate and cultivate seedlings to see if they can plant another batch of watermelons. I'm optimistic about you. Do you need me to build a large constant temperature incubator for you? Django suggested. After all, if you want to germinate, although there are many methods, it is the most convenient and efficient. You should rely on the constant temperature incubator. No, I only plan to try it on a small scale for the time being. Leon waved his hand and declined the proposal, because he didn't know whether these seeds in the watermelon can germinate and whether they can bear fruit after germination. On a small scale, try it first and then consider whether it is worth planting on a large scale. After all, he didn't want to work hard for a long time to plant a batch of inferior melons the size of a fist, which would be embarrassing. Chapter 815 The Real Purpose of the Church. Django didn't persuade him much. After all, when it comes to planting, he thought he was not as good as a farmer like Leon who could cultivate high-quality crops or even perfect quality. By the way, the amount of melon purchases for the church this time is all paid by our long-distance Chamber of Commerce, including the last 11 perfectly quality melons, totaling 18 WG, and the additional 5,000 G is a private reward from the Chamber of Commerce. After all, this Chamber of Commerce will have the opportunity to show goodwill to the church, which will benefit you. Although the money is not much, it is also a concern. The most important thing is that the Chamber of Commerce has recorded this favor, and will provide better services and channels for the output of Hongsing Farm and the procurement you are in. While eating watermelon, Django was not idle either and started chatting with Leon about work. I have no problem. Just put the money into the cash card directly. I will send a large number of goods in the future. After all, you have seen it. I have more than half of the empty space and basically everything is in my hand. Although it has been put into the shipping box, there are still many left in my hand. Leon replied. It doesn't matter, you can eat any number of chambers of commerce you can go to, and the price is definitely the highest. Django guaranteed. By the way, is the summer carnival held by the church collecting so many melons just a simple religious activity? Leon recalled Bishop Irving's serious attitude towards high-quality melons while eating melons, which made Leon feel that things did not seem simple. He wanted to ask about this before, but he thought it might involve the privacy of the church, so he didn't dare to ask in person as Bishop Irving. Now he is the only one in the farm, and he plans to find Django to find out information to satisfy his curiosity. It is not a simple religious activity, but an important ceremony. Among them, the perfect quality crop is the gift to Yuba, in order to prove to Yuba, who does not know where in the universe, that this world is still full of vitality. The use of high-quality melons is the main purpose of this summer carnival. The church will extract the energy contained in high-quality melons to strengthen the strength of the protective barrier covering the world. Django immediately explained. The church does not care about using religious rituals to consolidate its position. I have said before that the most important significance of the church is to maintain the protective barrier left by Patriotica. The church is not interested in secular reputation and rights at all. Every time the barrier is maintained, the church will purchase high-quality crops with the highest yield rate in the season on a large scale. However, this maintenance happened to meet the summer carnival. At the suggestion of the upper class, the ceremony was made public, otherwise this maintenance would be completed by the church alone in private. Speaking of this, Django also became serious. If it weren't for the church's dedication and protection of the world, the long-distance Chamber of Commerce would not provide any financial assistance for the church's procurement. After all, a stable world is good for all life. We are willing to support the church because we are also one of the protected lives. No wonder. Leon nodded, understanding why the UNC Chamber of Commerce was concerned about this matter so keen. The human church is not the one I knew in my previous life. They are really doing things for the world, rather than seeking benefits and influence for themselves under the slogan of faith. Then are there many participants in this summer carnival? Leon continued to ask. Of course, you have to know that there are quite a few farms in the Fengire Republic that can produce high-quality crops. Although it is not as exaggerated as your farm's output ratio, if you collect and purchase nationwide, the number of high-quality melons collected is also extremely large, and the amount spent is also an astronomical figure. The church has no industry, so most of the funds come from donations from society. Among them, the royal family has made a big contribution. The contribution of the Hoja family is similar to that of our Chamber of Commerce. Of course, there will be no shortage of fundraising from various states and assistance from various large and medium-sized enterprises. These people will participate in this event to witness the ceremony, which is also a feast that brings together all the elites in the country. So Leon, you must not miss this good opportunity to expand your network. Django couldn't help reminding Leon when he said this. Aren't you invited too? Leon complained. I guess the invitation letter I can get is just an ordinary invitation letter, the kind in the outfield. And your invitation letter is definitely an infield, we can't compare. However, even the outdoors are actually good. Even the banquet attendees are all top figures in various industries in China. Django replied with a smile, not feeling indignant and jealous of this differential treatment, because being able to participate was already a pie from the sky for the head of the District Chamber of Commerce. You said that, it's so stressful. Lion's heartbeat accelerated when he heard this. After all, entering the infield means facing the figure at the top of the pyramid in the Fengire Republic, and he is just an ordinary farmer. Ha ha ha, it depends on whether you have a big heart. However, with the attention of the church, you are not much worse than those big people. Just enjoy the banquet." Django patted Lion's shoulder and encouraged. Leon smiled and said nothing. He was just nervous, but he was not afraid, because he didn't feel embarrassed about anything. After all, they are all humans, with 2 eyes and 1 nose, so what's there to be afraid of? Django also smiled and gnawed the watermelon. Although Leon was nervous, Django did not notice how cramped Lion's expression was. Instead, he was full of confidence. Obviously Leon was not as fragile as he said. After eating a whole watermelon with Django, both of them consciously left the watermelon seeds, and finally the watermelon seeds were collected by Leon. Although the system did not make any identification information about the watermelon seeds, Lion's confidence in growing these watermelon seeds with serious watermelons, Leon still wanted to try it. "My people will come later and I have brought you selected high-quality seeds. You can purchase them according to your needs. I will definitely give you the greatest discount in terms of price." After consuming the watermelon, Django wiped his hands and chatted with Leon about the seed procurement commission he had determined when he called before. "Okay, I still believe in the credibility of the Chamber of Commerce. You can rest here first, and I will continue to cultivate the land." Leon nodded, then signaled Django to cool off under the eaves, while he carried a hoe and started to go down to the ground to overturn the soil. Seeing Leon waving his hoe to reclaim the land without fear of the scorching sun and the scorching heat in the fields, Django couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Mr. Leon took over this farm for such a short time, and he could cultivate so many high-quality crops. Talent and hard work are indispensable elements. Chapter 816 I Also Farm. Hear you. After receiving the call, Django got the high-quality seeds he had allocated before he came, and immediately walked out of the eaves and reminded Leon. "Let them come in directly." Leon answered, put away his hoe. "Yeah." Django nodded and walked out of the farm, then entered the farm with a pickup truck. The pickup truck's bucket was raised high and covered with a layer of tarp. After parking the car, the transporter who got off the car quickly closed the tarp and then moved all the boxes on the bucket. The specifications of the box are of uniform size, and the main difference lies in the packaging. Each box has an exclusive sticker. The image on the sticker is the finished sticker of various fruits and vegetables, so as to quickly identify the seed type in the box. "You don't say you want anything, so I basically brought all the seeds of seasons and categories in the warehouse, and you can pick them." Standing next to the seed box, Django greeted Leon and came over to choose. "Sorry." Leon apologized first, then stepped forward and looked at the boxes. "Can you take them apart?" "Certainly." After Django's permission, Leon first unpacked a box with pumpkin stickers and took out a pack of seeds from it. High-quality pumpkin seeds, *20, the carefully selected pumpkin seeds have an increased probability of producing high quality or high quality after planting. After buying the seed bag, the system immediately gave an identification. As Django said, it is indeed a high-quality seed. Leon thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's just have some pumpkin, melon, potato seeds." The crops that were planted on a large scale basically covered all the fruits and vegetables in the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. Basically, Leon has inventory in his hands, so he does not need to buy every seed for a second sowing, but plans to cultivate them alone. Choose potato species. The crop is because of the effect of cooling down under the grass. This is the most productive and most likely to produce high-quality crops. The melon is because Leon likes its taste quite well. If it is planted on a large scale, it can satisfy your appetite and farming experience. The same is true for pumpkins, for farming experience, but they are not intended to be eaten, but rather for autumn. The sales of pumpkins will definitely be very good at that time. At the same time, pumpkins and melons have the chance to mutate and grow into giant crops. Whether they are sold or collected by themselves, they are a good additional output. In fact, Leon still wants starfruit seeds. After all, before the ancient fruits were mass-produced, starfruit was the first choice for raw materials for brewing, but unfortunately there was no such thing as Django. Okay. When Django learned about Lion's choice, he immediately asked someone to pick out the boxes containing pumpkin melons and potato seeds and placed them all in front of Leon. Each box contains 600 seeds. How many do you want? Then let's get one box each. Leon didn't know anything. Although these seeds may not be planted in a quarter, the seeds left in your hand and placed in the box will not rot, so there is no problem with storing more seeds. Okay, I'll deduct the money directly from your melon income this time. This is the price list. I will subtract the discount amount of 20% from the total price. Django waved to the transporter and asked for a seed price catalog prepared in advance and handed it to Leon, signaling him to see the price. But Leon just waved his hand. I don't have to worry about doing things. I don't have to watch it anymore. I still have to turn the seeds. When I have time to finish my work, I'll ask you to drink. Well, then I'll wait for your phone call and I won't bother you anymore. Let's go first. Django smiled and nodded in his trust in Leon, and then said goodbye to Leon. With the transport staff, he reloaded the unsold planting box onto the car. Django got on the car and left the farm. Leon had already disassembled the seed box and put it into the system backpack, and was ready to go to the ground to work. As a result, Abigail came back just after he had turned over. It depends on your mood. Leon, standing in the field, teased Abigail with a smile on his face. Well, after all, everyone welcomed me warmly. If I hadn't said I would come back to prepare dinner for you, I would probably not have come back tonight. Abigail complained. Obviously he had encountered many invitations when sending watermelon. Your parents agreed to come here for dinner? Leon asked by the way. Well, I'll come when my father's store closes, and Sophia and Scarlett will arrive later. They live together now, so I'll invite you by the way, you won't mind? Abigail asked tentatively. The matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Leon replied indifferently, then signaled Abigail to go back to the house to escape the summer heat, while he continued to work. After finishing all the places, Leon straightened up and had time to take a breath. This time he was turning over the land, but he was not continuing to expand his land, but only maintained the cultivated land within the coverage of the sprinkler. The melon field that had been expanded was planned to be idle. After all, it is a foregone conclusion that I have won the church award. Before maintaining the previous scale, I may have to turn the ground all over today. After turning the ground early, I can also calculate the growth period of one day. Before sowing, spreading fertilizer into the cultivated soil has become Lion's current habit. After seeing the value of high-quality crops, Leon will not dislike any means that can ensure the improvement of crop quality. Leon, we're here. When we first started sowing potatoes, someone entered the farm. Before he could look up, Leon heard Sophia's full of vigor. I'm still busy here, so I won't treat you anymore. Leon greeted Sophia in the field, and then noticed that both of them were actually carrying gifts in their hands. Sophia was carrying a gorgeously decorated basket, where a bottle of wine tied with bows was quietly lying. This thing was very familiar to Leon because it was the most expensive aged Blue Moon wine gift box in Sophia's estate, the top wine priced at tens of thousands of G. Sophia had given it to Leon before, but it did not have the gorgeous packaging like now, but the unique bottle and bow shape and the price explained by Sophia still remembered Leon deeply. The gift in Scarlett's hand, who was next to Sophia, seemed much more low-key. It was a bouquet of summer sequins. The diamond-shaped flowers were as gorgeous as bright gems. The fragrance of this flower is extremely rich and pungent. Leon had already experienced it in the previous harvest, and it was very suitable to place it at home to add a touch of fragrance. Because I was in a hurry to prepare, I couldn't prepare a gift. Scarlett explained embarrassedly when he noticed Leon's gaze. It's okay, you don't need to bring a gift. Hearing this, Leon comforted with a smile. Are you sewing? Actually, I can help, after all, my family also runs a farm. Although Leon didn't dislike it and was very enthusiastic, Scarlett still felt that his gift was a bit short, so he planned to make up for it from other aspects. Helping Leon farming seems to be a very good way, because she is quite experienced in this regard. I can help too. Sophia immediately echoed with his eyes lit up when she heard this. Chapter 817 Leon initiates a battle invitation to you. When Leon heard this proposal, he planned to refuse. After all, although it was already afternoon, the sun was still fierce, and there was no covering around. In direct sunlight, ordinary people couldn't bear it. Two little girls were helping in the field, which was easy to get sunburned. But obviously Sophia didn't think about this at all. Before Leon could refuse, she put the basket containing the aged Blue Moon wine in her hand at the door, then ran into the field, snatched the seed bag in Leon's hand, and began to bury seeds into the land. You, aren't it good to be lazy? Seeing Sophia's attentive appearance, Leon didn't know where to complain. How long will it take for you to be alone in such a large area? I still want to wait for you to cook in the evening. Sophia explained to Leon with a smile. But it's very hot, aren't you afraid of tanning? Leon reminded. I'm not afraid of sunshine, I'm also a farmer, okay? Sophia turned her eyes angrily and retorted, she is not a delicate little girl. Yes, I'm not afraid of sunshine. Let's do it together, so it will be faster. Scarlett also entered the field and helped Sophia persuade Leon. After looking at Scarlett's healthy tan skin, Leon was not too entangled in the issue of skin care. Seeing the two girls looking like they were uncompromising, he knew that they could not persuade them and could only start assigning tasks. This is how you help me sow seeds, I'll fertilize them. Fortunately, the land that has been reclaimed is loose, and the cultivation of this world has its own characteristics. Just throw the seeds into the ground, and the seeds will automatically sink to the depth that is most suitable for your rooting and germination. There is no need for additional tools to assist, otherwise Leon will not find additional tools to provide to Sophia and Scarlett. So Leon handed over the simplest sewing work to 2 people, and he took charge of the fertilization work. No problem. Sophia immediately stretched out her hand and asked Leon for the seeds. After Leon handed over the seeds to the 2, he began to fertilize pieces of land. Scarlett and Sophia followed behind Leon to sow seeds. The efficiency of the 2 sowing was barely the same as that of Lion's fertilization, which surprised the 2 little sister-in-law about Lion's professionalism and work efficiency. The 3 of them worked together, and it was indeed much faster. Leon originally estimated that it would be possible to complete the sowing at dusk. As a result, with the help of Scarlett and Sophia, all the land had been planted in less than 5 o'clock. It's a pity that I didn't bring a water kettle. Why don't I go back and get it? After planting the seeds, it is the turn of watering. No, I have something better. Leon stopped Sophia from leaving and returned to the house to remove the combination of a pump and a pressurized nozzle that had not been used for a long time. Although watering this way has no soul, it would not have much impact if it was used once. If you really use an unupgraded ordinary water kettle to water it piece by piece, then Leon will have no time to cook tonight. When he saw what Leon took out, Sophia immediately became interested. Let me do it. Okay. Leon was not disappointed either. After explaining the use of pressurized nozzles and the operation of adjusting the water discharge efficiency, he threw the pump into the pond beside the field and handed the nozzle to Sophia. Sophia couldn't wait to open the valve, and looked at the water droplets that were drawn out and gushed out through the pipe, excitedly raised the nozzle high and aimed at the direction where the sunlight was. The small droplets of water sprayed from the shoryad refracted the luster of sunlight, and a rainbow condensed in the air. It turns out to be the same as I thought. Leon, is it romantic? Seeing the appearance of the rainbow, Sophia teased at Leon with great pride. It looks good, be serious. Leon angrily gave Sophia a loud chestnut and complained. Snort. Although it is not very harmful, it is quite insulting, especially when his best friend is still around, which makes Sophia very dead. She immediately did not hesitate and directly reduced the pressure on the spray head and then aimed it at Leon. Caught off guard, Leon was sprayed thoroughly and his whole body was soaked. The water-stained t-shirt immediately pressed against Lion's skin under the force of gravity, outlining Lion's extremely perfect muscle lines. This scene seemed more attractive than having a naked upper body. The hazy ambiguous feeling made Sophia look straight. Even Scarlett, who had thought Sophia was a little too much, was stunned. He didn't expect that Lion's figure was so good. No wonder his sisters were greedy. Water well. Leon gave Sophia a chestnut speechlessly, then quickly distanced himself from Sophia and prepared to go back to the house to take a shower and change into his clothes. It's a blessing that I had been busy today and had planned to take a shower, and in the hot summer, I felt cool when I was watered with the pond. If it were the autumn and winter seasons, Leon would have to throw it into the pond. Seeing Leon leave, Scarlett came to his senses and complained to Sophia earnestly, "Boys usually like gentle girls. You won't make him have a good face to you. That's because you don't understand him." Sophia didn't care at all, but instead retorted to Scarlett, "Very well, if you talk about gentleness, I can't compare to Emily and Abigail. Why do I have to compete with them in this regard fight? Moreover, Leon may not only like ladies. My little prank may make him feel a novel experience. Where did you learn these messy theories?" Scarlet looked at Sophia with a look of surprise when he heard this. In love novels, Sophia replied proudly. Scarlet didn't know how to complain, and in the end he could only remind Sophia to focus on the crop watering work. Are you that hot? Inside the house, Abigail, who was cleaning the tableware needed for dinner, was joking. I encountered some accident, but my work is almost over. I will start preparing supper later. You can help me with your help. I will take a shower first. Leon did not explain much and ran towards the bathroom. It was not until he entered the bathroom that Leon realized that he had not yet prepared to change his clothes, and immediately shouted Abigail to go upstairs to get a set for him. When Abigail brought the clothes, he saw Leon taking a shower in the shower. Even though he had seen Lion's tempting muscles many times, she couldn't help swallowing and teasing, "Do you want me to wipe your back? Are you sure?" Leon turned around and raised his eyebrows and asked Abigail, while also hooking his fingers provocatively. Abigail was about to nod, but when he thought that a customer would come, he finally took the upper hand in reason. After throwing his clothes off, he left the bathroom as if he ran away. She knew clearly the endurance of the animal Leon. If she really agreed to Lion's invitation, she would probably not be able to go out in a short time. At that time, Sophia and the others came in and did not find anyone, but heard something in the bathroom. That would be too social. Chapter 818 All. After taking a shower and going out, Leon saw Sophia and Scarlet have entered the house. What surprised him was that the two of them actually took back the pump, and even the hose was wrapped into a ring, and put it on the pump, which was quite neat. Thank you. After thanking the two girls, Leon got into the kitchen and began to prepare supper. Because it has been said that you would make a dinner with high-quality crops, Leon began to think about the recipe for tonight. There are actually not many high-quality vegetables in the backpack. After all, fruits and flowers are grown together. Although there are edible flowers, Leon is not good at this. If you have fruits, you can make up a dessert such as fruit salad or fruit salad, but the main dishes still need to be selected from these high-quality vegetables. Combined with the meat reserves in the treasure chest, Leon finally finalized the recipe. The garlic paste is mainly made with high-quality garlic, and the garlic paste is chosen as the topping instead of the dipping sauce. Make tiger skin chili with high-quality chili peppers and stir-fry the meat with chili peppers. Scrambled eggs and tomato beef brisket made with high-quality tomatoes. Flavored eggplant made from high-quality eggplant. Finally, a pot of pork ribs were stewed with high-quality corn as the after-meal soup and the reserved fruit salad. The table of dishes was considered a life of one table. With the plan, Leon naturally began to prepare according to the confirmed menu. Watching Leon start to act, Abigail immediately came over and tied his apron to help. Although I don't know what Leon plans to do, I don't need to think too much about Abigail's help. She washes whatever Leon wants. After washing, cut it into corresponding shapes according to Lion's requirements, so there will be no trouble. The main thing is to be obedient. Leon was not idle either. The two pots were turned on at the same time and blanched them to catch blood foam. Although they were busy, they seemed well organized. It's so good. Sophia, who was looking for a suitable vase for the bouquet of summer sequins with scarlet and was planning to insert it into it to preserve moisture and vitality, saw Leon and Abigail, who were tacitly cooperating in the kitchen, and her eyes were full of envy. "You can actually go and help," Scarlet reminded. "After all, Sophia can't help much now when she stays by her side. When she does things, she is all about the kitchen. Staying here is a mess for herself." "No, I have to accompany you, otherwise you will be lonely." Sophia withdrew her gaze and joked at Scarlet with a flattering smile. "I think you are the lonely one," Scarlet complained to Sophia angrily. Then the two started to play, which was quite lively. As time passed, Leon had put 2 dishes on the table, one was served with cold white garlic and one was made entirely by Abigail. "When will Pierre and Caroline come?" Although the summer dishes are slow to cool, the taste of the freshly released food is still very different from the taste of letting it sit for a while. When people are not here, they really dare not make the stir-fry Leon in advance. Because in a sense, this table tonight is considered a home visit by the in-laws, and it is not an exaggeration to pay attention to it. "It should be soon," Abigail replied, looking at the clock hanging on the wall. As a result, as soon as the words finished, a knock on the door came. Sophia took the lead and ran over to open the door. It was Pierre and Caroline who came. Unlike in the past, the two of them are wearing formal clothes today. Pierre is wearing a navy suit and shirt. Although he looks a little anxious because of his weighty body, he has not been able to pull out the tire ring, and he is still quite handsome. Caroline changed her previous home style, wearing a lilac dress, and even her hair was deliberately permed into wavy curls, with a little powder. There was no trace of time on Di's face, and a bright red lips revealed a full charm. "Hi, Sophia, good evening." Caroline was a little surprised when she saw the door that Sophia came to open, but she was not rude. "Good evening, Caroline." Sophia seemed a little embarrassed when she saw Caroline with a different style and aura from the past, because when she compared it with herself, she found that she showed a young child. "Mom and Dad, you are here, come in and have a rest first." Seeing his parents coming, Abigail also came up from the kitchen. Caroline and Pierre saw the apron on Abigail and looked at each other, both of which saw shock and relief from each other's eyes. At home, Abigail never takes the initiative to do any housework. As for the kitchen, let alone Pierre and Caroline, are basically home games. The only thing Abigail appears there is that he is hungry and wants to see if there is anything in the refrigerator to fill his stomach. It seems that Abigail, who has found his boyfriend, has indeed become much more mature, which has also made them feel much more at ease. "Do you need help?" Caroline handed the gift she was carrying to Abigail and asked immediately. "You are dressing so grandly, can you really help?" Looking at your mother's exaggerated outfit, Abigail complained angrily. "Pierre can go, just take off her coat and tie her apron." Caroline retorted with a smile, "Don't you think it would be interesting to watch 2 men working in the kitchen and we talk about girls on the sofa?" Abigail was a little moved when he heard this, but looking at Pierre's awkward expression and Leon in the kitchen, he finally rejected the proposal and brought the things Caroline brought into the kitchen and continued his own work as a chef. It seems that Leon has a high position in Abigail's heart. Seeing Abigail's choice, Caroline smiled very happily. Her previous words were just temptations. If Abigail really agreed, then the so-called topic of girls might become Caroline's training show alone. Let's go and help Abigail entertain the guests. Seeing that Leon and Abigail were both in the kitchen, and there was only Sophia and a girl he didn't know in the living room, Caroline couldn't hide her curiosity and planned to check the situation. You go, I want to see the new home in Leon, but I didn't expect this guy to create such a luxurious house quietly. It seems that he is ready. Pierre was not going to get involved in the communication between his wife and the young girl at this moment. He was more interested in Lion's new home. Yes, but don't mess around. Although Leon and Abigail have already lived together, they are not married yet. You and I are still outsiders now. Caroline reminded. Pierre looked at Caroline speechlessly. He just wanted to see the structure of the house, but why did it look so strange when Caroline said? Chapter 819 Rebirth. Abigail, we've called everyone over for dinner. With the last freshly fried eggplant box served, Leon signaled Abigail to invite someone to sit down. They have been busy in the kitchen during this period, and Leon doesn't know what the Pierre and Sophia's carry do. After everyone sat down one after another, Leon was surprised to find that Caroline actually had a very close relationship with Sophia and Scarlett, but he even abandoned Pierre and sat on the right side of the dining table with the two girls. The abandoned Pierre sat on the left, with Abigail sitting in the middle, and Leon next to it. Wow, it's so hearty! After sitting down, Sophia looked at the dazzling array of delicious dishes in front of her, her eyes shining brightly. The food tonight's sumptuousness was far beyond her imagination. Scarlett also looked at the novel food on the table curiously. Her experience last time made her look forward to the taste of tonight's dishes. Abi, you need to exercise more in the future. Caroline also focused on the delicacies on the table, but the topic was directed at Abigail. I can't eat fat, you don't know. Abigail looked at Caroline angrily. How could she not hear the teasing of her mother from her family? It's really good, Leon. Pierre couldn't help but praise Leon. Although he hadn't tried the taste of the dish, he knew it would be fine just by smelling it. Let's have a meal first, thank you for your support, and I hope everyone can have a happy meal. As the host, Leon officially announced that it was time to start a meal. At the invitation of Leon, everyone began to move the tableware in their hands. Leon, Abigail, and Sophia used chopsticks, while Scarlett and Caroline Pierre used the fork-spoon prepared by Abigail. Facing the special tableware used by Leon and the three of them, Caroline's brows raised slightly and noticed something was wrong. However, when I thought about the content I chatted with Sophia before the meal, and the current sibling relationship between Sophia and Leon, I didn't think much about it, but I just silently lamented that the two could form such a relationship. There was no fun just eating. When Leon saw that everyone started eating, he brought 2 bottles of wine, all given by Sophia. He usually had no time or interest, so he took this opportunity to take it out to drink. Sophia didn't care about this, even if Leon brought out the best aged blue moon wine in her manner. After all, in Sophia's opinion, wine is just to take, it was here to drink, and the ownership of the things given to Leon was in Lion's hands. It was reasonable for him to use them. If Leon liked it, she wouldn't mind giving more. Seeing this, Abigail immediately stood up to get the wine glass. This behavior fell into Caroline and Pierre's eyes. He was surprised again, but he did not feel anything was wrong. Instead, he smiled kindly. Pour a glass for everyone. Leon raised his glass and invited everyone to cheer. Everyone was not vague and raised their wine glasses high, which made the atmosphere on the dining table more lively. Although he did not sober up, the sweetness and smooth taste of the wine still illuminated Leon's eyes. In addition to Sophia and Scarlett's performance was a bit dull, Caroline, Pierre and Abigail were also amazed by the aging in the cup, and they took a sip again and savored the taste. But no matter how good the wine is, it is just a decoration after all, and the protagonist is still the delicacy on the table. Tonight's dishes taste. Even Abigail, who is used to Lion's craftsmanship, feels a clear gap. Compared with the past, these foods that use high-quality crops are more delicious. Even with the addition of various seasonings, it cannot conceal its own special flavor. In every bite, the stomach is warm. Even if you eat peppers, you won't feel irritated. Instead, you will feel comfortable drinking soup. The ingredients for tonight are basically high-quality crops except meat. After eating for a while, Abigail couldn't help but remind him. "Are all these?" Pierre asked in surprise as he looked at the vegetables and fruits used on the table. "It's all." Leon nodded and confirmed. "This is too luxurious." As a supplier of fruit and vegetable ingredients in Pelican Town, Pierre certainly knew the value and scarcity of high-quality crops. Hearing this answer, his face was full of surprise. "It's not a burden to eat some occasionally, after all, they are all grown by their own," Leon replied with a smile. Pierre couldn't speak at this moment. After all, he had never seen so many foods made from high-quality crops, and even thought about them. On the contrary, Caroline seemed much more indifferent, but she still couldn't hide her appreciation and satisfaction with Leon. "If you have the conditions, it is a good thing to eat more high-quality crops. If you get married in the future, consuming these nutritious foods will make your life more harmonious." After saying this, Caroline glanced at Pierre, who was still shocked. Her sad eyes made Pierre wake up instantly and sweat profusely. Regarding the hints contained in Caroline's words, Leon just smiled and sighed secretly that he was indeed a wife and did not hesitate to drive the car. Abigail obviously guessed the subtext in his mother's words, blushed, and lowered his head, thinking whether Lion's fierce performance at night was because of eating too many high-quality crops. As for Scarlett and Sophia, they were confused and did not understand why eating high-quality crops was related to more harmonious life. During the chat, everyone did not stop and occasionally raised their glasses. "I have already known the essence of this table of dishes. In order to avoid waste, even if I have eaten enough, I will still use my chopsticks again and stuff a little more into my stomach." As time goes by, the food digested in the stomach brings positive feedback and makes everyone understand why high-quality crops are so popular. Not to mention the memorable delicacy, the comfort brought to the body by these high-quality crops after being digested, and the pleasure of being like having a full-body massage are extremely obvious. Especially Caroline and Pierre, two middle-aged couples, had the deepest understanding. The discomfort and fatigue that had been hidden in their bodies were wiped out, and they felt a whole body full of freshness, as if they had suddenly become much younger. What surprised Pierre even more was that he felt that he was full of vitality now. He was worried about suffering a lot at night before, and his slightly trembling legs became much more stable, and some parts that had already shown decline were revived. Leon, if there are high-quality crops in the future, can you leave some for me? I will buy them at a high price. Faced with such significant changes, Pierre immediately gave Leon a flattering smile and asked. No need to buy it, it's okay if I'll give you some. Leon did not refuse this request, but answered generously. With Abigail's relationship, sending Pierre and Caroline high-quality crops is nothing, after all, they are all their own family. Moreover, Leon had long thought that if the output probability of high-quality crops becomes higher and stable in the future, it would not be a problem to supply them to friends and acquaintances in the town at a bargain or even at a low price. Chapter 820, By an Island. The food is delicious and has extremely obvious benefits, so everyone naturally opened their stomachs and feasted. As a drink, I often drink a lot of wine. Although it is wine, the alcohol content is quite high as aged ones, so except for Leon, basically everyone else's faces are red. Pierre and Caroline are fine. After all, when they are fine, they will go to Gus Tavern or drink some wine at home. They have a good alcohol tolerance, but their eyes are a little confused. But Sophia and Scarlett were completely confused, leaning on the chair and shaking their brains. The bag looks like it seems like it will fall asleep in the next second. I'll help you clean up, you can send these two girls back. Seeing that there was only some soup and scraps left on the dining table, Caroline took the initiative to stand up and clean up the mess. Pierre also stood up to help. After all, he didn't plan to be idle, and he also wanted to finish the matter here early and go back to spend the long-lost two-person world with Caroline. Leon was not polite. Now Pierre and Caroline can help him finish it, and maybe they can help take care of the children in the future. This little thing doesn't require too politeness. Just as Leon picked up the key to the beast pickup and planned to help the two little girls get into the car, Abigail stopped Lion's movements. They are all drunk and still live on the edge of Pelican Town. It's not safe to be so late, but there is Sophia's room upstairs, so let them both rest here for a night. It's okay. Leon thought it was quite reasonable for Abigail's proposal, and people who drink too much were prone to danger. Staying here can help you find and take care of it in time. Well, leave it to me. Abigail said, then stepped forward and helped Sophia and Scarlett upstairs. The attitude of not having any difficulty at all surprised Leon. However, I felt relieved when I thought that Abigail was still a magician now. After Pierre and Caroline finished packing the dining table and kitchen, they put in hand and said goodbye, and politely declined Lion's proposal to send it back. Get a good rest tonight. Abigail asks you to take care of you, but you still have to pay attention to the impact before you plan to get married. I don't want to be grandma too early. Before leaving, Caroline approached Lion's ear and reminded her softly. Then, with Lion's awkward expression on his face, he pulled Pierre away with brisk steps. It just so happened that Abigail went downstairs at this time, and it was obvious that two girls had been placed. My parents are leaving? Are you so anxious? Seeing that Leon was standing downstairs alone, he spoke with regret. They have something to do when they go back, and there is nothing to say about staying. They don't live all over the world. If they have something to do, even if they walk, you will be home in more than 20 minutes. Leon explained. What's going on so late? Abigail asked back in confusion. Who knows? Although that's the case, Leon can still guess what he does. After all, Pierre and Caroline never stopped talking about their eyes when they were having dinner. Even though they had been married for many years and their daughters were both adults, the years seemed to have not erased their love. What will we do next? Watch a movie. I just had a full meal and it was not too late. It was a pity to go to bed so early. I originally planned to go on a date with Leon today, but when the crops in Tianli were all mature, I interrupted the arrangement, but Abigail still wanted to make up for this regret. Crouching in Lion's arms and watching a movie channel may be a good choice. Okay. Leon smiled and nodded, then pulled Abigail to the sofa, turned on the TV, found a channel that was playing the movie, and watched the movie. Leon did not come into contact with many cultural and entertainment activities in this world. The cultural differences between different worlds made Leon quite relish for this movie on TV telling a love story in an ancient castle. Because the protagonist in the movie story is not a human, but a ghost in a pair of armor without flesh. I don't know if it's the special effects or it's really played by non-natural creatures. Anyway, the images of both characters are quite real, and some of the guests and servants who are supporting roles are also non-human characters. I watched this movie before. At that time, I thought these were special effects. Now I realized that I was really real monsters, such as those green elves who are flower girls. I had seen it on ancient islands before. A group of little guys with good tempers just don't like flames. Abigail, leaning on Lion's shoulder, said with a smile when he saw the scene in the movie of the wedding. It seems that Rasmades has taken you to many special places. Leon sighed when he heard this. Well, after all, the teacher is the guardian, and he always says that if you want to get closer to the elements, you have to go to areas far away from human life. Abigail nodded and suggested, there are many untouched islands on the Gem Sea. They have different natural features and secrets, and most of the views are superb. If we go out for a trip one day, we might be able to find a more peaceful island to live for a while. If you really like it, why don't we buy an island as a resort? Leon quipped when he heard this. Ah? Are you buying an island? It's too exaggerating. Abigail looked at Leon in surprise, really unexpectedly Leon would have this idea. That's a territory that belongs entirely to you, how great! Lion's eyes were shining when he said this. After all, as a Han Chinese, he had a large area of his own. Being a local emperor was definitely one of the ultimate dreams. Isn't Red Star Farm also your territory? Abigail complained, and although most islands are not involved in humans, they are also national-level property. Moreover, large organizations such as the Natural Research Association and the Mage Council will not allow humans to interfere with those who cannot survive on the mainland, and can only be found in specific areas. You should just die of this heart as the last habitat of the rare plants and organisms that have remained. Dreams? You dare not even think of them. How can they be called dreams? Leon complained speechlessly at Abigail, who was disappointed. It's better to take a break early if you think about this. Just now the movie ended, Abigail turned off the TV and squeezed Lion's cheek with anger. Okay, but shouldn't we take a shower before going to bed? Leon squinted his eyes and looked at Abigail with malicious intentions. You have already taken a shower, so don't waste water. Go upstairs, I'll go into the house after taking a shower. He looked at Leon with anger. How could Abigail not know about his little thoughts, but thinking of his bad experience in the bathroom in the past, Abigail still felt that he could not wash with this bastard. "Then I'll wait for you." Leon was not disappointed in this. No matter what, Abigail couldn't escape, just a little earlier or later. After going upstairs, Leon first went to see Sophia and Scarlett in the guest room. The two girls were sleeping soundly and had no intention of awakening. They immediately closed the door and returned to their own house. When Abigail entered the door, he immediately took it off and threw it onto the soft bed. Chapter 821 Exceeding the Outline. "Stop making trouble, Sophia and Scarlett live next to you. You can't be honest." Abigail angrily supported Lion's chest with both hands and complained. "It's okay, I just went to see it. They slept like little pigs and couldn't wake up." Leon smiled and explained to Abigail that he had already thought about everything, just to prevent Abigail from making excuses. Abigail wanted to say something, but Leon blocked his mouth, and then there was nothing. Just when Leon was fighting fiercely with Abigail, Sophia on the other side opened her eyes in a daze, and her first reaction was to go to the bathroom. But the next moment, she noticed that something was wrong in her current room. With the moonlight outside the window, she could barely see the situation in the room clearly and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was not her room, the furnishings here were also very familiar to her, and it was the room assigned to her by Leon. After confirming the safety and current location, Sophia planned to go to the bathroom, but as soon as she walked out of the door and passed by the room of Leon and Abigail, Sophia heard some strange movements in her ears. Although her head was dizzy, her curiosity still made Sophia unable to help but lift her ears up, wanting to hear what these sounds were like. But after only a few seconds of listening, Sophia woke up from the wine, her face turned even more rosy than when she was drunk before. If she hadn't subconsciously covered her mouth, she would have been unable to help but shout. Even though she has never eaten pork, Sophia has at least seen pigs run. She is curious about some knowledge, regardless of gender. When she reaches a certain age, especially Sophia is not restricted by her parents. In fact, she has read some similar information early on. As for the sounds heard in his ears at this moment, Sophia could guess what was doing inside. Too shameless. Although she dared not speak on her mouth, Sophia's heart was stormy and she instinctively wanted to cover her ears and escape from this occasion. However, her curiosity and some strange thoughts still frozen her legs, and she kept this position and eavesdropped for a while. Until she felt that she was about to be unable to hold it in, Sophia came to her senses and ran downstairs and entered the bathroom. After a long time, Sophia walked out of the bathroom, washed her hands and went upstairs along the stairs, intending to return to her room to calm down. But when passing by the room between Leon and Abigail, I couldn't help but press my ears on it. Hearing the movement inside that had not yet weakened, Sophia's eyes were rounded. If I remember correctly, it has been a long time since I first heard this voice. Why has the two of them still not calm? This is different from the information I have seen. This made Sophia suspected that she had read the fake study materials, but she couldn't help but squat down, wanting to see how long it would take for these two guys to calm down. But until Sophia felt that her legs were about to numb, the battle situation inside was still very fierce. Sophia tiptoed back to the room with a red face, looking at Scarlett who was still asleep, silently putting herself on the bed and completely wrapped herself up with a quilt. Although the sound insulation of the room was very good and there was no sound in the room, Sophia still felt that the sound she had just heard was still echoing in her mind, and some strange pictures appeared from time to time. After the sun shone into the room the next day, Leon woke up immediately, skillfully pulled Abigail away like an octopus, put on his clothes and went downstairs, began to wash, and prepared enough breakfast for 4 people to enjoy. Considering that there were 2 drunk guys last night, Leon cooked a pot of porridge, steamed a large cage of vegetarian wheat with diced carrots and green peas, and fried some fried dough sticks. While busy, Abigail also went downstairs, looking very good in complexion and spirit. It seemed that he had a comfortable sleep last night. Sophia and the others have not woken up yet. Looking at Leon alone downstairs, Abigail leaned against the cupboard and asked Leon in a lazy voice. "Well, you go to wash first, then take some new toothbrush and towel for them to prepare, and then call." They went downstairs for breakfast. Leon nodded and instructed. "Can't you go?" Abigail teased. "Don't make a fuss, it's not appropriate." Leon would not be fooled, he would not step on such an obvious pitfall. Abigail threw Leon a look that you knew, and ran to wash. After washing up, Abigail went upstairs to knock on the door. When he heard Sophia's answer inside, he reminded the 2 of them that it was time to go downstairs for breakfast. After a while, Sophia went out, but her face was not very good, and she had a faint dark circle. "Didn't have a rest last night? It's too hot? I remember I turned on the air conditioner for you." Looking at Sophia's unengaged appearance, Abigail asked with concern. "Maybe I'm drunk too much." Sophia felt a headache and embarrassment when she thought about her wholehearted thoughts last night, and she fell asleep under the influence of fatigue and alcohol. "No, I'm sleeping well." Scarlett woke up at this moment, and it was quite strange to see Sophia's embarrassing appearance. "Let's rest later when you go back later. Have breakfast first, maybe it will be much better." Abigail didn't doubt it, and pulled Sophia with concern, intending to help her downstairs, and then quietly purify her while Sophia was having breakfast. "The last time I helped Leon dispel the influence of alcohol, this magic showed a good effect and should be able to provide some help to Sophia." Sophia nodded without saying a word, and Scarlett also imitated Abigail to take Sophia's other arm and help her go downstairs. "Sophia, haven't you good sleep?" Leon, who had already arranged the plate and served the porridge, also noticed that Sophia's face was not very good. "It's okay." Seeing Leon, some strange scenes appeared in Sophia's mind. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at Leon's face. "Go and wash and have some breakfast, I'll give you a hot cup of milk." Leon immediately went to the kitchen to work hard. Scarlett went to the bathroom with Sophia, washed up and came out before washing. After breakfast, Sophia immediately proposed to go home and rejected Leon's proposal to send them back. She ran out of Red Star Farm as if she had escaped, and forgot Scarlett. "Well, she may not feel very comfortable. I'll take care of her, you don't have to worry about it," Scarlett explained to Leon and Abigail, and then hurriedly chased her out. Fortunately, Sophia slowed down after escaping the farm and was easily caught up by Scarlett. "What's wrong with you? Why are you running so fast? Are you worried that you were embarrassed to get drunk last night?" Scarlett was full of doubts about Sophia's strange performance. Sophia looked at Scarlett with a red face, hesitated for a long time, and didn't know how to speak. "Did you encounter something strange last night? Is it Leon taking advantage of others' danger?" Looking at Sophia's blushing face and her eyes were still dodging, Scarlett immediately thought of a bad possibility and clenched her fists. "No." Sophia shook her head quickly, afraid that Scarlett would misunderstand and kill someone and shoot him back and find trouble for Leon. "What's the reason?" Scarlett breathed a sigh of relief, but was even more curious about Sophia's performance at this moment. Sophia was still not embarrassed to speak, but after Scarlett's various persuasion, she finally hesitated to tell what happened to her last night. After hearing the specific reason, Scarlett was also stunned. After all, what happened to Sophia was a bit out of line for her. But more of them were shocked. After all, according to Sophia's description, she was also a little suspicious that the small movie she and Sophia had secretly watched together may have been an accelerated version. Chapter 822 New Residents of the Farm. After Sophia and Scarlett left, Abigail also went out. At the end of the holiday, she will start to learn obscure magic books and the mage apprenticeship path that supplements various knowledge. Thinking of his plan to give Rasmides a watermelon, Leon asked Abigail to help him pass it over. And the other one was about to be handed over to Linus. Leon planned to deliver it to him himself. Watching Abigail leave, Leon patrolled the fields and confirmed that there were no empty land that was missing and dry land that was not watered by sprinklers, so he no longer paid attention to the situation in the fields. After that, we feed chickens daily, collect eggs in the chicken coop, go to the cave to collect mushrooms and harvest the gifts from the fruit bats. In addition, Leon has another new task, which is to go to the oak forest on the farm to collect oak resin. In fact, the sap collector here was filled the day before yesterday, but Leon did not prepare the container at that time, and later it was temporarily forgotten due to some interference. Now that I remembered this, I have the time to fill the resin. All the resin in the sap collector was collected, and there were exactly 50 bottles of oak resin. Because I didn't know whether the dose required for making the oak resin was the same as the glass bottle I used, and Leon was not sure how many small barrels these oak resins could make. But these things need to be used sooner or later, and there is no problem in stocking more. When collecting the resin, Leon also looked at the mushroom stumps placed between the oak trees. The damp wooden stakes were covered with mycelium. It seemed that it was growing well. There were already mature oak trees to provide shade and should not be strong. If you are sunburned every day, you don't know how long it will take to grow finished mushrooms. The oak resin was put into the treasure chest, and the work on the farm today is temporarily over. However, after this daily work, Leon noticed that there were still many things to improve on Red Star Farm. For example, the upgraded chicken coop and newly built livestock can be filled with some new animals. Although he had ideas before, he was short of money and could not go to Marnie to buy animal cubs on credit. Now that I have money, I can naturally put these arrangements on the agenda. At the same time, you can also find a way to develop the open space on the northwest side, to see if you want to find a way to get some iridium sprinkler to open a new field, or to build wooden houses there and make an OEM area for agricultural and sideline products. In addition to the development of the farm, there are also the uses of various plants that you harvested yesterday. In addition to the sacrifices used in the old community center, you can also consider reserved some of them as daily ingredients, and throw the rest into the delivery box if you want to ship. It looks quite casual, but if you really want to be busy, there is nothing you can do. After thinking about understanding his arrangements in a short time, Leon began to implement them one by one. The first step is naturally to buy animal cubs on Marnie's ranch. Just because Leon went early, Marnie had time to go out. She immediately warmly welcomed Leon to sit down after seeing Leon appear. After learning that Leon was here to purchase cubs, Marnie immediately took Leon to the ranch and selected the healthiest group according to Lion's requirements. In total, Leon purchased 4 female calves and 4 female goat cubs, which may be long-term benefits of sustainable fresh cattle and goat milk as adults. In addition, the chicken coop also welcomes new residents, namely 4 little ducks and 4 cute little rabbits, but there is still free breeding space for the chicken coop. However, Leon has already made arrangements for this space, which is to use the incubator included with the upgraded chicken coop to hatch the dinosaur egg dropped by the ancient dinosaurs that they had encountered in the mine. There is one thing that Leon is not sure about, that is, whether the dinosaurs hatched by themselves are the same as in the game, only vegetarians. If the hatched guy is a carnivore, then his chicken coop will probably be bloody. Leon plans to consult Linus in the future. As for asking Marnie, then forget it. Perhaps Marnie is professional in the research and care and nurturing of poultry and livestock, but dinosaurs left over from ancient times are obviously not unknown creatures that ordinary ranches can understand and come into contact with. Robin actually talked to me last week that you might come to me to buy these cute little guys, but I didn't expect you to wait until now, and I thought you had found a better supplier. After paying, the cub was also selected, so Marnie naturally had to be responsible for delivering the goods to her home. After all, among the little guys mentioned by Marnie, there are calves and goats. Even the cubs, their size is not a small thing that can be taken away directly in their pockets. So at this moment, Leon and Marnie were sitting on a freight tractor and heading towards Red Star Farm. Tractors are the common combination of large and small tires in European and American farms, similar to the big guy on the front of the truck. However, Marnie's car did not have farm tools, but was hung with a hay-covered front, and some cushions were also wrapped inside, specially prepared for large-scale transportation of poultry. I didn't have money before, so I couldn't come to credit. Leon explained, not thinking that Marnie was sarcastic, but was joking. After all, Marnie's personality is a standard kind aunt, and she is still the kind of ultimate good-tempered and understanding person with a very good temper. You can take these little guys back first, and don't rush to give money. Marnie reminded. Forget it, I hate to owe favors. Leon replied with his hand waving. But I owe you a favor. The watermelon you sent to Abigail yesterday really made me feel flattered. I just saw this rare fruit in TV magazines, but I didn't expect to taste it myself one day. Marnie recalled the big watermelon she shared with her nephew and nieces at home last night, and she still remembered it deeply. Some local specialties are not precious. If I successfully complete local cultivation in the future, everyone can eat watermelon as a fruit after meals in summer. Leon comforted. Then you have to come on, I'll take good care of you. Marnie encouraged Leon with a smile. During the chat, the tractor drove into the farm. Marnie stopped the tractor at the entrance and observed that there were no obstacles or fields on the way from here to the chicken coop and cattle shed, and then she restarted the engine. After parking the tractor, they got off the car with Leon and greeted the little guys in the car one after another, took them into the chicken coop and the livestock to settle them, and also used their own experience to comfort the little guys who became a little timid because they had changed into a new environment. Leon, what you have to do now is to take out the forage, feed them yourself and give them gentle caresses, so that they can quickly remember your breath and become familiar with your existence, so that they can fully integrate into their new home. Seeing that the little guys had become much more stable, Marnie immediately taught Leon her livestock experience and tips. No problem. Leon didn't know anything, and immediately took out a handful of hay from the trough that was covered with stockpiles on the conveyor belt, and entered under the guidance of Marnie. Perform the recognition ceremony. At the beginning of the year, everything will be renewed. Brothers and sisters, Happy New Year's Day! Love you! Chapter 823. Isn't this a coincidence? Perhaps it was because Marnie's skills were indeed easy to use, or it was the natural creature affinity aura brought by the forest magic on Leon. As soon as he fed the grass, he put his hand on a calf. The calf took the initiative to come over and rub it against Leon with his big head, and tried to stick out his tongue to lick Lion's face. His intimate attitude made Marnie feel a little jealous. Oh my God, these little guys actually like you so much, Leon, you are indeed a handsome guy whom you love, even animals are no exception. Thinking of the gentleness and care that he had to take for a long time to get such a scene, Marnie was a little helpless. These little guys' attitude towards Leon had changed too quickly. Maybe it's because you taught well. Leon couldn't explain the reason, but he wouldn't show off his special nature, but instead put his credit on Marnie's teaching. Maybe, but I still think it's your reason. Leon, the hearts of animals are the purest. They can feel the kindness in you and are willing to get close to you. It is enough to prove that you are a good child. I am really relieved to give them to you. Marnie was very clear about this and looked at Leon with admiration and concluded. I will take good care of them, after all, they are also a member of Red Star Farm. Leon assured Marnie seriously. Afterwards, Leon followed the skills taught by Marnie to comfort and contact the new little guys. He noticed that there were basically no small things to reject him, so he left the chicken coop and the animal shed with Marnie. Let's go slowly. The animals were delivered, so Marnie naturally had to go back, so Leon stood by the tractor to see Marnie off. But Marnie did not leave in a hurry, but climbed into the car, dragged out a large woven bag, and threw it in front of Leon. Is this? Leon was a little confused when he looked at the bag that landed on the ground. Grass seeds do not require any operations such as loosening the soil. They just need to be sprinkled on the land of your pasture and will grow into fresh pasture for a few days at most. Although hay is also a good food, fresh pasture will make these little guys happy more easily. Marnie explained. How much? Leon immediately understood when he heard this, and his eyes lit up immediately. I don't have money, just treat it as thank you watermelon. If you need it in the future, just say to me directly, I can give it away. It's not a valuable thing anyway, and I also hope these little guys can live here happier. Marnie shook her head happily and replied. Thank you, come to me anytime in the future. I will definitely not be vague if I can help. Leon was not polite, accepted Marnie's kindness, and did not forget to give it back. Oh, I really need your help. Marnie thought for a moment when she heard this, and continued to ask, Leon, you should have started exploring the mine, right? Yeah. Leon nodded. Then have you found those cave radishes that only grow in the cave? I need some goats that train me. Don't need too many, just 10 ones will be fine. I will buy them at a price of 50 G each, or exchange them for 100 kilograms of hay. Anyway, you can use them all. Marnie got a positive answer and explained immediately. Yes, I'll get it for you now, just forget about the reward. There are really radishes in the cave. After all, this thing is in the soil of the mine. Sometimes you can see some exposed dry stems and leaves. Leon pulled them out and took them away. Because they can be used to make system recipes, Leon has no intention of selling them. They are all in treasure chests, and there are probably hundreds of them in quantity. Marnie wanted to say something, but Leon had already run into the room. Although his hands were empty when he came out, when Leon came to Marnie, he directly took out 10 cave radishes with dark brown soil from the void, and it looked very fresh. Thank you, Leon, but one code is the same, I really can't get these cave carrots in vain. Marnie was very satisfied with the quality of these cave radishes, but she was very embarrassed that Leon planned to give it for free. Are they all neighbors? Don't you agree to give me the seeds of grass in the future? Leon retorted. Okay, you are indeed a good boy, thank you, Leon. When Marnie heard this, she looked at Lion's serious face. In the end, she was not worried about the issue of reward, but she had already recorded Lion's kindness in her heart. Since Leon does not accept the material compensation, Marnie naturally has other things to make up for the loss of these 10 cave radishes in Leon. By the way, Leon, you know the bale soup at the Hawaiian banquet next week. I understand, what's wrong? Leon asked back. Everyone who attends a Hawaiian banquet can prepare an ingredient for cooking ballot soup. Although it doesn't matter if you don't bring it, it will have many benefits if the ingredients you bring can make the taste of ballot soup even further. Marnie reminded Leon with a mysterious face. What's the benefit? Leon became interested. The quality of bale soup in the game directly affects the favorability of the characters in the whole town. The delicious bale soup will increase the favorability of the people in the whole town. On the contrary, bale soup becomes unpalatable due to players' pranks or recklessness, and may even be poisonous, which will reduce the favorability of the people in the whole town. This is an ancient ritual with a long history, and I don't know exactly what it is. But bale soup undoubtedly has special significance, and a good pot of soup is not only a feast of taste, but also a manifestation of the virtues of sharing and cooperation. So I think you can participate in it and prepare a good ingredients, such as a purple mushroom, amaranth, beet, or broccoli, which is very suitable. Speaking of this, Marnie blinked at Leon, especially in the final recommendation of ingredients, she even louder her voice. Understand? Leon smiled and said he knew about Marnie's proposal. Well, remember to bring ingredients to participate, and it's best to be the ones I recommend. After saying this, Marnie took the tractor and turned around and left Red Star Farm. Leon was recalling Marnie's conversation just now, and his heart was quite complicated. In fact, he has known what is the most suitable thing to add to bale decoction. Of course, it must not be the purple lucky underwear of the Mayor Lewis. Reality is not a game. If you really play this, Lewis will probably have to hold a knife and kill him. As for the recommended items by Marnie, they are actually the correct answers. The evaluations they received will not be the best, but they are a little better. If you really want to get the highest evaluation of Bailuo, you must involve Venus Iridium quality items, or Silver Star quality agricultural and sideline manufacturing products. The most suitable thing that Leon can take out is also the easiest thing that I can take out now among these items, which must be Venus level high quality cauliflower and melon star fruit. In fact, without Marnie's recommendation, he would have chosen these long definite ingredients to participate in the boiling of bale soup. However, after getting bale soup from Marnie's side, it aroused his curiosity. If there are indeed some unknown secrets hidden in it, Nouwen thinks that the only people who can answer it for themselves may be the mysterious Rasmides and the learned Mr. Linus. It just so happened that Leon was going to give watermelon to Mr. Linus. Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 824 Ancient Story. Mister, are you at home? At the northern foothills, outside a tent in front of a highland on the hillside behind Robin's house, Leon shouted with a watermelon in his hand. After all, no one knows what Linus is doing. If he breaks into the tent and sees something he shouldn't have seen, Leon feels that this trip will be in vain. But to Lion's surprise, after shouting for a while, Linus did not appear. Standing at the slope, looking towards the lake at the entrance of the mine cave, there was no trace of him, as if the old man was not nearby. Just as Leon was about to search around, Linus walked out of a bush in the north with a dark face. Are you going to solve the hygiene problem? The place and expression of Linus appeared made Leon think of a possibility. Get out, didn't you see this thing? Linus rolled his eyes and then pointed to the yellow hard helmet on his head. I saw it, I thought it was to maintain the disguised special clothing. Have you really gone to the construction site? Leon actually noticed this hard hat, but he never thought that Linus was wearing this hat for safety. Not to mention anything else, as long as it is not a landslide-level natural disaster, it is hard for Leon to imagine that a falling brick could hit Leon. The significance of the existence of this helmet is a completely airtight burden for Leon. There is no choice. I'm entrusted by someone. It's hard to refuse. If you have something, say it quickly. Get out of it. I'm still busy. Linus urged Leon impatiently, and glanced at the watermelon in Lion's arms. The gift-given watermelon, taste the sweetness of the watermelon. Leon immediately came over and presented it with the watermelon. If you like it, I still have it, so I can't afford it. The seedlings on those farms really bear fruit? I thought they would fail. Linus is not unfamiliar with watermelons, and he also knows that there are watermelon seedlings in Lion's farm. After all, he was taking care of the crops on Red Star Farm during the days when Leon disappeared. He just didn't expect that these watermelons could really bear fruit, and it seemed that the rise and origin of the fruit were much better. Yes, I don't know why. Maybe it's related to the soil sent by the watermelon seedlings, or because of Grandpa's help, the crops on the farm all matured overnight yesterday. Have you found the reason? Leon was not sure about this, so when he spoke, he did not forget to inquire whether Linus knew. It probably has something to do with the soil. The fairy's magic only accelerates the growth of plants, but there is no other effect. Linus explained after hearing this. But the old guy has made great efforts. He has summoned so many fairies to ripen the crops on the entire farm. I'm afraid he is preparing melon reserves for you for the summer carnival. Well, the church has experienced it. A bishop named Irving also revealed that I have set up a reward quota for those melons. This time I am not only here to deliver watermelons, but also want to inquire with you about the summer carnival. Leon admitted, and explained his purpose and what happened on the farm before. There is nothing to be found out, it's just a celebration. It happened to be the time when the church maintained the barrier, so I gathered together to hold a ceremonial event. At that time, someone will pick you up to the venue. Remember to dress more formally, and then go over and follow the steps designed by the church. Now. Linus explained indifferently. Will you go? Leon asked. I don't know. Although there is an invitation, I'm not very interested in this kind of activity. Linus shook his head and said with some disgust, it's a carnival, but it's just a cocktail party where a group of people interact with each other, which is very boring. Go, if I am alone, I'm afraid of making mistakes. If you take care of me, it will be much easier. Leon encouraged Linus with a smile. Let's see when the time comes. Even if I don't go, Rasmides will go. It's the same for you to find him. I'm an idle person, but he has job requirements. Linus added. I'll talk about it later. Leon was relieved when he heard the news. With Rasmides's guarantee, there would be more guarantees, and it would be much easier if someone was covering him. Is there anything wrong? If not, I will continue to supervise the work. After a while, you will come to my side and you will see a road leading to the railway, as well as a newly built station and a bathroom made of hot springs. After answering Lion's question, Linus planned to leave. After all, the railway needed him to keep the ground. Those workers were not ordinary humans. If they did not have their own care and sneaked into Pelican Town, it would be troublesome. There is another question. Do you know the origin and illusion of Beiluotang? I heard from Marnie that Beiluotang does not seem to be simple, and seems to contain some special ritual effect. Leon hurriedly raised the second question of coming to find Linus. By Ali Tang, this is a long story. Forget it, go to the railway with me, let's talk while walking. Linus knew the illusion of Bail Tang. He was anxious to go back, so he did not explain the meaning to Leon clearly here. Instead, he called Leon back to the railway together and said on the way. Leon had no urgent arrangements, so he followed Linus's footsteps and listened to Linus' explanation. The story is long, but it is very interesting. In summary, it was probably when the area of Stardew Valley was originally a wild place. A meteorite fell to change the natural landscape and geological structure of Stardew Valley. The huge movement made many people focus their attention on this area that no one has ever visited. Later, people found that the land here was fertile and rich in minerals, so some desperate miners and farmers came here, gritted their teeth and looked for opportunities and wealth. Similar to the gold rush in the West, it is just not that exaggerated, and the natural resources of Stardew Valley are not tempting to most people, so there were not many people who came to Stardew Valley to open up land at the beginning. These people did not bring enough supplies to live here, but they did not want to give up these minerals that might make them change their lives. So the pioneers of Stardew Valley were divided into several queues and began to work together in this new area. Some people started planting the seeds they brought, some people went to hunt in the mountains with weapons, some people stayed at the beach to fish, and transported the ore mined by the remaining group of people for other materials and money to transform this area and build their own new home. Chapter 825 The Origin of Bail Tang. After the efforts and struggle of these pioneers, they have gained a firm foothold here. But the Stardew Valley was not as stable as it is now, and the bombardment of meteorites made the geological structure of this area extremely unstable. The miners who mine minerals did not consider stabilizing the structure of the mine cave, so under a summer rainstorm, landslides occurred in the mining area. Although this natural disaster did not cause the pioneers to die, in order to escape, they could not take into account the strongholds near the mining area, and all their property and materials were flooded by mudslides. Seeing that the days when I worked hard to get better collapsed at this moment, everything returned to the starting point, and even worse than when I first came here, almost everyone was desperate. This terrible disaster completely extinguished their ambitions. Many people felt that this disaster was a natural punishment and warning to them, so they had the idea of leaving here. But at this moment, the leader who initially came here to look for opportunities took the initiative to stand up and delivered an extremely inspiring speech. But the effect was minimal. The pioneers who survived the disaster thought that they had no left anything at hand, and even the temporary strongholds were destroyed. They were still pessimistic and they were hungry after working for a day, which made the atmosphere even heavier. Some fragile pioneers even collapsed and cried. At this time, the leader still smiled optimistically and used the tools he carried with him to create a big pot alone, and filled it with rainwater, took out all the food he could find and added a little pitiful nutrition to the pot of water. Although it was shabby, he still enthusiastically invited everyone to taste this pot of hot soup, hoping to bring you a hint of warmth and energy. Even though it is not enough to fill your stomach, it also expressed a positive attitude. This move made the originally confused and desperate people feel a hint of warmth and hope. They also learned from the leader's method and took out some insignificant portable dry food or snacks from them and added them to the soup, making the clear soup richer and more sticky. So with everyone's joint efforts, they successfully survived this most difficult day. And with this the motivation and support of the soup, when the sunlight appeared again the next day, people rekindled their enthusiasm and started a new life. Because of the influence of this soup, the pioneers who had already cooperated and tacitly formed a whole at this moment, becoming a family without blood ties, and later created the original prototype of Pelican Town, and have been building it. At the same time, in order to commemorate this day, the original Trailblazers designated this day as an exclusive festival in Pelican Town, and on this day, they continued the pot of soup that everyone participated in as a festival event, sharing the best food on hand with everyone. After generations, this pot of soup has a meaningful name: Bale Soup. Those who add one of their own contributions to Bale Soup on this day will become friends and family of all Pelican Town people. This is the origin of the Bale soup at the Hawaiian banquet. What a meaningful holiday! Leon sighed after hearing all these stories. From this story, Leon learned why adding delicious food to the ballot soup will increase the favorability of the whole town. Yes, this is a festival that belongs to the people of Pelican Town, and it is also the most humane festival, so you must not be vague on Bale soup. Those high-quality crops should be used. Linus reminded Leon seriously. Don't worry, I have chosen the ingredients for Bale soup, so I will definitely not disappoint you. Leon promised with a smile. Yet, Linus felt relieved. At this moment, Leon also recalled the story and looked at the surrounding environment. While the two were chatting, they had already entered the valley in the railway area. What is completely different from when I came last time is that this valley has been transformed a lot. Most of the originally dense weeds have been cleared out, and the dense trees have become much sparse. A gravel-paved road runs through a newly unearthed wide staircase at the entrance to the north, but the position where the staircase connects the ground was tightly blocked by a huge rock. Next to the railway tracks, a station had already built a base, and a group of grey-skinned little men were busy there, using wood and regular stone bricks to build the platform and lounge of the railway station. What are those? Looking at these grey-skinned dwarfs less than 1 meter, Leon immediately asked Leon. The Earth Spirits, a group of hard-working but naughty elves, are of the same race as the goblins, but are more civilized and friendly. They are just curious about everything and have some magical abilities that they are born with, so they are forbidden to enter human society without any need. Linus explained, my function here is to ensure that they will not run around. After all, this is also the trouble you have caused. She hired them to transform the place and prepare to build it into an option that allows tourists from farther places to come to Stardew Valley. Leon was embarrassed to hear this. To be honest, these were all Mr. Chi's own decisions, and they should be to bring rewards for the colored shells as his own decryption. This matter was also mentioned in the letters left by Mr. Chi last time. But I didn't expect that Mr. Chi was so efficient. He had started construction in just a few days and he even took advantage of Linus as a supervisor. Then why are the newly dug hiking stairs blocked over there? After observing these earth spirits, they found that they were actually not good looking, but were similar to the goblin's appearance. Leon lost interest and turned to the blocked mountain road. You don't have to worry about that for the time being. It seems that Chi is specially prepared for you, but I don't know when it will be opened. Maybe you need to meet a certain condition. Anyway, this is his style of doing things. Don't think about using tools to sneak in. Chi K will not be stingy in punishing people who do not abide by the rules. Speaking of this, Linus' expression was very serious, and his eyes were full of warning. If Leon was really doing things randomly, he would not need Mr. Chi to take action, so he would have to beat Leon. After all, the consequences of Mr. Chi's actions are unpredictable than taking action by himself. Ahem, I won't do this. Master, don't look at me like this. I'm under a lot of pressure. Hearing this, Leon immediately gave up his little thoughts that had just risen and promised. It's better. Linus looked at Leon meaningfully and added with a strange smile. When the construction of this place is completed, it will be fully opened. At that time, all links will be handled to ensure that it can be opened to traffic and become a new station. The investors and builders of this construction project are promoted in your name, so after the project renovation is over, you have to find a way to take care of everything here, including the ticketing and ticketing arrangements at the station, as well as the open operation of public bathrooms.